Chapter 151. Some players find it easy, while others naturally struggle. This rank trial isn't as simple as it appears, especially for those players who rely on opportunistic tactics to participate. A massive force of Tier 3 monster warriors and a mid-level legion, commanded by a Tier 7 epic leader, is enough to annihilate even weaker player forces. Not to mention, with such a large force, you'll need to defend against it 9 times, each one more formidable than the last. And the most crucial point is that if you can't quickly eliminate the invading shadow monster horde, you'll face 2 waves of monsters. The longer you delay, the larger the monster horde grows. An ordinary plane. This belongs to a player whose main clan is kobolds. His previous ranking wasn't high, only around 200th. He managed to sneak in with the help of his family's leader, and a huge investment in a trade. Of all the players participating in this regional ranking tournament, he was probably one of the weaker. A vast swarm of monster warriors surged in like a tide, covering the entire battlefield and advancing continuously, encroaching on the territory of the player clans and tribes. Like most players, he also set up a defensive line and chose not to cling to the tribal borders. After all, no player who had survived until this point, and was still able to participate in the regional ranking tournament, was a fool. The longer the battle line, the more advantageous it was for the monster army to deploy human wave tactics. Only by shortening the battle line could his elite warriors be fully effective, and those special city defense items could be used to their maximum effect. But he could never have imagined the sheer number of monsters. Just the first wave alone saw over 1 million Tier 3 monster warriors appear. Since the start of the game, he had already lost 2 consecutive lines of defense, forcing him to retreat to the final one. The incarnation of divine power stood atop the city wall, gazing at the tsunami-like monster horde ahead. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. He must hold this line of defense no matter what. This was only the first wave. If he couldn't even make it through the first wave, what good would it be for the spot he'd paid so much for? A 1-round exit? The embarrassment was one thing, but the main thing was the sheer loss. He'd spent so much resources, only to lose in the first round and gain nothing. Brave warriors, we've already breached 2 of the 3 lines of defense we've constructed. This is the last one, and we must hold it. The horde is behind us, and we have no way to retreat. The defending commander shouted, delivering a pre-battle speech to the tribal warriors. The God of Ashes will be with us. For the glory of our Lord, this battle must be won. For the glory of our Lord. For the glory of our Lord. For the glory of our Lord. The commander's words emboldened every soldier, and they roared back enthusiastically. This battle must be won. This battle must be won. This battle must be won. Beneath the city walls, the fastest monster cavalry were already charging over the horizon. Prepare for battle. The defending commander smiled at this. One after another, the inscribed crossbows began to take aim. When the monster cavalry entered a certain range, the commander gave the command, and a terrifying hail of arrows instantly unleashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A hail of arrows poured down like a torrential rain, instantly engulfing the monster cavalry in a wave of death. Under the barrage of arrows, the monster cavalry fell in droves, their corpses covering the ground and blood flowing like a river. Most of these monster cavalry were at level 3 transcendent rank, offering no effective defense against such a powerful attack. After all, this was the primary ranged attack method for kobold players. Yes, the inscribed crossbow was the mainstream ranged weapon for current players, not the mana cannon. It wasn't that the mana cannon wasn't good enough. The main reason was simply that it was expensive. Cannons were expensive, and so were the shells. Everything was expensive. The crystals burned from a few shells were enough to train a level 3 transcendent warrior. With so many crystals, why not cultivate a clan? Simply put, if it was just the mana cannon, they could still afford it with a little effort, but they couldn't afford to supply it. Moreover, magic cannons are only effective when they reach a certain number, creating a barrage of fire. Not every player possesses vast crystal or deposits, and possesses an abundance of crystal resources. Thus, most players opt for the inscribed crossbow. While slightly less powerful, they are cheaper and more plentiful. Under the fierce attack of the crossbow, the monster cavalry suffered heavy casualties. However, the defending commander showed no joy at this scene, as even more monster warriors surged forward from behind. Die! With a furious roar, countless fireballs soared into the sky, pelting the center of the monster army. Boom, boom, boom! Explosions echoed throughout the battlefield, flames shooting into the sky. Countless monster warriors perished instantly, shattered to pieces, their bodies utterly annihilated. However, this did not deter the monster army. They continued to pour in, attempting to breach the city walls. The monster army, amassed over 2.5 waves, was truly overwhelming in numbers. Soon, the two sides engaged in close combat, engaging in an even more brutal fight. Even with the player's full strength, the outcome was still a bit uncertain. Later, his divine incarnation was forced to join the fray. Relying on more powerful warriors and more elite legionnaires, the army, primarily composed of kobolds, slaughtered the monster warriors frantically. Grey Earth. Progress. First wave, May 9th. Points, 22,412. Eternal Night Empire, Kanglin River region. Another border city. Unlike others who chose to defend themselves and counterattack through the city's defenses, the soldiers here chose to proactively attack, blocking the edge of the fog wall. The skeleton army, even more numerous than the shadow monsters, immediately blanketed the battlefield. As soon as the monster warriors appeared, the skeleton warriors swarmed over them, dispatching them immediately. Their corpses would then be handed over to the Lich Wizards, who would transform them into skeleton warriors, expanding the size of the skeleton army. Although the transformed skeleton warriors couldn't defeat the living monster warriors, they were truly numerous. If 1 against 1 wasn't enough, then 2 against 1, or 3 against 1. If their spirit had reached its limit and they couldn't control so many skeletons, they could let them devour each other's soul fire, directly combining into giant skeleton warriors. The endless stream of monster armies, far from frightening the Eternal Night Empire, actually brought them some amusement. After all, before this, they didn't have so many monster corpses to transform. The Empire didn't forbid killing, but it did forbid meaningless killing. The Eternal Night Empire forbade the practice of wanton slaughter to transform skeleton warriors. Now that was a good time. Not only could they kill at will, but they could also conduct all sorts of experiments. Besieged by the skeleton tide, the monster army was pinned down before even leaving the edge of the fog wall. Even the 7th level monster leader, besieged by several super skeletons, died a miserable death, then transformed into a new super skeleton. The scene wasn't just here. Other areas attacked by the monster army were similar. Where magicians were found, they summoned large numbers of skeleton warriors. At most, liches used them as pawns, while the others served as cannon fodder. There was nothing they could do. Su Xingyu's authority encompassed death, and his divine arts also involved the resurrection of the undead. Furthermore, in the early years, when the Empire was still a tribe, skeletons had been used for work. Therefore, nearly all dark magicians within the Empire knew the spell of resurrection, the only difference being the depth of their mastery. After all, resurrection was the first spell they learned upon becoming magicians. Some, even before becoming magicians, had already commanded skeletons using the Dark Mark. It could be said that skeletons had become an integral part of the Empire. The first wave of monsters was numerous and powerful, but they posed little threat to Su Xingyu. They couldn't even break through the first line of defense. Even the weakest and least known sea tribe, which Su Xingyu cared about, easily made it through. For the Eternal Night Empire today, the human wave tactic has lost its meaning. As long as the enemy's transcendent rank falls below a certain level, no matter how many there are, it's useless. Even weaker enemies will become sacrifices to strengthen his combat power. However, due to his lack of high damage skills, his clearance speed was not very fast. It took him nearly 7 days to completely defeat the first wave of monsters. Eternal Night. Progress. First wave, September 9th. Points, 267,854. System prompt. Player Eternal Night has completed the trial. You are the 135th player in the East region to complete the first wave. System prompt. You can choose to go to the outer space to watch the battle. Yes or no, there are quite a few formidable guys. Su Xingyu couldn't help but smile when he saw that he hadn't even made the top 100, but he wasn't too concerned. This was only the first wave of monsters. There were many more to come. Speed isn't enough, endurance is key. Since the warriors were barely injured, Su Xingyu made no further arrangements, simply ordering the relevant departments to expedite the production of props. They were all fake anyway, so they could just go ahead and make them. After arranging his affairs, Su Xingyu immediately headed for the outer realm to see how the other players were doing. For no other reason than pure curiosity. Outer realm. The entire space was ablaze with light, like a large, pristine white house. Above this house stood a large screen, divided into tens of thousands of small segments, each displaying a different image. The scenes of other players in the eastern region undergoing trials. As the video screen faded to white, it signaled another player had passed the first wave of trials. When Su Xingyu arrived in this space, hundreds of people were already standing there. This was normal. Their ability to quickly defeat the first wave of monsters proved they were all quite strong, and naturally, no post-battle arrangements were necessary. They were also welcome to exchange experiences, watch videos, and satisfy their curiosity. Su Xingyu's arrival attracted little attention. Most people glanced and then looked away. Su Xingyu immediately spotted two familiar faces in the crowd, Guanghui and Blood God. Here, the two gathered, unsurprised to see Su Xingyu approach. Guanghui even extended his hand and called out softly. Neither of them considered Su Xingyu's early arrival a problem. You're quite fast. You're out so quickly, Su Xingyu said, chuckling as he approached. Don't blame me. I was just a little faster than you. Guanghui is the real fast one. He was the sixth one in. The Blood God waved his hand and laughed. Aw, you two, stop teasing me. What's the point of coming out fast? They're all the same. Guanghui glanced at him and said, besides, this is only the first wave. It doesn't prove anything. The rest is what matters. Su Xingyu laughed and asked, you came out early. How are the others doing? What else can I say? It's just like that. You know their strength. Guanghui said, somewhat speechlessly, except for the two scoundrels, the pharmacist and the black marketeer, everyone else will definitely have no problem getting through the first wave. The slowest ones are already in the seventh wave. They should be able to get out in a while. So bad, they can't even make it through the first wave? Su Xingyu frowned slightly upon hearing this. He felt the first wave of monster invasions wasn't particularly challenging. That's normal. Those two guys weren't full-time combatants to begin with. Even though they completed their training systems with us and gained quite a bit, their foundation is still far behind. The Blood God didn't see any problem. The Black Merchant and the Pharmacist weren't mainstream players to begin with. Even if they grew stronger, completely infiltrated, and completely controlled the tribe, they were still far behind other mainstream players. The rewards from the first qualifying match, in particular, widened the gap between them and the players ahead. Both were wealthy, players with no shortage of resources, but it was useless. No amount of resources could make up for those rewards. With their abilities, just being able to participate in this qualifying match was actually quite good. After chatting with them for a while, and comparing their respective monster encounters, he found the situations to be similar, with little difference, so they each started watching their videos. Su Xingyu scanned the videos on the screen, selecting ones that interested him. If they were interesting, he'd divert his attention and head inside to watch the battles. Time flew by unnoticed. More and more players completed the challenge and entered the outer realm. Among them, some were extremely weak. They couldn't quickly eliminate the monster hordes, causing the monsters to pile up and eventually fail. However, failure was ultimately a minority. Normal players, whether through annihilation or just holding on, completed the first wave of the challenge. The countdown quickly reached 0. System notification. The first wave of monster challenges has concluded. In the eastern region, a total of 27,654 players participated, and 24,521 players succeeded, moving on to the next wave. Chapter 152. System prompt. The second wave of Shadow Warriors has appeared. Players are requested to slay them all or hold out until the timer expires. Second wave, January 8th, time, 7:20:00:00. War has resumed, but the people of the Eternal Night Empire have long been prepared, or perhaps they've long anticipated the coming chaos. Therefore, facing the arrival of the second wave of shadow monsters, they are quite calm, some even seeming a bit overly excited. As the system prompt sounded, the second wave of monsters emerged from the foggy wall at the Empire's border. The first wave of monsters that emerged were still primarily of the transcendental rank of Tier 3, but compared to the first wave, they were significantly stronger, effectively serving as the players' true pawns. And that wasn't all. Following the appearance of the Tier 3 monster warriors, 3 Tier 4 legions followed, and in some places, Tier 5 legions even appeared. The leader of the monster army remained at the epic rank of Tier 7, having not yet advanced to Tier 8, which brought a sigh of relief to many players. As for Su Xingyu, he wasn't particularly bothered. As long as the monsters encountered were of the same caliber, he didn't care whether they were level 7 or level 8. Compared to the first wave of monsters, the second wave was even more powerful. This power wasn't just in terms of their extraordinary rank, but also in terms of their weaponry and equipment, as well as their troop configuration. The first wave was a disorganized mess, with outdated weaponry, and even absurd troop configuration. The second wave was significantly better, with at least 3 basic troop types: infantry, cavalry, and archers. There was no need to worry about being targeted. The overwhelming monster horde put a lot of pressure on many players. Wasn't the sheer number of mid-level troops a bit exaggerated? The mid-level is a threshold, especially for a legion. In a one-on-one fight, a gifted individual might emerge, relying on a stronger foundation to use the power of a lower-level transcendent to defeat a mid-level transcendent. As for a legion, that's absolutely impossible. You'd be considered impressive if you didn't get mowed down. Although the second wave of monsters was even more powerful, it was still crushed by the Eternal Night Empire. They didn't even bother to take action, simply forming a defensive formation. Then, they simply watched as the skeleton army surrounded and slaughtered the monster army. All the monster spawn points were surrounded by at least hundreds of thousands of skeletons, elite skeletons, who had undergone hardening and consumed soul fire. Since this was only a shadow world, Su Xingyu's control over his men was much looser, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. So, the already somewhat mad dark magicians and lich priests naturally wouldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They transformed all the corpses into skeleton warriors, and then let them fight and devour each other for the 20 days required to complete the challenge. The surviving skeletons, having devoured their comrades' soul fire and absorbed their bodies, were significantly strengthened, their strength now rivaling their former selves. The second wave of monsters was powerful, but also tragic. Aside from the sea monsters in Haikal, the monster warriors from other locations were instantly slaughtered by the skeleton army before they even saw the shadow of the border city. This situation evoked only one feeling: despair, truly despair. The enemy grew in number, while their own comrades dwindled. They were annihilated before they even caught sight of their target. The corpses of the dead monster warriors were transformed into skeleton soldiers, added to the skeleton army, and then joined the forces surrounding the monster army. Often, after a battle, the number of skeletons increased rather than decreased. Aside from the appearance of a 6th-tier legion in the last wave of monsters, which slightly surprised Su Xingyu, everything else went according to his expectations. That 6th-tier legion was eventually dismantled by a dozen 7th-tier super skeletons, accompanied by elite skeleton cavalry. Besieged by a siege of skeleton warriors dozens of times their number, this 6th-tier monster army was ultimately defeated in the northwest. At that point, they were less than 300 meters away from breaking through the skeleton army's defenses and facing the warriors of the Eternal Night Empire. Because he was familiar with the process, Su Xingyu's progress this time was much faster, completing the second wave of challenges in less than 6 days. Eternal Night. Progress, second wave, August 8th. Points, 1,272,341. System prompt. Player Eternal Night has completed the trial. You are the 7th player in the East Zone to complete the second wave. System prompt. You can choose to proceed to the Outer Realm to watch the battle. Yes or no. Outer Realm. There were many figures standing here, mostly players eliminated in the first wave, numbering several thousand. There were also a few who stood out from the crowd, players who had already completed the second wave. One of them was someone Su Xingyu knew, Guanghui. The blood god hadn't arrived yet this time. It looked like the second wave of monsters was indeed a bit of a hassle. Seeing Su Xingyu enter, Guanghui smiled. The two exchanged glances, nodded slightly as a greeting, and then continued watching the video. Time ticked by, and more players appeared in the Outer Realm. Some succeeded, others failed. By the time's end, nearly half of the players had been eliminated, including 2 familiar faces, the pharmacist and the black trader. Su Xingyu wasn't surprised. The two, relying on a large amount of Krypton gold items and the strength accumulated over the years, had made it through the first wave of monsters, which was actually quite impressive. But to overcome the second wave, players would need some real skill. External forces are ultimately limited, only self-reliance is eternal. Developing the tribe is the key to success. Relying on special items might bring temporary strength, but over time, they would eventually be eliminated. Except for the Black Trader and the two, all 8 members of Bloody Dawn had passed the second wave and qualified for the third. And that wasn't their limit. System prompt. The second wave of monster challenges has concluded. In the eastern region, a total of 24,521 players participated, with 15,234 players successfully completing the challenge and entering the next wave. The third wave of trials began soon. The monster warriors that appeared this time were generally at level 4, with many level 5 legions and several level 6 legions. As for the level 7 commanders, in the first wave of monsters alone, there were over 2 palms of level 7 warriors. Of course, level 7 warriors weren't the only problem. The most troublesome of this wave of monsters were the level 6 legions. Su Xingyu's makeshift skeleton defenses were breached by the second wave of monsters. Skeletons have no limits, but the magicians who control them do. Faced with the relentless bombardment of several six-tier legions, the skeletons' replenishment rate couldn't keep up with their losses, and their defeat was inevitable. The well-prepared regular soldiers of the Eternal Night Empire displayed immense combat prowess against the onrushing monster horde, easily dispatching them. However, the third wave of monsters proved quite formidable, so the Eternal Night Empire's army decisively abandoned the skeleton defenses and retreated to the fourth border defense line, relying on the city's defensive equipment to fight. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat them, but rather that this approach made it easier to fight and effectively minimize losses. While death in the Shadow World wasn't true death, it did mean they were offline for a period of time, rendering them useless in subsequent challenges. Thus, conserving strength was essential to sustaining their forces. The Eternal Night Empire's army was indeed powerful, but not invincible. The current monster horde was already threatening them. In the event of a fight, casualties wouldn't be high. But each wave of monsters consumed a little, and 9 waves combined would be a significant loss. So, unless absolutely necessary, Su Xingyu wouldn't send his elite troops into battle. They had to conserve their strength for truly formidable foes. The border city, equipped with a vast array of defensive equipment and props, boasted a formidable defensive capability. Here, the Eternal Night Empire's army engaged in a fierce battle with the monster horde. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was ablaze with artillery fire, and terrifying energy cannons rained down, engulfing the monster army in a sea of fire. There were nearly 1,000 magical cannons, hundreds of which were epic level, and the least powerful of them were modified versions of gold-level cannons. Even a dwarven player specializing in forging couldn't possibly amass such a terrifying array of cannons. When nearly 1,000 magical cannons unleashed a barrage, no monster could withstand such terrifying firepower. Flames shot skyward, explosions deafened the ears, and the entire battlefield seemed transformed into a purgatory. But this alone wasn't enough to defeat the third wave of monsters. The warriors of several six-tier monster legions roared, and thick red fighting spirit surged into the sky, enveloping the entire legion, propping up a wall-like energy shield. They charged towards the city under the barrage. As they neared the city wall, the priests of a fifth-tier monster legion skilled in magic within the monster army raised their staffs and plunged them into the ground. Boom! The next moment, with a deep rumble, the ground shook violently, shaking all the monster warriors, including the black-armored warriors within the city. As if controlled by some mysterious force, the ground undulated like waves. Then, the ground in front of the city wall suddenly rose, forming a sloping earthen ramp several hundred meters wide and over 100 meters long. The monster leader, leading his ferocious monster cavalry, roared as they galloped up the dirt ramp, heading straight for the city wall. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their faces beneath their visors looked ferocious and terrifying. The weapons they held gleamed coldly in the sunlight, creating a powerful sense of oppression, as if a blade were held to their necks. Before the soldiers on the city wall could launch a counterattack, the monster warriors on both sides of the ramp unsheathed short axes from their backs, gathered their strength, and hurled them forward. Puff, puff, puff. Short axes slashed through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Embracing graceful arcs, they flew straight towards the black-armored warriors on the city wall. Seizing this opportunity, the monster cavalry charged up the slope, surging forward at an almost frantic pace. The black-armored warriors on the city wall remained unfazed, their faces sneerful, as if oblivious to the incoming axes. Bang, bang, bang. A pillar of dark light suddenly rose from the center of the city, and in all 4 directions. A dark shield instantly enveloped the entire city. Tens of thousands of short axes collided with the shield, making a dull thud, but were unable to penetrate the impenetrable barrier. Some were even deflected back into the monster horde. And this wasn't the end. The next moment, the dark magician seated in the city's dark tower rose, holding his staff high. His aura surged wildly, breaking through the 7th level and reaching the 8th level. Darkness entwines. He sighed softly, and an invisible energy enveloped the entire dirt slope. Instantly, countless dark vines emerged from the slope, entwining the entire monster cavalry from bottom to top. Then, before they could break free, countless spears condensed from dark energy rained down like a torrential rain. The immobilized monster cavalry could only allow these spears to pierce their bodies, unable to dodge or retaliate. For a moment, the dirt slope was filled with shrill screams, and the deaths were extremely tragic. Resurrection of the undead. A dark glow instantly spread across the battlefield. The dead monster warriors trembled and rose from the ground. Their flesh and blood quickly dissipated, and finally, a red ball condensed where their hearts had once been. As soon as they revived, they sought out the nearest enemy and embraced them. The red sphere at their heart began to expand rapidly, then with a bang. Undead explosion. Boom 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 boom. No one knew how many corpses had been lying on the battlefield just now. They were scattered everywhere. So too were the explosions, covering the entire battlefield. These bombs, condensed with nearly half the blood and energy of a transcendental body, even if their efficiency was somewhat low, were no less powerful than a magical cannon. For a moment, explosions filled every corner of the battlefield. The newly revived undead were instantly reduced to smithereens, and the monster warriors they held were reduced to blood clots. There were so many bombs, scattered everywhere, no monster could avoid them. The massive explosions wiped out 90% of the monster warriors on the battlefield. Even a 7th level epic level monster commander, though not killed, suffered severe damage from such a terrifying blow, instantly losing his combat effectiveness. It was over. The war is over. Gurgle. The entire battlefield was a shambles, strewn with broken limbs and bloody corpses. Even the black-armored warriors atop the city walls felt a tinge of horror at the scene before them, a scene worse than hell. What a terrifying blow! Even the dark magician, who had unleashed this attack, was astonished upon seeing the scene on the battlefield. He had used necroblast before, but this was the first time he had used such a large number of high-quality bombs. The power was truly terrifying. Clear the battlefield. The human garrison commander, his expression calm, issued his usual orders. One by one, his warriors leaped down and began finishing off the remaining monster warriors. Then, a terrifying dark energy enveloped the battlefield once again. Countless bones flew from the ground, then joined together in the air. Soon, they formed into gigantic skeletons tens of meters tall. Eternal night. Progress, third wave, 6-7. Points, 4,237,611. Chapter 153. Outer Space. The ranked trials are still ongoing. Players who failed the previous waves are unable to leave, so they can only watch other players' challenge videos. The third wave of trials features a formidable monster horde, presenting a significant challenge to most players. Even the strongest players are forced to demonstrate their true abilities. As for those players who have progressed normally, they are now feeling immense pressure and are beginning to shrink their front lines, launching counterattacks with the aid of pre-deployed defensive equipment. For them, resisting a single attack from a single monster is easy. At most, they can simply form an iron wall formation and slowly wear it down. The problem, however, is that they not only have to resist the monster horde, but also kill as many monster warriors as possible, reducing their numbers, or ideally, completely eliminating them. Otherwise, once several waves of monsters converge, forming a massive, tidal-like mass, the players will be completely unable to defeat them. To defeat the monster horde, every player unleashed their ultimate tactics, summoning elemental puppets, transforming undead armies, and using their authority to incite internal strife among the monsters. These various tactics left the people in the outer realm stunned and filled with exclamations of amazement. Shoo, such ruthless tactics. These guys are truly showing off their skills to get through. I'm impressed. How did these guys manage to grow? They're incredibly skilled. Fuck. I need to remember these bosses' names. I absolutely mustn't mess with them again, or I'll suffer. I thought our family's leader was formidable enough, but now it seems he's not so good either. It's only the third wave, and he's almost been eliminated. Watching the battles unfolding in the various videos on the screen, the eliminated players silently resolved to memorize the names of the players listed, especially those who had risen so rapidly. The disparity in power was enormous. So great that they wouldn't even be able to fight back when attacked. So, they had to remember these players carefully and absolutely not provoke them, lest they bring about fatal disaster. However, the number of players capable of suppressing the third wave of monsters was relatively small. Most players were struggling to fend off the monster attacks, uniting with their clans and armies to unleash immense combat power. Eternal Night, this guy actually has these tricks up his sleeve. Holy crap. How can a dark elemental deity act like an almighty magic deity, capable of everything? I'm so envious. Damn. The eliminated pharmacist, along with the black marketeer, watched the performance of the Blood Dawn members. When they saw Su Xingyi's video, they were filled with envy. Elemental strikes, undead resurrection, undead self-destruction, and the dark magic tower. There were truly too many tricks. Judging from this performance, Yunya has most likely accepted the power of death. If you're interested, you can try to do so. The black merchant chuckled and offered his opinion. The pharmacist rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "If it's that easy to accept, why don't you give it a try? As a merchant, I'm looking for trouble if I try to accept the power of death." The black merchant chuckled softly. "Then as an alchemist, wouldn't I be courting death?" The pharmacist also laughed, then glanced up, lowering his voice and chuckling softly. "Judging from their current performance, your brother and Yongya seem to be stronger than Boss Blood God." The black businessman glanced over and nodded in agreement. Indeed. Time ticked by as everyone watched. A number of people failed their challenges and were transported to the outer realm, awaiting the results of other players' challenges. These failed players, feeling somewhat unwilling, could only watch others continue their challenges in the loser's realm. After thousands of losers emerged, the first player to complete the third wave of monsters appeared. He was a burly, unassuming middle-aged man with a rather dignified expression. His name was War. Not long after him, another successful challenger appeared. He was a stern-faced, dark-haired young man with a cold, indifferent expression. It was Su Xingyu. "It seems I'm even faster this time," Su Xingyu smiled, glancing at the middle-aged man with some curiosity. To his surprise, the middle-aged man noticed his gaze, smiled, and nodded slightly, as if greeting him. Su Xingyu nodded in response. As time went on, more and more players completed the challenge early and escaped. Their numbers were small. By the end, there were only about 100. It wasn't that others didn't have the ability. It was a matter of choice. During the last wave of monster invasions, most players chose to completely resist, not actively attacking, and then buy time to preserve their troops' manpower. Even so, only a little over 1,000 players managed to survive the third wave of monster attacks. From this, it seems that the third wave represents the peak of most players' development. It's worth noting that all 8 remaining members of Blood Dawn passed the third wave. This is perfectly normal, as they are all ranked in the top 3 of their respective regions and possess immense strength. It would be surprising if even they couldn't make it. System notice. The third wave of monster challenges has concluded. 15,234 players in the eastern region have participated, and 1,281 have succeeded, advancing to the next wave. System notice. The fourth wave of Shadow Warriors has appeared. Players are requested to slay them all or hold out until the timer expires. Fourth wave, 1/6, time, 7:20:00:00. During the fourth wave, the strength of the monster army increased significantly. Tier 5 monster warriors became the mainstream, and they were all powerful species, with no lesser species present. These monster warriors were incredibly powerful, placing immense pressure on all participating players. In the first wave of monsters alone, there were multiple Tier 6 legions mixed in. Furthermore, the monster leader's transcendent rank had also risen to the 8th level legendary realm. He led several 7th level monster legion commanders and hundreds of thousands of monster warriors, sweeping in from all directions. Seeing the strength of these monsters, most players began to curse. However, there was a positive change. Their numbers had decreased. Previously, there were 8 monster spawn points, but now there were only 6. Even so, this overwhelming monster army instantly overwhelmed many players. The first wave of monsters alone eliminated over 100 players. Other players' lines were constantly breached, cities fell, and the fog advanced relentlessly, encroaching upon the tribe's territory. Even someone as powerful as Su Xingyu was forced to mobilize all his might, using cities, magic towers, and mana cannons to counterattack. Later, he even resorted to using his authority to grant a single dark buff to his own warriors. Even so, facing the relentless monster hordes, the defensive lines continued to retreat. By the time the fourth wave of monsters arrived, the Eternal Night Empire had completely abandoned its third line of defense and retreated to its second. Faced with the terrifying power of the monster horde, these petty tactics proved futile. Elemental strikes and undead explosions, while capable of inflicting some damage, proved ineffective in reversing the tide of the war. Even despite the formidable monster horde, Su Xingyu steadily fought through the fourth wave, spending nearly 15 days. Of course, there was a price to pay. In addition to the retreat of the battle line, the Sea Tribe was nearly annihilated, the Monster Alliance's army suffered heavy losses, and the northern vassal states also suffered a significant blow. Eternal Night. Progress, 4th Wave, June 6. Points, 13,451,876. System Notice. Player Eternal Night has completed the trial. You are the third player in the East region to complete the 4th wave of the trial. Returning to the Outer Realm, 2 people have successfully completed the challenge. One is War, and the other is Magic. War is a human player, and Magic is an elf player. As for the powers they wield, their names reveal a bit. Both War and Magic are extremely powerful powers. In terms of practicality, it completely surpasses 99% of the other powers. Su Xingyu hadn't seen the War video, but she had seen the Magic video. Although she hadn't given it her all in that battle, she could still glimpse some of his true abilities. In Su Xingyu's personal opinion, Magic's overall strength wasn't much worse than her own, and in terms of single-round Magic power, it completely eclipsed him. This was also the first time Su Xingyu had encountered a player on the same level as himself. The players he had met before, whether it was Blood God of Crimson Dawn, the elf player Ling Feng he met during the invasion, Hint, Deck Collection, or Guangwei, whom he had known even earlier, were all extremely powerful as the top players in their communities. Even the other members of Crimson Dawn, the top-tier Elephant Masters, Martial Masters, and Teachers, still had a certain gap to reach compared to the three above. Guangwei, in particular, was even more powerful than Blood God. But even with their strength, Su Xingyu was still confident he could defeat them all, including Guangwei. He might suffer heavy losses, but victory would undoubtedly be his. But after watching Magic fight, if they really came to blows, Su Xingyu honestly wasn't very confident he could defeat her in a head-on battle. Of course, he wouldn't lose either. In fact, Su Xingyu wasn't the only one who felt this way. Both War and Magic shared this sentiment. System notice. The fourth wave of monster challenges has concluded. A total of 1,281 players in the Eastern region participated, and 115 players succeeded, advancing to the next wave. The fourth wave of challenges has concluded. Of the over 1,000 players, only a little over 100 survived. Among them, Bloody Dawn had 4 members, Eternal Knight, Glory, Blood God, and Martial Master. This was a terrifying number, as it meant that nearly 4% of the top 100 members in the entire Eastern region were members of the same organization. Good boy, you guys all kept your talents hidden during the qualifying rounds, only to bring them out and shock the crowd, right? You're so strong. Are you guys on your way to becoming true gods? I can't believe a small organization like ours has assembled so many experts. The eliminated members of Bloody Dawn looked at the remaining 4, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. They hadn't expected their organization to be so powerful. With only 10 members, almost half of them made it to the 5th wave of qualifying. It was truly incredible. Keep going. Whether we can enjoy the good life in the future depends on you guys. Go, go, go! Although they felt a little disappointed after being eliminated, everyone still offered their blessings. Having made it through the 4th wave, I've already reached my limit. I can't hold on any longer. I'll probably be kicked out the moment I go in. So it all depends on how you 3 perform. The martial artist sighed. He knew his own business. He considered himself extremely lucky to have survived the 4th wave of trials. The 5th wave, which was about to begin, would be even more challenging, and he doubted he could make it. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be eliminated immediately during the first wave of monster attacks. It's all about the same. I don't think I'll fare much better. If nothing unexpected happened, this next wave would be my limit. I just don't know how many more waves I can survive. The Blood God grinned upon hearing this, and then spoke out. To be honest, although the Blood God had vaguely sensed the gap between himself and Su Xingyu before this, he never imagined it would be so great. Aren't we all the same? Guangwei said with a soothing smile, glancing at him. Su Xingyu said nothing, simply patting Guangwei on the shoulder and giving him a look that said, "Who are you kidding, kid?" Guangwei, System notice. The 5th wave of Shadow Warriors has appeared. Players must either slay them all or hold out until the timer expires. 5th wave, 1/5, time, 7:20:00:00. By the time of the 5th wave of monster trials, the number of monster spawn points had been reduced to 4. The size of the monster army had also been further reduced, with each spawn point containing only about 160,000, of which 73% were level 5 and transcendent level 6, well-organized, well-equipped, and possessing a full range of troops. To the north, the fog had spread to the border of the Inkstone Kingdom, so the spawn points had also moved nearby. A 200,000-strong black-armored human army stood in full battle formation outside the foggy area. Yi Zhan, watching the monster warriors continuously burst out of the fog, couldn't help but sigh with admiration. What a formidable legion. Just looking at their aura, they're almost as powerful as we were back then. Most monster legions lack special abilities, but their immense hard power makes up for this deficiency. Brave warriors of the Eternal Night, follow me. Yi Zhan roared, leading his Eternal Night paladins, now numbering 10,000, and charging forth. Fight! The warriors roared and followed closely behind. Darkness descended. At this moment, a dark domain, unseen for a long time, reappeared, instantly covering the entire battlefield. The dark element surged, buffing all the warriors of the Eternal Night Empire. Fight for our Lord. Chapter 154. Darkness enveloped the land. This wasn't entirely due to the power of divine artifacts. It also involved the application of Eternal Night's authority. However, compared to its simpler effects, this darkness now possessed a host of additional effects. Besides this area, the other 3 locations where the battle had already begun were also enveloped by a veil of darkness. Before the Eternal Night Paladins charged out, a corps of archers appeared behind the black-armored army. They wielded a unique dark longbow, its shaft seemingly condensed from darkness, gleaming with a cold luster. This was the Eternal Night Empire's latest development, the upgraded Golden Equipment 2.0. For archers, Su Xingyu's role was simple. Either high-speed clearing or single-shot sniping. As a result, their weapons were also extreme, each designed for their respective roles. Raising their bows, they unleashed their slender arrows, imbued with the profound power of darkness, gleaming with a deep black light. When the Eternal Night Paladins charged out, the archers followed suit, drawing their bowstrings. The next moment, countless dark arrows unleashed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These dark arrows traced paths through the air, the black light alight on their shafts growing ever deeper, carrying a chilling, dark aura as they plummeted directly into the heart of the monster horde. The blood and energy shields held up by the monster army shattered upon impact, as the arrows pierced through their fragile defenses and pierced the bodies of the monster warriors. Wherever the arrows struck, the monster warriors cried out in agony and collapsed in droves. The arrows, carrying terrifying force, often pierced a bloody hole the size of a bowl upon striking a monster warrior. And that wasn't the end of it. After all, given the formidable physiques of the transcendent warriors, if they missed a vital spot, such a bloody hole would only inflict severe damage, not necessarily kill them outright. Therefore, the dark energy attached to the arrows would quickly spread through the wounds, corroding their bodies. The weak would collapse. The strong would be prevented from recovering. This archer corps was only a Tier 5 corps, but under their attack, any warrior, whether Tier 5 or Tier 6, would essentially be finished. The special ability they possessed was called Energy Focused Strike, making them a truly offensive corps, and indeed a more extreme one. After all, a long-range strike corps, born solely for the purpose of killing the enemy, wouldn't need defensive power? 3 consecutive energy-focused strikes directly disrupted the monster army's battle line. The Eternal Night Paladins also rushed to the front. The Dark Knights in the front row all wore cruel grins. Night Warrior roared, slashing down with their long swords. The terrifying dark energy transformed into a slashing blade, instantly engulfing the monster warriors in front. Whether Tier 6 or Tier 7, facing this attack head-on, there was only one outcome: death. This attack amassed the combined might of an entire legion, tens of thousands of men. Given the intensity of a night battle, he had a reasonable chance of defeating even an 8-tier warrior. The black-armored knights poured through the gaps opened in the monster army, charging forward with unstoppable force. They brandished their long swords, their sharp blades gleaming coldly in the darkness. Each blow was accompanied by a scream, the cry of a living being embracing death. Under the black-armored knights' assault, the monster warriors fell like grass being mowed down. Whether 5th-tier or 6th-tier warriors, they made no difference to them, nothing more than ants. Listening to the beautiful sounds emanating from their surroundings, a gleeful expression crossed the black-armored knights' faces. What a beautiful sound! Ha ha ha! Kill! 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 These monster warriors were no small fry. Even facing this terrifying black-armored cavalry, they showed no fear, raising their weapons and striking back. Bang, bang, bang. The weapons struck the black-armored cavalry, not even touching their armor, before being deflected by an invisible force, sending up a shower of sparks. No defense was broken. Trait 1, Heavy Armor Defense. When fully armored, overall physical defense is increased by 30% to 70%. Trait 2, Horse Merger. Shares up to 50% of the mount's physical fitness, and when damaged, some of the damage is transferred to the mount. The significance of these 2 traits is self-evident. Theoretically, a Tier 6 Legion could attempt to incorporate the second trait. But the reason it's theoretical is because it's extremely difficult to implement in practice. Unlike the first trait, which can be incorporated at will as long as the conditions are met, the second trait must be compatible with the first. Even if they don't, it can't deviate too much from the first. After all, You can't expect a heavy cavalry unit with defensive attributes to also possess the superb speed of a cavalry unit, or an archer unit with both excellent single-target damage and high-speed ground clearing. But this offset is rather vague. Sometimes offensive attributes can be combined with defensive attributes. In short, it's entirely up to the player to explore. However, no matter how it's combined, accommodating a secondary attribute is inherently difficult. Even in the elite Eternal Knight Empire, the number of legions currently possessing this secondary attribute is limited to a handful of hands. It can be said that Su Xingyu spent most of his time in the decade or so since the founding of the empire, focusing on this task. Even among the 6th-tier legions, there are still gaps. Over a decade ago, the Eternal Knight Paladins were already a 6th-tier legion, and they remain so now, but that doesn't mean they haven't grown stronger. Golden bodies, blood spirit pool baptism, corruption baptism, secondary characteristics. These factors contribute to the Eternal Knight Paladin's current strength. Even in the system's classification, they are considered Imperial Guards, and killing ordinary 6th-tier warriors is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Kill! As the Eternal Knight Paladins charged recklessly through the monster horde, breaking the battle line, the Black Armored Army also engaged in full-scale close combat. The Black Armored Army, organized and well-organized, placed their defensive units at the forefront. They initially withstood a wave of blows, assessed the damage, and found it modest. And so, the Black Armored Warriors instantly transformed, blades in both hands, charging forward, their eyes cold and resolute. The monster warriors roared and charged at the Black Armored Warriors, brandishing their weapons with a sharp, metallic clang. Their attacks were fierce. However, it was to no avail. The Black Armored Warrior, relying on his formidable physique and the excellent defense of his armor, faced the incoming blows without evasion, bearing down on them head-on. Then, with a single slash, he sent the monster warrior flying. Die! Kill! The modified black longsword slashed down, cleaving the monster warriors, armor and all, in two. One by one, the monster warriors fell to the ground, their last blows barely enough to break through their defensive chi. The unlucky ones only left a white mark on their black armor, while the lucky ones barely managed to inflict a small wound on the black-armored soldiers. The Eternal Knight Empire's army swept through the hordes of monsters that emerged with astonishing speed. They had no choice but to hurry, or else they would be delayed until the second wave of monsters arrived, which would be truly fatal. South, Kanglan River region. A dark sky enveloped the entire battlefield. Here, the battlefield was still dominated by the Monster Alliance's forces. Both sides engaged in a chaotic, unorganized battle. Dark Bargus warriors, Dark Jackal warriors, Dark Kobold warriors, half-metallic dragoons. After a decade of complete degeneration, the Bargus warriors had grown immensely, not only growing to 6 meters in size, but also reaching at least the 6th level of transcendent status. Although they lacked special abilities, their strength was no less than that of a normal 6th level legion, if not more. It couldn't be helped. Their physical fitness was so absurd. The only drawback was their small numbers. Even after more than a decade of development, the Bargus tribe had only managed to muster 2 legions. And this wasn't all their own creation. Some was stolen from elsewhere. With a frantic roar, the bodies of 3 armored, enormous monsters plummeted to the ground. A massive dark red monster then plummeted, charging into the opposing horde. Its presence was like a stun bomb, stirring the horde. The dark red monster was tall and massive, its body covered in thick dark red scales, its eyes gleaming with a faint crimson light. It opened its bloody maw, bearing sharp fangs, and unleashed a deafening roar. The dark red monster possessed astonishing strength. With a swipe of its massive claws, it easily sent surrounding monsters flying. Its attacks were so swift that it was almost impossible to react. Its charge quickly crumbled the horde's defenses, crushing them in its wake. Roar! Happer, the Bargus leader, had grown to a massive 20 meters since breaking through to the 8th level, resembling a small mountain, a true monster among monsters. Seeing their leader appear, all the Monster Alliance warriors roared with excitement, fighting even more fiercely. Using their bodies as weapons, they slashed their foes with a single claw or punch. This fighting style was both brutal and efficient, its only drawback being that it consumed a considerable amount of stamina. But this wasn't a problem. As extraordinary warriors, part of a monster race, and still under the Eternal Night, they could fight for days at this level of intensity. Besides the Bargus warriors, another legion also performed exceptionally well. The Semi-Metallic Dragoons. This was a unit of super heavily armored cavalry numbering just over 10,000. Even if the entire Eternal Night Empire were combined, they could barely muster the strength of the legion. The half-metal giant tribe, a monstrous tribe that had long followed the Night Tribe, was beloved by the various tribes of the Eternal Night Empire due to its honest and formidable character. The Earth Dragons, a race that had joined the Night Tribe along with the Null Tribe, were also quite powerful, but their numbers had always been small, leaving them in a somewhat awkward position. Over time, the Eternal Night Empire encountered increasingly formidable opponents, and individual Earth Dragon and Half-Metal Giant legions were becoming increasingly inadequate. So, Su Xingyu simply combined them into a super cavalry corps. This became the Half-Metal Earth Dragon Cavalry, also a 6th-tier legion, and not just any 6th-tier legion. Unlike the violent barbarian demons, the Half-Metal Giants and Earth Dragons are more docile, making their organizational skills easier to train and their characteristics easier to grasp and absorb. The monster warriors within the Half-Metal Earth Dragon army have also accepted Su Xingyu's fallen authority, which has enhanced another ability, Devour. Unlike the other fallen clans, who display this ability outwardly, the Half-Metal Giants and Earth Dragons utilize it for their own benefit. They have abandoned fancy skills and opted for the most essential power. Now, they can devour most objects, using this power to strengthen their physiques. Simple and unpretentious, yet leading directly to the Great Path. Relying on their incredibly strong physiques and armor-like equipment, the Half-Metal Earth Dragon army roams freely among the enemy monster hordes, unmatched. No monster warrior can stop their attacks. Their size is simply outrageous. Combined, they resembled a battlefield tank, imbuing the battlefield with a profound sense of oppression, especially when they appeared in formation. Just the sight of them filled one with despair. And when they began their charge, their momentum surged, like a tsunami wave. They could carve through, not just flesh and blood, but even a mountain. The Half-Metal Giants each wielded a battle axe, its blades gleaming with a cold light and exceptionally sharp. Combined with their unmatched strength, a single strike could easily slay their opponents. The Earth Dragons beneath them were equally ferocious, completely oblivious to what lay ahead, charging forward relentlessly, crushing everything in their path. Even a level 6 warrior would be injured by such a collision. Their speed wasn't fast, at least compared to cavalry of their rank, but their mass was outrageous. If knocked to the ground, facing the crushing weight of hundreds of tons, even a 6th-level Transcendent would be reduced to a mixture of blood, mud, and iron. Defense? No defense needed. There was no need for defense. Normal legions simply couldn't penetrate their exaggerated defenses, and even if they could, their parries would be useless. In a single round of battlefield performance, the Semi-Metal Earth Dragon Legion outshone the Dog Demon Legion. Eastern Border. All the warriors of the Eternal Night Empire have retreated to Giant Tree City, relying on this massive city for a counterattack. Strips of blood-red vines, like venomous snakes, slithered across the battlefield, continuously harvesting the lives of the attacking monsters. As if possessing independent consciousness, they sought out the enemy's weaknesses for attack. The roar of the magic cannons continued, deafening. Those terrifying energy cannons slammed into the ground like meteorites, triggering bursts of explosions. Each explosion was accompanied by a massive shockwave and fireball, sending the surrounding monsters flying everywhere. A few weaker ones were reduced to smithereens. The magic cannons at this point were no longer completely lethal against these monster warriors, who were at least level 5. Facing the fully evolved Treeman warriors, these monster armies faced the same predicament as the Night Tribe army had faced, insufficient lethality. The Treeman warriors weren't particularly lethal, but their defense and vitality were strong, and they were supported by the giant tree spirits, so they resorted to a strategy of trading damage for lives. This was, in fact, a desperate choice. Otherwise, with their lethality, they wouldn't be able to quickly eliminate the invading monster army. If two waves attacked simultaneously, they would be in great trouble. Chapter 155. Hiss. Watching the dazzling performances on the screen, all the players watching from the outer realm gasped, genuinely shocked. The gap was enormous. Admittedly, they were already considered powerful by ordinary players, but compared to the players still fighting, they were still far behind. An 8th-tier Legion commander, dozens of 7th-tier warriors, tens of thousands of 6th-tier warriors. Is this the level of difficulty we're supposed to face at this stage? Some were already questioning their lives. Fuck, aren't these guys' methods a bit too exaggerated? They can even surround and instantly kill a rank 8 expert. And this cavalry, what's the difference between them and a tank? Observing the actions of several players, one complained, are we really in the same group as them? Why does the gap feel so huge? Do they have cheats, or are they simply the system's favorite children? In a corner, the eliminated members of Bloody Dawn gathered together. There were 7 of them in total. The martial artist managed to hold out until the second wave of monsters arrived, but ultimately couldn't hold on, and was eliminated. They observed the performance of the remaining three and murmured, "The further we advance, the greater the gap." I used to think that the three of Cookie, despite being number one, were only slightly stronger than us, roughly on the same level. Even if they couldn't defeat us in a one-on-one fight, they'd still have no problem holding their own. Now it seems that if they really had that idea, they'd probably be killed. Based on what he had seen so far, let alone a two-on-one fight, even if all 7 of them attacked together and didn't flee, they'd probably be hacked to death in a head-on confrontation. Even if the rewards for the qualifying rounds were generous, the gap shouldn't be this big. How on earth have these 3 developed? This is outrageous. The pharmacist was puzzled. He truly couldn't understand. He had barely made it through the first round, and in terms of combat power, he couldn't compare to the others. But after this period of development, he was no longer considered weak among normal players. And judging by the situation, the gap between them hadn't narrowed, but had widened. At least back then, even the 3 members of the glorious tribe would have had to show some strength to defeat him. Now, an 8th-tier expert with a 6th-tier legion could easily destroy his clan's forces. The gap was simply too vast. Don't overthink it. Boss Blood God is developing normally, but Guanghui and Yongya are clearly not. Damn it, how did they manage to produce so many high-level experts? Yongya, especially, has several level 8 experts. There are nearly 200 level 7 experts, human alone. The teacher offered solace, but his expression was clearly twisted. He was on the verge of madness. Any player who made it through this 5th wave is abnormal. Just looking at this 5th wave of monsters gave everyone a headache. Yongya and Guanghui should be able to make it. It seems they haven't even tried their best yet. Boss Blood God is probably having a hard time. He's already retreated to his last line of defense, the martial artist said solemnly. The system's monster trials have now reached their 4th wave, and fewer than half 100 players are still holding on. The most dazzling players, unsurprisingly, are the first to emerge. War, Magic, Eternal Night, Chaos, Glory, Thunder. Judging from their current performance, they were certain to make it through the 5th stage. As expected, as time went on, more and more players were eliminated. With only 8 days left, 13 players remained. But most were just hanging on. With 5 days remaining, War, Magic, Eternal Night, and Chaos, 4 players, were the first to complete the challenge. However, they didn't travel to the Outer Realm, but instead quickly deployed. Of course, the players in the Outer Realm couldn't see how they deployed. The video clips of the players who passed the challenge had turned white. With 3 days left, 5 more players completed the challenge ahead of schedule. Glory was among them. They were willing to pay a higher price in casualties to end this wave of monster invasion as quickly as possible, rather than stalling for time and letting it dissipate on its own with minimal casualties. Their purpose was simple: to allow the warriors to rest and rebuild a new defensive line. After all, barring any unexpected events, the upcoming 6th wave of monsters would be the limit of all players' strength. The 5th wave of monsters was no small force. They had been battling for nearly a month, and even with occasional breaks, the intense fighting had left their followers exhausted. Facing a stronger monster horde in this state was not a good option. The players who had managed to hold out until now were no fools. They had clearly weighed the pros and cons. Therefore, even at the cost of casualties, they were determined to allow the remaining warriors to rest and recuperate. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the 6th wave of challenges began. System notice: the 6th wave of Shadow Warriors has appeared. Players are requested to slay them all or hold out until the timer expires. 6th wave, 1/4 time, 7:20:00:00. The 6th wave of system challenges proved more challenging, and as expected, with an entire rank 6 army, each led by a rank 8 monster. The attack intensity was practically maxed out. The first wave was small, with only 100,000 on each side. Even so, it put immense pressure on everyone. Their sheer strength was overwhelming. Thankfully, they were able to handle it. The 13 players each had their own distinct strategies. Most of the players, who had completed the challenge early, still had some ideas, believing they could hold out for a few more waves of monsters, so they were very aggressive in their attacks. The remaining 4, however, were somewhat resigned. Just hold the city, relying on a vast array of defensive equipment, various consumable items, and magic towers to counterattack. The army wouldn't advance, holding out for as long as they could. There was no other way. This was truly unbearable. Tens of thousands of level 6 warriors, dozens of level 7 warriors. What the hell was this? At this point, even Su Xingyu felt immense pressure. He didn't dare to neglect his efforts. He launched an all-out attack, deploying his stronger elite troops to break through the monster army's defenses. Then, he disrupted the battle situation, relying on his stronger individual combat power, and bringing more warriors to continuously strangle the monster army. The first group quickly made it through. Not just Su Xingyu, all 13 players in the eastern region made it through, including the 4 who had already given up. After all, their foundation was so strong that if they simply defended without attacking, they could hold out without much trouble. The second wave of monsters arrived soon. This wave of monster warriors was even stronger. While still tier 6, they were joined by a number of elite warriors, those with special abilities. Furthermore, this wave was even larger, with each side boasting a force of 120,000. Su Xingyu continued to attack, holding up the dark sky, and defeating the monster hordes head-on. His own army began to suffer heavy casualties, but the incoming reinforcements quickly filled the gap. In the second wave, 3 players were eliminated, all of them self-destructive players, who only defended without attacking. In the third wave, with more elite warriors, the pressure on everyone grew, and they gradually lost the ability to attack. With the exception of a few, all other players had switched from offense to defense. Even so, 3 players were eliminated, one of whom died right at the start. The fourth wave, an all-elite legion, had nearly 200,000 warriors in each direction, including dozens of 7th-level warriors and 3 8th-level commanders. The so-called city, the so-called defense, was completely nonsense. The 8th-level warriors, combined with the legion's warriors, launched a single attack, shattering even the city gates. On the eastern border of the Eternal Night Empire, a giant tree spirit went berserk. Together with dozens of 7th-level Treeman commanders and millions of Treeman warriors, they desperately defended the giant tree city, engaging in a fierce battle with the fourth wave of monster hordes. After 7 days of fierce fighting, they inflicted heavy damage on the monster army, ultimately detonating a spirit stone mine and annihilating both sides. In the Kanglan River region, a 2-front war ensued, with millions of troops engaged in fierce battle. Mixed in with the fallen and defeated unintelligent dark creatures, the battle devolved into a chaotic chaos. The Monster Alliance employed an extremely frantic fighting stance, determined to rise even at the risk of death. They unleashed a wave of undead, disregarding friend or foe. Ultimately, Su Xingyu detonated the undead, annihilating the fourth wave of monsters. The situation in the Northern Kingdom was slightly better, but even so, several elite legions, such as the Eternal Night Paladins and the Temple Guard, were still severely damaged, losing many soldiers. Giant Tree City, the Kanglan River region, and the Northern Kingdom all fell, but Su Xingyu managed to hold on. In the entire Eastern region, only 4 players completed the 6th wave of monsters. War Eternal Night, Magic Chaos. War. Progress, 6th wave, April 4th. Points, 145 million. Eternal Night. Progress, 6th wave, April 4th. Points, 142 million. Magic. Progress, 6th wave, April 4th. Points, 122 million. Chaos. Progress, 6th wave, April 4th. Points, 113 million. After enduring the 6th wave, even Su Xingyu felt genuinely exhausted. If even he felt this way, let alone the other Dark Warriors. The entire Empire's territory had shrunk to the Black Soil Plains, less than 5% of its peak size. The Wall of Mist was just beyond the Black Soil Plains, within easy reach. The weaker members of the tribe had already been sent out. Those still alive numbered less than 1 million, but they were extremely powerful, all at least level 5 transcendent warriors. In this continuous war that is more brutal than a meat grinder, they grow very fast. After all, the slower growing members had already fallen in the previous war and been eliminated. Those who remained were the most elite warriors of the Eternal Night Empire. These nearly 1 million members of the Empire, regardless of their previous occupations, now had only one identity: Eternal Night Warriors fighting for the gods. The system gave the remaining players no time to rest. As soon as the 6th wave of monsters disappeared, the 7th wave appeared. System prompt: the 7th wave of Shadow Warriors has appeared. Players must slay them all or hold out until the timer expires. 7th wave, 1/3 time, 7:20:00:00. This time, there was only one monster spawn point, and the main component of the monster army was the orcs. 300,000 6th-tier legions were the first to appear. They were clad in armor, armed with various weapons and shields, their bodies painted with war patterns, and their eyes gleamed with a feral gleam. Their steps were firm and measured. From a distance, one could tell they were a well-trained elite force. Arranging a tight battle formation, they gazed at the human army across from them, unleashing a deafening roar. Then, they retreated to the sides, clearing a path in the middle. A regiment of silver-armored orc cavalry slowly emerged. Wolf Cavalry. A wolf cavalry regiment of the 7th tier. The werewolf leader, leading them, had reached the terrifying 9th tier of the Holy Realm. 10,000 7th tier orc warriors, plus 300,000 6th tier orc warriors, a combination capable of devastating destruction. Their ferocious momentum, sweeping across the battlefield like a hurricane, was a source of profound awe. An ordinary mid-tier regiment would likely lack the courage to even draw their swords against them. It's truly astonishing. This is the 7th tier Legion. Truly a world apart from the 6th tier Legion. Even we can't help but tremble. Even elite warriors as powerful as the Eternal Night Paladins, sensing the imposing presence of the Wolf Riders, felt their bodies and minds tremble. What a powerful legion. Are you scared? A companion beside them teased. Scared? I've never been scared in my life. The Eternal Night Paladin sneered back. They're just a higher transcendental tier. If they were on the same level as us, I'd slaughter them like chickens. There was no point in defending the city. No city could withstand the concentrated force of the 6th tier elite legion. 24 legendary and over 1,000 epic level magic cannons roared to life, firing from the city behind, transforming into dozens of super energy cannons with a radius of hundreds of meters. As they were launched, the entire battlefield shook. The shells traced dazzling paths through the air as they pelted the orc army. However, before the cannons could strike, the 9th rank werewolf leader, standing at the forefront of the orc army, sneered and swung his long sword with such extreme speed that it was impossible to follow its trajectory. The sharp blade shattered the incoming super energy cannon. This powerful blow, powerful enough to kill an 8th rank warrior, was directly shattered and exploded in the air. Boom! The terrifying explosion echoed across the battlefield, and flames shot up into the sky, forming a giant mushroom shape. Though the remaining dozens of super powerful strikes were blocked by other werewolf leaders, they all landed one after another, striking the orc army. For a moment, the explosions continued incessantly. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, and heat waves and shock waves swept all around. This combined force of all the magical artillery's super limited attack killed, without exception, even the warriors of the 6th tier Legion within range. In just 3 rounds, nearly 10,000 orc warriors were injured, causing some disarray in the orc army. Chapter 156. Nearly 10,000 might seem like a lot, but the opposing force had a full 300,000. Compared to that, nearly 10,000 was truly too few. Furthermore, after engaging in overlimit fire, the magic cannons had entered a cooldown period, unable to be used again for a short period. So, those 3 rounds of attacks were already the most powerful of the magic cannons. The fact that the cannons, a trump card, had caused only so few casualties undoubtedly disappointed Su Xingyu. As expected, external aids are unreliable. One must rely on one's own strength. However, he had anticipated this, so he quickly shook his head and put it aside. Then the real battle began. The black armored army slowly advanced, choosing to engage the orc army head-on. The werewolf leader, unafraid, roared and charged forward with his werewolf cavalry, followed closely by the orc army. With their superior physical strength, they needed no tactics or command. They simply followed and crushed the enemy. Facing such a formidable foe, Su Xingyu dared not hold back and unleashed his full might. In the core area, with the blessing of his true form, the Divine Avatar's strength soared, already reaching the peak of the 9th level. The Divine Avatar's body continued to expand, quickly reaching a height of 1,000 meters. It towered like a mountain in the center of the battlefield, seemingly challenging the sky for height. A terrifying dark shadow enveloped the entire battlefield. Then, a second later, a vast, dark rift opened in the sky, and the dark divine source, emanating the aura of fear, corruption, and death, gushed out like a spring, flowing into the earth. The land was eroded and transformed. In a short moment, the power of darkness enveloped the entire battlefield. A field dedicated to creatures of darkness had been created. The incarnation of divine power roared, its body beginning to crumble, transforming into tiny specks of starlight. Countless dark divine powers poured into the curtain in its hands, prying frantically with the power of authority. The next second, a dark element as thick as water emerged, extinguishing all light on the battlefield. Even mid-level warriors were limited to a visual range of 10 meters. Furthermore, within this dark field, all non-dark creatures would be eroded by the dark power. Conversely, dark creatures would thrive here, unleashing even greater strength. Fight! The warriors of the Eternal Night Paladins roared, sensing the dark power around them. They abandoned their will to resist, and willingly accepted the erosion, earning themselves greater strength. Their momentum began to rise steadily, surpassing the realm of a 6th-tier legion, but not reaching the 7th. They had entered a unique realm. This is a realm unique to a legion. They are still at the 6th level, but according to the system's classification, they have reached the 6th level epic legion. According to the system's classification, legions of the same level can be divided into small-time, ordinary, elite, royal guard, epic, calamity, mythic, according to their combat effectiveness. Under normal circumstances, the royal guard represents the pinnacle of a normal legion. Even the Eternal Knight Empire's most elite legion, the Eternal Knight Paladins, had previously only reached the royal guard level. And yet, under the blessing of the Dark Realm, after voluntarily giving up their will to resist, and accepting the infusion of dark forces, they finally reached a higher level. Come and fight! The strongest legion I've ever encountered. This battle is to the death. Yi Zhan laughed wildly, his eyes dark as he led the Eternal Knight Paladins into a head-on collision with the Wolf Cavalry Legion. Having voluntarily surrendered their will to resist, and succumbed to further erosion, their lives were beginning to count down. Therefore, they were fearless at this moment. The Warcraft horse mounts beneath them, having been promoted to the intermediate level, also went into a frenzy, leading the warriors forward, charging relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Before the encounter, no fancy attacks were exchanged. Normal ranged attacks from either the Eternal Knight Paladins or the Wolf Cavalry Legion were ineffective against them. The simplest way to kill them was to engage them in close combat, and then chop off their heads. With terrifying speed, the two sides collided. The Eternal Knight Paladins abandoned their defense, channeling all their fighting spirit into their arms, enveloping their long swords. Then, using the momentum of the charge, they struck out with a single blow, a sudden burst of darkness. With the swords out, heaven and earth moved in unison. This was their strongest attack yet. The Wolf Cavalry warriors, not to be outdone, charged their spears, and thrust them forward, their tips gleaming with a blood-red glow. Puff. Swish. There was no great noise. Both sides maintained perfect control over their own strength, concentrating all their energy into their weapons without letting it escape. The spear pierced the black-armored warrior's heart. His chi defense, his epic armor, his golden body were useless. Faced with the concentrated might of a 7th-level warrior, these 3 layers of defense proved futile. The spear pierced the black-armored warrior's body. However, the Wolf Cavalry warriors didn't gain any advantage. The black longsword shattered their defenses, slashing from the shoulders all the way to the waist, nearly cleaving the werewolf warriors in two. Ha ha ha. What a shame, I'm still a little short, my skills aren't perfect. Blood gushed from his mouth, a look of regret and resentment on the face of the Eternal Knight Paladin, who then slowly collapsed to the ground. The next second. Bang. Ah! Dark power erupted from the wound, and the extremely dense dark element surrounding it surged outward, as if finding an outlet. The wolf rider howled in pain, trying to staunch the wound, but it was far from easy. Under normal circumstances, relying on their more powerful chi and blood, they might have been able to do it. But this was a battlefield, not their home, and the environment didn't allow them to fully suppress their injuries. Another Eternal Knight Paladin arrived, slashing with his blade, and a ferocious wolf head soared into the sky. A 6th-tier epic legion could be considered a reserve for a 7th-tier legion. As long as they survived, they had a high probability of advancement. In the center of the battlefield, the 2 top legions engaged in a bloody and brutal life-and-death battle. A single blow was fatal. Each of their casual attacks was enough to take out a 6th-rank warrior. No technique involved, a fight of life and death. Elements. The entire battlefield was blanketed in the elements. Magic of various types rained down from the sky. On the ground, countless warriors constructed from the elements coordinated with each other, displaying immense combat power. A stunningly beautiful woman, wielding an elemental staff and dressed in magnificent robes, perched high in the sky, her gaze piercing the battlefield. Her hands tightly gripped the staff, and as she chanted, a vast amount of elemental power gathered from the sky. Suddenly, she raised the staff high and uttered her final incantation. A dazzling beam of light emanated from its tip, transforming into a massive beam of elemental light that slammed down to the ground. The ground instantly crumbled under the impact of the beam, forming a massive magic circle. Countless elemental warriors emerged from the magic circle, clad in elemental armor and wielding elemental weapons. Their faces beamed with maniacal grins as they quickly formed battle formations to meet the approaching enemy. Chaos and disorder. This battlefield was devoid of order. Chaos reigned. Even the most elite army could not maintain its organization. Countless orc warriors, forming small teams of 3 or 5, surrounded and attacked powerful monster warriors one by one. At the center of the battlefield, a towering orc general, his armor intricately inscribed. Wielding a long halberd, he exuded a terrifying aura beyond the 8th level. Every strike resonated with the heavens and earth, seemingly riven by divine intervention, threatening to tear the battlefield apart, overwhelming the opposing 9th level monster commander. Order. Over 1 million silver-armored warriors formed their battle formations, seemingly forming a single entity. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, each one tightly integrated like a precision part within a machine. Their gazes were firm and piercing, as if they could discern the enemy's intentions. In the center of the battlefield, a general clad in golden armor stood atop a high command platform. His face radiated majesty and confidence, and in his hand clutched a jeweled sword. Under his control, the vast army shifted formations, commanding them with unwavering determination, suppressing the horde of monsters before them. This suppression wasn't just a figment of the imagination, it was a genuine act of domination. A dense array of blood and energy formed above the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield, and the strength of all warriors diminished. This decline wasn't due to the warriors themselves, but rather to the changing environment. Under the blood chi formation, the warriors' ability to mobilize their energy became more difficult. For example, a 7th-tier warrior could once easily swing a slash of chi over 10 meters long. Now, with the same force, a few meters was the limit. If before, the gap between a 7th-tier legion and a 6th-tier legion was 100 to 30, now it was 10 to 3. While still significant, it was now within reach of a possible encirclement and destruction. Thunder Realm. Boom! Boom! Thunder roared, the sky rumbled, and occasional roars of thunder crashed to the earth. The warriors' bodies flashed with lightning, and with each swing of their long swords, terrifying lightning followed. Their lethality was so immense that even the strongest monster warriors dared not withstand direct impact. Frost World. The entire battlefield was covered in ice and snow, and the wind was biting. This extremely cold environment alone was enough to screen out many warriors of insufficient strength. Even if all members had reached the 6th level, in such an environment, every breath and every movement of the monster warriors consumed a tremendous amount of energy. The human warriors wore armor coated with a layer of ice crystals, and wielded weapons imbued with them. These weapons were incredibly tough, with a single round's hardness rivaling that of epic caliber weapons. Every strike they struck delivered extreme cold damage. Once a monster warrior was wounded, no matter how shallow, the extreme cold would corrode the wound, causing it to rapidly freeze over. At best, they would lose their ability to move, and at worst, they would die. In such extreme cold, simply staying alive was difficult, let alone engaging in effective combat. The monster army was indeed stronger, but amidst the surge, the human warriors held them steady. Deep in the sea, a terrifying whirlpool churned, like a vast, swallowing abyss. Blood dyed the entire sea red, as countless deep-sea beasts battled within the vortex. Monsters surged in like a tide, constantly dying, only to surge forward, charging towards the whirlpool. Whether in the eastern region or elsewhere, players faced an extremely difficult challenge against the 7th wave of monsters. It was foreseeable that the 7th wave would be their limit. Time passed slowly, and players were gradually eliminated by the powerful monster horde. Eastern region, Outer Realm. The elf player Magic completed the challenge and, enduring a severe headache, arrived in the Outer Realm. Before her, the orc player Chaos had already completed the challenge. Judging by the time they lasted, their efforts were almost identical. Her arrival attracted no attention. All the players were glued to the screen, where only 2 players remained standing. War and Eternal Night. The battle between the two could be described in one word: frenzy. To resist the monster's attacks, they pulled out all the stops, employing every possible method. Even the supposedly invincible 7th-tier legion was forcibly annihilated by their frenzied onslaught. Yes, both had arrived at the 2nd wave of the 7th wave of monsters. Eternal Night Empire. Black Earth Plains. The dark sky still enveloped the battlefield. Corpses littered the ground, blood flowing like a river. Of nearly 1 million black-armored warriors, fewer than 300,000 remained. However, the results of the battle were remarkable. The first 300,000 monster hordes had been completely destroyed, including the 7th-tier Wolf Riders. To annihilate that 7th-tier Wolf Riders, the Eternal Night Empire's army had paid a heavy price. Not only had several of its most elite hordes been annihilated, but other hordes had also suffered heavy losses. Su Xingyu looked at the surviving warriors. They were covered in blood, their armor tattered, exhausted, and some even severely wounded. Yet their eyes remained firm, maintaining order. Looking at them, Su Xingyu whispered, "Men, do you still dare to fight?" His voice was low, but it echoed throughout the entire battlefield. "Fight! Fight! Fight! Fight for our Lord, until death! Sacrifice our lives and blood for the king!" The black armored army charged once again at the oncoming monster horde. Defense? No need for defense. Kill one, no loss. Kill two, a profit. The Eternal Night Warrior abandoned all thought, his only thought being to kill the enemy. However, the monster army was ultimately too powerful. 2 7th-tier legions, nearly 100,000 6th-tier Imperial Guards, and 300,000 6th-tier elite troops. Not to mention the current, incomplete Imperial army. Even at its peak, with a million-man army, it would have been impossible to defeat them. After exchanging nearly 100,000 monster warriors, the last Eternal Night Warrior fell unwillingly, marking the end of this monster trial. Eternal Night. Progress, 7th wave, 2/3. Points, 302 million. System notice. Player Eternal Night, this monster trial has concluded. You may return to the Outer Realm and await the ranking results. Fuck. Even in the Shadow Realm, the days of hard fighting, especially bearing the corrupted power of so many of his clan members, still left Su Xingyu feeling immense pressure. If it weren't for the system's protection, he would have fallen into a deep sleep. When Su Xingyu arrived in the extraterritorial space, the war was still going on, but within a few hours, his clan's army was annihilated, ending the challenge. As the war ended, players in the 4 regions heard the system's voice in their heads. System notice. This regional ranking competition has concluded. Player rankings are now announced. Chapter 157. Player rankings for this ranked tournament are prioritized by wave duration. Eastern Region ranking order: first, War, points, 305 million, Human, second, Eternal Night, points, 302 million, Human, third, Magic, points, 235 million, Elves, fourth, Chaos, points, 218 million, Orcs, fifth, Thunder, points, 102 million, Orcs, sixth, Glory, points, 101 million, Human, seventh, Necromancer, points, 97 million, Undead, 8th, Eternity, points, 85 million, Human, 9th, Life, points, 83 million, Elves, 10th, Tide. She, points, 67 million, Sea Tribe, 11th, Hunting, points, 63 million, Orc Tribe, 12th, Rage, points, 62 million, Orc Tribe, 13th, Smelting, points, 62 million, Dwarf Tribe, 14th, Apocalypse, points, 32 million, Human Tribe, 15th, Halua, points, 32 million, Orc Tribe, 27,654th, Don't Eat Chicken Wings, points, 36,712, Human Tribe. The rankings for this ranking competition are quite interesting. Based on the wave rankings, there are 7 tiers, and the system rewards are also divided into 7 levels. Ranking rewards: Wave 7, 1 9-colored treasure chest, 1 growth type rule-based artifact, of your choice, 1 plane upgrade. Wave 6, 1 7-colored treasure chest, 1 growth type rule-based artifact, of your choice, 1 plane upgrade. Wave 5, 1 5-colored treasure chest, 1 rule-based artifact, of your choice, 1 plane upgrade. Wave 4, 1 3-colored treasure chest, 1 rule-based artifact, 1 large world heart. Wave 3, 1 dark gold treasure chest, 1 sacred artifact of faith, of your choice. Wave 2, 1 gold treasure chest. Wave 1, 1 orange treasure chest. The system is so generous. Even idiots like us get a guaranteed reward, someone said happily. Orange treasure chests, wow, it's been so long, and I've only gotten a few. I didn't expect to get another one now. 9-colored treasure chests. What kind of treasures will come out of this? I can't even imagine it. I absolutely can't imagine it. Damn it, I was so close to reaching the 4th wave and getting a rule artifact. Damn, if I had known this would happen, I should have bought more items. I should have held on a little longer. What a loss this time. Someone looked at the rankings and felt a surge of regret. Phew, not bad, better than last time. At least the rewards aren't that much different. It's just the quality of the treasure chests, and there are a few more items. Someone was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. The players nearby, upon hearing this, all breathed a sigh of relief. This was also their own thought. While it might sound harsh, seeing that the rewards for this ranked match were so limited, they were all somewhat pleased. After all, the players ahead were already strong enough. If the rewards were this good this time, they would basically have no chance of playing anymore. The system is a bit stingy this time. Looking at the rewards for this ranking, the black marketeer frowned and said, "It's okay. After all, there's a balance to consider. If the rewards were similar to those in the community ranking tournament, with Yongya and the other's strength, the other players wouldn't even have a chance to play." The teacher was silent for a moment, then calmly analyzed. "But this is too stingy. We persisted for so long, and the treasure chest only gets a new level." The pharmacist was also somewhat puzzled. Compared to the previous ranking tournament, the rewards for this round were barely any different, and the amount was also very small. Everyone was discussing this. The two protagonists, Yongya and Guanghui, didn't have any objections, or rather, they simply didn't have the energy to dwell on so much right now. The previous battle had taken a tremendous toll on their mental consciousness. Su Xingyu's eyes were pitch black, like a deep black hole, emitting an endless evil aura that lured people into darkness. Fortunately, this was the system's outside realm, otherwise some weaker players might have been directly transformed by him. Guanghui, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. His eyes were sacred, filled with compassion and wisdom, as if they could see through all truth, instilling a sense of peace and trust, making people unable to resist surrendering to his divine light. These two weren't the only ones experiencing these symptoms. Most of the other players, who made it to the later waves, also experienced them, and the symptoms became increasingly severe as the waves progressed. System notice: qualifying round rewards have been distributed. Information is now being issued to participating players. After the conclusion of this qualifying round, all participating players will be promoted to the intermediate realm 1 month later. The order of promotion will be determined by the ranking order. When players advance to the intermediate realm, they can choose the plane's placement. The ranking order determines the order of selection. Note: players must prepare sufficient world essence. After this advancement, players can use world essence to increase the time flow rate within the plane. System notice: the rank store is now open for a limited time. Players can purchase items using points. Rank store. Hammer of Strength effect. Burns divine essence, temporarily increasing the strength of clan warriors by 10% to 50%. Price: 10 million points. Boots of Agility effect. Burns divine essence, temporarily increasing the agility of clan warriors by 30% to 100%. Price: 10 million points. Armor of the Body price: 10 million points. Crown of the Spirit price: 10 million points. Vase of Life price: 30 million points. Hall of Judgment price: 30 million points. Balance of Balance price: 30 million points. Strength price: 50 million points. Agility price: 50 million points. Constitution price: 50 million points. Spirit price: 50 million points. Heavenly Monument price: 100 million points. Tower of Knowledge price: 30 million points. Tower of Sand Building Blueprints price: 30 million points. 9-colored treasure chest price: 100 million points. 5-colored treasure chest price: 60 million points. Tricolored treasure chest price: 30 million points. Rule artifacts: special divine domain buildings, building blueprints, equipment blueprints, man-made wonder blueprints, special props, natural wonders, artifacts, crystal veins, or cores, monster eggs, treasure chests, everything. Fuck. I told you the system couldn't be so stingy. Turns out it's waiting for me. Fuck. I only have 130,000 points. What's this worth? This isn't even as good as the community ranking match. These 300 million points are 1,000 times more than mine. I can't even imagine how many goodies Big Boss can redeem, let alone how much stronger he'll become after digesting all that. Holy crap! You can actually redeem rule artifacts in the mall. So many treasures. Rule artifacts, divine domain buildings. The moment the ranked mall appeared, all the players were stunned. Players who had been thankful that Big Boss wouldn't be too far behind this time suddenly let out a pitiful wail. Su Xingyu, suppressing the throbbing pain in his head, carefully sifted through the items in the ranked mall. As the second-ranked player in the eastern region, he had over 300 million points, a truly enormous amount. With that many points, he could redeem more than a dozen rule artifacts. But despite his headache, his brain wasn't broken. He wouldn't do something as foolish as exchanging all of them for rule artifacts. Rule artifacts are indeed universally recognized by players as the most precious items, even more valuable than divine artifacts. Su Xingyu's current level of development is largely due to the rule artifact, the trading scale, which he acquired early in his life. Through the trading scale, he acquired many treasures that couldn't be purchased, such as the golden body, which laid a solid foundation for his clan of warriors. All he had to pay for were some useless luxuries. But not all rule artifacts are so useful. The value of a rule artifact depends primarily on its compatibility with the player. A high degree of compatibility makes a rule instrument a priceless treasure. A low degree of compatibility makes it useless. And more rule instruments isn't necessarily better. There's a cost involved. Using a rule instrument consumes a lot of energy. Just like the magic cannon, there are many players who can afford it, but only a handful can actually use it. The cost of rule instruments is even more exorbitant. Although the Eternal Night Empire is now vast and well off, they also need to cultivate more familiars, so they can't afford such a cost. While pondering the future, Su Xingyu began searching for items that would be useful to him and the Eternal Night Empire, and he wasn't limited to rule instruments. The system grants a long time frame, a full day, giving players ample time to carefully select. Of course, this applies to players with high rankings, high points, and the ability to purchase a wide range of items. Ordinary players, with limited points, can't afford to buy anything, so they don't have to choose at all. After more than 10 hours of deliberation, Su Xingyu spent all 300 million points, exchanging them for some extremely rare treasures and a large number of miscellaneous items, all of which were useful to him and the Empire. I'll contact you later. Okay, see you later. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Bloody Dawn's men, Su Xingyu, his head splitting with pain, didn't linger long. He immediately chose to return, leaving the extraterritorial space and returning directly to his own plane. After months of brutal and bloody battles, all the citizens of the Empire had suffered a significant shock, primarily psychologically. After all, in the Shadow World, apart from the invincibility of death, everything, whether pain or otherwise, was extremely real. This experience wasn't pleasant, at least for ordinary people. The feeling of not owning one's own life, of watching death approach with no recourse, even made many begin to question life itself. But reality also had its benefits. Real battles, real pain, and real death, they learned a great deal. The pressure posed by the monster horde was particularly exhilarating for the Eternal Night Warriors. While this may sound a bit overly arrogant, the soldiers of the Eternal Night Empire hadn't felt this kind of enemy pressure in a long time. With Su Xingyu's unrivaled strength, no one dared to invade him normally, and when he did, it was usually a crushing defeat. So, let alone being suppressed, he couldn't even find a rival of equal strength. The forces of this plane, while initially posing a significant pressure, were generally manageable, their strength remaining within a manageable range. After all, Su Xingyu wasn't a fool. He wouldn't provoke an opponent he couldn't defeat. Therefore, the soldiers of the Eternal Night Empire had never felt much pressure. All battles were planned before they were deployed. This monster invasion was different. The seemingly endless swarms of monster warriors made all the Eternal Night Warriors feel the pressure. The pressure of not advancing, or death, forced every surviving warrior to grow rapidly. After all, those who didn't grow quickly had already been eliminated earlier. This was also why, in the late stages of defending the Black Earth Plains, the Eternal Night Empire was able to mobilize so many elite 6th level warriors. Although the cultivation level gained in the Shadow World couldn't be brought back, the insights gained were real. Theoretically, as long as you achieved a breakthrough in the Shadow World, and after returning to the real world, practicing systematically for a period of time, breaking through to the level you reached in the Shadow World should not be a problem. However, this had to be planned carefully, otherwise it could backfire. Thus, although Su Xingyu was extremely distressed, he forced himself to give the elders a brief explanation of the situation, asking them to make sure it was properly arranged. After completing everything, Su Xingyu could no longer endure and immediately entered the Dark Divine Realm, sealing off everything and falling into a deep slumber. The Eternal Night Empire also began a new round of transformation. The Empire opened its treasury and took out all the resources it had accumulated over the years, providing them to its brave warriors, allowing them to successfully complete their transformation and transform the insights gained from the Shadow World into real combat power. Chapter 158. Su Xingyu wasn't the only one who fell into a deep slumber. Almost simultaneously, most players entered the Divine Realm, cutting themselves off from the outside world and falling into a deep slumber. Their slumber didn't quiet the outside world. As more and more players finished their ranked matches and returned to their home planes, news of the regional ranked matches quickly spread throughout the elementary realm. All players were in a frenzy, especially with the interconnected information channels between regions, allowing players to learn about the progress of players in other regions. Some bored players even started arguing over irrelevant rankings of powerful players. For this ranked match, the system roughly categorized all participating players, and those with access to extensive intelligence directly divided them into different levels. Based on overall strength, The participating players were divided into 6 levels: insignificant, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, top-tier, and outsiders. Insignificant: players who failed to make it past the first wave of monsters. Undoubtedly, they paid to enter. Third-rate players: players who fail at the second wave of monsters. They survive the first wave, proving they have some skill, but that's about it. Most of them are paid players. Second-rate players: players who make it to the third wave are already quite strong. This is the level a normal player would reach if they developed without much luck or major mistakes, and fought bravely and fought hard. First-rate players: players who make it to the fourth wave have opportunities, fight bravely, and complete their initial accumulation before others. They then use the first ranked match to snowball their skills. This stage is the peak of a normal player's development. Top-tier players: surviving the fifth wave is impossible without some hidden tricks. Most of them were originally the top players in their respective regions. Already powerful, they've further elevated themselves over the past 30 years thanks to generous rewards. Top-tier players: those who survived the fifth wave of challenges undoubtedly possessed hacks and mastered at least 3 fundamental rule instruments. Their strength is comprehensive, without any weaknesses, and their power is comprehensive and comprehensive. According to intelligence gathered by interested parties, the last tier, the top-tier players, is relatively rare in all regions. The Eastern region has the most players, with 13, followed by the Western region with 12, then the Northern region with 10, and finally the Southern region with 7. Of course, the power tiers were simply invented by players out of boredom. The biggest impact of this regional ranking tournament was the players' advancement to the intermediate realm. Although some players had predicted this before the tournament, the system's actual announcement and the removal of all participating players from the leaderboard still caused a sensation among the players. If they weren't afraid of being beaten, they might even have thrown a banquet to celebrate. These guys are finally leaving. Our hard times are finally over. The pressure from the big guys ahead is so immense that they dare not do anything. They're clearly not weak, but no one dares to fight. They can only cower and focus on their development, fearing that they might provoke the big guys and bring about fatal disaster. No one likes this feeling, especially after they've become gods, who dislike these rules even more. Although most of the participating players were slumbering, and there were no protective shields or anything like that, no suicidal individuals dared to invade them. Amid steady progress, 6 months passed by like a fleeting moment. In the dark divine realm, Su Xingyu awoke from his slumber and opened his eyes. Amidst the pitch black, his pupils shone with a deep, dim light, like brilliant stars in the dark void, dazzling beyond measure. It's so comfortable. I haven't slept this well in ages. I wish I could just sleep forever. Su Xingyu's voice echoed in the darkness, tinged with a sense of contentment and ease. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't completely cut off contact with the outside world, completely devoting himself to rest. With his head propped up by his right palm, Su Xingyu sat on the throne for a moment, lost in thought, before he began to examine the changes that had occurred within the empire during his absence. This observation lasted for several hours. After observing the changes in the empire, Su Xingyu fell silent. This wasn't because the Eternal Night Empire was facing any major problems. Before falling into a deep sleep, Su Xingyu had cut himself off from the outside world, but just in case, he had left several emergency contact information. If a crisis arose, he could still awaken. The reason for Su Xingyu's silence was that they had done so well. During the 6 months he had been asleep, under the supervision of the Council of Elders, the entire empire had completed a smooth transition, fully absorbing the gains made in the Shadow World. The Eternal Night Paladins and the Temple Guard had already reached the threshold of a 6th-tier epic legion, and only time was needed to officially enter. The other 6th-tier legions had also made considerable progress, steadily advancing along the path they had traversed in the Shadow World. With the Empire's resources freely available, the transformation of its soldiers was incredibly rapid. The path had been clearly explored. They simply needed to proceed according to the plan, so the rapid pace was understandable. Development is quite good. Since the Elders' Council was doing well, Su Xingyu was in no hurry to return. He pulled out the system rewards from this qualifying round. A 9-color treasure chest. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the highest tier treasure chest. After all, it had 9 colors. 9 was the limit of numbers. According to the system's treasure chest color classification, 9 colors was the highest tier. Su Xingyu couldn't imagine any color higher than 9 colors. A 9-color treasure chest is 4 levels higher than a dark gold treasure chest. I wonder what good things it might contain. Until now, the highest tier treasure chest Su Xingyu had ever opened was a dark gold treasure chest. He had never received a colored treasure chest. Not even a 3-color one, let alone a 9-color one. Even he couldn't help but feel a little excited at this moment. Opening the treasure chest, a brilliant light shone, dazzling within the darkness. System prompt: opening the 9-colored treasure chest. Rewards: Rule Artifact, Transcendent Will *1, Rule Artifact, Smelting Furnace *1, Natural Wonder, River of the Dead *1, Natural Wonder, Dark Mountain *1, Artifact, Death Lance *1, Heart of the World, Large *1. Transcendent Will category: Instrument of Rules. Effect: temper your will and transcend your limits. Description: the will of a living being is the most unfathomable thing in the world. Even gods cannot conceal the radiance of its utterly brilliant will. Smelting Furnace category: Instrument of Rules. Effect: forge 1 saint level item per year, 1 legendary level item per month, 1 epic level item per day, and unlimited forging of items below epic level, exploring its specific effects. Description: a magical furnace, a treasured possession of the god of forge, used to slack off. River of the Dead, placeable, category: Natural Wonder. Level: effect: throw in a living corpse to create a dead creature. Description: a river imbued with the law of the dead, emanating a terrifying aura of the dead. This is a forbidden zone for the living and a home for the dead. Mountain of Darkness, placeable, category: Natural Wonder. Level: effect: comprehend the law of darkness. Description: an ancient sacred mountain imbued with the law of darkness, home to countless creatures of darkness. Death Spear category: Artifact. Level: True Artifact. Description: an artifact used by the god of death, imbued with the law of death. Heart of the World category: Special Item. Level: None. Effect: elevates a medium-sized plane to a large plane. Description: the foundation of plane existence, the world's most precious treasure. Holy crap! The brilliant light nearly blinded Su Xingyu. He couldn't believe his eyes. A single 9-colored treasure chest could yield so many treasures. 2 rule-based artifacts, 2 5-star natural wonders, a true divine artifact, and a special item, all incredibly precious treasures. Measured by points earned in the ranked mall, the value of this 9-colored treasure chest is already over 200 million, perhaps even more. Fuck. If I'd known the 9-colored treasure chest was so good, I should have redeemed it for an extra one. What a loss. Su Xingyu suddenly felt a surge of regret as he looked at the items before him. Thinking of the 9-colored treasure chest in the mall, he felt like he'd missed out on 100 million. What a loss. But after a moment's pause, he calmed down and his mood gradually calmed. It must be because this is my first time opening a 9-colored treasure chest. A normal 9-colored treasure chest wouldn't yield so many items. After a calm analysis, he felt much better. But while it was just self-consolation, there was actually some truth to it. Given the nature of the system, it's impossible for players to profit. So the 9-colored treasure chest is indeed worth around 100 million points. It might yield something good, or it might yield something bad. Rather than gamble 100 million points and get a bunch of unidentified items back, it's better to be down to earth and exchange them for items that will be useful to both myself and the Empire. Shaking his head and letting the matter go, Su Xingyu examined the 6 treasures with a burning gaze. Transcendence of Will takes the form of a small, stepped hill, bound by the mysterious power of the system. Currently, it's only the size of a palm, but in its full state, it's enormous. In Su Xingyu's opinion, this Transcendence of Will alone is worth 80 million points. It can temper the will of living beings, and the risks are manageable. It's a very rare treasure. With this item, the probability of a 6th-level warrior of the Eternal Night Empire breaking through to the 7th level should be significantly increased. After experiencing the devastation of the monster horde, Su Xingyu came to a profound realization. Quality, not quantity, is key. The Tier 7 Legion was truly flawed. If the gap between a Tier 4 and a Tier 3 Legion was 10-1, then the gap between a Tier 7 and a Tier 6 Legion was 100-10. While the difference might seem tenfold, the numbers were completely different. It was true that a Tier 3 Legion couldn't defeat a Tier 4 Legion, but it wasn't so overwhelming that it could be completely crushed. With enough numbers, it could still be overwhelmingly defeated. As for a Tier 7 Legion, a single unit could easily overwhelm an entire empire. Without a sufficiently powerful elite legion to stop them, it was impossible to surround and defeat them with numbers alone. Because an ordinary 6th-level warrior wouldn't even be able to break through the defenses of a 7th-level warrior. The basic attributes of a 7th-level warrior are vastly different from those of a 6th-level warrior. If you factor in special bonuses, the gap between the two becomes exponentially larger. Therefore, the Eternal Night Empire's primary focus will be on developing its 7th level Legion. To develop a 7th level Legion, it must have a sufficient number of 7th level warriors. The key to a 6th level warrior breaking through to the 7th level can be summarized as two things: physique and willpower. As long as physical strength, chi, and blood are built up to the 7th level, and willpower is also built up to the 7th level, then the so-called talent threshold becomes a joke. Physique, chi, and blood have always been the main development direction of the Eternal Night Empire. As for willpower, Su Xingyu had originally intended to compensate with Rule Instrument, Heavenly Monument, but now with Transcendent Will, it couldn't be better. After all, Heavenly Monument requires some understanding, while Transcendent Will only requires willpower, and is more universal, so it can be used directly by monster warriors from affiliated tribes. Besides Transcendence of Will, another rule-based artifact, the Smelting Furnace, is also a treasure. As long as the blueprints and sufficient materials are available, unlimited production is possible. This means that from now on, the Eternal Night Empire will no longer have to worry about gold-grade equipment. Coincidentally, the Eternal Night Empire's improved equipment also falls within the gold-grade range. With the Smelting Furnace, the Eternal Night Empire's army can undergo a comprehensive upgrade. Even the subordinate monster tribes and the Sea Naga tribes can be completely replaced. As for the two natural wonders, the River of the Dead and the Dark God Mountain, the former can provide the Empire with a skeleton army, while the latter can serve as a training ground for the Empire. Skeleton warriors have many shortcomings, such as being mindless, clumsy, and disorderly, but they have one advantage: they are irresistible to all dark gods. Free and plentiful. The cost of summoning a skeleton warrior is nearly zero. With sufficient raw materials, a skeleton army can be easily assembled. Now with the River of the Dead, even this cost is eliminated. Furthermore, the skeletons emerging from the River of the Dead can be considered an independent species. Compared to skeletons summoned by necromancy magic, they have greater self-sustaining growth potential. Su Xingyu carefully considered the placement of the River of the Dead and decided that it would be best placed within the Monster Alliance's territory. As for the Dark Divine Mountain, he hadn't yet decided. While it occupied a considerable area, it was also a good training ground. Any location could create a central city. Su Xingyu considered placing it near Eternal Night City, but quickly rejected the idea. Eternal Night City was already prosperous enough, and adding another natural wonder wouldn't significantly alter it. Rather, it would be better to place it outside and create a new central city. The Eternal Night Empire needed comprehensive prosperity, not the sheer brilliance of a single city. Chapter 159. Besides the Rule Instrument and the Natural Wonder, the other two items are equally impressive. The World Heart, needless to say, can elevate a plane from a medium to a large plane. Although there are some limitations, such as requiring complete mastery of the plane and providing a large amount of resources, which takes a considerable amount of time, it is undeniable that it is still an invaluable treasure. Complete planes can be categorized by size as small, medium, large, extremely large, and giant. Su Xingyu's current plane is a large one, so the World Heart, large, he obtained has no effect on this plane. However, just because it's useless to this plane, doesn't mean it won't be useful to him. After all, just because he only has one plane now doesn't mean he'll have only one in the future. As his power grows, the Empire's territory will expand, not just to his own plane. Any plane accessible to the Empire's warriors will be incorporated into his territory. Conquering large and medium planes presents completely different levels of difficulty. With this World Heart, he only needs to capture a medium-sized plane, and with its help, he can upgrade it to a large one. Another large plane would be of immense help to him. Of course, these are still far off for him. He hasn't even gained control of this plane yet. Artifact, Death Lance. The Death Lance is a genuine artifact, not comparable to the growth artifacts players possess. Growth artifacts are categorized into levels: Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Semi-Artifact, and True Artifact. Su Xingyu currently possesses 3 artifacts: Divine Sword, Midnight, Divine Artifact, Dark Curtain, and Divine Armor, Devouring Star. Midnight and Dark Curtain were acquired long ago, while Devouring Star was later found in a treasure chest. Of the 3 artifacts, the Divine Sword of Midnight is the highest, having already reached the threshold of a semi-artifact. It's expected to be promoted to a semi-artifact in the near future. The Dark Curtain and the Devouring Star are somewhat weaker, both still at the level of 3rd level artifacts. They'll need considerable time to reach semi-artifact status. In other words, The most powerful artifact Su Xingyu currently possesses is still 2 levels short of the Death Lance. What does 2 levels mean? The difference between Epic and Silver levels is that, given the same user strength, an Epic can destroy a Silver one with a single strike. The gap between artifacts is likely even greater, potentially destroying even the person. Of course, no matter how powerful a weapon is, its user must be sufficiently powerful. A true artifact, as the name suggests, is a weapon for true gods. Su Xingyu's divine body hasn't yet coalesced, leaving him unqualified to wield the Death Lance. Therefore, it can only be used as a trump card, a weapon he can use to burn his divine essence when cornered. Besides the items opened from the 9-colored treasure chest, Su Xingyu also arranged the other items redeemed with points from the ranked mall. The heavenly monument was placed in the square of Evernight City for the warriors to comprehend. The Tower of Knowledge was placed in the city center, maximizing its coverage of Evernight City. The Dark Temple was placed next to the Heavenly Hall. Only those clansmen who had passed the divine trial and gained the approval of the gods could enter the temple. As for the miscellaneous items, such as barracks building blueprints, special building blueprints, special item designs, and mineral cores, Su Xingyu had also arranged them according to their nature and purpose, placing them in their proper places. He stored away items he couldn't use for the time being, such as artifact embryos and deep-sea giant kun eggs, to be used when the time was right. The player's impending promotion to the intermediate realm caused the entire primary realm to become unusually lively, like the Lunar New Year. After all, advancing to the intermediate realm was easy, but disposing of property in the primary realm was not so simple. It required finding the right buyer. The players advancing to the intermediate realm this time were mostly the strongest of the strongest. Previously, they had acquired control of numerous plane fragments through systematic plane exploration. These plane fragments could provide them with a wealth of resources on a regular basis. Take Su Xingyu, for example. Even though he didn't devote much energy to expanding plane fragments, he still possessed dozens of large plane fragments. And this was after he had sold quite a few plane fragments. Otherwise, the number would have been in the hundreds. These remaining plane fragments were all large plane fragment worlds large enough to accommodate 8th order beings, and there were even 3 super large plane fragments capable of accommodating 9th order beings. Don't underestimate these plane fragments. They contain a wealth of resources, from spiritual materials to mineral veins, all of which are extremely valuable. However, the primary and intermediate realms aren't located in the void, so even if you know the plane coordinates after advancing, you can't enter them anymore. This effectively means you've completely given up on these plane fragments. Even if Su Xingyu were truly wealthy, giving up on them like this would still be heartbreaking. So, he'd have to find someone to take over and sell these plane fragments. He wasn't the only one with this thought. Many players about to advance shared the same sentiment. Besides the plane fragments, there were also those organizations, families, and trading markets, all of which needed to be arranged. Crimson Dawn Headquarters, Trading City. City Lord's Mansion, Backyard. After the regional qualifying rounds, everyone gathered for the first time. You two are really good at sleeping. You actually slept for 6 months straight, from the end of the qualifying rounds until now. Amazing. The Black Trader teased his good brother Guanghui. You two were in a rather frightening state back then, but you look much better now. Have you recovered? The martial artist was straightforward, his tone laced with concern for his old friend. The 3 of them had known each other since entering the elementary realm. They had explored plane fragments together and invaded other players together. It had been decades now, and their friendship was deep. There are still some after effects, but I'm almost recovered, Guanghui smiled. I'm still a little worse, but it's not a big deal. Su Xingyu nodded. You two are really good at hiding things. If it weren't for this regional qualifying tournament, I would have thought we were on par. The Elephant Master raised his glass and laughed. Punishment? You'll have to drink a few. Ha, you idiot. If you want to drink, just say so. Why bother trying to cover it up with this excuse? Guanghui laughed, picked up his glass, and downed several glasses in a row. Su Xingyu smiled, and also downed a few glasses. The sea god raised his glass and laughed. Although it seems a little late to celebrate now, let's toast to the 3 of you for your great results. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and celebrated with the sea god. The clinking of glasses echoed with laughter and blessings. Ha, when I reach the intermediate realm, I'll have to rely on the 3 of you for support, the pharmacist said jokingly. I'll be relying on you too. We're almost at the bottom of the rankings this time, and I don't know what the intermediate realm environment is like. If it's too dangerous, we'll be in big trouble. Black Merchant said with a hint of worry. To be honest, he was regretting it now. Perhaps, He shouldn't have advanced to the intermediate realm so quickly. Compared to the others, his strength was clearly lacking, and his authority wasn't well suited for combat. If the intermediate realm proved too brutal, he'd be in for a lot of trouble. But the opportunity was there. He was reluctant to give up outright. You two guys, sometimes you really should listen to the Elephant Lord's advice. Stop overthinking. Now that you've made your choice, don't regret it. Just move on. The martial artist had known the black merchant for years, and immediately saw what he was thinking. He patted the black merchant on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "The system won't let us die. The difficulty of the intermediate realm isn't too high. It's at least within the reach of ordinary players. There's no need to be afraid." "That's right, you two. You just like to overthink things. Just do it." The Elephant Lord laughed upon hearing this. "What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget, we've got you back. If even you're afraid, what will happen to those Lone Rangers?" Guangwei smiled confidently. "Crimson Dawn will always support you." The Blood God looked a little depressed, but he still raised his glass and said seriously, "Ha ha, that's how it should be. We're the most powerful organization in the Eastern region. Not to mention sweeping the world, we shouldn't have any problem protecting our members." The Elephant Lord laughed heartily. "Everyone, let's have a drink to Bloody Dawn. Joining this organization was truly the best decision I ever made. Cheers to Bloody Dawn. Cheers to Bloody Dawn." From the calm Blood God, to the more aloof Su Xingyu, to the resourceful teacher, everyone raised their glasses, and clinked them with laughter. The courtyard was once again filled with laughter and joy, and it was clear that everyone was in a good mood. Now that the regional qualifying tournament was over, regardless of the outcome, the heavy burden weighing on everyone's hearts had finally been lifted. Next, they just had to wait for their promotion to the intermediate realm. After drinking late into the night, everyone finally got down to business. "What are your thoughts? Should we continue or give up?" the Blood God asked, looking at everyone. "Honestly, with our current size, the resources the trading market can offer are already very limited. And after we leave the primary realm, we can't keep our eyes on this place. Even if something good does appear, it won't matter to us much." The Sea God said slowly, "So, my suggestion is to abandon the primary realm's trading market and open a new one once we reach the intermediate realm." "I agree." Storm nodded. "I agree." The pharmacist agreed. "It doesn't matter." The Elephant Lord abstained. Su Xingyu was indifferent. Guangwei frowned, thinking, and said nothing. "I object." The teacher disagreed, and everyone immediately looked at him. The teacher thought for a moment and said, "I don't know what you all think, but I think we should look further and wider. When Bloody Dawn was first established, it was simply for the purpose of exchanging resources and, incidentally, earning divine essence through the trading city. Right now, we're not short of conventional resources, but that doesn't mean the market is useless. We can still obtain some scarce resources from the market, whether it's architectural blueprints or equipment designs. I don't think anyone would find that too much, right? So, even if we're about to advance to the intermediate realm, there's no need to abandon this market. We can support some trustworthy members, and make them peripheral members of the Crimson Dawn. They'll continue to control the market, and help us gather the scarce resources we need. Furthermore, we'll need more help in the intermediate realm in the future. No one knows what we might encounter there. The more people there are, the stronger we are. So, we need to expand the organization. The core members will remain the same, but we'll add peripheral members." With that, the teacher stopped talking, leaving everyone to weigh the pros and cons. After a while, the martial artist spoke first. "Teacher, I think this is a good idea." "I agree." The black businessman frowned. "It's a good idea, but where can we find trustworthy members?" Hearing this, Guangwei smiled. "Members aren't a big problem." He looked at the red-haired young man. "Right, old blood." "Fuck. How many times have I told you not to call me old blood?" The Blood God's mouth twitched. He glared at Guangwei, then said, "Guangwei is right. Members aren't that hard to find. Boss, it's already this hour. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't keep us in suspense." The Elephant Lord was a little anxious. The Storm and the martial artists all seemed lost in thought, as if they had come up with something. "Alas, your brain will eventually turn to brawn." Glancing at the Elephant Lord, the Blood God was speechless. Then he said, "Don't forget, Guangwei and I are more than just members of the Crimson Dawn. We also have families. I was originally planning to abandon that family and let them fend for themselves. But now it seems we can make some use of it. The Blood Gods and their companions all have families, top-tier ones at that. However, with the core members of their families about to ascend to the intermediate realm, their families are practically ruined, and they were all about to give up. But now it seems there's still room for further use. We still have time. We can recruit talent from within our families, each contributing a little to help them with their surge upgrades. Combined with the prestige of Eternal Night and Guanghui, stabilizing this trading market shouldn't be a problem. Everyone's eyes lit up at this revelation. It's feasible. That's a good idea. I agree. The reason they had previously wanted to abandon this trading market was because they felt it was too troublesome, and no one had come up with a good solution. Now the teacher and the blood god had proposed a seemingly feasible idea. It wouldn't require much effort on their part, and the benefits were considerable, so they naturally agreed. Even the sea god, who had previously suggested giving up, after some reflection, agreed with their proposal. Thus, everyone began a discussion on this issue. Chapter 160. After several hours of discussion, everyone selected 10 members from their respective clans, all of whom were ranked high in their respective districts. However, the current rankings weren't entirely rigorous. After all, they hadn't experienced any intense battles. It was simply because the contestants were removed from the rankings to advance to the mid-level realm that they were ranked higher. In terms of true strength, they were all on par with each other, with not a huge gap. At least, they wouldn't be like Su Xingyu and the others, who directly crushed the lower ranks. After selecting the candidates, everyone began to contribute, drawing treasures from their inventory to strengthen these reserve members. As for the members' opinions, it didn't matter. This was a purely profitable deal. No one should refuse. Besides, since they were all members of the clan, they had to give the boss some respect. Su Xingyu remained indifferent to everyone's proposals. He didn't have many other candidates, so he simply gave his spot to Guanghui. As for himself, he would just follow suit and provide the resources. With everyone's current wealth, even a small amount of resources would be enough to feed these players. There was no way around it. There was a gap in strength. After a while of further discussion, everyone finally finalized the matter. After finishing their organizational duties, it was their turn to take care of their own affairs. Selling things, earning essence. They hadn't forgotten the system's reminder. Note, players should prepare sufficient world essence. After this promotion, players can use world essence to increase the speed of time within their planes. Increasing the speed of time means that their planes will have more time to develop than other players in the same amount of time. For current players, time is still crucial. It builds their foundation and, over time, their strength will grow. Let's talk about tribal armies, for example. Given enough time, players can develop a 6-tier army. Because 6-tier warriors can be cultivated over time. No one would pass up this opportunity, especially the more affluent players. If they capitalize on it wisely, this presents a chance to overtake those ahead. Of course, those ahead are no fools. They possess greater resources, and are therefore not standing still. Using the trading market and the connections of other members, the members of Bloody Dawn began clearing out their inventory, including but not limited to equipment blueprints, finished special items, potions, crystals, and the most difficult items to identify, plane fragments. Normal players alone cannot afford plane fragments, especially large ones, at least not those who are ineligible. Thus, plane fragments are not sold to individuals, but to groups such as families and organizations. If a single player can't handle it, then a family, an organization, a dozen, or even 100 members sharing the burden should be able to handle it. A large plane fragment can fully support the development of a dozen or so members. As for whether anyone will buy it, don't worry about that. Plane fragments are still very popular, especially large ones. Don't underestimate Su Xingyu and the others. Attacking large plane fragments is as easy as eating or drinking water. But in reality, capturing large plane fragments isn't that easy for normal players. Mid-level legions, high-ranking generals, and numerous factions are intertwined. If a fight goes to the bitter end, most players will be trapped, suffering heavy casualties, and ultimately gaining nothing. This scenario isn't impossible. For the next period, players about to advance completely focused on trading, clearing out their inventory in exchange for world origin. Those remaining in the primary realms were as joyful as if it were Chinese New Year. Not only was the boss leaving, but treasures rarely seen in ordinary times were now being auctioned off on a large scale. It was a double blessing, really. It was then that they realized it wasn't that everyone didn't have the good stuff, but that someone had stored all their treasures in storage, preferring to let them gather dust rather than sell them. Damn it, how despicable. While cursing inwardly, they pooled their money to buy things. For all players, this was a feast, a chance no one wanted to miss. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, such a feast would be hard to come by again. Through various channels, Su Xingyu harvested a vast amount of world origin, further enriching his already substantial fortune. Of course, this came at a price. His small warehouse was practically empty. Aside from a few extremely valuable items, he sold everything he could. Soon, the time for advancement arrived. Amidst a mixture of anticipation and tension among the players, the time for advancement to the intermediate realm arrived. All players who qualified for advancement were pulled into the outer realm, where a vast star map unfolded before them, marked with local information. By concentrating, one can directly view detailed information about a specific location. For example, information about spiritual energy concentration, plane density, and local void disasters is available. Everyone began to carefully examine the star map, selecting a location suitable for their clan's survival. In the eastern region, according to the system's rules, War, ranked first, was the first to choose. After a quick scan of the star map, the middle-aged man named War consulted with his companions and quickly made his decision. The next second, his figure vanished into thin air. With his departure, a red dot appeared on the star map, marking the location chosen by War. After War had chosen, it was Eternal Knight, ranked second, who followed the order. System prompt: Player Eternal Knight can choose a promotion location. There weren't many suitable locations. After all, there were only a few locations on the star map with extremely high spiritual energy concentrations. Soon, Su Xingyu also made his decision, choosing a location farther west on the star map. The next second, his figure vanished, returning to his original plane. Under the system's immense power, the entire plane became ethereal. Then, Su Xingyu felt a dragging sensation that came and went quickly. After a few breaths, the plane returned to normal, and they arrived in an unfamiliar void. System notice: Player has been promoted to the intermediate realm. System notice: The following are the rule changes after the player's promotion to the intermediate realm. Please read and review them as soon as possible. A ball of light appeared, carrying information. Su Xingyu tapped it lightly, absorbing it, and instantly understood the changes brought about by this promotion to the intermediate realm. Let's first discuss the changes to the system rules. The information exchange channels have been categorized and merged, no longer divided into small and large areas. There will now be only one public channel. This will be the World Information Channel connecting all players in the 4 large areas. In addition, players in the intermediate realms cannot participate in the public information channels of the primary realms, but they can chat privately and establish family channels. In addition to the information exchange channels, other system functions have also undergone minor changes. For example, the shop and auction house functions are gone, meaning that players will now have to rely on the market for transactions, or, as they did when they first entered the primary realm, travel directly to the city of the gods. The plane exploration function has also disappeared. From now on, exploring a plane will require traveling to the endless void in person. Of course, you can also enter coordinates randomly to see if you can guess the coordinates of a plane. The invasion function remains unchanged. It remains the same as before, allowing you to invade by name or by coordinates. A bit strange. Observing the changes to the system rules, Su Xingyu touched his chin, frowning slightly, as if lost in thought. Judging from these published rules, the system's functionality has been significantly reduced after advancing to the intermediate realm. Although the system wasn't very noticeable before, it's even less noticeable now that its functionality has been reduced. Su Xingyu couldn't understand why the system was doing this. The information channels were merged, of course. Why even reduce the shop functionality? Keeping the shop would have been much easier. It would have saved players a lot of trouble. System notice: The time flow rate in the intermediate realm is 1:100. Please pay attention to time changes. System notice: Players entering for the first time can increase the time flow rate by consuming world essence, up to a maximum of 1 year, main world time. What's the time ratio that's most suitable for me? Su Xingyu, too lazy to figure it out himself, simply asked the system, and the system quickly provided an answer. 360. System prompt: Do you want to consume the world's essence and increase the time flow rate to 1:360? Yes. Without hesitation, Su Xingyu immediately agreed. The world's essence was indeed precious, but time was even more precious. As Su Xingyu agreed, a mysterious force enveloped the entire plane. Although no changes were visible, he knew that time had indeed sped up. The spiritual energy concentration is about 10 times that of the primary realm. I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. Feeling the exaggerated spiritual energy concentration outside, Su Xingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The spiritual energy concentration in the intermediate realms is generally higher than that in the primary realms. Even the poorest areas have a spiritual energy concentration twice that of the primary realms. The area where this plane is currently located was a location Su Xingyu had specifically chosen. Its spiritual energy concentration is the highest in the entire star map, 5 times that of the poorest areas. A high concentration of spiritual energy is naturally a good thing, benefiting both the cultivation of the clan and the growth of spiritual materials. But therein lies the problem. With such a high concentration of spiritual energy, the creatures living in the nearby void are definitely not weaker. Even the lowliest of goblins, if they can survive in such a rich spiritual environment, will undergo earth-shaking changes. Su Xingyu couldn't even imagine how powerful those already powerful races would become after so many years of spiritual energy infusion. Becoming a transcendent race is certain. But who knows? Will everyone be at the intermediate level, or something else? Even though Su Xingyu is extremely confident in his own strength, he now feels uneasy. He plans to develop for a while, and when he's strong enough, he can explore the nearby void plains. However, just as he was thinking this, the system's voice sounded again. System notice. The plane barrier has disappeared. Players must defend themselves against void disasters. Void disasters, void beasts, void storms, void meteors. Su Xingyu, fuck, you're really not letting me develop in peace. He couldn't help but curse. Countless players shared Su Xingyu's thoughts and cursed him profusely. Although they had just been promoted, all players were on edge, actively preparing for war, ready to resist any invasion. In the primary realm, with the system's protection, they only needed to defend against attacks from other players or other forces in the plane. For them, this was very simple. After all players started from the same starting point. Their strength wouldn't differ significantly. Moreover, they were considered strong players, and weren't afraid of invasions from other players. As for the threats to this plane, those indigenous forces, while well established, weren't particularly powerful, nor did they have a strong desire to attack. Generally speaking, as long as they didn't actively cause trouble in the primary realm, they were safe. In the intermediate realm, without the system's protection, the forces within their own plane were fine. After all, they were well informed and wouldn't be particularly powerful, so they could handle it. The problem lay with the outside world, where they would face unknown disasters emanating from the void. Who knew how severe these void disasters would be? For safety's sake, the players had to increase their monitoring of the outside world to avoid being caught off guard by void disasters. After everyone advanced to the intermediate realm, a new round of competition began within the primary realm. After all, high rankings in the community earned rewards. Even if they were just regular rewards, far less impressive than the rewards from the first ranking settlement, they were still incredibly rare treasures for players. Especially for the top-ranked player, who would receive a dark gold treasure chest. Under normal circumstances, even the orange treasure chests, let alone dark gold treasure chests, were rarely seen. Before, with a group of powerful individuals ahead, they could have easily lost. Now, everyone's strength was roughly equal, and no one was willing to give in. If they wanted to claim the rewards, they'd better fight first. Thus, a chaotic round of battles began. This battle was even larger than the previous one, which divided up the regional competition spots, and was even more brutal and intense. The forces fighting last time were, to put it bluntly, just alliances formed by a few large families and individual experts. This time, nearly every player was involved, and many powerful individuals suddenly emerged, defeating many players who were in line for the succession rankings. It was foreseeable that the chaos in the primary realm would not cease anytime soon. After all, everyone's strength was roughly equal, and without the emergence of a powerful individual, it would be impossible to overwhelm everyone. Chapter 161. Sitting on the throne, Su Xingyu rested his right hand on his cheek, looking forward with a deep gaze, as if he could see through the divine realm into the dark void beyond. He was thinking about the path ahead. The path of the Eternal Night Empire, and his own path. After finishing the regional qualifying tournament and advancing to the intermediate realm, Su Xingyu, to be honest, felt a bit lost for a moment. Yes, lost. He didn't know what to do next, what his goal was. Back in the elementary realm, when he was first drawn into this mysterious world, he simply fought to survive. Then, after unifying the Red River region and connecting with other players, he began to fight to avoid being crushed by other players. Then came the 2 qualifying tournaments. It could be said that since arriving in this world, the system has already arranged the goals for all players. And now, after advancing to the intermediate realm, with no new arrangements from the system, Su Xingyu was a bit unaccustomed to it for a while. Hee hee. He suddenly chuckled, self-deprecatingly saying, "People are really strange. When they're busy, they always try to find time to relax. But when they're free, they don't know what to do." Sitting quietly on the throne, he pondered for a moment, a smile spreading across his face. He swiped his left hand forward, and a table appeared before him. With his left hand supporting his chin and a pen in his right, he began to write and draw, occasionally pausing for a moment to daydream. In this way, half-heartedly working, he finally came up with a barely passable development plan after a long time. Without the system's urging, Su Xingyu, as the top player among all players, didn't feel any significant sense of crisis. What? You mean the Void Disaster? Su Xingyu never considered the Void Disaster a threat to him, only a nuisance. And what he hated most was trouble, especially this kind of trouble that was everywhere, and could strike at any moment. The Empire's territory was too vast, and even with Su Xingyu's strength, it was impossible to manage it all. Under normal circumstances, Su Xingyu would have taken the initiative and resolved any trouble before it arrived. But the problem now was that he didn't have the strength to take the initiative. Within the plane, he was fearless, especially within the Empire. Defense was sufficient, offense was insufficient. So, following this line of thought, he devised two development paths. Still, become stronger. If the Empire were to become stronger, he would also become stronger. The direction of the Empire's growth was clear. After all, the system had already shown him. Su Xingyu, having witnessed the combat power of a 7th-tier legion, knew clearly that no matter how many 6th-tier legions there were, they could not match the 7th-tier legion. The 7th-tier legion was the true trump card that served as the cornerstone of the Empire. It was no exaggeration to say that a single 7th-tier legion could safeguard the Empire's foundation for 300 years. Why 300 years, and not 4 or 500? Because the 7th-tier epic realm had a lifespan of 300 years. Thus, the Eternal Night Empire's next goal was clear, to create several 7th-tier legions. Compared to a 7th-tier legion, epic equipment and legendary magic cannons were all rubbish. External resources were ultimately unreliable. One must be strong within oneself. It must be said that the 7th rank Wolf Rider Corps left a deep impression on Su Xingyu. The Eternal Night Corps, despite having all the advantages of timing, location, and people, was ultimately outmatched by a Wolf Rider Corps lacking any special abilities. Even the strongest Eternal Night Paladin, forced into self-destruction, only managed a 1.8 to 1 exchange ratio. In the end, it was only through sheer force that they were successfully surrounded and defeated. A 7th rank Corps, if used effectively, has the power to surround and kill even demigods. For this very reason, creating a 7th rank Corps is incredibly difficult. It could even be said that cultivating a single demigod is less challenging than cultivating a 7th rank Corps. After all, a demigod is only as powerful as an individual. With a sufficient number of followers, some exceptionally gifted individuals can be selected. While becoming a demigod is difficult, it is still possible. As for the 7th rank Corps, it's an entire legion of 10,000 soldiers. Even if not every soldier needs to reach the 7th rank, Su Xingyu estimates that half of them must, otherwise their combined combat power wouldn't even be considered a 7th rank. Even if only half were needed, that would still be 5,000 7th level warriors. Even if they all believed in the dark gods, forming a legion would be relatively easy, but just 5,000 7th level warriors alone would be enough to give Su Xingyu a headache. After all, he couldn't use all the high-level warriors to form a 7th level legion. Otherwise, if the core members were removed, the rest of the legion would be effectively ruined. So, Su Xingyu had a rough idea of how to create a 7th level legion. Or rather, he already had an idea, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen Rule Instrument, Heavenly Monument. For ordinary practitioners, who want to break through to the 7th level, the first priority is aptitude and a little understanding. First, cultivate to the peak of the 6th level, then wait for an opportunity to arise, and then directly break through to the 7th level. This is the normal path for a warrior. In the Eternal Night Empire, most 7th level warriors break through this way. This breakthrough method is full of randomness and uncontrollable, which Su Xingyu does not like. So, he thought of another method, accumulation. There is a huge gap between the 6th and 7th levels. The level before and after the breakthrough is completely different. Since this is the case, the gap between the 6th and 7th levels should be narrowed. If reaching the peak in one step is impossible, then gradually push forward, continuously strengthening and accumulating physical strength, chi, blood, and mental will until reaching the strength of the 7th level. The newborns born in the Eternal Night Empire today are much more talented than they were back then. With proper training, they will definitely have no problem reaching the 6th level. If during this process, they use qi and blood potions to strengthen their bodies, then enter the blood spirit baptism pool to purify their bodies, and finally cultivate the divine body that Su Xingyu purchased from the ranking mall for 50 million points, then, with this series of operations, one can definitely reach the 7th level physical standard. As for mental willpower, this can be honed through rule instrument, transcendent will. This is a steady path to the 7th level. No luck required, not even brains. Simply follow the steps, and at the end, you'll reach the 7th level epic realm. As for the cost involved, that's forgot to mention. Su Xingyu's solution, forcibly advancing to the 7th level legion through accumulation. While crude and ruthless, it's a very feasible plan. The only drawback might be the high cost. But compared to a 7th tier legion, a mere handful of resources meant nothing. No matter how much it cost, the effort had to continue. Besides, are resources meant to be used? For a long time to come, the Eternal Night Empire's focus will be on the birth of the 7th tier legion. All other matters will take a back seat. Having discussed the Empire, let's turn to Su Xingyu's own path. The goal of all players is undoubtedly to attain deity, to become a true, immortal, and everlasting deity. Now, his divine essence, in terms of strength, has surpassed the 9th tier saint realm, which has also led to his divine incarnation reaching the 9th tier. It can be said that he is already far ahead of others. However, due to a lack of certain elements, he has not yet reached the demigod realm. His combat power may have been achieved, but his realm has not. Thus, he set 2 goals for himself: the long-term goal of becoming a deity, and the short-term goal of becoming a demigod. Becoming a demigod isn't particularly difficult, especially for players like them. Godhead, authority, divine fire, divine body. Upon entering this world, the system had already prepared their godhood and authority, and the divine fire had even ignited a small flame. All that remained was the condensation of the divine body. One could say that the only thing missing from their true godhood was the complete ignition of the divine fire and the condensation of the divine body. This was also why Su Xingyu had long believed that becoming a god was not difficult. As for becoming a demigod, that was even simpler. There were 2 criteria for entering the demigod realm. The first was divinity. The original divine nature must reach 9 points, and at least 1 authority divine nature must reach 5 points. 5 points of authority divine nature was the minimum standard for condensing into a godly position. The second is to condense the divine body, to forge a divine body that is highly compatible with authority. Integrating a single divine function and possessing a divine body is a demigod. For Su Xingyu, who has a vast following, condensing divine nature is not difficult. He has already condensed 6 points of his original divine nature, and the divine nature of the Eternal Night authority has reached 5 points. If one were to achieve mere demigodhood at his current pace, with full dedication to cultivation, he could reach the demigod realm in approximately 3 years. Of course, if one's ambitions are greater, and one desires a smoother future, more effort will be required. Concentrating and merging a single divine function is a demigod. Concentrating and merging 5 divine functions is also a demigod. Both demigods, the latter can shatter the former with a single punch. That's the difference. Different methods of advancement lead to an absurdly large disparity in strength between people of the same rank. As for which to choose, anyone with a sound mind would choose the latter. Becoming a demigod is only a short-term goal, not a lifetime goal. Let's not even talk about how far ahead we can go. Let's just take one step further. True God. Does anyone think that a demigod promoted by the lowest standard has the same potential as one promoted by the highest? It's like laying the foundation for a building. The better the standard, the stronger the foundation. With a solid foundation, you won't have to worry so much when building the building. You can simply build upwards. If the foundation is weak, you'll have to consider many more issues. Not only will it be fast, but even if it can be completed, it'll only be a small building, nothing compared to a skyscraper. So, don't even worry about laying as deep a foundation as possible before becoming a demigod. Regardless of which path Su Xingyu chose, reaching the demigod realm presented no significant barrier to him. The only consideration was likely the passage of time. But was time truly meaningful to him now, with a time-velocity ratio of 1 to 360? With a near-eternal lifespan, time meant nothing to him. And with nothing else catching up to him, there was no need to rush. He could just grind his way through. After planning 2 short-term goals, Su Xingyu felt a sudden sense of clarity. His hope for the future rekindled. However, planning the goals was only the first step. Implementing them and achieving them was the key. Since he had decided to focus solely on cultivation, he must not be distracted by the affairs of the empire. Thus, It was time to relinquish his position as Imperial Archon. Thankfully, he had long ago deliberately delegated power, avoiding any complaints where possible, allowing the entire Imperial management team to grow effectively. Now, even without him, the Empire could continue to develop steadily. What? Chief, what are you going to do? You can't do this. The Empire can't do without you, and the people can't afford to be without your leadership. Upon hearing Su Xingyu's intention to resign as Archon, Yi San, the Eternal Night Empire's second-in-command and deputy Archon, was stunned and quickly objected. Thanks to Su Xingyu's dedicated training, Yi San has now reached the 7th epic realm. Compared to his aloof demeanor back then, he's much more mature now, at least not as cold and stern as before. Yes, Chief, if you don't become Archon, who will? If you're truly tired, we'll give you a long vacation. You can explore the Empire, enjoy its scenery, and relax. Treasurer Barros also spoke up. Are you kidding? If you don't become Archon, who will? Yi San, or me? Barros knew full well that although Su Xingyu, as Archon, didn't have a direct role, the Eternal Night Empire couldn't do without him. Even if he did nothing, just wandered around every day, or sat in a daze at the head of the Elders' Council during meetings. But he couldn't do without him. Some figures, just sitting there as mascots, could reassure the entire faction. What nonsense! The Empire wouldn't be affected by anyone. Besides, this is the Lord's order. Are you going to go against his will? Su Xingyu was speechless. Seeing their resistance, he could only invoke his divine status. This tactic had always worked for him. I dare not. I dare not. Everyone quickly said, okay, don't look so downcast. I'm not dead, I've just changed my identity. Being the high priest in the temple is indeed quite suitable for me. It's a leisurely job, and I get to serve the king. It's very nice. Su Xingyu saw this and smiled again, easing the atmosphere. He said jokingly, if you retire one day, you can come find me there. I'll find you a good position. Okay. Although he looked reluctant, Su Xingyu even brought up the title of king, and everyone had no choice but to agree. Yi San then said, Patriarch, you want to abdicate? We agree to it. But have you found a successor? The Empire cannot do without the Archon, otherwise there will be chaos. Also, although we agree, you need to stay in this position for a while. The change of Archon will undoubtedly be a huge shock to the people of the Empire, and they must be fully prepared. Okay. Su Xingyu nodded, agreeing readily. Chapter 162. As the supreme ruler of the Empire, every move carries a massive impact, let alone something as significant as resignation. Unsurprisingly, even with the hype, the Archon's resignation sent shockwaves through the Empire. After all, the people of the Empire have grown up hearing stories about their tribe leaders. From the small Red River tribe to the current superpower dominating the eastern continent, the tribe leaders have played an irreplaceable role. Thus, it's perfectly acceptable for Su Xingyu to be called a legendary figure within the Empire. Now that such a legendary figure is resigning, it's only natural that the people of the Empire are affected. If it weren't for the gods, some might even suspect persecution of the tribe leader. Of course, regardless of the Empire's reaction, Su Xingyu's goal in resigning was achieved. With the Archon position vacant, someone naturally had to take over as the supreme ruler of the Empire. The Empire cannot be without a leader for a single day. For a vast empire, even if the entire nation doesn't move in unison, it must at least be unified in its broad direction. The larger the power, the more it abhors indecision and wavering. To put it bluntly, taking the wrong path is preferable to wavering. After all, with the Empire's strength, a wrong path doesn't mean it's impossible to move forward. Wave spacing is pure internal friction. Su Xingyu already had a candidate for the second consul, his lieutenant Yi San. Yi San had been by his side since the Eternal Night Empire and its tribal days, assisting him in handling government affairs. In terms of ability and other factors, Yi San was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Ability, prestige, connections. Su Xingyu couldn't have found a better candidate besides him. After a complicated process, Su Xingyu resigned from his position as Archon and handed over the two symbols of status and power, the crown and scepter, to Yi San. Keep going. The future of the Empire depends on you, Su Xingyu said with a smile, patting Yi San on the shoulder. Then he turned and walked into the temple. Yi San remained silent for a long time as he watched him depart. Although Su Xingyu's resignation had a significant impact within the Empire, it gradually subsided over time. After all, one must always look forward. Looking back cannot change the present. Besides, the clan leader merely resigned, not died. Under Yi San's leadership, the Empire remained much the same as before, for before that, He had also been the one handling imperial affairs and guiding the empire forward. After the plane was promoted to the intermediate realm, the first and greatest impact was the ever-increasing concentration of spiritual energy. This increase was far more outrageous than even the world blessing. All the tribesmen who felt this impact recalled a similar situation decades ago, when the world's spiritual energy concentration began to surge. Although this was only a spiritual energy increase, the difference from decades ago was that this time, the empire's territory had completely stabilized. The territory they controlled no longer had any security risks. Thus, for the empire, the impact of this increase in spiritual energy concentration was entirely positive. As for the situation outside the empire, that was of no concern to them. The empire's military only protected its citizens. According to the empire's estimates, this spiritual energy boost will last for about a year. After the boost is complete, the average spiritual energy concentration on this plane will reach 5.5 to 6.5 times its previous level. As for the black soil plains, it will be over 10 times higher. Aura rain has already begun falling near the spirit gathering tree in the city center. It's estimated that a spiritual energy pool will form soon. Cultivation has become much easier. Internally, it's about steady development. Externally, it's about conquest and expansion. The Eternal Night Empire is like a ravenous beast, never satisfied, constantly devouring. They don't want to stop, and they can't. The rapidly growing population of the empire forces them to continuously expand. Now, the entire eastern continent is filled with the empire's citizens. Just like planting radishes, sometimes just a dozen people can occupy a large territory. After all, with the quality of the empire's citizens today, defeating these indigenous tribes of the plains would be a complete overwhelm. It's simply too easy. A dozen veterans, recruiting a few hundred retainers, taking out a loan to purchase equipment, conquering a few indigenous tribes, dividing up their territory, and instantly becoming a noble. If they encounter a tribe they cannot defeat, they can simply call for imperial support and send in regular troops. Even if the empire's elite are undergoing transformation, the ordinary imperial army alone can sweep across the land. There's no way around it. Their strength is simply too great. The average imperial warrior has reached at least the mid-level transcendent rank and is well equipped, each equipped with a gold-grade suit. Compared to other indigenous forces, this would be considered exceptionally elite. Opponent, there are no more rivals. At least on the eastern continent, the Eternal Night Empire no longer has any rivals worthy of a fight. Players throughout the entire mid-level realm. After experiencing the initial novelty, they all entered a state of steady development, confining themselves to their own planes to cultivate their own strengths. Some less powerful players gathered in groups within a single area, collaborating with each other, learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses, and improving their own strengths. Stronger players occupied their own areas, developing independently, and beginning to prepare for their path to demigodhood. There was no other way. 6-tier legions can be accumulated over time. They all had several 6-tier legions, and as time went on, their forces would increasingly have more 6-tier legions, perhaps even achieving a full 6-tier army. But 7-tier legions were a completely different matter. Without the conditions of the Eternal Night Empire, the birth of a 7th-tier legion required more than just accumulation over time. A bit of luck was also required. In other words, even with ample resources, their tribe would soon reach a bottleneck. Their foundation will grow stronger, but their strength level won't change significantly. Thus, they unconsciously shifted their focus to themselves. They began to improve the strength of their divine spirits, striving to quickly reach the demigod realm. As for their respective clans and tribes, they were left to develop and expand on their own. It's worth mentioning that the closure of the shops had a significant impact on many players. In the primary realm, many players' power development was somewhat distorted, leaning more towards combat, with slightly insufficient independent production capabilities. Let's talk about the most basic of food, aside from other things. Players, who are frantically expanding their territory and experiencing a rapid population growth simply can't achieve self-sufficiency. Even Su Xingyu's Eternal Night Empire hasn't achieved complete self-sufficiency, with a food self-sufficiency rate of perhaps only 50%. Where it should have been, some of his farmland was placed on those plain fragments, and when they were sold, it was also sold. This resulted in a significant reduction in production. The fact that they can still achieve a 50% self-sufficiency rate is largely due to Su Xingyu's personal pressure on the empire to cultivate land. Otherwise, with mining being so profitable, why would they even bother with farming? In the past, like other players short of food, he exchanged crystals for food and other basic supplies. However, unlike other players short of food, Su Xingyu can, in addition to food, used spiritual materials to refine special potions to fill the gap in his empire's food supply. Using potions as food is undoubtedly an extremely extravagant act, but it can also be a lifesaver in times of crisis. The disappearance of the system shop instantly put many players in an awkward position. They had expected that after advancing to the intermediate realm, they would be cut off from information communication with the primary realm, but they hadn't anticipated the shop's closure. Without sufficient food, the population couldn't grow rapidly. Without population growth, the expansion of the clan's power would slow, leading to a series of consequences. Thus, the first thing many players did upon arriving in the intermediate realm was not to explore the changes in the environment, but to rush to the city of the gods to find food traders. This was when the benefits of organization became apparent. Members of the Bloody Dawn could easily enlist the help of their little brothers in the primary realm, trading them periodically at the city of the gods. Others faced a much more cumbersome situation, sometimes resorting to purchasing second-hand food at exorbitant prices. While each had their own minor issues, overall, everyone had entered a magical phase. Weaker players entered the rapid growth phase, leveraging the terrifying concentration of spiritual energy to boost the strength of their clan's warriors, and fully enter the era of mid-level transcendence. Slightly stronger players entered the extreme phase, transforming their accumulated resources into combat power, first fielding a few 6th-tier legions to reach the maximum potential of their clan. As for the more powerful players, they entered the transformation phase, striving to create 7th-tier legions while diligently cultivating and concentrating their divinity, striving to swiftly ascend to the demigod stage. It was foreseeable that the intermediate realm would remain in this state for a long time to come, until players gained the strength to enter the void. And the minimum requirement for entering the void was demigodhood. This plane, far away from the Eternal Night Empire. A boundless ocean, a solitary island. The island's terrain is complex and diverse, with steep peaks, deep canyons, winding rivers, and vast sandy beaches. Here, lush vegetation, verdant forests, and towering trees reaching into the sky, untouched by civilization, exudes a primal, barbaric atmosphere. And yet, even in this remote and desolate place, humans still survive. On the outskirts of the island, a small tribe of only a few hundred people struggles to survive. The tribe was extremely simple, its outer walls made of wood, covered in thorns and brambles. There were 2 watchtowers constantly patrolled by tribesmen. After a while, the sky gradually darkened, and the tribesmen who had gone out hunting returned. They were tall and muscular, with well-defined muscles, looking incredibly strong. They were generally 2 meters tall, dressed in animal skins, their faces painted with various pigments, wielding various iron and wood weapons, and carrying crudely prepared prey on their shoulders. Their aura of fierceness was overwhelming. The entire tribe's hunting team consisted of only 17 people, typically young and middle-aged men, and they were the bravest of the tribe. According to the classification of transcendental ranks elsewhere, most of them had reached the middle level, with a few young men falling slightly short, reaching only the 3rd level. As for the strongest middle-aged man, he had reached the 6th level. "Uncle Fong, you're finally back. It's almost dark." A sharp-eyed young man within the tribe spotted them, and immediately approached them, his face brimming with excitement. Seeing this, a middle-aged man, with a ring of unknown animal tusks hanging around his neck quickly stepped forward, patted the boy's head, and laughed. "Yes, you're back. I hunted a bloodthirsty tiger today. I'll take care of it later. We'll have tiger meat soup tonight, and tiger blood for bodybuilding tomorrow." "Great. I want to become as powerful as Brother Sure too, and then go hunting ferocious beasts with everyone," the boy exclaimed happily upon hearing this. "Haha. Then you'll have to work hard. Your brother sure too persevered for a whole sunset back then," a young man in the hunting party said with a smile. "All right, Shiahu, don't stop your Uncle Fong and the others. They're exhausted after a day out. We can talk later if you have anything to say. Let them in first." A middle-aged woman rushed over and pulled the boy aside. After handing the prey over to the women of the tribe, the hunting team quickly dispersed. Some tended to their wounds, some returned to their homes to rest, and those who still had energy went to exercise. The hunting team's leader, the tribe's strongest, a middle-aged man named Fong, did not rest or exercise. Instead, he went to a house in the center of the tribe. Bang, bang. He knocked gently on the wooden door, carefully controlling his strength, fearing he might accidentally break it. "Who?" An elderly voice called from within. "Master Priest, it's me. Fong, come in." Fong pushed open the door and stepped inside. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by a strong aroma of medicinal herbs. The room was filled with medicine bottles and stone bowls. A gray-haired, slightly aged man was intently mixing herbs. His hands, though wrinkled with time, remained steady and powerful, his deft movements revealing his exceptional skill. Upon seeing Fang enter, the old man merely glanced up, then ignored him, continuing to concentrate on his work with the herbs. After closing the door, Fang didn't urge him, but stood quietly by, watching the old man make the ointment. After about half an hour, the old man finally finished. He looked up at Fang and asked, "Didn't the hunt go well today?" The old man was the tribe's priest and herbalist. He was also the tribe's oldest member, and one of its few wise men. Well, the ferocious beasts are growing stronger. For more members of the hunting team were injured today. Fang nodded. Competition in the core area is becoming increasingly fierce. Many large ferocious beasts have fled to the periphery. If this continues, not only will hunting be impossible, but the survival of the tribe will be threatened. Master Priest, we must make a decision. Either leave here or... Do you want to believe in that unknown deity? The priest asked, his expression serious, gazing at the man. Yes. Fang hesitated, then nodded. We have no choice. Forget leaving here. What about the ordinary tribesmen? Even if we manage to escape alive, where should we go? 6 months ago, a mysterious being contacted them, demanding their loyalty and faith. In return, they would grant the tribe divine gifts, allowing them to survive, thrive, and prosper. That mysterious being called itself creation. Alas, the priest sighed. I am old. The future of the tribe belongs to you young people. You decide for yourselves. Chapter 163. Time passed quickly amidst relatively stable development. In the 7th year of Yisan's reign, after thoroughly studying the seal, the Eternal Night Empire opened the spatial portal beneath the Inkstone Kingdom. The world beyond the portal was indeed, as Su Xingyu had initially suspected. It was a world large enough to accommodate demigods. Well, while it's called a world, it's more accurate to say it's a demiplane. According to the void plane classification, planes can be divided, from small to large, into plane fragments, demiplanes, small planes, medium planes, and large planes. Previously, Su Xingyu had assumed that with the advancement of this plane to the intermediate realm, the world behind the portal should have also remained in the primary realm. Unexpectedly, this demiplane was actually a subsidiary plane of this plane, having been promoted along with it. Although the demiplane's upper limit for demigods was demigods, there were no demigod creatures within it, and the strongest being had only reached the 9th level. This isn't surprising. Just because the upper limit is demigods doesn't necessarily mean there are demigod creatures. Just like this plane's upper limit is true gods, even demigods are rare, and those who ascended only recently. It's a relatively wild world of ferocious beasts. There, ferocious beasts roam rampant, monsters everywhere. Countless 7th-level ferocious beasts, a fair number of 8th-level beasts, and even several 9th-level sacred-level beast kings. In the past, even the Eternal Night Empire would have had to exert its full might to deal with such a large number of high-level ferocious beasts. However, after so many years of development, the Eternal Night Empire has experienced a surge in the number of high-level experts. The human race alone now boasts over 2,000 7th-level epic-level experts. If the monster-affiliated tribes were included, the number could reach several hundred more. In addition to the sheer number, the quality of the powerful was also improving, with a steady stream of warriors advancing to the 8th level, and even some reaching the 9th level. So, while this demiplane was powerful, it wasn't enough to cause the Empire panic. Yisan even considered it a training ground, sending Nidhogg, who had already reached the 8th level legendary realm, along with a vast army of Argonians, into the beast world to give them a good workout. What Yisan didn't expect was that Harper of the Beargrin tribe also wanted to enter for trials. Yisan had no objection to this, and after discussing it with the Council of Elders, they quickly agreed to Harper's request. So Harper, the 8th level Beargrin, and the Beargrin Legion were also sent in. Yisan wasn't worried about their safety. Although the Black Dragon and the Beargrin leader were only 8th level, neither was a normal creature and couldn't be treated with common sense. Nidhogg possesses the bloodline of the ancient Black Dragon. After ascending to the 8th level, he has fully matured, his various abilities becoming immensely powerful. While defeating a 9th level beast might be a challenge for him, simply resisting would be no problem. As for Harper, the Barghest leader, he has undergone a profound decline and been baptized by the energy of creation. He has also transformed from a mutated Barghest, his bloodline returning to its ancestral form, into a Purgatory Barghest. The Purgatory Barghests are a preeminent dark race that dwells at the bottom of the abyss. They possess incredibly strong physiques and incinerating black flames. It's no exaggeration to say that this race is formidable enough to battle against ancient beasts. In terms of combat prowess alone, Harper is even stronger than Nidhogg currently is. With these two super monsters keeping them in check, Yi San had no concerns about the two monster legions being harmed. In Yi San's 13th year of his reign, the Eternal Night Paladins, the Empire's most powerful legion, completed the first step toward advancement to the 7th tier, becoming the first to become a 6th-tier epic legion. Why did it take so long for the Eternal Night Paladins to reach the 6th-tier epic legion? Because before that, they made a madman's decision, a vote across the entire army to change their traits, ultimately achieving 100% approval. So they destroyed their original traits and replaced them with two traits that were highly compatible with darkness. Now, the Eternal Night Paladins have not only transformed their entire army into creatures of darkness, but have also adopted two dark traits. Calling them the Divine Guards is perfectly justifiable. A 6th-tier epic legion is also known as a 7th-tier reserve legion. And the Eternal Night Paladins are even more special. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed since Su Xingyu resigned as Archon. 50 years seems like a long time. Indeed, it was indeed a long time. 50 years was almost 2 generations. A generation, viewed as a whole, was already a reincarnation. It allowed a person to experience 4 stages: birth, growth, marriage, and childbearing. 2 generations were enough for a young man to become a gray-haired old man. For ordinary people, they had already gone through most of their lives, reaching the age of knowing their destiny. They had experienced everything a person should experience in a lifetime. 50 years, for an individual, was truly too long. Even in a world of extraordinary power, where creatures, nourished by spiritual energy, could often live to the limit of their lifespan, 50 years still seemed like an eternity to them. It was so long that most of the original members of the Night Tribe had already passed away. There was no way around it. At that time, the Night Tribe didn't have many blessings, and their cultivation talent wasn't great. Even with resources, they couldn't advance very far on the path to transcendence. To have survived until now was already quite good. For an individual, 50 years is a long time. For the Empire, 50 years is short. How short is it? The Empire's current Archon is still Yi San. As a 7th level expert, he has a lifespan of 300 years. He's in his prime now, and if he wanted, he could continue to work for over 100 more. As for the original 10-year rotation, that's not a problem. With a vote every 10 years, as long as the Archon's performance during his term wasn't too bad, he wouldn't be replaced. During these 50 years, the Eternal Night Empire experienced no major wars, perfectly poised for stable development. During stable development, as long as the Archon is not incompetent, it's unlikely to produce poor performance. Yi San, who had Su Xingyu's approval, was clearly not incompetent. He was extremely capable. During these 50 years, under Yi San's rule, the Empire has undergone rapid changes. Both the Imperial headquarters and the subordinate monster tribes have undergone tremendous transformations, significantly boosting the nation's overall strength. The small goal of raising all soldiers to level 6 was achieved as early as the 10th year. As for a level 7 legion, the Eternal Night Empire still hasn't appeared. It's difficult, too difficult. Even the Empire's strongest paladins, the Eternal Night Paladins, are still a hair's breadth away from reaching a level 7 legion. Su Xingyu's original idea was correct. Once one's physical strength, blood, and mental willpower have accumulated to a certain level, one can indeed force their way across the threshold and become a level 7 warrior. But the difficulty was beyond imagination. So much so that 50 years later, there was still no success. Of course, while no 7th-tier legions were created, many 6th-tier epic legions did emerge. The capital of the Empire, Eternal Night City. After decades of development, Eternal Night City expanded again, becoming several times larger than its original size, becoming the most prosperous city in the Empire, bar none. The rebuilt city walls were not only constructed of the finest materials, but also engraved with special inscriptions. A massive magic circle enveloped the entire city, drawing energy from the spirit stone veins beneath it. The walls were now tall and sturdy, no longer the fragile walls that crumbled at the slightest touch. Even powerful warriors, thanks to the multi-layered defenses, could not inflict any damage. The city's buildings were well arranged, with clearly defined areas. The streets were spacious and clean, and the shops were bustling and bustling. Compared to the past, the city's architectural styles are now more diverse. Towering palaces, magnificent temples, and exquisite gardens abound, demonstrating the Empire's prosperity. In addition to the expansion of buildings, Evernight City's transportation, water conservancy, and other infrastructure have also been greatly improved. The city's roads are wide and smooth, making transportation convenient and facilitating travel. A comprehensive water conservancy system ensures the city's normal operation. The empire has not pursued a technological path, but the brilliance of magic envelopes the entire empire. When in doubt, magic solves the problem. Most problems can be solved with the power of magic. If it can't, it simply means the power is not strong enough and needs to be strengthened. The power of magic not only strengthens the empire's strength, but also benefits the people, making life easier for its citizens. The Eternal Night Empire has now developed in all aspects, truly possessing the aura of an empire, rather than the image of a violent barbarian as it once did. In the center of the city, a towering tree rises, its branches straight and thick, its lush leaves shading the sky. Like a giant stone pillar connecting heaven and earth, it exudes a sense of mystery and solemnity. Over the past 50 years, the increased concentration of world spiritual energy has allowed the spirit-gathering tree to fully develop. It has now surpassed the 7th-level epic realm and become a 9th-level sacred creature. The fruit it produces has also improved in both quantity and quality. It bears fruit every 3 years. The yield of the epic fruit, which helps those at the 6th level break through the bottleneck, has increased to 30. The yield of normal spirit-gathering fruit has increased to just over 1,000. As for its effectiveness, it has increased by approximately 50%. It could be said that relying solely on this spirit-gathering tree, with the right followers, a major power could be created every 3 years. Besides its fruit, the 9th-level spirit-gathering tree gained another function. It could finally breed offspring. The core of the epic fruit had a small chance of breeding another spirit-gathering tree. While its aptitude certainly couldn't compare to the mother tree personally nurtured by Su Xingyu, due to their unique characteristics, their growth rate wouldn't be much slower. After all, the effect of gathering spiritual energy was undeniable. The 9th-level spirit-gathering tree's consciousness gradually matured, its mental capacity reaching the level of a teenager. There's a sense of precocity. Besides this towering tree, Eternal Night City also boasts many iconic architectures. The God-given heavenly monument, 100 meters tall, stands in the center of the city square. Every day, countless people come here to gain insights and discover their own path of cultivation. Some experience enlightenment overnight, instantly breaking through the constraints of the transcendental and becoming powerful cultivators. Others sit for months, gaining nothing, achieving no improvement at all, and leaving in frustration. The steps will consist of only a few thousand steps, a distance that ordinary transcendental warriors can traverse in a few breaths. Now, under the suppression of that mysterious power, even a 7th-level warrior must ascend step by step, relying entirely on willpower to reach the summit. Every day, legionnaires challenge this mysterious hill, attempting to reach its summit, but few succeed. After all, transcendence will test willpower, not strength. An ordinary warrior's willpower isn't necessarily inferior to that of a transcendental warrior. There are no shortcuts to willpower. Just like these steps, to improve willpower, one must advance step by step, slowly honing their skills. The clearly structured steps allow all participants in this challenge to intuitively feel their own improvement, their willpower growing stronger. This feeling is truly wonderful, like a guiding light in the darkness, preventing them from losing their way in the tedious practice. Efforts are rewarded, and the rewards are immediate. This visible improvement fuels the motivation of many warriors. They are not afraid of hardship or fatigue, but only fear giving everything for nothing, and failing to live up to the Empire's training. While both the Heavenly Monument and Transcendence of Will are popular, the most bustling venue is the remotely located Bloody Arena. This is a favorite haunt of all citizens of the Empire. Bloody Arena category, Man-Made Wonder. Level, Effect. 1. Trial. Entice a portion of the participant's spirit into the arena, engaging in 99% realistic combat, gaining combat experience. Effect. 2. Deathmatch. Entice a certain number of players to engage in realistic combat, 2-on-1, until a victor emerges, 100/1000/10,000. Effect. 3. Martial. The city where the player is located values martial virtues, and has a warlike population, making it a suitable source of soldiers. Recruitment is reduced by 50%. Effect. 4. King of the Arena. Gladiators who achieve 100 consecutive victories here receive the blessing of the God of War. Here, gladiators engage in daily life-or-death battles, and from time to time, you can even see the Empire's elite legions engaging in shadowy duels. This kind of violent and bloody spectacle was very popular with the people of the Empire. After all, they were violent themselves. As for where the gladiators came from, some were civilians from the Empire itself, while others were warriors from affiliated tribes. but the majority were captives. During its expansion, the Empire conquered countless factions. Under the iron hoof of the Eternal Night Army, some chose to submit, while others chose to resist. Those who surrendered abandoned their original beliefs and converted to the Eternal Night King. Those who rebelled dismantled the faction structure. Ordinary members of the tribe dispersed according to circumstances, while extraordinary warriors entered the arena, becoming gladiators and fighting against other gladiators. If one could win 100 consecutive matches and attain the title of Gladiator King, the Empire would grant them freedom and allow them to leave. Of course, they also had another option, to become a noble and serve the Empire. Chapter 164. In addition to iconic structures like the Spirit Gathering Tree, Heavenly Monument, Transcendent Will, and Bloody Arena, there are many other unique buildings, such as the Tower of Knowledge, Dark Temple, and Heavenly Temple. As the capital of the Empire, Eternal Night City is like the heart of humanity, gathering the essence of the entire Empire and gathering the finest resources and talent. Everything is the best, attracting all the citizens of the Empire to this place. Gazing at the massive, 100-meter-tall statue before the temple within Eternal Night City, all the citizens of Eternal Night prayed devoutly from the bottom of their hearts. Suddenly, a terrifying beastly roar shattered the tranquility of Eternal Night City. Ah! The sudden sound startled the city's residents. Upon closer listening, they realized it originated from outside Eternal Night City. What's going on? How could there be high-level ferocious beasts near Eternal Night City? Weren't they all eradicated long ago? Damn it! It scared me. Whose pet is that? It's barking so loudly. You want to die, don't you? Damn! Everyone who reacted was furious, their words spitting foul language, but they didn't show much panic. This is Eternal Night City, home to the Empire's most elite legions, and the most powerful warriors. No creature can harm them here. TSK, judging by its aura, it's at least a 9th-level Beast King. Who knows how long it can hold out this time? A 6th-level transcended middle-aged man chuckled. Want to make a bet? 1 hour. His companion, looking off into the distance, chuckled. What's the bet? The middle-aged man asked, not directly refusing. A trip to the House of Life, his companion suggested. Let's make a bet. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, then chuckled. The House of Life isn't cheap. A single trip would cost at least 100 crystal coins. Don't try to deny your debts if you lose. Screw you. I just made a killing. Not just one trip, even 100 would be more than enough. Scenarios like the two of them were commonplace in Eternal Night City. Even with the imminent danger, all the city's residents remained remarkably calm, some even taking the time to place bets. Bet on how long the invading Void Beast King could hold out. At the same time, hundreds of streaks of light rose from the city, streaking across the sky like meteors, rapidly flying outward. About 20 kilometers from Eternal Night City, hundreds of meters above the sky, a massive rift in space quietly appeared. A dim light flickered at its edges, while the interior was pitch black, its path unknown. A pair of massive, rough claws pressed against the sides of the spatial rift, preventing it from closing. From the crack emerged one massive void beast after another. These void beasts varied in form. Some resembled giant octopuses, some had the head of a wolf and the body of a bird, and some had the body of a lion and 9 heads. Compared to them, the monsters of the plain seemed quite normal. Their skin was generally a deep black or dark red, and their eyes gleamed with a faint green light, revealing an endless greed. But despite their strange appearances, their strength was not weak at all, with the weakest reaching the 7th-level epic realm. Hundreds of void beasts emerged from the spatial rift, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and feeling the comfortable environment within the plane, unable to resist roaring. Ale! Roar! Devouring, destroying. Although they had all reached a high-level transcendent realm, their intelligence seemed modest, far inferior to the higher-level ferocious beasts of the plane. Quiet, you idiots! A deep, commanding voice echoed from within the spatial rift, followed by a roar as 2 rough claws ripped aside. Crack, crack, crack. The spatial rift's self-healing force generated an immensely powerful cutting force. The fine, dark green scales on the rough claws shredded, gleaming and emitting a continuous stream of sparks. Under this unmatched force, the spatial rift expanded again, revealing a massive lion's head, followed by its entire body. The 4-winged lion, its body as vast as a mountain, its eyes like 2 red gemstones, its fur thick and sleek, a deep golden sheen, and its claws, incredibly hard and radiant with a dark golden sheen, seemed capable of shredding anything. When its massive wings spread, they obscured the sky and the sun. The 4-winged Lion King emerged completely from the spatial rift, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed across 100 miles, as if announcing its presence to the world. Demigod-level Void Beast King. Boom! A rumble of thunder echoed from the sky. Before the Void Beast King could issue a command, several streaks of light flashed across the distance. Die! The voice arrived before the person arrived. Following the sound, 2 more blows followed, all-consuming dark dragon flames and unparalleled, domineering blade light. Boom, swish. Over a dozen void beasts, before they could even react, were either reduced to ash or cleaved in half. A massive black dragon descended from the sky, charging into the void beast herd, directly slaying one. Then, standing in the center of the herd, it opened its mouth and spewed a stream of dark dragon flames. Dragon flames instantly expanded and burst forth, devouring the surrounding void beasts. Off to the other side, Yizhan soared through the air, shooting towards the Void Beast King like a black arrow. Just as the Void Beast King was about to charge at the black dragon, it stopped dead in its tracks upon seeing someone flying towards it. It turned and looked, growling, as if sensing danger. Yizhan's gaze was cold, and from a great distance, he swung his long sword. Instantly, a swirling sword energy enveloped the Lion King. The 4-winged Lion King roared fiercely, its wings flapping. A terrifying sound wave spread like ripples in water, resisting the dark sword energy. At the same time, it stomped its limbs hard on the ground, causing it to collapse. Its massive body instantly took flight, charging forward against the sword energy. The sharp sword energy slashed the Lion King, emitting a series of clanging metal sounds and sending sparks flying. The Lion King's scales grated harshly under the impact of the blade's energy, some even being shattered and flying, leaving it bathed in blood. Despite this, the Lion King pressed forward resolutely, completely ignoring the sharp blade's energy before him. Creatures living within the endless void may be inferior in other areas, but their physical defenses are undoubtedly excellent, even considered exceptional. Weak creatures simply cannot survive in the void. Yizhan's blade's energy was sharp, but it was no more than a spatial rip. This kind of damage would be threatening even to a 9th-level Saint Realm creature. But for a demigod-level Void Beast King, it was a common occurrence and nothing to fear. Despite its immense size, the Lion King's speed was unwavering. In an instant, it broke through the blade's energy barrier and rushed in front of Yizhan, extending its right claw and sweeping fiercely. Yizhan's eyes narrowed, and he moved, immediately trying to evade. But at that moment, buzz! The surrounding space vibrated. Yizhan's body froze for a moment, missing the chance to evade, and the Beast King's claws slammed into his body. With a bang, Yizhan's body transformed into an air cannon, flying backward at an astonishing speed. The sheer force of the attack even caused vibrations in the air. Ouch! The Void Beast King let out a cruel grin, flapping its wings, ready to seize the opportunity and pounce. Suddenly, a massive dark red figure soared from the ground, slamming directly into the 4-winged Lion King, knocking it to the ground. Then, a barrage of blows followed, a torrential downpour of punches. The 9th-rank Infernal Hound Demon, over 30 meters tall, was a truly monstrous beast. Bang, bang, bang. Fists struck the 4-winged Lion King with a dull thud, shaking the air, breaking bones and splattering blood. The ground began to crack widely, and the 4-winged Lion King fell directly into it. The Void Beasts were renowned for their sturdy physiques, and the Infernal Hounds were similarly strong, if not even more so. The Void Beasts' formidable physiques were a product of the Void environment, while the Infernal Hounds' formidable physiques were inherited from their bloodline. If the two were at the same realm, Harper alone would have been able to defeat the Beast King. Now, with a realm between them, there was still a gap. The 4-winged Lion King, having weathered countless battles, quickly adapted to Harper's attacks and, finding an opening, flung Harper away with a single blow. Roar! A deafening roar echoed, and a terrifying gray energy cannon blasted towards Harper. Devour! A cold voice echoed. Yemo, standing high in the sky, waved his hand casually, and a wall of darkness rose, blocking the energy cannon. Puff, puff, puff. The energy cannon plunged into the wall of darkness, like a stone falling into a quagmire, making only a soft sound before silence. Several figures surrounded the 4-winged Beast King, each emanating a terrifying aura. For a moment, even the air froze. A Void Beast King at the demigod level is truly rare. Yizhan, his armor stained with blood, eyes bright as he gazed at the 4-winged Lion King with excitement. It's been ages since I feasted on the flesh of a demigod, Harper, the Bargus leader muttered, his mouth wide open. Deal with it quickly. Yemo's eyes were cold, his tone calm. Kill it! The black dragon Nidhogg spread his wings, obscuring the sky, his eyes flashing a cold red. For 9th level Saint Realm warriors stood in 4 directions, surrounding the Lion King. Generally speaking, a 4-winged Lion King at the 10th level demigod realm would be far more powerful than a 9th level one. 1 against 10 might be difficult, but 1 against 5 would be a sure thing. But at this moment, the 4-winged Lion King felt immense pressure. He even sensed a faint hint of a mortal threat. These 4 9th level warriors seemed a little off. Nonsense, normality was out of the question. An ancient black dragon, a descendant of the abyss, and 2 creatures of darkness. Any one of them possessed the power to kill a formidable opponent of their level. In a one-on-one fight, they might not be able to defeat the 4-winged Lion King. For against 1, if the 4-winged Lion King didn't flee, he would surely face certain death. After all, they had surrounded and killed the demigod-level Void Beast King before. Nidhogg launched the first attack, a raging dragon flame blanketing the area, creating a sea of black inferno. Harper and Yijan charged directly at the Lion King, choosing close combat to capitalize on their strengths. Yemo assisted from behind, restricting the Lion King's movements and occasionally approaching to deliver a brutal blow. The other high-level warriors, who had arrived, also engaged in a fierce battle with the Void Beasts. Instantly, the ground collapsed, dust billowed across the battlefield, and energy surged. Each collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if shattering the entire world. Throughout the 2 sides, there were only a few thousand warriors, but the battle was even more outrageous than a melee involving hundreds of thousands of warriors. The scene was extremely terrifying, and the aftermath alone was enough to kill an ordinary 6th level transcendent. This wasn't the Eternal Night Empire's first encounter with a Void Beast herd. They had encountered it dozens of times before. When weak, a dozen 7th level beasts would accidentally intrude, and when strong, a demigod beast king would forcibly break through the space and invade with his herd. However, according to Su Xingyu's understanding, normally, a 9th rank beast king leads the team. Demigod beast kings are extremely rare. Of the members of Blood Dawn and their families, numbering over 100 in total, only 3 have ever been attacked by a demigod beast king: Blood God, Glory, and Eternal Night. Of these, he had only recently encountered Blood God once, Glory 3 times, and Su Xingyu, more unlucky, this was already his 6th encounter. He seriously suspected that the strength of the invading Void Beasts was related to the player's skill. The stronger the player, the stronger the beasts they encountered. Luckily, the system had a measure of conscience, selecting the Imperial Capital as the location for the large-scale beast disaster. Otherwise, with so many high-ranking Void Beasts roaming freely within the Empire, even if the Eternal Night Empire could eliminate them, it would suffer heavy losses. At first, Su Xingyu had to personally fight against the Demigod Beast King. Now that Yijan and the others had grown, that was no longer necessary. If nothing unexpected happened. The Void Beasts were physically powerful, but in terms of true combat effectiveness, they were not as strong as their peers within the plane. Moreover, the Transcendents of the Eternal Night Empire were among the most elite within their own plane. As a result, the Void Beasts suffered heavy losses soon after the 2 sides clashed, with one Void Beast after another being slain. Even the demigod 4-winged Lion King was severely wounded by the attacks of Yijan and his 4 companions, leaving him covered in wounds. His mighty body was torn apart, leaving several deep wounds visible to the bone. The terrifying dark energy continuously eroded the wounds, and even the demigod Beast King's resilience could not heal them. This cannot go on any longer. The 4-winged Lion King, possessing considerable wisdom, saw his men dwindle and realized that if this continued, he would likely die here. It immediately roared, ordering the Void Beasts to flee. Upon receiving the command, the Void Beasts abandoned their engagement with the Eternal Night Empire's warriors and launched a breakout attack, attempting to escape. Damn it! Attack with all your might, stop them! Another 9th rank warrior from the Eternal Night Empire, seeing this, flew into a rage, unleashing his full might to stop the Void Beasts. There were still over 200 Void Beasts. If they were allowed to escape, the Empire would be in trouble. After all, not every city possessed the combat power of Eternal Night City. So, no matter what, even at the cost, they had to be kept here. Yemo, go help intercept them. Yijan, seeing this, became somewhat annoyed and immediately ordered Yemo. Okay. Yemo, without hesitation, immediately withdrew from the encirclement and moved to stop the Void Beasts. However, intercepting them was far from simple. While it was true that the Void Beasts could not defeat warriors of the same rank and plane, it was also true that they possess formidable physical defenses. If I can't defeat them, can't I just run? Withstanding the attacks of the Imperial warriors, the Void Beasts fled. Soon, Dozens of void beasts had fled. Heh! At that moment, a soft laugh echoed from the sky. The next moment, a dark curtain of darkness instantly enveloped an area of dozens of miles, locking down all beings on the battlefield. Chapter 165. The void beasts, already at the edge, were undeterred by this sight. They mobilized their entire energy and blood, coating their bodies with a layer of blood armor, and then charged headfirst into the dark wall. Puff, puff, puff. Like a stone hitting water, with a series of dull thuds, they plunged into the wall and vanished. The void beasts behind them saw this, and followed suit. However, moments later, on the other side of the dark wall, with a roar, the void beasts that had just vanished burst forth. Praise our Lord! The Imperial warriors, delighted at this, praised the gods, laughed wildly, and, drawing their long swords, charged at the void beasts, engaging them in a fierce battle. Elsewhere, upon discovering their surroundings completely engulfed in darkness, the four-winged Lion King panicked. It realized it could no longer sense the void. Without hesitation, with a furious roar, the four-winged Lion King ignited its energy and blood, completely rampaging. It directly broke through the defensive line set up by the three men and charged towards the dark wall. Roaring, blood and energy surged forth, enveloping its body and transforming it into a small, blood-red sun. After burning its blood and essence, desperately trying its best, its strength briefly increased, finally catching a glimpse of the dark wall's trajectory. Its four wings flapped wildly, sending countless crescent-shaped wind blades hurtling towards the dark wall. This time, the wind blades didn't vanish immediately, but instead collided with it, making a thud and sending ripples across the wall. Right here. The four-winged Lion King decisively accelerated, crashing into the dark wall. At this point, the three men also caught up, but even the fastest night fighter was still 100 meters away from the four-winged Lion King. 100 meters, a distance normally traversable in an instant, now stood between them like an insurmountable chasm, forcing them to watch helplessly as the four-winged Lion King crashed into the dark wall. Just as the four-winged Lion King was about to collide with the dark wall, a voice echoed from the sky again, interesting. Then, a chill ran through the four-winged Lion King's body. A mysterious force locked onto it, and before it could react, a dark sword energy descended silently. As the sword energy descended, the four-winged Lion King, with its keen senses honed through years of battle, sensed a hint of danger. The Lion King didn't know where the danger came from, but it knew it couldn't sit still and wait for death, or else it would be dead. The Lion King halted its charge, its vital energy erupting, spreading outward like a wave. Simultaneously, some of this energy transformed into blood armor, covering its entire body. Swish! Dark sword energy slashed down, slicing the sea of blood and chi, splitting the blood armor in two. Even the mighty body of the four-winged Lion King, so proud of itself, was unable to block the impact. Its hard scale shattered, and all its preparations proved useless. Under the four-winged Lion King's horrified gaze, it didn't even feel the pain before it noticed its vision shift. Turning around, the Lion King saw a massive, headless corpse, its wounds smooth and flat. Such a familiar body. No, this is my body. Staring at the familiar form, the Lion King suddenly realized, then lost consciousness in the next instant. Its mental consciousness was annihilated. So powerful. His. Seeing the incredibly powerful demigod beast king instantly slain by a single sword energy, everyone present was shocked. The difference was that after the shock wore off, the faces of the Imperial warriors were filled with fervor. Yi Zhan and his companions, in particular, had made it their goal, hoping that one day they too would become as powerful. As for the void beasts, after their shock faded, they were filled with fear. The void beasts' intelligence was admittedly low, but they had all reached a high level of cultivation and were capable of some simple thinking. Seeing their leader instantly slain, it was natural for them to feel fear. Let's attack together. Kill them all. Yi Zhan and his companions didn't hesitate, leading the Imperial warriors to encircle and destroy the remaining void beasts. With the four-winged Lion King's fall, the void beasts, already unable to defeat the Imperial warriors, were now even more vulnerable. Even with several 9th-level void beasts still within, it was of no use. Under the guidance of Yi Zhan and the other 9th-level warriors, the void beasts fell one after another. In just a few hours, the remaining void beasts were completely eliminated. After the void beasts were eliminated, the dark curtain vanished. Farewell, my lord. Farewell, my lord. Farewell, my lord. The powerful men of the Empire shouted reverently. Then, they looked upon their hall, the corpses of high-level void beasts strewn across the ground. High-level creatures are full of treasures, especially the ferocious beasts. Their crystal cores, fur, flesh, bones, and so on are all rare treasures. Soon, someone finished taking inventory of the scene, and a 7th level warrior approached Yijan. Boss Yijan, there are a total of 452 high-level void beast corpses, including 1 at the demigod level, 6 at the 9th level, 43 at the 8th level, and 402 at the 7th level. I understand. Yijan nodded, very satisfied, a smile on his face. The void beast invasion is a bit troublesome, but every time they come, they always bring back a lot of goodies. The value of over 400 high-level void beast carcasses is inestimable. Let alone hunting them, simply finding so many high-level creatures is a major challenge. Not counting the void disaster, the Eternal Night Empire has only encountered so many high-level beasts in the ferocious beast world. But the high-level beasts in the ferocious beast world represent the accumulation of countless years across the entire demi-plane. Once they're devoured, they're gone. Unlike this void beast herd, which has an inexhaustible supply. Come on, it's thanks to our fighting ability. If it were another faction, faced with so many high-level beasts, they would have been in chaos long ago, and outright annihilation wouldn't be out of the question. Another 9th level expert familiar with Yijan rolled his eyes, and said unhappily, over 400 high-level void beasts, including a demigod beast king, even if the void beast's combat power was weaker than that of the powerful beings of their own plane, such a massive herd of high-level void beasts was enough to sweep away most of the forces of their own plane. Even if they couldn't completely destroy them, they could still completely disrupt those forces. So, for normal forces, the void beasts weren't a blessing at all, but a true disaster. Only because the Eternal Night Empire was powerful enough would they feel nothing at all. In fact, most of the Empire's citizens would actually be excited by the void beast's invasion, believing it was yet another exciting spectacle. With so many high-level corpses, we can open 3 blood spirit pools, empowering the Legion soldiers. Another 9th level warrior, after a quick calculation, touched his chin, a hint of surprise crossed his face. Okay, let's take the things back first, and see how the Elders' Council arranges them. Not all of it needs to go into the blood spirit pond. Other areas also need the chi and blood resources. Inside the Divine Realm, the Dark God on the throne officially concluded his training. He opened his eyes, emitting 2 dark rays of light. A single glance was enough to corrupt all living things. The entire Divine Realm was enveloped by a terrifying aura, like an abyss, a prison, like a god or demon. It was as if the being before him wasn't just an individual, but the entire world. After a while, he gradually subsided and rose from the throne. Taking in the silence and solemnity around him, he couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "What a long training. 50 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Time. Time is worth gold, and gold can't buy time. Time is the most valuable thing in the world, and time is also the least valuable." Compared to 50 years ago, his body had undergone significant changes. He towered tall and imposing, towering over the space like an iron tower, imbuing him with a powerful sense of oppression. His features were distinct and well-defined, his muscles strong and powerful, imbued with unimaginable power. His chest was broad and solid, his breath seemingly capable of unleashing a violent storm. Without proper control, his every move could alter the environment and the celestial phenomena. His eyes shone with a deep, dark light, seemingly piercing everything, chilling the very air. A divine body. After 50 years of intensive cultivation, Su Xingyu had finally ascended to and consolidated his demigod realm. Not only had he condensed more of his divinity, deepening his grasp of authority, but he had also completely condensed his divine body. Now, he no longer needed divine incarnations to truly walk the mortal world. His attack just now was merely a small test. Even a beast king at the demigod level couldn't withstand a single blow of his sword energy. He was now terrifyingly powerful. Deity interface name, Su Xingyu. God name, Lord of Darkness, King of Eternal Night, Ancestor of Fear, Lord of Corruption, Emperor of Death. Godhood, Dark. Authority, Eternal Night, Corruption, Devouring, Fear, Death. Divine Fire, Unignited. Divine Realm, Dark Realm. Divine Body, Dark Divine Body. Divinity, 45, 13 plus 7 plus 7 plus 6 plus 66, Divine Body, Eternal Night, Corruption, Devouring, Fear, Death, Supernatural Ability, Favored by Darkness, gains some authority and abilities. Receives blessings in darkness, with varying degrees of faith. Cults, Cult of Eternal Night, Cult of Fear, Cult of Death. Followers, humans, metal giants, jackals, gnolls, dog demons, liches, nagas, murlocs. Over the past 50 years, Since resigning from his position as Archon, Su Xingyu has been able to focus on cultivation. During this time, his strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. His profound accumulation and vast community of believers provided him with strong support, allowing him to cultivate without a bottleneck, charging forward unimpeded. If he could further concentrate his divine body and divine energy, reaching 14 points of divine energy, Su Xingyu could even attempt to fully ignite the divine fire and achieve true godhood. Of course, the success rate wouldn't be high, perhaps around 0.1%. With the authority he wields, the divine energy required to successfully ascend to true godhood would be immense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sustain such powerful authority. 14 points are the minimum standard. Unless absolutely necessary, few demigods would ascend directly. But regardless of the success rate, at least he has the qualifications, right? Can and cannot, these are two different concepts. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Su Xingyu returned to his throne. With a casual wave of his hand, a dark rift appeared below, and a figure stepped in. It was a lifelike puppet, dressed in a black butler's uniform. Its face was solemn, and it bowed respectfully to Su Xingyu. "Seabass, I pay my respects, my lord." Su Xingyu nodded in approval. "Seabass, no need for formalities. Rise. How has the Empire developed during my slumber?" "As you command, my lord." Seabass quickly stood up and pulled out a thick tome, which contained his records of the Empire's changes over the years. "During your slumber, under the leadership of Archon Yi-san, the Eternal Night Empire flourished. Its territory expanded to encompass the entire eastern continent, and its population increased dramatically. The Empire's registered native population has grown significantly, reaching 130 million. In terms of infrastructure, the Empire's roads, amenities, educational institutions, and medical systems have all seen significant improvements. Especially with educational institutions, every city in the Eternal Night Empire now has a complete academy system. In terms of military affairs, Archon Yi-san has implemented a series of reforms to strengthen military training and equipment. Currently, the entire empire boasts over 1 million professional soldiers, all of whom are transcendent 6th-level warriors, but there are only 40 established legions. Economically, the empire implements a free trade policy, encouraging the development of commercial activities. Today, the empire's trade network spans the entire eastern continent, connecting subordinate tribes with the empire. Furthermore, we have established trade relations with the 100 Nations Alliance of the northern continent, exchanging resources. For the time being, we are at peace. Spiritual grains have been upgraded to the 5th generation, containing 2.5 times the energy of the 1st generation. Yields have also increased to 3,000 kilograms per mu, allowing for 3 harvests per year. In the 16th year of your slumber, the Imperial Research Institute has developed growth-type weaponry. It has now been upgraded to the 2nd generation, with its growth ceiling raised to legendary. Stop. Su Xingyu suddenly interrupted. Please explain the growth-type equipment in detail. Over the past 50 years, he has periodically woke up, gaining a reasonable understanding of the Empire's situation. After all, while he claims to be detached, he's certainly not truly indifferent. The Eternal Night Empire is his foundation, sharing its prosperity and adversity. The two are inextricably linked. So, before falling into slumber, Su Xingyu set several alarms for himself. Whenever the Empire faced a major problem or crisis, he would awaken. For example, the first attack by the demigod Beast King, or the recent invasion of the Void Beasts. But after waking briefly and resolving any issues, he would quickly return to seclusion. Therefore, he didn't have a deep understanding of some matters. For example, the growth-type weaponry, a project he had long anticipated. Okay. Sebastian nodded respectfully and began to explain. Currently, the forging of growth-type equipment involves 3 steps. The first step is forged in the smelting furnace, then sent to the forge for processing, giving it spirituality. Finally, it is handed over to the soldiers, allowing them to nourish themselves with their chi and blood, growing alongside the weaponry. Chapter 166. It took a full day for Sebastian to provide a detailed report on every aspect of the Empire, allowing Su Xingyu to grasp the changes in the current Eternal Night Empire. Overall, the changes were enormous. Compared to the original Eternal Night Empire, it was practically a completely different world. You may proceed. With a wave of his hand, Su Xingyu allowed Sebastian to withdraw. As you command. Sebastian, now upgraded and promoted to rank 8, bowed respectfully before slowly retreating, turning and walking into the rift, exiting the divine realm. Rubbing his temples, Su Xingyu calmed down and began to digest the information Sebastian had brought him. Over the past 50 years, the Empire had grown so rapidly that he felt out of touch, unable to keep up. It took a long time for Su Xingyu to recover. Then, he clicked on the Empire's information interface, intending to check the changes in its overall strength. It's not that he didn't trust Sebastian. After all, as a puppet gifted by the system, even though Sebastian had developed emotions through the integration of the puppet's heart, making him no different from an ordinary person, his loyalty was unquestionable. With 100 points of loyalty, even if Su Xingyu told him to commit suicide, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. The intelligence Sebastian received came from the Imperial authorities, and the data was accurate, but no matter how accurate it was, it couldn't be more accurate than the system. After all, in an empire so vast, there were always some eccentric people who chose to hide their true identities, making it impossible for the Imperial authorities to grasp their situation. Empire Interface Name, Eternal Night. Number of players, 133.425 million. Special Buildings, Basic Barracks, Tier 1 to 6, Dark Knight Barracks, Dark Warrior Barracks, Tier 6 Heavy Cavalry Battalion, Tier 6 Armored Cavalry Battalion, Tier 6 Heavy Infantry Battalion Supernatural Power Tier 917. Tier 8, 534. Tier 7, 9657. Tier 6, 2565162. Tier 5 and below, omitted, Troops, Eternal Night Paladins *10, 000, near Tier 7, plus 15,000, Reserve, Tier 6 Epic, Temple Guard *10, 000, near Tier 7, plus 20,000, Reserve, Tier 6 Royal Guard, Silver Armored Heavy Legion *10, 000, near Tier 7, plus 30,000, Tier 6 Royal Guard, Dark Magic Legion *10, 000, Tier 6 Epic, plus 15,000, Reserves, Tier 6 Guards. Subordinate Tribal Armies, Metal Earth Dragon Legion *10,000, Quasi Tier 7, plus 12,000, Reserves, Tier 6 Guards, Infernal Hound Legion *10,000, Tier 6 Epic, plus 12,000, Reserves, Tier 6 Guards, Draken Legion *10,000, Tier 6 Epic, plus 15,000, Reserves, Tier 6 Guards, Dark Jackal Legion *10,000, Tier 6 Epic, plus 50,000, Reserves, Tier 6 Guards, Dark Nanda Legion *30,000, Tier 6 Epic, plus 70,000, Reserves, Tier 6 Guards. The Empire's vast population and abundant resources have resulted in an incredible number of elite legions. Although there haven't been any 7th-tier legions yet, there are quite a few near 7th-tier legions. As time goes on, the Eternal Night Empire will possess several 7th-tier legions. It must be said that the path Su Xingyu has laid out for the legionnaires is a bit foolish, but it's certainly reliable and stable. As long as they can follow it, reaching the 7th tier will be a no-brainer. As for the downside, the resource consumption is truly exorbitant. Even with the Eternal Night Empire's vast size, having plundered the entire eastern continent for resources, training these legions has nearly exhausted its resources. Thankfully, the advancement to the intermediate realm has increased the concentration of spiritual energy, allowing the creatures within the plane to evolve. Otherwise, even if the Eternal Night Empire had plundered the entire plane, it still wouldn't have been able to gather such a large amount of resources. The resource consumption is enormous, that's a fact. But the effect is also obvious. While the Eternal Night Empire still lacks a 7th-tier legion, it now has the means to resist it. If several legions work well together, it's not impossible to encircle and defeat a 7th-tier legion head-on. In some extreme circumstances, several legions within the Empire even possess the ability to single-handedly confront a 7th-tier legion. The most striking example of this is the Eternal Night Empire's strongest legion, the Eternal Night Paladins. As a legion completely enslaved to darkness, their combat effectiveness is significantly enhanced in extreme darkness. With their strength already nearing 7th-tier legions, they could easily rise another half-step higher and resist a 7th-tier legion without any difficulty. Other legions, such as the Temple Guard Legion and the Silver Armored Heavy Legion, have also reached the level of 7th-tier legions and, under special circumstances, possess the strength to confront a 7th-tier legion. The days of scorching hot blood to fight against a rank 7 legion are gone forever. If a rank 7 legion now attempts to charge into the main force and unleash its unrivaled might, the Eternal Night Empire's army will teach them a lesson and make them understand why flowers are so red. Beyond the Imperial Legion, the number of high-level transcendent warriors has also grown rapidly over the past 50 years. The Imperial Human Main Division alone numbers over 10,000. While the majority are rank 7, it's still an incredibly terrifying number. Not to mention the over 400 rank 8 and 17 rank 9. If the affiliated tribes are included, this figure would rise by dozens of percentage points. Such a large number of transcendent warriors, and of such a terrifying rank, is only possible thanks to the rich spiritual energy of the intermediate realms. Otherwise, it would be impossible to support them. Even so, the Eternal Night Empire has begun to cut back on citizen benefits. There's no other way. If we don't decimate them, by previous standards, we simply can't afford to support them. A mid-level transcendent warrior, barring any unforeseen circumstances, can generally live to 120 years old. According to the original welfare rules, the Empire couldn't possibly support them. It's important to note that as transcendent rank increases, fertility decreases. Honestly, the current human race of the Eternal Night Empire and the original Night Tribe, aside from their similarities in appearance, can be considered two completely different races in all other respects. As long as the current human race of the Empire survives premature death and successfully grows up to adulthood, they can reach the mid-level transcendent level. You call this the human race? Therefore, it's quite normal for their fertility to decline. The more powerful a race, the more difficult it is to pass on its legacy. This is a rule etched into the bloodlines of all creatures. There are ways to improve fertility. Just refer to the dragon race's methods. Pure-blooded dragons are rare, but there are many sub-dragons with dragon bloodlines. The current imperial humans naturally cannot match the dragons in terms of racial bloodline strength, but if they so choose, they could achieve the same. However, in this world that values strength, they are most likely unwilling to do so. No one wants their descendants to be weaklings. In the divine realm, Su Xingyu spent several days thoroughly reviewing the entire empire through believers from all over the place. After a long moment, he sighed softly, a hint of a smile on his face. What a tremendous change! In just 50 years, it's already developed to this point. The changes weren't limited to the Eternal Night Empire. The development of the other subordinate tribes, while not as fast as the Empire, was also very rapid thanks to the various foundations. Honestly, the speed of development for both the Eternal Night Empire and its subordinate tribes has somewhat exceeded Su Xingyu's expectations. For the people of the Empire, 50 years is not a short time. With so many good things, the Empire's rulers working so hard, and everyone working together, it's only natural that the Empire has achieved such rapid development. But for Su Xingyu, 50 years is truly too short. According to the system's conversion, with a time ratio of 1 to 360, 50 years is actually less than 2 months on the main plane. To use a more vivid metaphor, it's like returning home after a semester at university to find that a cluster of skyscrapers have suddenly sprouted up around a previously under construction area, and even shopping malls are now available. A remote area has suddenly become bustling and vibrant. The change is enormous. But this also raises the question of how the Empire should develop next. Looking at the white paper in his hand, covered in a scribbled mess, Su Xingyu paused for a moment, then began to ponder the Empire's future development. Expanding territory is undeniable. At any rate, more land is always better. After all, at worst, you can still use it for farming and livestock. After years of Empire reconnaissance, the full picture of this plain has emerged. First, this is a large plain. Most players' home plains are actually large plains. In terms of area, it is several times larger than the planet he lived on before crossing over, with a land-sea ratio of 4 to 6. The entire plane's landmass is primarily composed of 3 continents: the East Continent, the North Continent, and the West Continent. The East Continent was once a barren wasteland devoid of powerful forces, where high-level transcendence could practically dominate. Thus, with the rise of the Eternal Night Empire, it naturally became the undisputed master of this continent. To the northwest of the empire, known as the Northern Continent by its people, there is no unified empire or clear dominant power. However, this does not mean that the Northern Continent is weak. It is equally powerful. The Northern Continent boasts hundreds of kingdoms, forming a superpower known as the Hundred Kingdoms Alliance. Their membership varies in strength, ranging from the weakest to fewer than 1 million people, surpassing even the great lords of the Eternal Night Empire in combat effectiveness. The strongest kingdoms boast tens of millions of people, millions of soldiers, and over 3 digits of high-level experts. As for the Western Continent, there resides a superpower, the Blood Empire. The Blood Empire. A superpower empire founded by the vampires, dominating the entire Western Continent. Its population numbers in the hundreds of millions, its military strength reaches millions, and its high-ranking warriors exceed 4 digits. It is said to even include peak demigod-level beings. According to intelligence gathered by the Eternal Night Empire, the Blood Empire has been established for 2,000 years, making it a true millennial empire. They possess a strong foundation, and are the only force in the entire plane to possess a clear 7th-tier legion. The Northern Continent's 100 Nations Alliance was originally established to resist the expansion of the Blood Empire, driven by reluctance to be annexed. Led by 3 leading kingdoms, hundreds of kingdoms joined forces to form a defensive organization. However, despite joining the same organization, the Northern Continent has not achieved stability. Conflicts between nations persist, and wars frequently break out. But to say that the 100-Nation Alliance is useless isn't entirely true. At least under the Alliance's watchful eye, the forces of the Northern Continent, even if they do resort to violence, will maintain a certain limit. Sometimes, border disputes can even be resolved directly through negotiation, under the Alliance's auspices. While the 100-Nation Alliance doesn't guarantee the stability of the Northern Continent, it does preserve its overall strength. However, the kingdoms of the Northern Continent have recently been under considerable pressure. For unknown reasons, a power has suddenly risen in the Eastern Continent, once known as a barbaric land. And judging by its appearance, it's a superpower capable of rivaling the Western Continent's Blood Empire. This has immediately caused a wave of anxiety among all the forces of the Northern Continent. There's no way around it. They're located on the Northern Continent, which happens to be the border between the East and West continents. Whether in the East or West, the only option for any faction seeking territorial expansion is the Northern Continent. The 100 Nations Alliance, the Blood Empire, and the Sea Clan, they're truly troublesome, and none of them are easy targets. Su Xingyu pondered, muttering to himself, sure enough, unifying this plane isn't that simple. There's so much trouble just out in the open, and who knows what's going on behind the scenes. Unifying the plane. This is Su Xingyu's vision, and it's what he'll do in the future. Whether it's to expand territory, acquire more land to support the Empire's growing population, or to achieve true godhood through demigodhood, unifying the entire plane is imperative. Unify the entire plane, master world consciousness, and transform it into your base. Mastering world consciousness has many benefits, but without going into the rest, let me just mention a few. After mastering the world consciousness, one can become a plane master. Within their native plane, a plane master's power rises a notch, allowing them to even become a demigod and a true god. Furthermore, a plane master possesses a special trait. Even if their true spirit perishes and their body is destroyed, as long as the plane remains, they can be revived and returned. After mastering the world consciousness, one can freely mobilize the power of the plane, altering celestial phenomena and ensuring a state of prosperity for the entire plane. Furthermore, only after completely unifying the planes and mastering the world consciousness can Su Xingyu use the rewards he receives from the system to upgrade his plane's level by 1 level, from a large plane to an extremely large plane. These benefits alone are enough to tempt Su Xingyu. However, achieving this goal is not easy, and will take a very long time. Never mind. Let's take our time. We have plenty of time anyway. After everything settled down, Su Xingyu seemed particularly open-minded, not dwelling on such trivial matters. He had to take action. Whether for the benefits or for peace of mind, he must control this plane. As for the agreement between the Eternal Night Empire and the 100 Nations Alliance, isn't the point of an agreement to be torn apart? Chapter 167. As Su Xingyu awoke from his slumber, the divine glory once again enveloped the entire empire, and his commands were conveyed to the empire through the divine religion. If nothing unexpected happened, conquest and expansion would become the empire's main theme. Despite this, the empire did not immediately dispatch a large army, but instead began to slowly mobilize and prepare for war. After all, the Eternal Night Empire's current population alone numbered over 100 million. Add in its vassals and subordinate tribes, and the number would be even more outrageous. They were no longer the small force of a few 100,000 people they had been decades ago, during their tribal days. In the past, when their numbers were small, they didn't need to think too much. They simply appointed their generals and led their troops, charging forward to fight. Win or lose, forget it. That couldn't be the case now. The empire's vast size meant that whatever they did would have a massive impact, let alone war. War, especially a full-scale war, would affect the functioning of the entire empire. If they didn't properly plan their regard, the entire empire would be in serious trouble. Not to mention, this time their opponent was unlike any force they had encountered before. The 100 Nations Alliance was an immensely powerful superpower, even though it was merely an alliance, and the power of each nation was not fully unified. But its population, numbering in the hundreds of millions, and its vast territory spanning tens of millions of square kilometers were enough to make ordinary forces weep. Fighting such a behemoth would be impossible to determine in a short period of time. Wars often lasted for decades, So Su Xingyu wouldn't be surprised if it lasted a century or so. This is because he has always been the leader of the Eternal Night Empire, and each generation of consuls has been a wise ruler. Otherwise, victory would be virtually impossible. Since ancient times, powerful empires have rarely been destroyed by external wars. Most have been destroyed by internal forces. The 100 Nations Alliance is not a unified empire, but as the war progresses, under the pressure of external threats, they coalesce, which is almost inevitable. A vast territory and a large population represent both a margin for error and confidence. Thus, before attacking the 100 Nations Alliance, the Eternal Night Empire must make thorough war preparations, formulate a plan, and then proceed with the mindset of a 100 years war. While the Eternal Night Empire is mobilizing for war, what is Su Xingyu, the mastermind behind the war, doing? He's checking the world message channel, checking in on other players, and the current situation in the intermediate realm. Overall, the intermediate realm is peaceful. Since advancing to the intermediate realm, players' messaging frequency has decreased significantly, and it's even possible for the world channel to remain silent for days. This is unimaginable in the elementary realm. But upon reflection, it's actually quite normal. The reason isn't that complicated. The number of players has dwindled. According to the timeline of the main plane, less than 2 months have passed, and the players in the intermediate realm remain the same group, with no new players added. The combined player population of the 4 regions in the intermediate realm is just over 100,000, less than 1,000th of the number in the elementary realm. The lack of information is understandable. Furthermore, those who have been promoted are all big shots, at least in the eyes of normal players, absolute big shots. These players have already mastered the system's rules, and the laws of survival. They knew full well that there were no free lunches in this world. Thus, they didn't waste time on the World Information Channel. If they had any questions, they simply went to their organizations to ask. At worst, they could buy information from intelligence dealers. The smaller population also had the effect of reducing contact between players. During the period of advancement to the intermediate realm, the frequency of conflicts between players decreased significantly. After all, they were all confined to the plane, expanding their territory, while simultaneously defending against void disasters. These 2 tasks alone were enough to keep them busy, leaving them with no energy for invading other players. Without conflict, there were naturally no unnecessary verbal battles on the world channel. After this period of development, the players who had advanced had firmly established themselves in the unfamiliar void of the intermediate realm. The initial promotion positions were chosen based on ranking order, so the players at the top naturally chose the best positions, namely those with richer spiritual energy. However, the players were quite astute. While they didn't know what changes would occur in the system after advancement, they did understand a simple principle. The richer the spiritual energy, the stronger the creatures. The spiritual energy in the intermediate realm is several times that of the primary realm, which means that the creatures in the intermediate realm are far stronger than those in the primary realm. Thus, before choosing to advance, some less powerful or more cautious players began to alliance, agreeing to choose a similar advancement zone. This way, they could provide support after their advancement. Take the members of Bloody Dawn, for example. Although they had not gathered together since their advancement, Su Xingyu still knew their basic information through communication in the group. Top players, like Eternal Night, Glorious, and Blood God were incredibly confident in their own strength. They each occupied a separate area of the void and refrained from forming alliances with others. Players, like the Martial Master and the Elephant Lord, who were slightly less powerful but still considered strong, teamed up in pairs to occupy a single area. Weaker players, those who couldn't even survive the 3rd wave of monsters, either joined forces to resist the crisis or attached themselves to a powerful leader. For example, the Pharmacist and the Black Merchant. One joined the Teacher and the Elephant Lord, and the other joined Glorious. As for why, despite being part of the same organization, they didn't join forces, simply, there weren't enough resources to share. Any player with a bit of foresight would have a vague glimpse of future developments after the ranked matches. This plane is too small. To be fair, a large plane is actually quite large. But everything depends on the comparison. For ordinary beings, even high-level experts, a large plane is more than enough to deal with. But this isn't so good for players. Perhaps this plane can still withstand their current activities, but once they ascend to demigod or even true god status, this plane will be too small. So, expansion into the void is almost inevitable. Staying together is safe, but allocating resources is a major challenge. Most importantly, expanding territory and colonizing the void plane in the future will be extremely troublesome. Thus, to avoid conflict, they wisely dispersed. Among the members of the Blood Dawn, the most successful are undoubtedly Eternal Night, Radiance, and Blood God. Although they have to fight the Void Calamity alone, their strength is sufficient, and the Void Calamity does not cause them much trouble. As for the others, their situations were similar, all faring similarly. They did encounter some initial difficulties when encountering the Void Disaster, but once they adapted, things were fine, and they were all making steady progress. Speaking of the Void Plane, it's time for me to prepare. This plane must be unified, and the Void Plane must not be left behind. After reviewing the player's general situation and the situation in the intermediate realms, Su Xingyu began to plan for his future. He wasn't in a hurry to intervene in the unification of the planes. If possible, he wouldn't even intervene, leaving it entirely to the Eternal Night Empire to resolve. As for what he was going to do, explore the void and wander around. 50 years of development had already proven everything. The Eternal Night Empire was now on the right track and no longer required his constant attention. So, he could explore the surrounding void plains. And, along the way, clear out the void beasts to prevent them from invading and disrupting the Empire's development. The Empire possesses numerous powerful warriors, so the void beasts naturally pose little threat. However, concentrating them in Eternal Night City is not a solution, especially since they will soon have to deploy troops abroad. After dispatching their forces, Eternal Night City's defensive capabilities will be somewhat weakened. While they still possess the strength to suppress the void beasts, the resulting losses will need to be carefully considered. In any case, the only way to survive unscathed is for Su Xingyu to personally intervene, as he did this time. But Su Xingyu had no intention of doing so. He was no mere tool. He had no time to sit idle, waiting for the void beasts to invade. Besides, sitting back and waiting for death isn't his style. Nip trouble in the bud, preventing it from arising, that's his style. Where did the void beasts come from? The answer, naturally, is the surrounding void. Solving the void beast invasion is simple. Just clear the area. Tackling the problem at its source is undoubtedly a good approach. 50 years ago, his strength was somewhat insufficient, so he allowed the void disaster to strike. Now, in the endless void, pitch black and silent, like a dead place devoid of life. Occasionally, faint starlight emanates from the distance, like the twinkling of distant stars. Here, there is no clear concept of time or spatial boundaries. Everything seems utterly mysterious. In this darkness, countless secrets lurk. They could be treasures, or they could be hunters. Danger and opportunity coexist. Theoretically, a 9th rank Saint Realm expert possesses the qualifications to leave the plane, step into the void, and explore this mysterious land. However, few experts would do so. The void is dangerous, and this is no empty statement. Void beast swarms, space storms, meteor strikes, void pirates, the disasters within the endless void are too numerous to count. Even a 9th rank Saint Realm expert capable of reigning supreme in the plane could perish in the void if careless, with centuries of cultivation utterly undone. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, such as when their deadline is near and there's no hope of a breakthrough, or when they're being pursued by a powerful enemy with no escape route, a 9th rank expert would not enter the void to seek their own death. The demigod realm is the mainstream for those who venture into the void. 10th rank demigods, though still demigods, nonetheless possess the word God in their realm. Their power is beyond imagination. Approximately 10 units of length from the Eternal Night Plane lies a tiny meteorite. Of course, it's tiny compared to its peers. In reality, it's enormous, with a radius of 100 miles. 1 unit of length equals the distance a demigod would fly in a day at full power. The meteorite's surface is cratered with pits and mounds, and numerous small peaks and crouching mountains create a profoundly desolate feeling. But a closer look reveals that these aren't mounds or peaks. They are clearly massive void beasts. The void beasts are resting, their bodies as vast as hills, their skin a bottomless black, as if absorbing all the surrounding light. Their eyes are closed, their breathing slow and steady, as they slumber. At that moment, 1,000 meters above the meteorite, a tiny dark crack appeared. A pair of hands, white as jade, reached out and grasped the void. With a gentle tug, like a door opening, the spatial crack suddenly widened, and a figure slowly emerged from it. He was a massive figure, nearly 10 feet tall, like a titan. His eyes were like 2 glittering stars, their expression cold and emotionless. He wore black armor and held a black sword, flashing with a sharp, cold light. He was shrouded in a dark glow, his features invisible, as if veiled by darkness. Finally found it. It's quite far away. Su Xingyu sighed, as he gazed at the void beasts below. He had to admit, he had underestimated the void. It's too vast. It wasn't very far from his perception, but it took quite a while to fly over. With his undisguised appearance, the void beasts below sensed the danger and awoke from their slumber. They gazed at the figure in the void above and growled, as if in warning, but also as if to embolden themselves. They bared their fangs and claws, but not a single void beast charged forward. Even the volatile and nearly mindless void beasts knew to seek advantage and avoid danger. Almost 3,000, quite a large number. While not all of them are high level, it's enough to last for a while. With a sweep of his divine sense, Su Xingyu gathered the general situation of the void beasts on the meteorite. 1 demigod, over 400 high-level beasts, and over 2,000 mid-level beasts. In any plane, this would be considered a dominant force. However, within the void, this configuration was considered a relatively weak force. Competition in the void was fierce. Roar! Su Xingyu's reckless behavior finally angered the void beasts below. The demigod beast king roared, leading his high-level void beasts to charge forward. You're overestimating yourself. Seeing the void beasts attack, Su Xingyu sneered, completely unconcerned. With a wave of his right hand, his long sword swung. The sword energy radiated an intense black glow, darkening the already dark void even further. The void beast king opened his mouth and unleashed a blast of energy, moving to the side to avoid the blast. However, the dark sword energy sliced through the energy cannon, then, like a whirlpool in the sea, devoured it. The dark sword energy suddenly expanded, reaching the demigod beast king as he dodged. Swish! The 100-meter-long body split in two. The mind and consciousness vanished. Chapter 168. Unlike when invading a plane, the void beasts are suppressed by the plane's laws, unable to unleash their full strength. The dark void is their home turf, where the void beasts thrive like fish in water, unleashing their full power. And yet, even so, the powerful demigod beast king couldn't withstand even a single sword attack. For in the void, it wasn't just the void beasts that were amplified. He too experienced the same, and even more dramatically. Of course, the amplification was secondary. The primary reason was the vast disparity in power between the two. The power of a deity stems primarily from two sources, divinity and authority. Su Xingyu, who mastered 5 powerful authorities, and, using them as a foundation, condensed his dark divine body, achieving the perfect ascension to demigodhood, possessed terrifying power. Eternal night, devouring, corruption, fear, and death, each of these 5 authorities is enough to support the true God stage, and now they are combined in one being. This isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Authorities also require a certain degree of compatibility. Combining 2 compatible authorities can often unleash terrifying effects. The authorities wielded by Su Xingyu are all derived from the Dark Godhead, so their compatibility is, needless to say, incredibly high. When all 5 of them come together, even if they've only recently ascended to the demigod stage, their combat power rivals that of veteran demigods. If demigods are categorized into different levels, the weakest are undoubtedly the void beasts. They haven't even grasped the laws of nature, relying solely on their physical energy to fight. This type of demigod can be considered weak. Next in line are those who ascended through a single law, possessing only a single authority. Their understanding of the laws is acceptable, but among the many demigods, they are mediocre. Their future achievements are limited. Without significant opportunities, the demigod realm represents their pinnacle. Most demigods fall into this tier, and this category can be called ordinary demigods. Above this tier are demigods who possess a single, powerful authority and adapt it to multiple, less powerful ones. These are geniuses among geniuses, rare to find in a normal plane in 1,000 years. Given sufficient opportunity, they have a high probability of ascending to true godhood. It's worth noting that most players in the future will be at this tier. This category of demigods can be called high-level demigods. Above high-level demigods are powerful demigods and supreme demigods. For powerful demigods, as long as their luck isn't incredibly bad, ascending to true godhood will be effortless. The supreme demigod is a very special tier. The current classification of demigod levels is divided into 5 tiers: weak, ordinary, high-level, powerful, and supreme. But at the end of the day, a demigod is still a demigod. Who among those who achieve demigodhood isn't 1 in a billion? The term weak demigod is merely a joke. Looking down on them is a grave mistake. After all, no matter how weak a demigod is, it's still a demigod, a leader among billions of beings, a threshold that many high-level transcendents, even racking their brains and devoting their entire lives, cannot reach. Although Su Xingyu has only recently ascended, his strength already places him among the powerful demigods. If you factor in some external factors, even among the powerful demigods, he's still quite strong. There's a gap of 3 levels between weak and powerful demigods, so while Su Xingyu's instantaneous defeat of the demigod Beast King might seem a bit exaggerated, it's actually within reason. Even the demigod Beast King was instantly slain. While the other void beasts were still numerous, their strength was far inferior to that of the demigods, so their fate was predictable. Heart of Death, Su Xingyu whispered to himself. With a wave of his hand, countless dark energies enveloped the area, transforming into tiny black dots that merged into the bodies of the void beasts. Then, all the void beasts convulsed and wailed in pain, as if an invisible hand had grasped their hearts. Snap! A dull thud was heard, and then their life force was instantly extinguished. They collapsed in droves, hitting the ground in a cloud of dust. To ensure the bodies remained intact, Su Xingyu didn't even use his divine sword. A single death divine art, coupled with the power of death, instantly dispatched these hundreds of high-level void beasts. There was no special suppression. In this free-for-all battlefield, the suppression of the transcendent rank was particularly strong. If they were 1 rank lower, they might still be able to fight, but if they were 2 rank lower, they would be essentially killed instantly. Slowly descending onto the meteorite, the surviving void beasts below lunged towards him. Su Xingyu waved his hand again, and darkness spread beneath his feet, instantly plunging the void beasts into oblivion. After a while, no void beasts were visible on the meteorite anymore, and even their corpses were collected by Su Xingyu. They're so big, they're hard to handle. If only they were smaller, I could just pack them up and take them away. Looking at the meteorite beneath him, Su Xingyu felt a little distressed, unsure of what to do with it. Meteorites contain numerous veins of precious metals, especially meteoric iron, the primary material for forging epic and legendary equipment, and also useful for crafting magical cannons and naval warships. Among the various resource categories, meteorite iron is considered a high-level material. Even Su Xingyu found it difficult to give up such a vast amount. One who doesn't manage a household doesn't know the value of daily necessities. He had no shortage of resources before. Well, he didn't lack conventional resources now. Or rather, there are actually very few players in the mid-level realm who lack conventional resources. With a spiritual energy concentration at least 5 times higher within the plane, and with 50 years of growth, even a weak can become a spiritual material. How could there be a shortage of conventional resources? While conventional resources are plentiful, high-level resources are in digging. Whether it's spiritual plants or medicinal herbs or metal veins, the Eternal Night Empire currently faces a significant shortage. Forget it, let's just dig. After some thought, Su Xingyu still didn't want to give up, so he had to rely on himself. This was a meteorite, not a demiplane. There was no way to open a system portal, so he couldn't send people to dig. To obtain the resources of this meteorite, he had to do it himself. After carefully scanning and exploring with his divine sense, Su Xingyu instantly had a rough idea of the distribution of resources within the meteorite. An extremely large blood crystal vein, an extremely large black gold mine, an extremely large meteoric iron mine. There were many veins within the meteorite, but only these 3 were worthy of his attention. After pinpointing the location of the veins, Su Xingyu immediately began to act. Releasing the blockade against himself, his body instantly began to rapidly grow in size, his form and appearance gradually changing. In a matter of moments, he transformed into a dark giant over 1,000 meters tall. His skin was as dark as the night sky, and ancient divine patterns emerged from his body, shimmering with a faint starlight. His eyes were like 2 small black holes, seemingly capable of devouring all matter in the world. His body was massive and powerful, his muscles curving gracefully. Everything about him was perfect, without a single flaw. A god is the most perfect creature in the world. What a refreshing feeling. I haven't felt this good in ages, Su Xingyu muttered to himself. With his divine body fully unfolded, he felt a rare sense of comfort. It was like sleeping in bed, curled up, restricted in every way, and now suddenly stretching his legs. This feeling, in one word, was refreshing. The divine might was overwhelming, like the might of heaven. Without any effort to control it, his power instantly enveloped the entire meteorite, his domineering aura spreading into the void. Open! Boundless dark energy surged out, burrowing into the ground like countless giant pythons, extending endlessly downward. Then, with a furious roar from Su Xingyu, the earth began to crack, and vast cracks spread like spiderwebs. Rumble. The entire meteorite trembled. Under this divine and demonic power, a massive fissure, tens of kilometers long and hundreds of meters wide, emerged, revealing a buried metal vein. Dark energy swept over, devouring the material within like a swarm of locusts across a meadow. In a short while, the entire meteorite was ravaged beyond recognition, riddled with cracks and holes, as if struck by countless meteorites. It took nearly 10 days, nearly completely dismantling the meteorite, before Su Xingyu finally unearthed several high-value mineral veins. Although considerable resources were wasted in the process, it was still better than leaving them all here. What a shame! I'm not strong enough yet. Otherwise, I could have taken the whole thing away. Finally, a somewhat overfed Su Xingyu cast a reluctant glance at the meteorite before slowly stepping into the spatial rift and departing. Over the next few years, Su Xingyu diligently cleaned up the nearby meteorites, finally clearing them all. During this period, he encountered 13 demigod beast kings, countless other high-level void beasts, and an even more absurd number of transcendental mid-level void beasts. Though their strength was considerable, they were too scattered, with no chance of uniting. Ultimately, Su Xingyu defeated them one by one, completely wiping them out. The process was remarkably easy. Search, clear, and mine. Of the 3 steps, clearing the void beasts was arguably the easiest. Searching for meteorites was time-consuming and laborious, and mining was exhausting. But clearing a herd of void beasts required a few casual strikes, and the task was brief. With his powerful demigod strength, even when facing 2 demigod beast kings simultaneously, he could still handle them with ease. It was merely a matter of a few more sword strikes. A void beast king without comprehended laws was simply too weak for a formidable being like Su Xingyu. As for those void beast swarms, they could be destroyed with a flick of the wrist. Although he had cleared the meteorites surrounding the plane, Su Xingyu felt the void beast swarms wouldn't vanish. This void was too vast, and the void beasts were endless. It was simply unrealistic to completely eliminate the void beast invasion problem right now. Unless he completely controlled this plane, becoming its lord, and rebuilding its defenses to patch those loopholes, that would be possible. But it didn't matter. By taking care of these conspicuous creatures now, there shouldn't be any more void beast invasions for a while. Even if they reappeared, they wouldn't be as large-scale as before. The garrison troops of Eternal Night City could handle them, and they wouldn't interfere with the Empire's upcoming war. This plane, the border between the Eastern Continent and the Northern Continent. Although the Northern Continent's 100 Nations Alliance and the Eternal Night Empire had signed a peace agreement, both sides still deployed hundreds of thousands of elite troops on the border and conducted regular military exercises to deter their adversary. Which side was under greater pressure? Undoubtedly, the warriors of the Northern Continent's kingdoms. After all, looking at the enemy's military deployment, it would be a lie to say they weren't nervous. Hundreds of thousands of elite warriors weren't a big deal. They could have deployed them, but constantly rotating them, resulting in each unit being exceptionally capable, was a bit outrageous. Whether the Alliance could defeat the Empire or not was a question of fact. These warriors on the border would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Even if they weren't completely wiped out, they would suffer heavy losses. In contrast, the warriors of the Eternal Night Empire were different. They didn't resist war. They were even somewhat excited. After all, war meant achievement, and it meant they could please the gods. The people of the Eternal Night Empire have been taught since childhood how the Empire has grown step by step to its present state. Territory didn't just fall from the sky, nor did resources appear out of thin air. Everything they possess today was earned through the bloody battles of their predecessors. The Empire's expansion has never ceased. It hasn't in the past, it won't in the present, and it won't in the future. Their predecessors have laid a solid foundation for them, giving them an innate advantage over the people of other factions. What reason do they have to fear? Now it is their turn to contribute to the future generations and conquer more land and resources. Every warrior of the Eternal Night Empire knew that once they embarked on this path of expansion, there was no turning back. The only way forward was to continuously advance and defeat all opponents. Many would die along the way. But so what? It was only death, nothing to fear. Just as they swore before the statue of the god when they joined the army. We dedicate our lives to the king. May the Empire live forever, may the gods live forever. The warriors of the Eternal Night Empire were willing to sacrifice everything for the Empire and the gods, even their lives. With this indoctrination, the soldiers stationed on the borders of the Eternal Night Empire constantly anticipated the coming of war. Precisely because of this, the Eternal Night Empire's top brass was forced to rotate them, lest these border troops strike first when the Empire was unprepared. Both sides knew that the peace agreement was only temporary. Sooner or later, one side would be the first to renege. But when that day would come, no one knew. If possible, the 100 Nations Alliance hoped this day would never come. Years of trade and commerce had given them a general understanding of their neighbor on the Eastern Continent. After reviewing their history, The top brass of the 100 Nations Alliance had only one assessment of the Eternal Night Empire: a mad empire. Warfare played a significant role in the Eternal Night Empire's history. Even during its most stable period of development, when its military and warriors were undergoing transformation, they never ceased their expansion. They had no intention of stopping. Their only options were to accelerate expansion or slow it down. This was unnatural for a normal nation. For the members of the 100 Nations Alliance, the mere thought of being neighbors with such a mad empire gave them a headache. And the Eternal Night Empire didn't let their headaches go in vain. On a dark and stormy night, the Eternal Night Empire tore up the peace agreement, and its border troops launched an attack on the 100 Nations Alliance. Chapter 169. At some point, a large number of skeleton warriors had already been prepared within the Empire's border city. As soon as the battle began, dark magicians commanded hundreds of thousands of skeleton warriors, overwhelming the land with skeleton warriors, all of them at least mid-level transcendent beings. Among them were many skeleton commanders from the River of the Dead, possessing high-level combat prowess and considerable wisdom, capable of providing simple command to the skeleton warriors. Of course, if that were all, the warriors of the 100 Nations Alliance wouldn't be too devastated. It's true that they didn't want to fight, but it's also true that they'd rehearsed countless times, constantly preparing for war. They'd imagined countless scenarios of an Eternal Night Empire invasion, and had long been prepared for battle. While it was a little strange as to when the Eternal Night Empire had brought their skeleton army, they had already prepared means to deal with it. As we all know, light and darkness are mutually reinforcing and mutually exclusive, so the 100 Nations Alliance had prepared a large number of light-based items. But all of this presupposes that they're facing an army of ordinary skeletons. When the border city's garrison commander used a saint-level light scroll, blazing sun, illuminating the entire battlefield, and saw the fully armored skeleton warriors, he was devastated. Equipping skeleton warriors with a full set of equipment, and even gold-grade equipment at that, he'd never seen, let alone heard of. This was too extravagant. Even if the 100 Nations Alliance were wealthy, they couldn't be so extravagant. Equipping ordinary regular soldiers with complete weaponry and equipment was already their limit. And this was only because they'd been under immense pressure recently. Otherwise, given the nature of those nobles, a sword would be a blessing. Armor? Find a way yourself. Fire! At the command of the defending general, dozens of light magic towers instantly activated. Columns of brilliant holy light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire world. The high-level magicians within the magic towers suddenly gained momentum. A series of large-scale light elemental strikes blanketed the battlefield. The dazzling beam swept across, and the skeleton warriors' bodies, illuminated by the light magic, only resisted for a moment before rapidly disintegrating. Their soul fires extinguished, and their bodies scattered to the ground, transforming once again into ordinary bones. In just one round of attacks, tens of thousands of skeleton warriors fell. Fire! Atop the city walls, magical cannons lit up with golden light, and the next second, hundreds of light energy cannons unleashed their fire. Boom, 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 explosions echoed. In the center of the skeleton army, tiny suns shone, instantly purifying the surrounding skeleton warriors, turning them to ash. Kill! Fight for our lord! The undead leader, mounted on a towering skeletal warhorse, brandished his massive halberd and roared furiously, his soul fire flickering wildly in his eyes. The skeleton army roared, emitting hoarse roars, as they stepped over the remains of their comrades and continued forward. At the same time, behind the skeleton army, countless pillars of dark energy rose, and the sky shifted again. Light vanished, darkness returned. The skeleton warriors roared frantically, dark inscriptions illuminating their bodies. The magic cannons fired continuously, blasting the skeleton army with luminous energy, each round inflicting heavy casualties. The magic tower was also bombarded with light elemental attacks. However, even such a ferocious attack couldn't halt the skeleton army's advance. As undead creatures, they harbored no fear. After suffering tens of thousands of casualties, the skeleton army reached the city gates. Then, the skeleton suicide squads, charging forward and following suit, charged directly towards the city gates. Undead explosion, the next second. Boom, 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 under the combined power of energy bombs and undead explosions. With only a few hundred level 6 skeleton warriors and 3 level 7 super undead, a massive hole was blown through the sturdy city gates. At the same time, from the sky, countless giant flying skeletons descended in overwhelming numbers. Skeleton warriors leaped from their backs, landing directly on the city walls and engaging the defenders atop them. Kill! A bloody and fierce battle ensued. The warriors of the 100 Nations Alliance were truly valiant. Even after the city gates were blown open, they refused to retreat and continued their stubborn resistance. After all, they needed to garrison a border city, facing the possibility of an attack from the Eternal Night Empire at any moment, so they needed to be strong. A force capable of such a mission would be considered elite, even within the 100 Nations Alliance. However, it was of no use. The undead army outnumbered them by many times, showed no fear of death, and frequently self-destructed. Even these warriors, rare and elite, held out for a while before being overwhelmed by the skeleton army. The fierce battle lasted all night. The nearest border city fell completely, and the undead army also suffered the loss of nearly 130,000 skeleton warriors. The 100 Nations Alliance fared no better, suffering losses of over 70,000. Ultimately, the defending general escaped with less than 20,000 remaining soldiers. Clear the battlefield, control your men, and do not disturb the residents. Also, have someone announce to the entire city that this city now belongs to the Eternal Night Empire. Everyone can continue to live as usual, but they are not allowed to leave for the foreseeable future. The undead commander, riding a skeletal warhorse, slowly entered the city. His first act was to issue several orders. Anyone who violates these orders will be killed. Yes, General, the 7th rank undead commanders replied respectfully, their eyes flashing green. The undead have an even stricter hierarchy, with those in higher positions exercising near absolute control over those below them. The city's residents remained indoors. The Eternal Night Empire's attack was so sudden that, aside from the army, everyone else was trapped. They hid in their rooms, listening to the noises outside and trembling. Some of the braver ones peered through windows, carefully observing the situation outside. Upon learning the city had fallen, and that the invaders were an army of undead, they all lost their faces, feeling the future was bleak. With humans, at least they could still reason with each other. The worst-case scenario was enslavement. While becoming a servant was tragic, at least they were still alive, and there might still be a chance to escape. With the undead, they feared they would be reduced to their own kind. As the city's residents anxiously awaited their doom, the undead leader's announcement quickly spread throughout the city. This gave the already despairing residents a glimmer of hope. It wasn't that they believed the undead leader's words, but rather that they had no other choice. Although the increased concentration of spiritual energy has transformed these residents into extraordinary warriors, expecting them to use this to resist the undead army is truly wishful thinking. Besides this border city, the Eternal Night Empire has also launched fierce offensives in several other locations. The Eternal Night Empire's territory is vast, and its border with the 100 Nations Alliance is absurdly long. Since they are going to war, they naturally cannot focus on just one city. Sako City is also located on the border, but it is relatively close to the northern continent. It occupies a relatively large area, with buildings arranged in an orderly manner. Before the war, it had been a major trading center for both sides and was quite prosperous. Compared to the cities on the Eternal Night Empire side, that is the main city. The surrounding border cities are all built around it. Sako City's rise and development into its current prosperity is largely due to the Eternal Night Empire. First and foremost, trade. Merchants from both sides need to pass through Sako City to travel to the other side, which undoubtedly brings in a huge income. Another factor was the support of the 100 Nations Alliance. With the emergence of the Eternal Night Empire, border construction was inevitable, regardless of the Alliance's motives. They needed a wall capable of withstanding the Eternal Night Empire's attacks, and buying them time to react. Sako City was undoubtedly that wall, and so all parties contributed their manpower and financial resources to its construction. In just a few short years, Sako City was transformed into a first-class capital city, its prosperity rivaling even the capitals of smaller nations. As a capital city located on the border, its importance was self-evident. In other words, if the Eternal Night Empire wanted to enter the northern continent, it had to capture this city. So, while the battles were underway elsewhere, Sako City also faced its opponents, the Eternal Night Empire's main army. 80,000 regular troops, accompanied by nearly 300,000 retainers, surrounded Sako City tightly. Then they launched their attack. Giant beasts slowly emerged from the rear, their bodies mounted with magical cannons, and bursts of artillery fire followed. The black-armored army employed the same fighting methods as a tiger leading a pack of wolves. A single elite soldier, accompanied by numerous retainers, charged directly ferociously. For today's attack, the Eternal Night Empire had long prepared, fully equipped with all sorts of special equipment. In contrast, Sako City had not even received any relevant intelligence beforehand. Preparations, indeed, were ongoing. But their preparations were based on the standards of the Eternal Night Empire from over 20 years ago. The power displayed by the Eternal Night Empire at this moment far exceeded their expectations. Hundreds of magical cannons fired simultaneously, overwhelming the gunners on the city walls, leaving them practically unable to raise their heads. They did possess magical cannons, but both their power and range were inferior to those of the Eternal Night Empire. After years of research and development, the Eternal Night Empire's Research Institute had even developed a saint-level magical cannon, a theoretically superior cannon capable of ordinary strikes of level 8 and exceptional strikes of level 9. Although there were still many flaws, it was undeniable that they had successfully developed it. However, despite the upgrade to saint level, the Eternal Night Empire's cannons were still primarily epic level. It wasn't that they hadn't yet fully mastered legendary technology, but rather that the Empire was facing the same predicament as those players back then: a shortage of funds. Legendary cannons were expensive to forge and operate, making them truly unaffordable. So, they opted for a more modest approach, upgrading to epic. The epic cannons were now at version 4.0. While not as powerful as legendary, they were far superior to epic. Normal fire had already reached the standard of a weak 7th tier, and super limit strikes had been increased to 12 rounds. At full power, they could even unleash a single 8th tier strike, a single one, but still powerful enough. Under the dark sky, the cannons roared, flashing with blinding light. The terrifying bombardment struck the energy shield supporting the city walls with a dull thud. The energy shield teetered under the bombardment, even cracking, but it was repaired in a flash. What a fierce bombardment! Just a few hundred shells, yet they've unleashed such a terrifying blow. The city commander, perched atop the city wall, was shocked upon seeing this. He hadn't expected the Eternal Night Empire's bombardment to be so formidable. He immediately ordered, increase energy output, don't conserve resources. The city's magicians didn't hesitate. Gritting their teeth, they immediately increased their output, pouring in vast quantities of elemental crystals, burning them with a near-extravagant method. Continue the attack. The Eternal Night Army's commander remained calm, ordering his artillery to continue the bombardment, simply suppressing the enemy. At this moment, both sides perfectly demonstrated the saying, every second of war is a waste of money. Whether it was the Eternal Night Empire's bombardment or Soko City's elemental shield, the resources burned every minute, and every second were enough to cause a person to collapse. When the two sides clashed, the situation became even more terrifying. The Eternal Night Empire's intention was simple: to send its warriors beneath the city walls, then open the gates and engage the defenders of Soko City in close combat. Soko City had no intention of doing anything. The fierce bombardment left them unable to retaliate. They could only watch as the black-armored warriors below drew closer and closer until they reached the city walls. Earthquake. The Magician Legion staffs fell to the ground, and the ground began to tremble, heaving and undulating like waves, barreling towards the city walls. The black-armored warriors in front, seemingly prepared, immediately took shelter to the sides. However, when they reached within 100 meters of the city walls, the wave was stopped, as if by something solid. The black-armored warriors waiting nearby were stunned. Where's the road? Ha, that's all. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve. I've already planted pillars of the earth around the city. You're dreaming of raising a rampart? The defending general sneered, disdainful, at the black-armored army below. Then, a second later, countless dark shadows descended from the sky like a torrential downpour. While the defenders focused their attention on the ground forces, a legion, aboard flying magical beasts, had already reached the top of the city. Equipped with specially crafted spears, they leaped from the backs of the flying beasts. Puff, puff, puff. Developed by the Research Institute, and specifically designed to break through energy shields, the spears pierced the shield, instantly creating countless large holes and cracks that spread outward. Increase your output. Restore the city's defense shield. The defending general was terrified, sweating profusely. The magicians strained their energy, pouring in a steady stream of elemental power, but they were no match for the enemy. The speed of destruction was far greater than its speed of repair. In a short while, the energy shield was completely shattered. Papa. Chapter 170. Without giving the defenders much time, without the protection of their energy shields, over a dozen legendary magic cannons immediately entered their over-limit state, unleashing dozens of 8th-level elemental strikes towards the city gates. Special defensive inscriptions illuminated on the city walls, and under the magician's control, a nearly 10-meter-thick energy wall rose before the gates. But it was to no avail. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the energy wall was pierced, and the remaining dozen or so shells pounded directly onto the city gates. Bang. A large hole instantly appeared in the tall city gates. The terrifying lingering power of the bombardment continued, inflicting the damage to the soldiers behind them. It then flew hundreds of meters, piercing through dozens of buildings before completely dissipating. The black armored warriors beneath the city walls, each a mid-level transcendent, scaled the walls swiftly without the energy shields to hinder them. The dozens-meter-high wall proved no match for them, and they scaled it in no time. At this moment, the airborne troops were engaged in a fierce battle with the defenders atop the city walls, disrupting the situation and buying time for their comrades to land. As more and more black armored warriors entered the city, an increasingly bloody and brutal battle unfolded. However, it wasn't fierce enough. For once the Eternal Night Empire's soldiers assembled, the situation became one-sided. To capture this main city, the Eternal Night Empire specifically dispatched a 6-tier epic legion, and tens of thousands of other regular soldiers had also reached the level of a 6-tier Imperial Guard. As for the vassal soldiers, while their strength was indeed somewhat inferior to that of the Imperial Army, according to the system's classification, they were all elite. In this situation, the Alliance soldiers could still hold out for a while, relying on the city walls and their defensive equipment. A head-on engagement would be utterly impossible. At least, this particular garrison couldn't win. "Die!" a black-armored warrior said coldly, swinging his long sword. An Alliance soldier fell, his blood staining the ground. The Alliance soldier beside him, his eyes bloodshot, rushed forward frantically, trying to drive the Imperial soldiers back. The long sword slashed down. It struck the black armor, sending sparks flying. It didn't break the defense. A look of astonishment crossed the Alliance soldier's eyes, as if he couldn't understand what this insane defense was all about. The Imperial soldier's eyes darted, a cruel smile on his face. With a sweep of his long sword, a black haze suddenly appeared, and a head flew off. With the Imperial elite at the vanguard, the city's defenses were directly breached. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" the black-armored warriors roared, slaughtering the enemies before them. Under the Imperial assault, the defenders were forced to retreat, leaving them with almost no resistance. In less than a night, the entire city fell. Unlike other border cities, where the defending commanders fled, the defenders of Soko City remained intact. This wasn't due to their bravery, their determination to hold the city and fight to the death. It was a matter of practicality. They wanted to flee, but they couldn't. Unlike the armies of the undead and monsters, the forces attacking Soko City were the regular Imperial forces. They were far more powerful, with a more capable commander. As a result, their deployment was more sophisticated. Under these circumstances, the defenders had nowhere to escape. This time, the Empire achieved remarkable results. Over 50,000 enemies were killed, nearly 100,000 captured, and less than 20,000 of their own casualties were lost. A large portion of the Imperial Army's losses came from the vassal soldiers. There was no other way. Those elite Imperial troops were simply too tough. Given the strength of the defenders, injuring them was easy, but killing them was difficult. So, they had no choice but to focus on the vassal soldiers. Even so, judging by the casualty ratio, the Empire still held a clear advantage. Furthermore, this was a siege. To be able to achieve such an advantage in a siege simply meant the gap in strength between the two sides was quite significant. After settling in Soko City, the Imperial commander quickly issued the same order. Except for leaving the city, life remained normal. For these ordinary Alliance citizens, the Empire did not carry out a large-scale purge. Su Xingyu's benevolent rule still resonated with the Empire. Of course, this did not mean that the Eternal Night Empire would simply abandon everything and let things run their course. It was simply that the management had not yet arrived, and they did not know how to manage, so they simply kept things as they were. Once the management team arrives, changes will undoubtedly be made. Setting aside other considerations, faith must be maintained, and only to the dark gods. This has been the Empire's approach to conquered factions in recent years. After all, with so many factions and so many people, it's impossible to incorporate them all, right? This is simply unrealistic. They can't manage them all, and they don't have the resources to support them. So, for those surrendered factions, there are only two key areas of transformation. First, change of faith, and second, tribute. Changing faith is for the sake of stability. As long as the number of believers in the Eternal Night cult is large enough, the Empire won't worry about rebellion. Tribute is a given. The Empire is short on cash. Send any valuables quickly. Regarding the 100 Nations Alliance on the northern continent, if they can be successfully conquered, a similar solution is in effect. After all, the 100 Nations Alliance is too vast, potentially overwhelming the Eternal Night Empire. Absorbing them completely would only destabilize the empire. There aren't many options for dealing with such a force. Either assimilate them, let them run their course, or slaughter them. Neither of the first two is appropriate. As for slaughter, given the Eternal Night Empire's strength, they can certainly do it. After all, they can unleash a natural disaster of the undead, and human wave tactics are useless against them. However, Su Xingyu is not a bloodthirsty person. He will not hold back against those who resist, but will kill them where they deserve. He will not engage in meaningless slaughter of those who pose no threat. Let's just talk about basic values. Even if these citizens of the kingdom did nothing but pray at home daily, they would still generate value, a value far greater than simply killing them and transforming them into skeleton warriors. Control them with the divine faith, establish divine right of kings, and over 100 years, once the citizens of the kingdom have fully adapted, what the higher-ups think will no longer matter. The empire will not wantonly slaughter the kingdom's citizens, but it can easily eliminate tens, or even hundreds of thousands of nobles. But it's too early to say anything about this now. We've only just begun the fighting, and we haven't even captured a few border cities. It's unclear how long it will take to conquer the entire 100 Nations alliance. A conservative estimate is a minimum of 30 years, but if the war goes badly, 100 years isn't out of the question. It's a bit premature to start thinking about making arrangements before the situation has even opened up. While the full-scale attack was underway here, other areas also followed suit. The vast territory stretched the border between the two sides, facilitating the Empire's offensive. In addition to ground attacks, the Empire also launched naval offensives. Over the years, the Empire has continuously expanded its territory, finally reaching other coastlines and developing its own naval fleet. Although judging solely from the Empire's headquarters, their strength is somewhat lacking. After all, their development has been so short, and the Navy is a time-consuming branch. Furthermore, naval warfare isn't their strong suit, so their lack of strength is understandable. But if you add the affiliated sea tribes, the Empire's navy is no longer weak. It can even be said to be quite powerful, on par with some sea tribe players specializing in naval warfare. Over the years, the subordinate sea tribes have grown at an astonishing rate. Recently, they even established the Naga Kingdom and accepted the Empire's coronation. The main tribe's population has reached tens of millions, and the Dark Murlocs have reached nearly 30 million. As for the other vassal sea tribes, their numbers have long since surpassed 100 million. Compared to the fiercely competitive mainland, the intensity of competition in the ocean is complex, varying between high and low. Why do I say this? High because sea tribes are everywhere. Wherever survival is possible, you'll find them. The reason they're considered low is that most of them are still in the tribal era, with relatively primitive weaponry, social systems, and a low level of civilization. Once you've surpassed the tribal threshold and continued to develop steadily for a period of time, you can essentially crush 95% of the sea tribes. On the mainland, the level of civilization is far higher. They're all tough opponents, making them incredibly difficult to defeat. Think of how far Su Xingyu's Eternal Night Empire has come, yet there are still two factions that can challenge him. It's truly bizarre. In the sea, the Naga and the Murlocs face no limitations on their development, nor the worries of social systems. They don't need to worry too much. They simply need to ensure their people have enough to eat. Under these circumstances, their development is astonishingly rapid, and their numbers are exploding. On several small islands near the northern seas, several massive fleets are stationed. These are the fleets of the 100 Nations Alliance, whose mission is to blockade the Eternal Night Empire's sea routes. Compared to the Eternal Night Empire, the 100 Nations Alliance has existed longer, and has been exposed to the sea for a longer period. Furthermore, they constantly face the Blood Empire across the sea, making their naval fleet far more formidable than the Eternal Night Empire. With their fleet's strength, blockading the Imperial Navy, which hasn't shown its true strength, is a piece of cake. It's so boring. Working here is so dull. There's nothing to do. The only downside is watching the natives fight. A marine stretched and yawned, looking quite depressed. You're not going to play with those natives again, are you? You're quite impressive. Those guys are so stinking, and yet, you can actually stomach them. Another marine glanced at him with admiration. Oh, forget it. Who would want to do this if they had no other choice? The soldier sighed, a sense of unease building over the past. Those ladies in the kingdom are so much better. Not only are they beautiful, but they're also gentle and considerate. The guys here look even stronger than me, and their voices are like the howling of wild pigs. Be careful. If the captain catches you, you'll be in big trouble. Another soldier chuckled. Don't worry, the captain won't bother with such trivial matters. We're already here, so why not let us have some fun? That's right, we've been exiled here, so what's wrong with us having some fun? It doesn't affect our mission. The thought of having to stay here for so long is overwhelming. I don't know what life is like back home. When I get back, I'm definitely going to enjoy myself. A group of Navy soldiers gathered around the table, enthusiastically discussing which region had the best indigenous women, which place had the best food, and when they could return home. The ocean is vast and boundless, yet also tedious. Sailing on it, there's little else to see except the sea and the sky. Compared to aimlessly sailing, being able to stay on these small islands is actually quite a relief. At least they can bathe freely and enjoy the local delicacies. The only downside is that they stayed a little too long. 3 years. A fleet typically has to stay here for 3 years before returning to the kingdom for rest and rotation. 3 years, such a long time. Just thinking about it makes one feel despair. As they chatted, a sudden explosion erupted. Boom! Flames instantly illuminated everything before them, and the next second, they lost consciousness in the purifying heat. On the horizon, several massive fleets slowly approached. One terrifying energy cannon after another streaked across the sky, drawing dazzling arcs in the air as they charged head-on. The sheer size of the fleets was awe-inspiring, each warship a mobile fortress, immense and imposing. Enemy attack. Instantly, horrified cries echoed throughout the harbor. All Alliance soldiers, no matter what they were doing, paused, grabbed their weapons, and instantly entered combat mode. Energy shields rose, and beams of light shot skyward, illuminating the water surrounding the island. Main cannon stationed on the shore activated, launching a counterattack. Boom boom boom. Damn it! What are scouts for? The enemy fleet is right at our doorstep, and we haven't discovered anything. A naval commander roared in anger, as he watched the relentless barrage of energy cannons. The entire port area was in chaos. No one had expected they would be attacked at this time. It was illogical. It wasn't that they thought the Eternal Night Empire wouldn't attack them. It was because they had set up defenses, and now, with no warning at all, the enemy fleet had already arrived at their doorstep. He was filled with confusion and anger, but the most important thing now was to hold the port and then launch a counterattack. However, it wasn't that simple. Roar! A massive figure, as massive as a mountain, emerged from the sea, shattering the energy shield with its head. It opened its mouth and unleashed a thick, poisonous mist that instantly enveloped the entire ship. The naval soldiers on the deck didn't even have time to react before they fainted. At the same time, countless tall, scaly black figures leaped out, landed on the beach, and rushed towards the gunner at a terrifying speed. Chapter 171. Shoot, shoot! The commander's face paled as he watched the maddening, black mass of sea creatures surge towards him. He shouted in terror, commanding his soldiers. But these transcendent 6th-level Nanda warriors were incredibly fast, and before the gunners had time to adjust their direction, they had already surged a great distance. Drawing the short spears from behind him, the Nanda warrior roared, unnaming, and launched his spears based on instinct. The ultimate force unleashed the short spears at terrifying speed, piercing the night sky like lightning, hurtling towards the Alliance Navy soldiers. Swish, swish, swish. The Alliance soldiers watched in horror, unable to dodge effectively. The short spears, like the Grim Reaper's scythes, mercilessly harvested lives. Puff, puff, puff. Hundreds of Alliance soldiers fell, blood flowing like rivers, their screams echoing across the battlefield. It's over. The commander gazed at the tragically dead soldiers, his heart filled with despair. Seizing this opportunity, the Naga warriors swiftly closed in, engaging the Alliance soldiers in close combat. Ha! The Naga warrior roared, thrusting out with his spear. A flash of cold light, lightning fast. Puff! The spear pierced the Alliance soldier's neck. This kind of battle scene was common on the battlefield, with the sea warriors completely dominating the Alliance soldiers. The Naga weren't strictly sea creatures. As amphibious creatures, they could also demonstrate considerable combat effectiveness on land. Furthermore, this was a beach, not an inland area. And, to be honest, the Alliance's naval soldiers weren't very effective in close combat. Since the development of magic cannons, close combat had all but disappeared from the naval landscape. There was virtually no chance of use. The Naga warriors, having spent years navigating the seas, excelled in close combat. Using their strength against their weakness, the consequences were predictable. The naval forces on the coast were practically crushed. If they couldn't win on the beach, the situation in the sea was even more dire. As more and more sea monsters leaped from the surface, the entire harbor became a stage for their performances. A nearly 200-meter-long dark python, covered in black scales and with scarlet eyes. A nearly 300-meter-long, deep blue giant, a deep-sea coon that, when it surfaced, resembled a small island. An enormous octopus, with thick tentacles covered in suction cups. A sea serpent, with a dragon's head and a fish's body, rough skin and black scales, had blood-red eyes, like burning rubies, gleaming with an evil light. As various behemoths ravaged the harbor, it was as if a dream had suddenly returned to ancient times, a time when behemoths roamed rampant. Even though the Alliance Navy had a long history, traversing the seas for centuries and possessing considerable experience, it was still frightened. Who could explain why the enemy had so many ferocious sea beasts? Is this truly the Eternal Night Empire's navy, not the Deep Sea Empire's forces? At this moment, even the Alliance's naval commander was bewildered. But judging by the enemy fleet, it was indeed the Eternal Night Empire's army. However, he truly couldn't understand how a human empire, founded only a century ago, could produce so many behemoths. We've lost. Looking at the ships that had sunk or been captured, the Alliance commander knew his fleet was doomed. And so it was. Before long, the entire fleet in this port was captured. The Eternal Night Empire's fleet fired only a few rounds of artillery fire at the start, then watched the sea creature warriors crush them throughout. It's not that the Alliance Navy is weak. Excluding the sea tribes, the 100 Nations Alliance possesses the strongest navy of the three factions. But firstly, they were caught off guard and completely unprepared, unable to deploy even half of their usual combat power. Secondly, this was just one Alliance fleet, not representative of the Alliance's naval might. Of course, besides their problems, there was another major factor, the sheer strength of these sea creature warriors. It could be argued that even if the Eternal Night Empire's fleet were replaced by the Alliance fleet, the outcome would be the same. The only difference is that the Empire Navy's soldiers are more capable, allowing them to exchange more sea creature warriors and defend the coast. As for the warships, they're impossible to save. General Liu, Island No. 1 has been completely captured. In this battle, 4,271 Northern Alliance soldiers were killed and 12,315 captured, some of whom were natives. The Nada commander, accompanying the expedition, arrived aboard a warship to report the news to the naval commander. Excellent. Thank you for your hard work, General. Lu Xian nodded, very pleased with the victory, then asked, what were our losses? The Nada commander's expression froze, as if he hadn't expected the question. Is there something you're hiding? Seeing the Nada commander didn't answer, Lu Xian frowned, puzzled. Not really. I just haven't calculated the numbers yet. I'll report back to you later. The Nada commander rubbed his head and replied somewhat awkwardly. There's no other way. There are too many Sea Clan warriors, and their system is rather disorganized. Every battle involves losses, so unless the headquarters suffer significant casualties, they don't count their own casualties. Let's put it this way. Sometimes even the commander himself doesn't know how many Sea Clan warriors he's leading on an expedition. So, generally, they only count beheadings, and then award rewards based on the number of heads killed. As for those Sea Clan warriors who die in battle, being able to die on the battlefield and return to the embrace of the ancestral god of fear is the greatest reward for them. For the Sea Clan, there is no compensation for death in battle. In fact, this is the norm. Most monster tribes are like this. They enjoy life to the fullest, and after death, nothingness reigns. Unlike the Imperial headquarters, they have different views on bloodline inheritance and family values. Lu Xian finally understood why the Archon had specifically instructed him to be more tolerant of the Sea Clan warriors before the expedition. This was a terribly crude operation. What army wouldn't count its own casualties? Lu Xian had lived for so many years, and had encountered countless armies, but this was the first time he'd encountered one that only counted its gains, not its casualties. And this army, surprisingly, was actually their own people. For a moment, even Lu Xian felt a little overwhelmed. After a long moment, he waved his hand and said, "Go, get the count as soon as possible." The Nada leader responded, and left to have the casualties counted. He quickly returned and reported, "General, the Sea Clan army has lost 2,167 soldiers, most of them retainers. Our own Sea Clan has only lost 227. Okay, got it." Lu Xian nodded, clearly satisfied with the casualty ratio. He then instructed, "I don't know the rules back there, but in the Empire, post-battle rewards must be distributed accurately, without any deductions. You are accompanying the Empire on this expedition, and you must abide by its rules." "Rest assured, General, we will distribute the rewards faithfully," the Nada leader replied loudly. In the Sea Tribe, there aren't many twists and turns. Victory means reward, simple and straightforward. Su Xingyu didn't care. As long as they didn't cross the red line, they could do whatever they wanted. So, after the war, the Sea Tribe warriors' rewards would be distributed immediately. This was an ancestral custom. Delaying the distribution, or not distributing them at all, would incur resistance from the warriors. If they sued, you'd be in for a rough ride. The Eternal Night Empire simultaneously attacked from both land and sea, catching the 100 Nations Alliance completely off guard. The 100 Nations Alliance wasn't unprepared, quite the contrary. To resist the Eternal Night Empire's invasion, they had been preparing for a long time, accumulating an absurd amount of equipment. However, they had underestimated the Eternal Night Empire's strength. Although the Eternal Night Empire was constantly expanding, and its wars were relentless, it hadn't actually mobilized fully in many years. This also led to a problem. Even among the highest echelons of the Empire, the elders who truly understood the Empire's strength were few and far between. Even the powerful elders were like this, not to mention those who had infiltrated and barely made their way into the ranks of citizens and nobles. Their understanding of the Empire was far too partial. Even with this foundation, the 100 Nations Alliance greatly increased the strength of the Eternal Night Empire. But it was still far from enough. The gap was enormous. In just 2 weeks, most of the land along the border had fallen. The Eternal Night Empire, relying on its formidable combat power, captured 17 cities. The main force of the Empire advanced, capturing 3 major cities, and marching all the way to the capital of the neighboring kingdom, unstoppable. At sea, the Imperial fleet, accompanied by the Sea Clan army, cleared out the Alliance's spies, and then headed towards the northern seas. Northern continent, the center. Here stood a city, a vibrant and prosperous capital city that embodied the essence of 100 nations. Its name was Apocalypse. The nations of the 100 Nations Alliance ranged from strong to weak. The weaker ones, with populations of no more than 1 million, were tiny nations that would have long since vanished into the depths of history if not for the Alliance's protection. The powerful, considered a pinnacle kingdom, boasts millions of troops and possesses the aspirations of an empire. Unfortunately, they are constrained by the Alliance and the combined suppression of other nations, preventing them from expanding. The 3 most powerful kingdoms within the 100 Nations Alliance are the Kingdom of Lanisa, the Kingdom of Saint Ansa, and the Kingdom of Koer. Previously, these 3 factions fought against each other, barely maintaining stability in the northern continent. Apocalypse City lies at the junction of these 3 kingdoms, but it is a no-man's land, belonging to no nation, at least not officially. In Apocalypse City, a towering, resplendent building, the pinnacle of power in the northern continent, gathered to discuss important matters. Bang! A burly man suddenly slammed his hand on the table, roaring angrily, "Damn it, those border guards are useless. I spend so much money on them every year, and I never run out of equipment and resources, yet they can't even last a day. They're useless. A pack of ferocious dogs would be more useful than them." Bang! Another middle-aged man stood up, furious, practically ready to draw his sword. "Bullshit! If you're capable, go fight them yourself and experience the strength of that black-armored army. Otherwise, shut up. Do you really think you're so great just by contributing some money and equipment? Just by reading newspapers from the back, you think you can control the battlefield situation? Humph. I've certainly never been to the southern border, but I've fought in plenty of battles. In less than 2 weeks, I've lost over a dozen cities, including 3 main cities. Back when I was suppressing the Orc Rebellion, I was no match for that. If I'm anything but useless, what am I?" The burly man, undeterred, also stood up and retorted. "Hawk, you're courting death." The middle-aged man clenched his fist, a long sword materializing, and immediately struck the burly man. The burly man's expression darkened, and he drew his battle axe. "Calm down, both of you. Speak less, both of you. Now is not the time for an argument. The key is how to deal with the Eternal Night Empire." Seeing this, everyone stopped watching and quickly spoke up to dissuade the 2 men. Those nearby also stepped forward to intervene. The 2 men remained furious, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Just then, the person sitting at the top spoke up. "All right, that's enough. Do you really want to start a fight here?" It was a young man in a gorgeous magic robe. His voice was calm, yet it carried a hint of undeniable dominance. "You've all read the detailed battle report. This border defeat wasn't the fault of the border troops. Their response strategy was sound, and their equipment and props were in place. They used every possible means to stop the Eternal Night Army's attack. Although defeated, it's a glorious defeat. It can only be said that the gap between the 2 sides was too great." As the young man spoke, defining the battle, the 2 men instantly quieted down and returned to their seats. The three main seats above belonged to the three great powers. The elder beside the young men also spoke. The responsibility for this battle lies not with the border troops, but with us. We underestimated the strength of our new neighbors. They are far more powerful than we imagined. What's the point of discussing this now? Does it matter who's responsible? Do we think we can withstand the attack of the Eternal Night Army just by dividing the responsibilities? The burly man on the far right shouted with disdain. Everyone, the border has been breached. The three main cities of Soko, Binis, and Land have fallen into the hands of the Eternal Night Empire. The capital of Light is now on their plate. And what are we doing? We just received the battle report and are assigning responsibilities. If this continues, the Kingdom of Light will be declared extinct, and our alliance will have to change its name. The man's voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the entire venue, and everyone fell silent. They naturally understood such a simple truth. But it's a little lacking in emotion. After all, it's not them who are about to be attacked in the capital. Your Majesty, Gel is right. We can't wait any longer. We must unite, contributing both our strength and our wealth, to resist the Eternal Night Empire's attack and show them our strength. A slightly plump middle-aged man immediately responded, generously announcing, the Principality of Gothic is willing to send half of its army and 150,000 civilians to the Alliance to support the resistance. As the man spoke, others quickly followed suit. The Principality of Kami is willing to contribute 300,000 light crystals. The Principality of Ross is willing to contribute 200,000 servants. Chapter 172. After the battle between the Eternal Night Empire and the 100 Nations Alliance began, after an initial period of fierce fighting, it quickly descended into a war of attrition. After all, sometimes, just because you capture a city doesn't mean it's yours. Conquering a country is difficult, and controlling it is even harder. This world is never short of rebels, willing to fight for their country. Even if a kingdom's army is defeated, even if a city has fallen, they will resist and resist the invaders. The Eternal Night Empire has no good solution to this problem. After all, they can't change the will of others. The greatest respect for these rebels is to fight with all their might and kill them. To secure the captured cities, the Eternal Night Empire was forced to dispatch more warriors across the border to the northern continent. Thankfully, the Eternal Night Empire lacked everything except warriors. The Eternal Night Empire, including its subordinate tribes, actually lacked people in the strict sense. The idea of universal transcendence was more than just empty talk. Those special blessings generally make their combat effectiveness comparable to that of the kingdom's warriors. With a little training, they could become the kingdom's elite. Under such circumstances, maintaining order in the city would be a complete no-brainer. Of course, this also has something to do with the Empire's conciliatory policy. Most citizens of the Northern Continent Kingdom don't actually have a strong sense of belonging to their country. To them, it doesn't matter who's in charge. As long as they can get by, that's all that matters. And the policies of the Eternal Night Empire, across the entire plane, are exceptionally benevolent. If nothing else, under the Eternal Night Empire's rule, even the lowest-ranking servants have minimal living security. Adequate food, a roof over one's head, and warm clothing. These 3 points are enshrined in imperial law. As long as a person is recognized by the Empire, all imperial citizens have the obligation to ensure their well-being. However, navigating this situation and living a life of idleness is not acceptable. The Empire allows for non-work, provided you can manage your own needs. If you don't work, and still want to work for free, you will be forcibly reformed. The citizens of the kingdom aren't exactly clever, but a simple comparison is still possible. After living under imperial rule for a while, they clearly sense the difference. Let's put it this way, neither side respects them. The difference is that the Empire ignores them, while the kingdom oppresses them. The Empire treats all non-imperial citizens equally. They are ignored. As long as they abide by the rules, and don't provoke them, there will be no conflict between the two sides. Even servants and noble knights cannot be oppressed at will, because these servants are not just their private property, they are also the property of the Empire. The situation in the kingdom was different. To the kingdom's nobles, the people within their territories were nothing more than mercenaries, free to dispose of at will. These two different environments gave rise to distinctly different types of nobility. Which side did these kingdoms' people prefer? Of course, the Empire. The kingdom did protect them from foreign enemies, allowing them to eke out a living, but the laws and regulations enacted by the kingdom were all designed to serve the noble masters, not to treat them as human beings. The reason they protected them was simply to provide them with work. After all, if everyone was a noble, no one would be a noble. On the Empire side, even if they were only fourth-class servants, they were still considered human beings. Under these circumstances, The people of the former kingdom quickly gained acceptance of the Eternal Night Empire, quickly aligning themselves with the Eternal Night cult and becoming its followers. Later, they even secretly reported on resistance groups, ensuring greater stability in the cities they lived in. After conquering a city, they would rest for a while before continuing their offensive. The Eternal Night Empire advanced at a slow but steady pace, continuously expanding its territory. Although the 100 Nations Alliance had reached an agreement to jointly resist the enemy, they were unable to form a coalition force. Furthermore, their military strength was significantly inferior, so they could only defend their cities and rely on their strength to launch counterattacks. After the Eternal Night Empire was on track, Su Xingyu turned his attention to the outside world and began exploring the surrounding void plains. As the empire grew in strength, he needed more resource-producing areas, and high-quality resource-producing areas at that. Such places were difficult to find, requiring a long period of accumulation. Such places were rare within this plane, and most were owned, so he could only turn his attention to the endless void. Meteors are like drops of water in the ocean, difficult to find in the void, but demi-planes and planes are much easier to find. As long as the plane's master doesn't actively obscure them, planes in the void are like fireflies in the dark night, not immediately visible, but easily found with careful searching. Over the course of several years, Su Xingyu had located all the planes within a 500-unit radius. There are 12 planes near this plane, including 9 demi-planes and 3 small planes. How should I describe this number? It's a bit excessive. After all, even the smallest demi-plane encompasses tens of millions of square kilometers. 12 of them, combined, are far larger than this plane. You have to understand that with the spiritual energy concentration of the mid-level realms, the strongest beings within these planes are at least super creatures at the level of demigods. Unlike defective creatures, like the Void Beast King, these indigenous demigods are far more powerful, at least reaching the level of ordinary demigods, and some even reach the level of high-level demigods. Furthermore, being within their native plane, they have the advantage of terrain, allowing them to further enhance their strength. In contrast, outsiders entering this plane will be suppressed by the plane's consciousness. With one gain and one loss, even if an outsider is only a small realm higher than them, it will be difficult to defeat them. If they are not careful, they may even be killed and become food for the enemy. They're all tough to deal with. These mid-level realms are full of tough guys, not one to be trifled with. Su Xingyu rubbed his head, a slight headache building. He had only conducted preliminary explorations of these planes, and hadn't gained a thorough understanding. But even so, he sensed the power of those demigod creatures. How to capture these demi-planes was a major challenge. After some thought, Su Xingyu temporarily ruled out the 3 small planes. The demi-planes were filled with ordinary demigods, so even if there weren't any true gods in the small planes, a few powerful ones would be enough to give him a hard time. Never mind, they're all about the same. Let's sort them by distance and take out the ones closest first. After a moment's deliberation, Su Xingyu finally followed his favorite method, attack from near to far, working his way up. Su Xingyu was always quick to act, never delaying. After making his arrangements, he immediately grabbed his artifact, entered the plane coordinates, opened the spatial gate, and rushed in. The nearest demiplane, let's tentatively name it Demiplane number 1. It covers tens of millions of square kilometers of relatively pristine and untamed land, primarily forests and plains. It's home to hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts, but no advanced civilization has emerged. Due to changes in the rules of the intermediate realm, Su Xingyu, as an outsider, had no way to enter the demiplane directly. He could only open the spatial gate in the void outside the demiplane. Or in other words, he was trapped outside. Exiting the spatial gate and standing in the void, Su Xingyu looked at the demiplane before him and the dimensional barrier that kept him out. His eyes were calm, unsurprised. This dimensional barrier was constructed by the plane for self-protection. The more complete and larger the plane, the stronger its barrier. The barrier surrounding the demiplane wasn't particularly strong, but violent destruction would require at least the realm of a supreme demigod. Su Xingyu could manage it, but he wasn't a reckless person, so he wouldn't resort to such laborious methods. He extended his divine sense. His vast consciousness swept the void, searching for dimensional fissures. The larger the barrier, the more vulnerable it was to flaws. Containing the entire demiplane, it couldn't be airtight. Dimensional fissures were inevitable. Entering the plane through dimensional fissures was the most common invasion method used by the void beasts. After a while, Su Xingyu located a narrow dimensional fissure, just over 2 meters wide and 3 meters high, appearing exceedingly small compared to his towering stature. Even with all his might, His figure still reached over 10 meters. The longsword slashed forward, following the spatial rift. The longsword fell, and the spatial rift grew even larger. Su Xingyu stretched out his hands and pulled them to the side. His hand shone with a dim light, and sparks flew from the cutting force of the spatial rift. With a soft shout, the spatial rift expanded in both directions, expanding to 100 meters in an instant. With a flash of his figure, Su Xingyu instantly rushed into it. After a brief period of darkness, his vision brightened again. On the peaceful grassland, herds of wild cattle and horned sheep lowered their heads to graze, each side peacefully, living in harmony, just like any other grassland. But if you look closely, you'll notice something peculiar. For example, the weeds scattered across the ground actually contain considerable energy, enough to be considered spiritual herbs. Then, there were these seemingly ordinary beasts, whose bodies were far too large, generally standing 3 meters tall, with exceptionally sturdy and muscular builds. Their muscular masses and immense size clearly demonstrated their strength. But this was only one aspect. The most astonishing thing was that these herbivores had all entered the transcendent realm. With the exception of a few young, they had all reached the 3rd level, with some of the stronger ones even reaching the mid-level transcendent realm. Most outrageously, the leader of the herd had already reached the peak of the 6th level transcendent realm, just one step away from breaking through to the 7th. In just a few miles of space, 2 7th level reserve beasts and over 100 mid-level transcendent beasts appeared. This exemplified the sheer absurdity of this demi-plane. 2 herds of beasts were grazing on green grass when suddenly the sky shifted dramatically, the bright sky suddenly dimming. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of meters above the sky, a resounding explosion erupted, and a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared. A pair of hands, shrouded in a black glow, rested on the edge of the crack and yanked it aside. Snap! With a cracking sound, the crack widened, and a dark figure swiftly flew out. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as it flew out, several super bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air, striking the shadow. Again? Su Xingyu, already prepared, faced the incoming lightning with unfazed composure. With a casual wave of his hand, a semicircular dark shield materialized before him. No matter how the super bolt struck, the dark shield remained motionless, perfectly blocking all attacks. After a moment, as if realizing the lightning's ineffectiveness, the sky returned to calm. TSK. I thought they had some tricks up their sleeves, but that's all they've got. Nothing more than that. Su Xingyu grumbled with a touch of disdain, his expression composed. Then he looked down at the grassy plains below. The 2 herds, frightened by what they'd just seen, lay crouched on the ground, trembling. How interesting. I'd imagined these demi-planes would have abundant resources, but this is outrageous. There are truly spiritual herbs and ferocious beasts everywhere. While the spiritual energy on this plane is richer than here, and the environment is better for growth, time is still a major issue. In the future, the situation on this plane will be better than here, but right now, it's still far behind. The time it takes for both sides to develop is vastly different. But this is a good thing. One can feed for a long time. In the Eternal Night Empire today, blood and chi resources are extremely scarce. It's not that the Empire lacks blood and chi resources. Compared to other players, Su Xingyu is definitely among the most affluent. Drawing on his divine power of creation, he occasionally cultivates some blood and chi spiritual herbs and materials, but even so, it's still far from enough. All the Empire's legions must undergo transformation, and young people must be trained. This is a bottomless pit. No matter how many resources are poured into it, it will never be filled. As long as the Empire's legions strive to improve, the demand for blood and chi resources will not decrease. Far from decreasing, it will continue to grow as the Empire expands. The Eternal Night Empire's development has become somewhat distorted. Theoretically, they couldn't have reached their current level of development. The resources of the Eastern continent alone couldn't sustain such a vast empire. However, with the help of the system and the resources provided by other players, the Eternal Night Empire has managed to grow. But this level is already its limit. Therefore, Su Xingyu had no choice but to turn his attention to the void. He intended to conquer these void plains and devour their accumulated wealth over the years, thereby sustaining the Empire's expenditures. Let me see what the situation in this world is like. With a casual scoop, 2 peak-level 6th Order beast leaders flew up. They struggled feebly, watching helplessly as he soared higher and higher. As their eyes met, Su Xingyu's divine sense penetrated their seas of consciousness. Without wasting time, he quickly scanned them, searching for useful information. Soon, he had a clear understanding of the surrounding intelligence. With another wave of his hand, he released a dark aura, and the two beast herds below were instantly eroded and transformed. Su Xingyu left the two corpses behind and flew quickly to the north, leaving only two frantic dark beasts. Chapter 173. The two 6th level beast leaders knew very little, limited to this vast grassland. The master of the grassland was a wolf king of the 9th level Saint Realm, and his tribe also owned the grassland. Demi-Plane 1 was filled with various ferocious beasts, including native creatures and transformed void beasts, but this was not important. The definition between void beasts and ferocious beasts was inherently vague, and after a few generations of interbreeding, the distinction became virtually indistinguishable. Su Xingyu soared through the air at breakneck speed, his divine consciousness sweeping the surroundings with overwhelming force. He made no effort to conceal his presence, even actively radiating it outward. As he flew past, the grassland roared in anger, and the enraged high-level ferocious beasts soared into the sky. However, by then, the figure had already vanished, leaving no trace. In just a few hours, Su Xingyu arrived outside the wolf pack settlement, at the heart of the grassland. His unbridled behavior had already alarmed the entire prairie. Therefore, upon his arrival, the 9th-rank Wolf King, accompanied by a group of high-ranking ferocious beasts, was already waiting. "Visitor from the void, what do you intend to do here?" The black-furred Wolf King stood proudly, gazing at Su Xingyu, his eyes filled with fear. Having cultivated to the 9th rank, his intelligence was considerable, so he did not rush into an attack. Su Xingyu chuckled softly, and without further ado, he extended his hand towards the Wolf King. A dark, mountain-like hand reached out to grasp the Wolf King. "Ah!" The Wolf King, sensing danger, roared in anger, his blood surging through his body. Then, transforming into a streak of blood, he charged directly at the giant hand, seemingly intent on shredding it. "You're overestimating your own abilities." Su Xingyu's eyes were indifferent, a touch of disdain in them. With a snap, a giant dark hand enveloped the Wolf King, countless dark chains entwining it. The Wolf King struggled violently, trying to break free from the darkness's constraints. Like a firefly in a cage, it lashed frantically against the outer wall, gleaming crimson. But the dark cage held it tightly within, unable to budge even a bit despite its attacks. Su Xingyu tightened his grip, and the cage shrank instantly, dramatically reducing the Wolf King's room to maneuver. His muscles cracked, and the Wolf King howled in pain. "Roar! Ah!" Beastly roars resounded through the heavens, and countless high-level beasts took flight, charging towards the dark shadow in the sky. Su Xingyu held back against these creatures. The black divine sword fell into his hand, and then he swept it forward, slashing down with a myriad of black sword energy. The surrounding light was absorbed, and the sky grew dark. Sharp sword energy swept through. The high-level beasts each displayed their prowess, displaying immense strength, attempting to resist the dark sword slash. The result was predictable. Even if it was just a casual strike, a blanket attack that couldn't deliver concentrated damage, the vast disparity in power between the two sides still left the high-level beasts powerless. Swish, swish, swish. The sword energy swept across, cleaving countless beasts in half, some even reduced to bloody fragments that splattered the ground. The battlefield was stained red, and the stench of blood permeated the air. This aura, which should have driven the beasts mad, now filled all the surviving beasts with a chilling fear. The gap between the high-level and the demigods was vast. High-level transcendent warriors, without the support of a legion, fighting alone, were simply too weak for the demigods. They were completely different beings. The gap between them was far greater than that between the 7th and 6th ranks. Of course, if that were all, they wouldn't have been so easily slaughtered. After all, the higher the transcendent rank, the stronger the vitality. An ordinary demigod could quickly kill a high-ranking one, but expecting to crush a large number of them with a single blow was unrealistic. Unfortunately, Su Xingyu was no ordinary demigod. Even at his normal combat power, he had reached the level of a powerful demigod. Grabbing the dying Wolf King in front of him, Su Xingyu's consciousness plunged directly into its spiritual sea of consciousness, searching for the memories he sought. Unlike the two 6th-rank beasts confined to the grasslands, this transcendent 9th-rank Wolf King was already considered one of the most powerful beings in this plane. The Wolf King's memories were vast, and he had been exposed to more things. Unless it involved the privacy of other powerful beings, there was almost no information it could withhold from it if it so desired. Thus, exploring its memories was more difficult and time-consuming. It took Su Xingyu nearly half a day to find and sort out the relevant information about this plane. Demi-plane number 1 had no unified power, nor were there any monster races. The main inhabitants were ferocious beasts and vegetation. According to the Wolf King's information, This demi-plane contained 3 demigod-level creatures and 26 9th-level creatures. As for the other 8th and 7th-level creatures, there were even more, though no specific statistics had been kept. The 3 demigod-level creatures, namely the Scarlet Flame Tyrannosaurus, the Diamond Demon Ape, and the Thunder Giant Tree, jointly occupied this demi-plane, and most of the other ferocious beasts looked up to them as their superiors. Each being that reaches the 9th level can carve out its own territory, and other 9th level warriors are forbidden from trespassing without reason. It's quite troublesome. 3 demigod level creatures, one of them a plant creature. It's going to be tough. After digesting the information, Su Xingyu rubbed his head. Even he felt a bit troubled at this moment. Conquering a plane these days is neither easy nor difficult. All you need to do is kill the strongest creatures, thereby creating a hole in the barrier, and then directly establish a spatial gate. Build the spatial gate, then send people into the area, kill the creatures of this plane, weaken the world consciousness, and finally find it and control it. Controlling the world consciousness means completely mastering the plane. And the strongest creatures in the first and second half plane are undoubtedly the 3 demigod level creatures. According to the Wolf King's memories, they should all be at the level of ordinary demigods. However, with the blessing of the world consciousness, it's likely to improve. Even if it doesn't reach the combat power of a high-level demigod, it won't be far behind. Of course, this refers to the 2 demigod beasts. If the giant demigod tree, with the blessing of the world consciousness and located on its home turf, then its combat power would definitely reach that of a high-level demigod. We must act quickly. After determining the direction, Su Xingyu didn't linger any longer and immediately set off, flying towards the location of the giant thunder tree. 1 high-level demigod plus 2 ordinary demigods in their home turf. Once they united, they would be a formidable force. Even Su Xingyu would have to spend some effort to defeat them. So if you don't want to waste energy, it's best to eliminate them before they unite. Of the 3 demigod-level creatures, the least mobile is undoubtedly the thunder tree. So, despite its superior strength, Su Xingyu still chose it. 2 days later. After encountering countless accidents, Su Xingyu traveled thousands of miles and arrived at Thundercliff, where the thunder tree grew. The place was already fully prepared. A gigantic tree, over 1,000 meters tall, stood there, its branches and leaves lush, each leaf gleaming with the light of thunder, imbued with the most primal destructive power in the world. The tree's roots dug deep into the ground, its root system spanning the entirety of Thundercliff, drawing energy from the land. It was nearly 200 meters tall, crimson in color, covered in rough scales. Its eyes, strangely cracked, shone with a crimson glow. Melcano energy constantly flowed through its massive body, giving it the appearance of a moving volcano. It was an extremely terrifying red dragon beast, emanating a tyrannical aura. When it moved, the entire ground trembled. The King Kong demon ape was incredibly muscular, brimming with muscle. Its body was pitch black, radiating a metallic sheen. From afar, it resembled a metal statue. The King Kong demon ape was slightly smaller than its companions, only about 150 meters long, but its size alone revealed the terrifying power contained within it. With few exceptions, in the ferocious beast realm, size is a symbol of strength. 3 demigod-level creatures had already gathered. The moment Su Xingyu entered, the world consciousness of this plane sensed the danger. Although the world consciousness couldn't accurately report the situation, it still gave vague warnings. Once the other 2 demigod-level beast kings realized the danger, they immediately led their minions to Thunder Cliff and reunited with the Thunder Tree, preparing to jointly resist the formidable enemy. Outsiders, leave this place. The Crimson Flame Tyrannosaurus Rex warned, gazing at the dark figure not far away. Su Xingyu frowned slightly, his expression grim. He hadn't expected that these 3 demigod-level creatures would gather together after only a short journey. This is truly a difficult situation. 3 demigods, and over 100 high-level creatures. In just a few days, they've managed to gather so many. I have to say, they're quite capable. Seeing the worst-case scenario unfold, Su Xingyu's anxiety subsided. Outsiders, I repeat, leave this place. The Crimson Flame Tyrannosaurus Rex was irritated by Su Xingyu's direct disregard. Under normal circumstances, it would have blasted him with a blast of dragon fire. But now was different. The Scarlet Flame Tyrannosaurus felt a strong threat from Su Xingyu. This was a formidable foe. Much stronger than either of its 2 old rivals. On its own, it could never defeat him. So, the Scarlet Flame Tyrannosaurus did its best to suppress its own instincts and communicate as calmly as possible. I also offer you a choice. Submit to me or face death. Su Xingyu glanced at it and chuckled. Outlander, there's nothing here you desire, and you won't gain anything you want. If you insist on staying here, we'll have to fight to the death. The giant tree's branches swayed, and a blue phantom appeared. It was the Thunder Tree's consciousness, the image of an old man. As the eldest of the three demigods, it possessed greater wisdom, and a better understanding of the pros and cons. If possible, the Thunder Tree didn't want to fight either. The best approach was to use its power to overwhelm the opponent, demonstrating its strength and persuading the powerful being before it to retreat. You're so talkative. Let's have a fight first. If you're strong enough, I can leave. Although the enemy had already gathered, it was impossible to persuade Su Xingyu to retreat in this way. As soon as the words fell, before Su Xingyu could make a move, the previously silent King Kong demon ape took the lead. It leaped forward, swung its massive club down, and struck Su Xingyu, roaring, "Damn you, you're so shameless. If you don't want to leave, then stay here." For some unknown reason, the three demigod-level creatures in this demiplane all had rather violent temperaments. Realizing that negotiations were impossible, they no longer suppressed their instincts and immediately engaged in battle, using all their might. Die! Roaring furiously, the scarlet flame Tyrannosaurus erupted in crimson flames, transforming into countless fireballs that hurled themselves at Su Xingyu. Instantly, the entire sky was engulfed in flames. Sizzle! The earth cracked, and a flash of lightning flashed. A pillar of lightning shot up into the sky, transforming into a cage that enveloped Su Xingyu, blocking his movement. Haha, quite interesting. Su Xingyu immediately released his restraint, his divine body instantly expanding to 100 meters in length. He then extended his left hand, and under the horrified gaze of the King Kong demon ape, he grasped the incoming metal club. With a resounding bang, the blow, powerful enough to split mountains and sever rivers, was stopped. Ah! The King Kong demon ape roared, concentrating all its strength in its arms. It swung the massive metal rod again, striking Su Xingyu. Su Xingyu grabbed it casually, as if catching a plastic rod swung by a child playing, with remarkable stability. No matter how hard the King Kong demon ape exerted its strength, it couldn't move it even a little. Feeling the metal demon ape's power, he softly commented, "Not bad." Then, with a wave of his hand, a tremendous force was transmitted through the metal rod to the King Kong demon ape. The King Kong demon ape lost control and let go of the metal rod, being flung directly away. Bang! With a flip of his left hand, the massive rod flew out, striking the King Kong demon ape. The speed was so extreme that the King Kong demon ape couldn't dodge. The metal rod struck its abdomen and then carried it into the ground. The earth cracked, and smoke and dust surrounded it. A cloud of fireballs descended upon him. Su Xingyu remained calm, his armor gleaming with a black glow that instantly expanded, forming a massive black hole around him. The fireball crashed into it, instantly silencing him. He swung his sword, a cloud of sword energy slashing down. The thunder cage was instantly shattered. Boom! Thunder rumbled from the sky, dark clouds gathered, and the next moment, countless lightning spears pierced the sky. Above the crumbling earth, a blue glow shimmered, and pillars of thunder rose. In an instant, the entire thunder cliff was blanketed in lightning, leaving Su Xingyu with no escape. But Su Xingyu didn't even consider dodging. Such a blanketing attack was simply impossible to avoid. Swallow. With a wave of his hand, his divine body shifted slightly, and a dark vortex rose into the sky, expanding continuously, devouring the falling lightning spears. Su Xingyu's figure flashed, flying towards the newly charged diamond demon ape. The giant sword swept down, and the demon ape fell to the ground. Chapter 174. Heavenly Fire Meteor. Thunderbolt. The King Kong demon ape didn't let the battle alone. The Crimson Flame Tyrannosaurus and the Thunder Tree also took action. The combined might of these three demigod-level creatures was terrifying. The fireballs, blessed by the law of fire, expanded immensely, like flaming meteorites, descending from the sky with destructive force, unstoppable. The Crimson Flame Tyrannosaurus gazed at the dark vortex with a sinister grin. Honestly, its favorite opponents were those fools who wouldn't dodge, instead maintaining their shields and waiting for its blast. The law of fire was the most primal of laws, its manifestations varying greatly depending on who comprehended it. Incineration, molten lava, fire, heavenly fire, explosion, purification, civilization. In the Crimson Flame Tyrannosaurus's understanding, fire was meant to destroy. The ultimate explosion could annihilate all enemies. Break it. With a furious roar, massive fireballs plunged into the dark vortex, causing violent explosions that shook the sky and sent countless flames gushing forth. The dark vortex began to tremble. The next moment, violent thunder ripped through the night sky, crashing down continuously and pouring into the dark vortex. Finally, under the combined power of the two, the dark vortex reached its limit and could no longer withstand it. Su Xingyu remained unfazed. He snorted coldly. Since you can't take it anymore, then spit it all out. With that, he abandoned his control of the dark vortex, allowing it to collapse and disintegrate. The next second. Boom, bang, bang. Fire and thunder filled the entire space, intertwining and counteracting each other, forming a scene of doomsday, culminating in a violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion instantly spread, engulfing everything in its vicinity, even the masters of the two powers, the Scarlet Flame Tyrannosaurus and the Thunder Tree. With their powerful bodies, demigods were naturally not afraid of the aftermath of such an attack, but they must remember that, besides the three demigods, there were also numerous high-level transcendental beings. To protect their men from the aftermath, the three demigods were forced to take action, building defenses to resist the aftermath of their own attacks. After a long while, the explosion subsided. A gust of wind swept through, and the smoke and dust receded. Neither side suffered any damage, and Su Xingyu wasn't even a speck of dust on him. Warm-up is over. Such an attack, capable of severely injuring a high-level transcendental being, was completely useless to a demigod. It was merely a warm-up exercise. After the exchange, Su Xingyu gained a basic understanding of the three demigods. Fire, thunder, and power were the laws they had mastered, each perfectly suited for combat. However, their mastery was average, not particularly profound. Their combat power was just as Su Xingyu had estimated. Even with the aid of dimensional awareness, the Scarlet Flame Tyrannosaurus and the Diamond Demon Ape were still ordinary demigods, while the Thunder Tree had reached the level of a high-level demigod. After figuring out the enemy's situation, the real battle began. A life-or-death battle. Sword in hand, Su Xingyu flew forward, slashing down. The Diamond Demon Ape quickly met their attack, swinging its massive metal club upward. Bang! With a resounding bang, the two forces collided, creating a deafening sound. Like a meteor collision, the extreme force shook the entire space, and a massive spatial crack appeared. A gleam of black and red shone, capturing the attention of all living creatures. Not bad for your strength, but not strong enough. Su Xingyu's eyes flashed with an intense darkness. He thrust his right arm, relying solely on the strength of his divine body to suppress the Diamond Demon Ape, blessed by the law of power. The mountain-like longsword swung continuously, its energy crisscrossing. A black haze suddenly appeared, space shattered, and the Diamond Demon Ape immediately stained the void with blood. Raging thunder and blazing flame struck again. Su Xingyu didn't even bother to look. With a casual wave of his hand, two dark sword energies slashed out, slicing through the sky. Like a greedy glutton, they absorbed all the incoming fire and thunder, their sword energy becoming even more ferocious, and then slashed at the giant tree and the dragon beast along the way. The branches of the thunder giant tree swayed, vines entwined, and then transformed into a massive thunder spear. With a sizzling sound, it shot towards the dark sword energy, colliding with it, resisting each other, and forming a storm of energy that swept all around. The crimson dragon beast's eyes flashed red, its lava field expanding. It opened its mouth and spitted out an even more blazing flame, resisting the dark sword energy. Ao. The King Kong demon ape roared furiously, its body radiating a black gold glow. The sword energy raked long, thin wounds across its body, leaving blood oozing out, staining its thick fur red. The King Kong demon ape angrily swung its metal rod in an attempt to counterattack, but was quickly suppressed by Su Xingyu. Its all-conquering power offered no advantage against Su Xingyu. Facing three demigods simultaneously, Su Xingyu displayed immense power, appearing to handle them with ease. However, it would take considerable time to fully determine the outcome. This was a plane, not the void. Suppressed by the underlying rules of the plane, both sides' destructive power was reduced to a certain level. Additionally, the demigod-level creature's vitality was so tenacious that even Su Xingyu, with his greater strength, couldn't quickly slay them. A conservative estimate would be that it would take another 2 weeks. This was due to the rather sinister nature of the powers he wielded. Whether it was death, devouring, fear, or degradation, they all possessed a highly corrosive nature. Otherwise, it might have taken even longer. Su Xingyu's powers might not be strong enough in a head-on confrontation, but they were incredibly ruthless. Show even the slightest weakness, and this force would seize the opportunity to invade, steadily weakening your body until death. Compared to other gods wielding combat powers, Su Xingyu wasn't particularly skilled in combat, but his foundation was strong, and his 5 powers worked in perfect harmony. When combined, they were incredibly formidable. Now, the King Kong demon ape was gradually feeling the pain. Its proudly powerful frame, merely scarred by a few cuts, was now being eroded like a poison, constantly being ravaged. Unable to dispel the force, if left unchecked, this force would devour its vital energy, strengthening it and ultimately eroding its entire body. Thus, the Diamond Demon Ape was forced to dedicate a portion of its strength to suppress the dark force clinging to its wounds. Heaven and earth crumbled. An elemental storm. For demigods engaged in a fierce battle here, their powers clashing, causing a violent tremor between heaven and earth, a devastating roar. The sky was thick with dark clouds, lightning and thunder roared. Vast fissures opened in the ground, magma roiled, and a fiery aura filled the air. On the demigod-level battlefield, the assembled high-level transcendents proved completely ineffective, even struggling to protect themselves and ultimately forced to withdraw from the core battlefield. As time passed, the battlefield here intensified. Under the confrontation of the four demigods, the environment was like a canvas, painted with careless strokes. Even with the blessing of world consciousness, the three local demigods were still somewhat powerless against the dark gods, and were completely at a disadvantage. What shocked them most was that the dark gods grew stronger as the battle progressed, while their own strength steadily weakened, widening the gap between the two sides. Thunder Tree and the others were not mistaken. They were indeed weakening. Under the erosion of multiple powers, even the demigods were now beginning to feel the pressure. Su Xingyu's strength was also indeed growing. This was not surprising. Since becoming a god, Su Xingyu had never fought a single tough battle, relying solely on sheer force to crush the enemy, devoid of any technical skill. This was even more true after achieving true demigodhood. Even the Void Beast Kings at the demigod level couldn't withstand a few blows. This time, facing three alone put him under considerable pressure. During the battle, he became familiar with the authority he held, blending multiple powers to unleash ultimate combat power. The scales of victory slowly tilted towards Su Xingyu. Finally, on the 10th day, the dark sky vanished, and all was quiet. The King Kong demon ape's eyes widened in terror as a dark spear, mingled with the power of multiple powers, pierced his chest and pinned him directly to the ground. The scarlet flame Tyrannosaurus's head was severed, but its massive body continued its charge, its blood flowing like molten lava, forming a crimson stream. The Thunder Tree's trunk was severed by the sharp blade. The terrifying dark force continued to erode its body, and the remaining thunder power within the tree continued to resist this force. At the center of the trunk, the Thunder Tree's life-giving heart, nurtured for years, had vanished. A rumbling sound echoed from the sky, and heavy rain poured down, as if the world were weeping. Boom! Thunderbolts continued to fall, striking the culprit, but before they could get close, they were swallowed by a dark vortex. What a formidable opponent! It's a pity they were a bit weaker, otherwise I'd be in big trouble. Su Xingyu sighed, looking at the three dead demigods. Honestly, none of these three were weak. The authority they wielded was powerful, well suited for combat. In terms of combat prowess, each of them possessed the ability to slay the demigod Void Beast King. However, Su Xingyu, having ascended through 5 powers, possessed a formidable foundation. Even though he hadn't previously been familiar with demigod combat, the simple use of his authority was enough to suppress them. Luckily, he encountered Su Xingyu. Otherwise, anyone else, even a similarly powerful demigod, wouldn't have been so easily defeated facing their siege. However, this battle also made Su Xingyu realize something. His fighting style was too monotonous. For example, in this battle, he relied almost entirely on authority, completely overwhelming his opponent with sheer force. It's not that this is a bad idea. After all, gods aren't mortal beings, and their fighting styles are vastly different from those of ordinary beings. So-called combat techniques are useless to them. High-level transcendents still talk about fighting above their level, but after achieving demigodhood, forget it. It's too difficult. Demigods have a high tolerance for error. The higher you advance, the more tenacious your vitality becomes. Attacking a high enemy with a low attack, it takes a long time to break through. Attacking a low enemy with a high attack, it's over in an instant. In this situation, fighting above their level is impossible unless the base attributes of the two sides are significantly different. When I get back, I should think about it and research some skills. Otherwise, I feel like my lethality isn't enough, and relying solely on authority is a bit too monotonous. Su Xingyu muttered to himself, resting for a while before opening the spatial passage to his own plane. Not long after, several legions were dispatched: the Dog Demon Legion, the Argonian Legion, and the Silver Armored Heavy Legion. These 3 legions shared a common characteristic: a strong emphasis on physical training. This demi-plane, with its abundant ferocious beasts and rich blood and energy resources, was perfect for their training. Firstly, they could engage in battle against the ferocious beast armies and gain effective training. Secondly, they could use the blood and energy resources here to accumulate their own essence and quickly reach the 7th level standard. Su Xingyu wasn't particularly concerned about safety. Without the support of the 3 demigod-level creatures, the world's consciousness was now weak and posed no threat. Relying on the local ferocious beasts would be a complete joke. The Eternal Night Empire's peers were generally quite powerful. They might not be able to leapfrog a 9th level demigod, but they would have no problem fighting a normal 9th level demigod. The 3 legions commanders and deputy commanders were all 9th level warriors, a total of 6 9th level warriors, more than enough to crush the creatures of this demi-plane. Furthermore, unlike the local herds of ferocious beasts, they were a complete legion, not a collection of haphazardly thrown together soldiers. With their coordinated efforts, they were not completely defenseless against even demigods. Thus, Su Xingyu felt completely at ease and had no concerns about their safety. After settling the legions, Su Xingyu wasn't idle either. After a short rest, he quickly began preparing for the conquest of the next plane. Demi-plane number 2 was also a vast world, but its terrain was somewhat unique, dominated by desert wasteland. The sun scorched, yellow sand filled the sky, and as far as the eye could see, desert lay everywhere. To be there was like being in an endless sea of fire. This situation was extremely unique, because normally, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the easier it would be for life to thrive. Environments like deserts and wastelands should simply not exist. Surrounded by green grass and dense forests, this kind of environment should be normal. So, there was only one possibility. Some external force had affected the environment here, transforming it from a place teeming with life into its current state of dead silence. Su Xingyu felt a little strange, but he didn't dwell on it. He immediately followed the procedure, searching for demigod creatures and executing them with precision. The main creatures on this plane were ferocious beasts and undead spirits, who primarily lived underground, emerging only at night. Environmental interference was of no significance to him. After a brief exploration, Su Xingyu quickly located the 2 demigod-level creatures, a demigod-level skeleton and a demigod-level desert lizard. The battle on this plane was much simpler than the previous one. In less than 3 days, under the influence of the plane's consciousness, the desert lizard, equivalent to a high-level demigod, was instantly slain. Su Xingyu also wiped the demigod skeleton's consciousness, intending to take it back and throw it into the river of the dead to see if it could produce a new demigod skeleton. Chapter 175. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Eternal Night Empire. A border town near the north. In a tavern, under the dim lights, the air was filled with the faint aroma of alcohol and the strong smell of tobacco, intoxicating and captivating. Many people gathered together, the tavern bustling with activity. Many of them were soldiers, who had just returned from the battlefield. They exuded a fierce aura, toasting their glasses and drinking heartily, their laughter filling the tavern. Cigarettes and alcohol, since their invention, have been beloved by soldiers on the battlefield. However, on the battlefield, they were not allowed to drink freely. The round table was filled with a variety of dishes and drinks, all specialties of the northern border. Ha ha, drink, drink. Our wine is so refreshing. Those guys in the north are like little girls. The wine they drink is not strong enough at all. It's just like water, tasteless. A burly man grabbed a bottle of wine and guzzled it down. With a few thump sounds, the entire bottle went down his stomach. I don't know how they can drink it. This wine has no strength. It's just like water. Maybe they just like it this way. Ha ha ha. Not everyone is as strong as us. Those nobles in the north are delicate and weak, without any fighting power. How can they drink strong liquor? Speaking of which, what's the situation in the north? Which city have we captured? Why does it feel like there's no movement at all? A younger recruit asked curiously. As time went on, at first, the Eternal Night Empire would regularly inform its citizens through newspapers about their progress and the number of enemy troops they had annihilated daily. But then, gradually, the information released became less and less. At this point, all we can see is the advancing battle line, and no other intelligence is known. Nothing is normal. They just casually fought their way in. What else is there to worry about? A veteran soldier with extensive intelligence channels spoke of the northern kingdoms with a touch of disdain on his face. Ever since 2 years ago, the 100 Nations Alliance gathered 1 million. Well, I say 1 million, but I'm guessing it was only 500,000. Anyway, they assembled the entire 100 Nations Alliance's elite troops and launched a major battle against us in the capital of the Cassano dynasty. In the end, they retreated less than 150,000 men. Since then, the 100 Nations Alliance has had little power to fight back on the front lines, and can only make minor moves in our controlled areas. But it's useless. The Inquisition of the Divine Cult has taken over the stabilization of the controlled areas, and no one else can do anything about it. A few years ago, the Eternal Night Empire invaded the northern continent, capturing cities and territories, sparking a fierce conflict with the 100 Nations Alliance and an unprecedented war. Initially, caught off guard and misjudging the Eternal Night Empire's strength, the Northern Kingdom suffered a heavy blow. The Empire captured the main city near the border, and the Eternal Night Legion then advanced without delay, demonstrating immense combat prowess. While the 100 Nations Alliance was still arguing, they annihilated several kingdoms at an astonishing rate. Faced with the might of the Eternal Night Army, these small kingdoms, each with a population of 1 million and fewer than 100,000 soldiers, even with the Alliance's support, were unable to withstand the Empire's advance and were swiftly annihilated. Across the vast plains of the north, the Empire's cavalry galloped across the battlefield, unstoppable, slaying countless enemies. Under the Eternal Night Empire's increasingly ferocious offensive, the northern kingdoms felt immense pressure. Ultimately, 3 powerful nations led the charge, forming an elite army of 500,000 men. The Eternal Night Empire also assembled its forces, raising an army of 350,000, ready to clash with the 100 Nations Alliance for control of the northern continent. Combined, nearly 1 million men, the two sides engaged in a bloody battle across the plains, which lasted for over 10 days. A core battle of this scale had never occurred in the entire northern continent. This battle was of paramount importance to both sides. The northern kingdoms needed a decisive victory to stabilize the situation and unify their forces, while the Eternal Night Empire needed a victory to crush their will to resist. It was a battle of utter brutality. Corpses littered the ground, blood staining the grasslands red. The rich smell of blood still lingers in the area. The result was as expected. Although the 100 Nations Alliance's army was larger and enjoyed home field advantage, the Eternal Night Empire's legions were significantly more powerful. Assisted by several top-tier armies, the 100 Nations Alliance was crushed, withdrawing only less than 150,000 troops. From then on, the 100 Nations Alliance completely lost the ability to engage the Eternal Night Empire head-on. It must be said that their foundation was indeed strong. Even after losing so many soldiers, they still had the capital to form a second coalition army. However, after witnessing the strength of the Eternal Night Empire's army, some divisions emerged within the alliance. Some believed that even if they formed another coalition, they would be unable to defeat it. Rather than wasting their forces, they should leverage their geographical advantages to wear down the Eternal Night Empire's strength. Then the situation evolved into the current one. The 100 Nations Alliance defended rather than attacked, defending if they could, retreating if they couldn't, preserving their remaining strength. Brothers, I'm about to head over there. Is there anything I should be aware of? A young man raised his glass and asked several veterans, who had just retreated. Nothing to worry about. Just distinguish between friend and foe. Also, keep your men under control and don't go too deep. The Northern Kingdom still has some strength. They certainly can't defeat the Imperial Army, but you can still fight them. Keep your servants under control. Never violate Imperial laws. Obey wartime regulations. Don't be so optimistic that just because you're outside Imperial territory, the Empire can't control you, and you can act recklessly. When you get there, visit the local commander first and understand the situation before you attack. It's a mess over there right now. Regular troops, refugees, bandits, and bandits disguised as regular troops. You're fighting me, I'm fighting you. It's hard to tell them apart. Be careful, and don't get tricked. A middle-aged veteran, with a fierce scar on his face, and a sharp gaze said with a smile. Those bastards are so treacherous. The middle-aged veteran pointed at the scar on his face. See this? It was caused by those bastards from the Northern Kingdom. Unable to defeat them head-on, they disguised themselves as ours. If I hadn't been so tough, I'd have been completely defeated. The young man swallowed his saliva at the warnings of the others. He had assumed the battlefield was simple, just going in and fighting, but he hadn't expected it to be so complex. What, kid? Are you scared? A middle-aged veteran laughed. If you're scared, it's not too late to regret it now. Let the others take their place, and you can enjoy the good life back there. Honestly, it's better here. We have everything. Why rush to the front and suffer? Another veteran also laughed. Who are you looking down on? I've never even learned to write the word fear in my life. The worst that can happen is death, and I'll have to serve my master." The young man replied disdainfully, then grinned, "I just think there are too many twists and turns here, and it's too troublesome. It's best not to be afraid. You're more talented and capable than us. Go there and try your luck. Maybe you can earn a noble title. That's right. Maybe we'll even have to go to your place for food." Ha ha. Northern Continent. The Kingdom of St. Anza, one of the 3 most powerful kingdoms in the Northern Continent, possesses an immensely vast territory. The capital, Bordelais. Also a tavern, this one is even more lively than the Eternal Night Empire. Located in the central part of the Northern Continent, the Empire's invasion and the Alliance's defeat seem to have had no impact on this prosperous city. They continue to live a life of luxury. In the Northern Continent, they have been unrivaled for far too long. As a result, all the citizens of the kingdom firmly believe that their country would not fail. Even if they suffered a temporary setback, they would surely achieve ultimate victory. At that time, His Majesty the Great King would lead the kingdom's army to counterattack the Eternal Night Empire, ultimately dividing it up and feeding every noble in the kingdom. While some were blindly confident, others were naturally rationally pessimistic. Another major city has fallen. A tall, thin man, dressed in aristocratic attire, looked deeply pessimistic. In just 3 years, the Eternal Night Empire has conquered hundreds of cities, captured the capitals of 5 countries, and even won the Battle of Manx. At this rate, their army will reach Bordelais in 20 years at most. What should we do then? Hammer, don't worry, we won't lose. The Northern Continent has over 100 countries. While any of them alone can't defeat the Eternal Night Empire, united, we can absolutely stop them. Next to the pessimistic young man, a sturdier companion, unfazed, beamed. He pulled out a stack of banknotes and generously scattered them around. Come on, let's keep playing and dancing. We won't leave until we're drunk tonight. Ha ha ha. Well said. It's just the Eternal Night Empire. We can defeat the Blood Empire, a 1,000-year-old vampire clan. Why should we fear a human empire that's risen less than 100 years ago? Once we defeat them, everything they have will be ours, and we'll let other forces know that messing with us won't end well. I heard the Eastern Continent is rich in crystal stone resources, and there are also many spiritual material production sites. The kingdom can't manage them all, so we'll definitely distribute them. It's exciting to think about it. The other companions chimed in, laughing. The sturdy young man stood up, raised his glass, and shouted, "Everyone, congratulations to the kingdom, congratulations to His Majesty." The tavern suddenly erupted in enthusiastic shouts. Congratulations to the kingdom, congratulations to His Majesty. Congratulations to the kingdom, congratulations to His Majesty. Congratulations to the kingdom, congratulations to His Majesty. The tall, thin young man stared blankly at his companions, momentarily distraught. He couldn't understand why the kingdom's situation had become so dire. The Eternal Night army advanced relentlessly, capturing cities, and destroying nations with unstoppable force. The Alliance army had been defeated, and the nations of the Northern Continent were defending their cities, refusing to attack. This was clearly a doomed situation. They could easily have discovered this information with a simple search, so why weren't Amoka and the others willing to take a look? Why would they rather linger in taverns and gambling dens, wasting vast sums of money, than seek the truth? He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't. The distraught young man quietly walked out of the tavern, his steps heavy and slow. Walking down the streets were brightly lit, bustling with people. How long can this prosperity last? Young Hamer couldn't help but wonder as he walked. As he walked, several figures suddenly appeared in front of him. They were frail young men, seemingly no more than 13 or 14 years old. The sturdier one in the lead, holding a short blade, pointed it at Hamer and said, "If you don't want to die, hand over all your money." Hamer was startled, regaining his composure. He looked around and realized he had stumbled into an alley. He stepped back, turning to flee, but saw 2 other young men approaching from behind. They glared at Hamer fiercely, each holding a thick, long wooden stick. "What do you want? This is the kingdom's capital, and I'm a noble. You're robbing me. Are you dying?" Seeing no escape, Hamer's face tinged with panic. He feigned composure as he looked at the young men approaching him, invoking his noble status in an attempt to intimidate them. Sure enough, upon hearing Hamer was a noble, the surrounding young men stopped in their tracks, their faces hesitant. I'd assumed he was just a wealthy young man, but I hadn't expected him to be a noble. In the kingdom of St. Anza, the nobility were considered the upper class. Even the lowest baron had the power to dispose of refugees at will. Seeing this, Hamer quickly said, "Leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened." Everyone turned to look at the knife-wielding youth, hoping for his advice. Hee hee. The sturdy youth grinned and said coldly, "Without money for food, we'll all die in a few days, sooner or later. Might as well have a good meal before we die." His gaze grew fiercer as he glared at Hammer, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Kill him, and no one will know it was us." With that, he rushed forward with the knife, stabbing Hammer without hesitation. Hammer retreated in fear, but could only watch helplessly as the knife drew closer. Hammer felt a surge of regret, regretting why he hadn't practiced harder in the past. Clang! Just then, a figure appeared in front of Hammer. With a casual swing of his hand, the knife flew out, sending the youth flying backwards, slamming into the wall with a thud. It was a man in black, a guard sent by Hammer's father to protect him. "Run!" The surrounding teenagers, without hesitation, scattered in an instant, fleeing in both directions. The black-clad guard leaped out swiftly and, in a moment, had captured them all. He threw them in front of Hammer. "Master, what should we do with these untouchables?" The black-clad guard asked grimly. "Are you sent by my father?" Hammer, still recovering from his shock, asked the black-clad guard. "Yes, my master ordered me to protect you in secret. I can only reveal myself when you're in danger." The black-clad guard nodded, then explained that it wasn't that he hadn't taken action, but that he had been ordered not to. "Master Hammer, we're being reckless. Please be magnanimous and let us go." "Have mercy, have mercy. This is all Axe's fault. It has nothing to do with us." The captured teenagers wept profusely and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Chapter 176. To save their lives, they unanimously placed the blame on the sturdy young man, hoping to earn the forgiveness of the noble lord before them. While the boss's earlier words made sense, everyone has to die sooner or later, and a good meal before death. Who would want to die if they could live? A good death is worse than a miserable life. The boss, whom they had abandoned, now lay against the wall, spitting blood, his breath fading, looking rather miserable. The black-clad guard was formidable, having reached the 6th level of the transcendent realm. If he hadn't considered his young master's advice and held back, that casual blow would have been enough to kill the young man before him. Even so, that casual blow had severely injured the young man. Without immediate treatment, he might not survive the night. Listening to his younger brother's words, the still conscious young man nearly passed out with anger. Even though he'd known all along that his brothers were unreliable, weak as rats in a fight but fierce as tigers when it came to grabbing food, he still felt furious when he heard their words. What a bunch of disloyal guys. This time, they were probably doomed. "Master." The black-clad guard ignored the crowd's pleas for mercy, and turned his gaze to the young man, asking for his opinion. Hammer hesitated. As a well-read young noble, he knew something was amiss. In the capital of a powerful kingdom, people were resorting to looting because they couldn't get enough food. Is this their fault, or the kingdom's? "Master Hammer, please spare us, just this once. We haven't eaten in days, and the restaurant owners don't want us. We're forced to do this. Sir, please be magnanimous and spare us this time. We won't dare do it again." A few clever teenagers, seemingly sensing Hammer's hesitation, immediately intensified their pleas for mercy. "Judging from your skillful movements, this isn't the first time you've done this. If I let you go, you'll definitely harm others again. Wouldn't that be my fault then?" Hammer's eyes grew firmer as he spoke. Just as everyone was about to despair, he slowly added, "But the kingdom is also responsible for your hunger. As a noble, I must shoulder some responsibility. It wouldn't be appropriate to just kill you. Every nation needs soldiers on the front lines right now. You enjoy fighting, don't you? Then go, and give it a try. Perhaps you can even earn a place in the army." He then addressed the black-clad guards, "Take them all with you, and send them to the recruitment office later." The black-clad guards' eyes were calm as they slowly nodded, as ordered. The cowed crowd was stunned by his words. Let them join the army, that's killing them. Everyone knows the Eternal Night Empire and the Alliance are locked in a fierce war. With their small bodies, if they were deployed to the front lines, they'd likely become the enemy's foes in a matter of days. But after a quick glance at the murderous black-clad guards, they abandoned their pleas for mercy. Instead, they continued to kowtow, chanting words of gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for sparing my life." Hammer ignored them, turning to look at the young man lying over there. "As for that guy over there." After a moment's thought, Hammer said, "Forget it, forget about him. If he survives, it's his fate. If he doesn't, it's his fate." Retracting his gaze, Hammer led the others and turned to leave. Just then, something unexpected happened. The faint light around them vanished in an instant, and the already dim environment became pitch black. A cold voice echoed in Hammer's ears. "Boy, You're quite interesting. Who are you? The black-clad guard was about to move when he found himself bound by dark vines, unable to move an inch. A man in black, wearing a mask, appeared beside Hammer. Looking at the mask, Hammer, who had some knowledge of the Eternal Night Empire, was startled, his face tinged with fear. Eternal Night Cult? Oh, not bad. I've met so many people here, but you're the first one I've met who can recognize this mask at a glance. The man touched the mask on his face and chuckled. The Eternal Night Empire has infiltrated the heart of the kingdom. Hammer asked with a touch of fear, disregarding his own safety. Pretty much. There's no fence around here, and no identification required, so it's easy to get in. The man smiled and replied gently. What are you planning to do? Disrupt the kingdom's order, or stir up unrest? I can't tell you that yet. The man smiled and shook his head. Okay, enough small talk. Come with me. Wait, you. Before Hammer could finish his words, the man waved his hand, and darkness instantly enveloped everyone. The guard and the young men vanished from the scene. What is this? The sturdy young man lying in the corner, his injuries worsening. His eyelids began to twitch, and his consciousness was becoming hazy. But he was still startled when he saw everyone disappear so suddenly. After a while, gentle footsteps echoed from the end of the alley. The sturdy young man struggled to open his eyes, only to see the blurry figure of a young man. Help! Help me! The young man, unwilling to die, whispered. Don't worry, I'm here. You won't die. The young man approached, his face incredibly handsome and his demeanor easygoing, giving off the aura of a friendly, neighborly brother. After examining the young man's condition, he couldn't help but grumble, You're such a jerk. Even if you didn't take him away, you should have killed him. The young man took out a bottle of recovery potion and poured it into the boy's mouth. Still possessing a sense of survival, the young man quickly drank it. Grabbing the boy's collar with one hand, the young man walked outside and quickly disappeared. The next day, a piece of news caused quite a stir in the capital, Bordeaux. The eccentric young master of the Duke of Austin, a prominent family in the kingdom of Saint Ansa, had disappeared, rumored to have been abducted. This incident sent shockwaves through Bordelais. The enraged Duke Austin issued a bounty, offering a staggering 1 million crystals, determined to bring the killer to justice. For a moment, the entirety of Bordelais was engulfed in a frenzy. Slums, assassin organizations, human trafficking rings. Every shady place was turned upside down. After all, it was 1 million crystals. Even the lowest grade crystals were a colossal fortune for them. In fact, that amount could buy a noble status in a remote area. Sadly, even after digging through the entirety of Bordelais, they still couldn't find the perpetrator, not even a single clue. The young master of the Duke of Austin's family had mysteriously vanished. Bordelais Inner City. Eastern District. In a guest room, in a plainly decorated courtyard, the young man Axe woke from his sleep. Where is this? Am I still alive? I remember getting slapped, and then? Those bastards, they always said nice things like they'd die for me, but when things got tough, they sold me out. Climbing out of bed, Axe recalled the events, then thought of his brothers, and suddenly felt a little annoyed. It seems I was rescued, but with my injuries at the time, ordinary medicine wouldn't be of much use. How could someone be willing to use precious healing potions on a piece of trash like me, a complete stranger at that? Touching his almost healed body, Axe was amazed. One's own business is one's own business. If his injuries had been left untreated, he would have definitely died. And now, he's completely recovered, not even a scar remains. He surveyed the room's layout. The bed, table, chairs, and various other furniture were neatly arranged. Overall, the layout was very simple, devoid of clutter, filled with only useful items. This family must be quite wealthy, Axe thought as he looked at the room's decor. Awake. As he surveyed the room, a young man in a white robe walked in. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Axe quickly stood up and thanked him. You're welcome. I just thought you had quite a talent, and it's a shame you died like this. This young man was, of course, sushing you. After conquering several demi-planes and sending several top-tier legions into the area, he took a long vacation. After all, after reaching the demigod realm, normal ascetic training was no longer effective, and there was no need to remain confined to the divine realm. So, after leaving an avatar in the Eternal Night Empire, he began wandering the continent. While wandering, he arrived at the center of the northern continent, the capital of the kingdom of Saint Ansa. Seeing the living environment, there was acceptable, he settled down. I have good talent? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Upon hearing this, Axe was momentarily at a loss for words. His talent was not good at all. If he truly had it, he would have become a transcendent warrior long ago, not had he fallen to the point of being unable to afford food. Since Axe had not yet joined his forces, Su Xingyu could not yet access his stats panel. But now, he no longer needed to do so. His immense strength allowed him to clearly sense the powerful bloodline within the young man before him. The reason he hadn't displayed it before was mainly to protect the young man. His frail body and fragile will couldn't withstand the powerful force of his bloodline. Su Xingyu looked at him and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't be wrong." With that, before he could say anything, Su Xingyu added, "Well, you've been sleeping for a few days, so you must be hungry. Go get something to eat first. If you have any questions, ask them after you've had a full stomach." With that, he turned and walked out. Axe, confused, followed him obediently. In the living room, the dining table was already set with a variety of delicious food. Just looking at it made Axe's mouth water. The puppet butler, Sebastian, dressed in a black suit, stood respectfully nearby. Axe, a man who had seen many, recognized the butler's unique qualities at a glance. Many noble families had a butler to help manage household affairs. Their status was even higher than that of some noble sons, and they often held a certain authority. The butler before him, however, was more imposing than any other butler Axe had ever encountered. Just standing beside him, Axe felt a sense of oppression. "Seabass, thank you for your hard work." Su Xingyu glanced at the food on the table and nodded. On this outing, Su Xingyu had brought no followers with him, only a puppet, the butler Seabass, to take care of his daily life. After initially fusing with the puppet heart and undergoing years of training and experience, Seabass was now indistinguishable from a normal being. And after 2 rounds of upgrades, his realm had reached the 9th level of the Saint Realm. However, his combat power was somewhat lacking, placing him on the weaker side of the 9th level. After all, he wasn't a combat puppet, so his lack of combat power was understandable. Sebastian nodded respectfully and slowly retreated. "What are you looking at? Aren't you hungry?" Su Xingyu asked, perplexed, looking at Axe. "Is this all for me?" Axe swallowed uncertainly, looking at the delicious food on the table. "What else?" Su Xingyu asked. "Then I won't be polite. He already owed enough, and more debts are better than nothing." Axe didn't hesitate and began to eat voraciously. He devoured the food, chewing it a few times before swallowing it without even tasting it. The recovery potion had indeed healed his injuries, but it had also depleted his stored energy, and now he was starving. Seeing his expression, Su Xingyu frowned slightly, but didn't say much. He simply said, "Once you're full, go find Sebastian and have him take you for a bath. Then come meet me in the backyard." Okay, Axe said, a chicken drumstick stuffed in his mouth. He nodded hurriedly, mumbling his reply. 3 hours later. After a satisfying meal and a bath, Axe, led by Sebastian, arrived in the backyard. As soon as he entered, Axe saw Su Xingyu sitting quietly by the pond, a fishing rod in hand. After bringing Axe over, Sebastian turned and strode out of the backyard. Gritting his teeth, Axe walked towards the pond and approached Su Xingyu. Before Su Xingyu could say anything, he spoke first. "You saved my life. Although I'm not a good person, I appreciate your kindness. From now on, my life is yours. It's useless for me to take your life." Su Xingyu glanced at him and chuckled. "I told you before, you have great talent. It would be a pity to die like this." "Then Axe rubbed his head, truly confused by Su Xingyu's thoughts. Is this the way a big shot does things? To give up a bottle of expensive recovery potion to help a stranger, just for the ridiculous reason of it's a pity? Retracting his fishing rod, Su Xingyu looked at him and said bluntly, "After this life-threatening crisis, your bloodline has begun to awaken. I offer 2 choices. Take the path to transcendence, or step back. If you wish to embark on the path of transcendence, I can help you. If you wish to remain an ordinary person, that's fine too, but I will take your bloodline and compensate you with a fortune sufficient to last the rest of your life." Axe fell into deep thought. Chapter 177. After a moment's silence, Axe asked curiously, "May I ask why you did this?" He wasn't feeling overly hesitant or uneasy. After all, for him, having survived, he hadn't lost anything. It was a case of living one more day, earning one more day. "Why?" Su Xingyu thought for a moment and quickly replied, "No reason. I just happened to see it and did it. It's like when you see a beautiful flower on the street, you think it's nice, and you just pick it. Do you need a reason?" Su Xingyu's answer shocked Axe greatly. He had never met anyone like him. "I just happened to see it, thought it was nice, and just picked it. It's easy to say, but it's hard to do. It requires a lot of support." Su Xingyu didn't rush Axe's deliberation, giving him ample time. Only after his gaze hardened did he softly ask, "So, Have you decided which path you want to take? I choose the first path. I want to embark on the path of transcendence. Young master, please help me, Axe replied firmly. Yes. Su Xingyu nodded calmly, as if he had anticipated Axe's choice and wasn't surprised at all. He simply said calmly, "Don't call me young master. It sounds awkward, and I don't particularly like it. My name is Xingyu." "Okay, brother Yu." Axe, taking advantage of the situation, immediately changed the address. Su Xingyu ignored him, concentrating on checking the attribute panel. Hero template name, Axe. Race, human. Bloodline, Thunder, unawakened. Level, first level. Faction, none. Loyalty, 70. Command value, 80, 95. Strength, Constitution, Agility, Spirit, Hero Aura, All-Round Blessing, Attack, Defense, Speed increased by 10%. Introduction. The world's favorite, the son of destiny of this plane. As expected, I was saying I couldn't stand it. Turns out it's the plane's child of fortune. Axe's talent didn't surprise Su Xingyu. While such individuals were rare, they existed within the Eternal Night Empire. However, the identity of this child of fortune suddenly dawned on him. It would be strange for him to be pleased with this child of fortune, born from the essence of heaven and earth, blessed by the world consciousness. After all, in a sense, what he was doing now was actually declaring war on the world consciousness. Unifying the planes, controlling consciousness. Even though the world consciousness hadn't developed intelligence due to the rules, and the Eternal Night Empire was also a local creature power, the world's targeting hadn't come directly. But the world consciousness could still create some obstacles for them. For example, by slightly adjusting the Eternal Night Empire's local climate, or by allowing the Northern Continent Kingdom, which they were currently attacking, to give birth to a few children of fortune. What are children of fortune? Axe asked curiously after hearing Su Xingyu's words. Su Xingyu shook his head slightly, not answering his question. He reached out and opened a spatial rift, pulled out a piece of jade, and tossed it to Axe. What is this? Axe took the jade, looking at him in confusion. This is a cultivation method suited to your bloodline. Practice it for a few months to build a solid foundation. After that, I'll help you awaken your bloodline. Su Xingyu explained, then ignored Axe and handed him over to Sebastian, asking him to help with his training. Akana Kingdom. A member of the Northern Continent's 100 Kingdoms Alliance, it boasts nearly 3 million people and a military of over 100,000 soldiers. Among the many kingdoms on the Northern Continent, it is considered a medium-sized kingdom, and its strength is quite good. The Akana Kingdom's location is relatively oriented toward the Eastern Continent, at least from the perspective of the entire Northern Continent. After conquering several principalities, the Eternal Night Empire reached Akana's territory and encountered fierce resistance. For a time, the two sides reached a stalemate. This wasn't because Akana was powerful enough to hold off the Eternal Night Empire, but rather because the terrain was complex and unsuitable for large-scale military operations. This slowed the Eternal Night Empire's offensive effectiveness. And as the 100 Nations Alliance reacted and began to consolidate its internal forces to provide comprehensive support to Akana, the Eternal Night Empire became even more troubled. Leveraging its geographical advantages, Akana had held out for over a year, but during this time, neither side had achieved any significant results. The Akana Kingdom's capital was a large city with a permanent population of several 100,000. The core area was home to the residences of the great nobles, whose status could be judged by their proximity to the royal palace. The palace was surrounded by the highest nobility, whose status within the kingdom was second only to the emperor. In a courtyard near the palace, numerous nobles gathered for a victory banquet in honor of the victorious general. General Kumo played an invaluable role in defeating the Eternal Night Army and retaking the stronghold. Without your brilliant command and ability to turn the tide, the kingdom would have been defeated. A middle-aged noble raised his glass and shouted, "Everyone, let's drink to General Kumo. The Grand Duke is right. Let's drink to the kingdom and General Kumo," someone nearby shouted. "Congratulations to the kingdom. Congratulations to the general. Congratulations to the kingdom. Congratulations to the general." The crowd in the hall responded, raising their glasses and quaffing them in one gulp. They were all in a good mood. After all, it had been a long time since they had felt so relaxed. Ever since the Eternal Night Empire launched its military offensive against the Northern Continent, the 100 Nations Alliance had suffered repeated defeats. Even the much hard-earned Alliance army had been decisively defeated. The battle line was constantly being pushed forward, and the nobles within the kingdom were under immense pressure. Although the kingdom of Akana had resisted for over a year, claiming to have stopped the Eternal Night Empire there, but the people knew their own business. The reality was far more difficult than the outside world had portrayed. For over a year, they had been constantly beaten, powerless to fight back, relying solely on their own people and those they had sent to sabotage them. But these petty tactics were ultimately unacceptable, and could not reverse the tide of war. If it weren't for the Eternal Night Empire's strong moral compass, they could easily have stormed their way through and indiscriminately annihilated the kingdom of Akana. In such a situation, a victory, even a small one, would be enough to excite the entire kingdom. The protagonist of this banquet was a man under 30, of ordinary appearance, with a scar on his face, yet radiating masculinity. As a general who rose from a commoner through military exploits, Kumo was a household name throughout the Yakana kingdom, even enjoying considerable fame within the 100 Nations Alliance. Since the Eternal Night Empire's invasion, he had been fighting at the forefront, from the initial border city battles, to the first kingdom defense battles, the final battles, and now the defense of his own country. Over the past decade, Kumo had been a veteran of countless battles. Faced with the flattery of his country's dignitaries, Kumo simply smiled faintly, neither servile nor overbearing. The banquet finally concluded late into the night, the guests departed, and the mansion fell silent. "Clean this place up," Kumo instructed the servants, gazing at the scattered wine glasses and food remnants in the hall. Afterward, Kumo returned to his room. His blood and chi surged, and the alcohol in his body evaporated through his pores. His eyes cleared. After closing the door and adjusting his clothes in front of the mirror, he retrieved a statue from his interspatial ring. Carefully placing it, Kumo prayed devoutly, "Mighty and supreme king of eternal night, your devout follower Kumo, praise to you." Yes, while Kumo was a citizen of the kingdom of Akana, he was also a member of the cult of eternal night. As for when he joined the cult, that's a long time coming. After learning of a neighbor to the north, the cult of eternal night began secretly sending missionaries into the various nations to spread their faith. This differed from the previous infiltration and forced conversion of tribes in the Moshi kingdom. The missionary work in the northern nations took an elite approach. Eternal Night missionaries roamed the territories of the nations, seeking suitable members and proselytizing to them. Most of these were streetwalkers, struggling to make ends meet, or young men from ordinary families unable to attend school. The missionaries granted them the right to cultivate and, based on their performance, decided whether to recruit them into the cult. Kumo was one of these individuals. Originally a streetwalker, he came into contact with Eternal Night missionaries, embarking on a path to transcendence. Due to his good performance, he was recruited into the cult and became a devout Eternal Night follower. Although Kumo was a citizen of the kingdom of Yakana, he didn't feel much of a sense of belonging to his homeland. Instead, he deeply endorsed the ideals of the cult of Eternal Night. This wasn't surprising. With the exception of a few, most of the kingdoms in the northern continent lacked patriotic education for their citizens. But it was also natural. The upper class, wielding absolute power, didn't need to care about the opinions of the lower classes. To them, the people below were merely consumables and tools. Would humans care about the sounds of consumable tools? It might have been okay if he hadn't come into contact with them before. After all, it was the same in every country, nothing surprising. But after coming into contact with the cult of Eternal Night, Kumo, already intelligent, had his perspectives profoundly impacted. Years of conditioned thinking were shattered, and he quickly embraced the cult's ideals. The strong have more rights, and the weak deserve to be guaranteed survival. After the usual prayer, the black statue flickered with a faint glow, and several palm-sized figures emerged. As they appeared, they inquired, "Kumo, how is it? Did it succeed?" This time, the Empire directly sent 3,000 skeleton warriors to gain your trust. "If we can't see King Yakana, we'll be at a great loss. Don't worry, I've never let you down. They've already told me we'll see the king in a few days." Kumo's icy face smiled. He considered these people his companions. "Are you all ready? Don't let me get caught up in the mess if things don't pan out. I'm not afraid of death, but if we miss this opportunity, it'll be difficult to resolve it next time. Don't worry about that. Everything is under control. Just be careful, and don't get caught up in it," the shadowy figure in the middle said with a smile. "As long as you're prepared," Kumo nodded. After reviewing the plan again, Kumo placed one hand on his chest and said devoutly, "For the Eternal Night. For the Eternal Night. For the Eternal Night." Several shadows responded enthusiastically, then dissipated, and the statue returned to its original form. The darkness receded, and the room returned to normal. Carefully storing the statue in his ring, Kumo sat back on the bed and began his daily practice. After advancing to the 8th level, normal meditation was no longer effective, but Kumo continued his daily practice. 3 days later. A major event occurred in the kingdom of Akana that shocked the northern continent. At a banquet at the royal palace, the cult of the Eternal Night attacked the Akana nobles. Two ninth-rank warriors, accompanied by dozens of high-ranking warriors, ignored the palace's various defensive magic arrays and descended directly. The Yakana kingdom's warriors fought desperately, but were ultimately defeated. The Yakana king was killed instantly, and the kingdom's strongest figure, a high priest who had already reached the ninth-rank realm, also fell. In this battle, the Eternal Night cult demonstrated its immense combat prowess. Among their ranks, they were practically unbeatable. The Yakana kingdom's high-ranking warriors were killed, some fled, and many surrendered. Under the threat of death, more than half of the nobles chose to abandon the kingdom and join the Eternal Night cult. However, the Yakana kingdom was not doomed. Led by General Kamo, the protagonist of this banquet, a small team broke through the Eternal Night cult's encirclement and escaped the royal city. This team also included a prince. According to the rules of the northern continent, as long as he remained, the Yakana kingdom would not be destroyed. The Eternal Night cult's sudden attack shocked the 100 Nations alliance. They were furious, bewildered by the Yakana kingdom's foolishness in gathering its entire leadership. Nor could they fathom how the Eternal Night cult's high-ranking troops had managed to infiltrate without a trace. However, they had no time to question the Yakana kingdom, for trouble was brewing. The loss of dozens of high-ranking warriors was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Yakana kingdom, but it was a minor blow to the 100 Nations alliance. They could easily make up for it with a few more men. Most fatally, the Yakana kingdom's top leadership was practically wiped out. The Yakana kingdom's overall national strength wasn't significantly diminished, but its command structure was gone. Without its leadership, the kingdom's army was like a hand that couldn't close, unable to deliver a powerful punch. Faced with the sweeping Eternal Night army, the kingdom's army retreated steadily. The Eternal Night army advanced triumphantly, advancing steadily. Finally, after 2 months of fierce fighting, even with the support of the 100 Nations alliance, the nail that had blocked the Eternal Night Empire for nearly 2 years was pulled out. Chapter 178. Meanwhile, in the northern continent, another medium-sized kingdom, the Kingdom of Pal. In the capital, within the royal palace hall, a dozen court ministers and the king gathered together, all with furrowed brows and solemn expressions. Ever since receiving the news that the Akana kingdom had been suddenly attacked and inexplicably destroyed, their brows hadn't relaxed. In terms of strength, the Kingdom of Pal and the Akana kingdom were roughly equal, yet Akana, which had been resisting so well just a few months ago, was suddenly defeated. Without any warning. How could this not frighten them? Aren't you all usually quite talkative? Why are you all so silent today? Whether it's war or surrender, we've got to show some sort of outcome. Otherwise, when the Eternal Night army arrives in a few days, we won't even know what to do. The elderly king, seated at the top, looked at the core ministers below with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Normally, these guys weren't so taciturn, often arguing for 10 days, or even half a month over the smallest of matters. As a result, when their advice was truly needed, they all became cowards, unable to utter a single word for ages. The ministers below were either generals commanding armies, great lords of a region, or patriarchs of a powerful family. In the Kingdom of Pal, they were powerful figures whose mere stomping of their feet could shake the entire kingdom. They were eloquent, and under normal circumstances, they could talk for days without a problem. But today, that wasn't the case. After all, it was difficult for them to express their opinions on this matter. At least, they couldn't be the first to speak. This matter concerned the survival of the kingdom. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of division between the surrender faction and the resistance faction. If there were a disagreement, a fight could literally break out on the spot. So, until someone clearly took sides, no one dared speak. Everyone kept their heads down and remained silent. A bunch of cunning old bastards. Looking at their silent old friends, everyone cursed inwardly. After a while, seeing still no one speaking, the old king grew impatient. He casually slapped the throne, and a protective barrier instantly rose within the palace. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Gurgle. Another barrier, could it be? Instantly, everyone below panicked. After all, they knew the story of the Akana kingdom's destruction, and seeing this similar scene, they couldn't help but wonder. The ministers inched away from their companions, their energy energizing, ready to flee if anything seemed amiss. "Since you won't speak to me, let someone else speak to you." The old king looked at the ministers below with a cold smile. He then stood up, pulled out a several-meter-tall dark statue from his interspatial ring, and placed it directly before him. The old king prayed devoutly. "Praise the King of Eternal Night." The statue shimmered with a black glow, and in an instant, a black vortex formed. A figure emerged from it, a ninth-rank expert clad in a black robe and a mask. Eternal Night Envoy. How is this possible? When did His Majesty defect to the cult of Eternal Night? Why would he defect? I'm wondering why His Majesty, knowing the fate of the Akana Kingdom, urgently summoned us here? It turns out he'd already defected to the cult of Eternal Night, intending to wipe us out. Seeing the powerful black-robed figure emerge, the ministers below were startled, their hearts chilling. Some of the more astute individuals were even more cautious, wary of those around them. After all, even His Majesty had been infiltrated, so who could guarantee that those around him would still be on the same page? Greetings, Divine Envoy, the old king greeted respectfully, ignoring the reactions of the crowd below. This Divine Envoy of Eternal Night was extremely powerful, having reached the 9th stage Sacred Realm. And not just any 9th stage, but a powerful 9th stage being among them. He held a high position within the Eternal Night cult. In response to King Pal's greeting, he simply nodded gently and said calmly, "You continue?" With that, he stepped aside, his eyes indifferent as he gazed at the crowd below, putting immense pressure on them. Though the ministers were clearly quite powerful, some even ranked 9, a chill ran through their hearts at this moment. Everyone, this is the Eternal Night Envoy. I don't need to explain where he comes from. I wanted to ask for your opinions first, but none of you are willing to speak. So I'll have to start. King Pal turned to look at the ministers, his eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of a smile on his face. As for his opinion, it was now clear. The ministers, looking at the black-robed evoker before them, and then at the barrier outside the palace, the ministers were speechless. Well, let's not waste any more time. I have decided to ally myself with the Eternal Night Empire, and convert to the divine religion. King Pal didn't give them much time to think, quickly urging, "Now it's your turn to make your choice. As for the conditions for allegiance, I believe you already understand them, so I won't waste time repeating them." Everyone fell silent, looking at their companions, each inwardly cursing the old king's dishonesty. If you wanted to surrender, you should have said so earlier. If we all surrendered together, we could have gotten a good price. Now, with this mess, we're completely unprepared. It seems you're unwilling. After a moment, seeing no response, the old king sighed, a tone unclear whether it was relief or disappointment. The black-robed divine envoy's eyes darkened, his staff materializing, dark elements surging, and he was about to strike. The guardian of the kingdom of Pal had also appeared in the hall at some point. While not as powerful as the black-robed divine envoy, he was also a 9th-level warrior. Wait. I wish to follow your majesty's lead and ally myself with the Eternal Night Empire. Seeing the two men were truly about to fight, one minister couldn't help but quickly offer his surrender. I surrender too. I surrender. After a short while, the ministers present all spoke out, most surrendering. The remaining resistance, faced with this clear situation, though reluctant, had no choice but to surrender. Even the king had surrendered. What else could they do? Voting against at this point would serve no purpose other than risking their lives. Seeing this, the Eternal Night Envoy nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the dark statue beside him erupted with dozens of streams of light, shooting towards the crowd. Do not resist. At that, everyone suppressed their resistance and allowed the black light to strike. The light flashed and disappeared, merging into their bodies, but they displayed no symptoms, as if they had just drunk a sip of water, completely calm. Several magicians, who had honed their spiritual awareness, immediately noticed a new mark in their sea of consciousness. "Your Highness, Divine Envoy, what's this?" someone asked. The spiritual sea of consciousness touches upon the very essence of life, arguably more vital than the heart. For powerful transcendence, no physical injury, including to the heart or the head, is fatal. As long as they retain consciousness, even a shattered heart or a crushed head can still be recovered. But spiritual awareness is different. Even for high-level transcendence, even demigods, spiritual awareness is as vital as the heart of an ordinary person. Once the spiritual awareness is damaged, even if the body is intact, they will still suffer severe damage. Now, a mark has suddenly appeared in their spiritual sea of consciousness, which is undeniably alarming. Some even speculate that this mark might be used to control them, to keep them obedient. Don't worry. This is a dark mark. It carries no lethal power, and won't disturb you under normal circumstances. You can even use it to comprehend the essence of darkness, and comprehend its power. After all, it contains a trace of our Lord's divine power. Even just a trace is enough for you to comprehend for a lifetime. The Eternal Night's envoy glanced at them, and said calmly, "Of course, if you ever choose to betray our Lord and attempt to erase this mark, it will transform into a coordinate, a coordinate that will be deployed against our Lord's followers. We dare not. The newly surrendered people felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this, and quickly said they dared not. No harm, but there were coordinates. Everyone understood the meaning. This dark mark wouldn't kill them directly, but if the Eternal Night cult obtained the coordinates, it would be indistinguishable from their lives. After all, the Eternal Night cult's assassination campaigns have never ceased over the years. Relying on the secrecy of the dark power, they have secretly assassinated countless ministers of the kingdom, even the king, and several of them, including those of the Ninth Order. If even such figures could not escape assassination, the ministers didn't think they, with their coordinates in hand, could. I'll leave the rest to you. Someone else will come to take over. After giving King Pal a few words of advice, the Eternal Night envoy walked into the dark vortex without looking back. His figure vanished, and the vortex dissipated with him. Rest assured, envoy. I will take care of it. Farewell. King Pal nodded repeatedly, watching the black-robed envoy depart. After the envoy had completely departed, one of the ministers said bitterly, Your Majesty, this is unkind. You sold the kingdom without even informing us. A region far from the kingdom of Pal. A hidden stronghold. This is one of the largest strongholds of the cult of Eternal Night in the northern continent. How is it? Someone asked, watching the returning black-robed divine envoy. It's done. The kingdom of Pal has surrendered. Just send someone to take it over, the black-robed divine envoy replied with a smile, having completed his mission. So easy to agree to? Another person was a little disappointed. What a shame! I was thinking that if a fight broke out this time, I'd get a few more high-level transcendent undead. Haha, wouldn't it be better to keep it simple? If a fight really breaks out, even if they kill them all, it'll still be a war of attrition. It'll waste at least several months, and it's possible it could even be years, the companion next to him laughed. That's right, that's right. We're not short of undead commanders. If you really want one, go apply. There are plenty of undead commanders on the River of the Dead, and you'll be able to get one soon. It's said that the Empire is expanding into demi-planes recently. Those planes are much more dangerous than ours, and high-level transcendents are appearing in droves. To deal with them, the Empire has sent several of its top legions there. It's better over there. We can act without restraint and do whatever we want. We have too many restrictions here, and it's inconvenient. Okay, stop complaining. If there were no restrictions, do you think we'd need to come here? Those killers could slaughter all the northern kingdoms on their own. Now that the kingdom of Pal has been dealt with, it's time to move on to the next target. The Eternal Night Empire's overall strength is far greater than the 100 Nations Alliance of the northern continent, but their resistance has also caused considerable trouble for the Eternal Night Empire. In particular, after discovering that the Eternal Night Empire valued the kingdom's citizens, they began to spread propaganda about the Empire's evil and terror, with claims like, the undead are everywhere, and they love slaughter, the Empire rose through bloodshed and pillage, and is nothing but a bunch of barbarians. It must be said that this propaganda was quite effective, greatly strengthening the kingdom's citizens' resolve to fight. After all, the kingdom's citizens' knowledge was limited to begin with, and their access to information was limited. In such an environment, they naturally took the kingdom's word for it. This constant exposure to propaganda, coupled with the kingdom's timely relaxation of policies, left the kingdom's citizens with a less favorable impression of the Eternal Night Empire. Faced with the pressure of the Eternal Night Empire's invasion, the cohesion of the northern continent's nations has been steadily increasing over the years. Of course, the Eternal Night Empire hasn't been idle over the years either. They've also deployed various organizations into the northern continent, conducting minor operations to facilitate the Eternal Night Army's offensive. Over the years, the Eternal Night Empire has spawned numerous organizations based on darkness. Take the Eternal Night Cult, for example. Unlike the empty shell of the past, which existed only in name, the current Eternal Night Cult has been fully developed, with numerous departments and responsibilities. The Council of Elders, the Inquisition, the Knights, and so on. Due to the essence of darkness, many believers have mastered various strange abilities, giving rise to various extraordinary professionals. For example, shadow assassins, who conceal themselves in darkness and are well suited for assassinations, curse mages who can kill without being seen from afar, and death mages who unleash a wave of undead. Under the guidance of the Eternal Night Cult, many organizations have been unified, forming numerous groups, large and small, across the northern continent, which are wreaking havoc on the kingdom from all sides. For example, gathering intelligence, assassinating key figures in the kingdom, organizing internal rebellions, and infiltrating in disguise. It must be said that the Dark Followers are indeed well suited for this kind of work. After all, They operate with great stealth, and if they can't win, they can just run away quickly. The fall of the Yakana Kingdom and the submission of the Pal Kingdom were all their work. If the main force on the front lines was the Eternal Night Army, then the main force behind enemy lines was these organizations. Without their assistance, the Eternal Night Empire's path to conquest would never have been as simple as it is now. Chapter 179. Eastern Continent. Eternal Night Empire. Shipyard Number 1, even at this late hour, was still brightly lit, its interior ablaze with workers bustling about. Numerous transcendental experts coordinated their command, precisely placing heavy steel components onto the hulls. One after another, colossal vessels were being built at a furious pace. These vessels were more majestic and powerful than any the Empire had ever seen. Their cannons were the latest developments, freshly developed and deployed after simple testing, possessing terrifying destructive power. After years of battles with the 100 Nations Alliance Navy, the Eternal Night Empire's navy had developed significantly. This development was reflected not only in naval warfare technology, but also in the upgrading of its fleet. It's said that war is the most effective catalyst for technology. In the constant battles, both sides aimed to annihilate their opponents. To avoid death, the only way was to progress and develop. The pressure of death was immense, and therefore the pace of development was incredibly rapid. Initially, the 100 Nations Alliance's navy held a strong hold over the Eternal Night Empire. After all, they had been developing for so many years. It would be surprising if they couldn't suppress it. But the Eternal Night Empire employed a mixed navy. If they couldn't outmaneuver the fleet, they could instead outmaneuver other forces. Leveraging the vast sea tribe forces, the Imperial Navy effectively closed the gap and even counterattacked. Knowing that the Eternal Night Empire possessed a vast sea tribe warrior force, the 100 Nations Alliance was no fool. They immediately developed various new weaponry and formed a new naval fleet, employing a more conservative approach. Thus, they were locked in a war of attrition during the naval battle. During this process of consumption, the Eternal Night Empire was able to absorb the essence accumulated over the years by the 100 Nations Alliance Navy, rapidly improving its own naval development and saving considerable time. To be honest, Su Xingyu wasn't particularly interested in the Navy. This world was somewhat different. Although he hadn't yet dealt with the two major factions in this plane, the 100 Nations Alliance and the Blood Empire, that was only a matter of time. As mentioned earlier, the pace of unifying this plane might be slow, but it was definitely moving forward with determination. So, his opponents were never native to this plane, but rather from the outer void planes or other players. In this situation, developing a navy wasn't very meaningful. After all, you couldn't bring a naval fleet with you on an expedition, right? That would be absurd. Furthermore, even if you could, it wouldn't be of much use. Without the support of a logistical system, the strength of the naval fleet would be greatly diminished. So, in terms of cost effectiveness, developing a naval fleet wasn't as meaningful as developing the Sea Kingdom. But, from the Empire's perspective, things weren't quite that simple. An empire striving for overall strength couldn't afford to leave such a glaring shortcoming. Thus, the naval fleet wasn't available, but it was essential, so they had no choice but to allocate some resources to its development. In a relatively quiet workshop, a group of short-haired, dusty-faced engineers were discussing matters. The third-generation naval warship boasts approximately 70% higher overall performance than the second generation, with an effective range of 100 kilometers. It's vastly superior to the previous, emaciated version, and can truly strike beyond visual range. Amazing! We've spent so much time refining it, and we finally have something to show for it. Yeah, if we don't show some results, the finance officer will probably cut off our funding. Haha, you don't know. When the boss went to apply for funding a few days ago, the finance officer's face turned pale. With these third-generation warships, the 100 Nations Alliance's navy will be no problem. Even without the Naga Kingdom Sea Tribe Army, we can defeat them. Then we can completely block the northern continent's shipping routes. I want to see how they'll fight us without their naval logistics support. Don't be so confident. I think we should increase production first. Otherwise, even with the few ships we have now, no matter how powerful they are, they won't be enough to fill the gap. Indeed, production must be increased. The fleet hasn't reached scale, so its combat effectiveness is abysmal. If they produce hundreds of ships and set up a linked magic circle, even a demigod would be put to shame. Don't dream. Producing hundreds of ships? A single third-generation warship requires a 9th-tier crystal core and countless other materials. The treasurer would be crazy to allow you to build this much. In my estimation, the maximum number of ships is a few dozen. Alas, the Empire has been expanding its demiplane recently, and has gained a lot of resources, but with great gains comes great costs. The army is still the Empire's main force, and it's a good thing our navy has gotten a piece of the action. An engineer, seemingly elderly, smiled and said, honestly, we have to thank the 100 Nations Alliance. If it weren't for their strong navy, the Empire probably wouldn't have considered us. Hey, gratitude is definitely due. Defeating them and integrating their technology is the best way to thank them. A few dozen ships might be a bit few, but it's more than enough to serve as a vanguard. Let's apply for it jointly. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the largest amount of funding we can get in the near future. Okay. Hurry up, time waits for no one. I can't wait to see their power. Eternal Night City. Council of Elders. Sitting at the head, Yi Sen produced a document, looked at the elders, and said calmly, War Zone 11 has been essentially taken. We need to send someone to represent the Empire there to ensure the interests of the citizens. Do you have any good candidates? The Eternal Night Empire's advance across the northern continent has been smooth, expanding its territory immensely, now occupying nearly 1/6 of the land. However, conquering a piece of land is easy, but governing it afterwards is difficult. Especially now that the 100 Nations Alliance has not yet fallen and is still resisting. Resistance forces occasionally emerge from the Empire-occupied areas. Under the strict supervision of the Eternal Night Empire, these resistance forces weren't particularly strong, but they were incredibly annoying. They were like mosquitoes in the summer, constantly buzzing in your ears and occasionally biting you. They didn't do much harm, but they were incredibly annoying. So, after conquering a region, the Eternal Night Empire would send a governor to re-establish governance, restore local production, and maintain law and order as best they could. Due to wartime regulations, these governors wielded immense power. After all, the northern continent was so far from the Empire that even with specialized communication methods, a single message could take days to travel back and forth. Therefore, effective governance required decentralization. In the local area, the governor of the occupied territories is akin to a local tycoon, even able to adjust their strategies based on local conditions. There's nothing that can be done about it. Rules are fixed, but people are dynamic. Just because a rule works well elsewhere, doesn't mean it will work here. Adapt to local conditions, and formulate different local strategies based on the circumstances. From any other perspective, being the governor of an occupied territories is a lucrative position. But at this moment, faced with the Archon's question, everyone below bowed their heads and remained silent. They had no one in mind. Yi San tapped his fingers beside him, looking at the elders with a headache. Send someone out? The Empire's expansion will not slow down. The rear must be stabilized at all costs. Without a candidate, you'll have to do it yourself. Expanding the Empire's territory, conquering planes, and managing its development all require manpower, which has once again led to a population shortage. The rapidly expanding territory, and the huge population that came with it have once again overwhelmed the Eternal Night Empire. For those areas that surrendered, they could implement a policy of introducing the divine cult, converting their beliefs, and gradually reforming the kingdom's citizens. With the help of the surrenderists, this policy worked remarkably well, and within a few years, the local population would submit to the empire. But this wasn't the case for conquered areas. Banditry, rebellions, resistance forces, and other such troubles meant that even a puppet empire could not solve the problem. Both civil and military forces were required. The problem was that anyone capable of managing such a large area simultaneously would be a top-tier talent, no matter where they were placed. The empire itself is struggling to maintain such talent, let alone support and manage occupied territories. Your Majesty, the empire is currently developing its annexed kingdoms and expanding its territory. We need manpower everywhere, and we can't find any more. Seeing no one speaking, an elder, already somewhat graying in hair, spoke up. His words were immediately echoed by the others. Yes, we really can't hold on any longer. We've sent out everyone we can, even recent graduates with no internship experience. We're truly out of resources. We don't want to slow down our expansion. After all, if the 100 Nations Alliance is allowed to catch its breath and consolidate its internal forces, the trouble will only get worse. But if things continue like this, we'll have to divert talent from within, and local development will suffer. If all else fails, we'll have to lower local policy standards. We'll select local management personnel, and let the people suffer a little longer. We'll make further arrangements once we've recovered from this. I agree. Their lives were already tough to begin with, so what if they suffer a little longer? Besides, it's not that hard. Compared to the kingdom's rule, their lives have been quite good since we took over. Indeed. Compared to the policies of those northern masters, even if we've lowered the standards, ours is benevolent, and we've done them justice. The Council of Elders was buzzing with discussion, their opinions voicing a general consensus. No. We can't provide any more foreign aid. If we continue like this, the development of the empire itself will be impacted. In the minds of the citizens of the Eternal Night Empire, the world's creatures are divided into high and low levels. The empire's headquarters, tributary kingdoms, surrendered forces, and other forces. Conquered kingdoms, however, are considered the lowest of the other forces. They are not integrated into the Eternal Night Empire system and remain outsiders. So, when they threaten the empire's development, the elders will abandon them without hesitation. After all, sacrificing one's own development to support outsiders is utter nonsense. Looking at the crowd, Yi San frowned slightly and sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat powerless. The empire's expansion benefits the entire empire. The elders are not short-sighted and naturally understand this. Thus, their proposal did not include slowing down expansion. The elders' point was simple: lower the standards for conquering territory. There was no need to perfect everything. Maintaining a minimum level of stability that wouldn't affect frontline operations was sufficient. After all, they weren't citizens of the empire. Life was a little harder. Yi San naturally understood their intentions. In fact, this was the best solution at the moment. After all, the empire was truly depleted. If they didn't want to slow down their expansion, this was the only option. However, doing so would also violate the empire's long-held principles. Your Majesty, the empire's foreign policy is too lenient. Perhaps it's time for some changes, said an upright, middle-aged elder from the Knight's faction. As for those who have pledged allegiance to the Eternal Night, there's nothing much to say. I'll help them. After all, we're all family. But why should those rebellious individuals enjoy the empire's preferential treatment? I agree with the seventh elder. In the past, the empire had abundant resources, so support was sufficient. It wasn't a shortage, and it could be managed. Now, if we continue to provide support, the empire will be affected internally. Is it really worth it? Your Majesty, please reconsider. The other elders also spoke up. Although their words differed slightly, their message was similar. Lowering the standards of the kingdom's citizens shouldn't allow outsiders to disrupt its development. Yi San sat at the head, lost in thought. After a long moment, he spoke. Since there's no consensus, let's discuss this matter again in 3 days. Lowering the standards wouldn't bring any harm, at least not immediately. But Yi San's intuition told him that the matter wasn't that simple. So, despite the opposition of the elders, he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he used a delaying tactic, preparing to consult with others and think things through. As you command. All right. Seeing this, the elders nodded in agreement. After all, Yi San was the Archon. The meeting soon concluded. Yi San left the elders' council, boarded a carriage, and headed for the temple. When he arrived at the temple, a young priest was already guarding it. Seeing Yi San approach, he immediately stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, the High Priest invites you." Yi San wasn't surprised that the other party knew he was coming. He instructed the guards behind him, "Wait here." Yes. The guards were somewhat disappointed that they couldn't enter the temple, but they still responded respectfully. Following the priest, Yi San entered the temple. 2.5 days later, Yi San emerged from the temple with a faint smile on his face, evidently pleased with his conversation. Chapter 180. The lack of manpower is indeed a significant problem. Inside the temple, after conversing with Yi San, Su Xingyu couldn't help but feel a slight headache. He hadn't imagined that just this short time had passed, and the Eternal Night Empire, boasting so many elite talents, would once again find itself in a labor shortage. Now, he faced only two choices: lower external standards or curtail internal development. The problem was, Su Xingyu didn't want to choose either. The empire's development must be prioritized, and must not be compromised in any way. This was undeniable. After all, the Eternal Night Empire was its foundation, and its development was paramount. However, external standards couldn't be lowered either. Su Xingyu knew well that a nation's credibility took decades, even centuries, to build, but could be completely destroyed by a single, seemingly insignificant incident. The Eternal Night Empire's rise was fraught with bloodshed and slaughter, but one thing was universally acknowledged: their commitment. To be more precise, it was a promise made to other powers. For hundreds of years, their promises to the vassal states had been nearly fulfilled. Even the breach of the agreement and invasion of the northern continent, if one were to be more precise, could be justified. Thus, despite constant criticism within the 100 Nations Alliance, many prominent figures within it actually recognized the Eternal Night Empire's credibility. Many had even decided that if they truly could not defeat it, they would surrender. Surrendering would allow them to live well. By the standards of the Eternal Night Empire, they could even start over, like their ancestors had done, and build a future for their descendants. Why did some nations in the northern continent choose to surrender without a fight? Isn't it because the Eternal Night Empire's promises were trustworthy? Those forces that surrendered and allied themselves with the Eternal Night Empire have been doing well so far, and they are the best brand names. If they could, no one would surrender. After all, it would be like finding a father. But now, there's no other choice. The Eternal Night Army is pressing forward, and they can't defeat it. The 100 Nations Alliance is unreliable, and if they don't surrender, they'll just die. Add to that the Eternal Night Empire's good reputation, so they naturally chose the lesser of two evils and surrendered. So, lowering external standards isn't an option. It was fine before the occupation, but now that it's occupied, they have to live up to their promises. Otherwise, what will those forces that have already allied, but not fully, think? Lowering standards today could kill them tomorrow. Why is there still a shortage of people after opening so many academies? Su Xingyu thought of another question, one he truly couldn't understand. The Eternal Night Empire now has universal education. Logically, there should be no shortage of elite talent. Yet, within a few years of prosperity, a shortage has begun again. How bizarre, but on second thought, it's actually quite normal. Education has become universal, and the number of talented individuals cultivated has indeed increased. However, for the Eternal Night Empire, what constitutes talent? It's a simple question, yet also a very strange one. And it is precisely the answer to this question that explains the current talent shortage in the Eternal Night Empire. The definition of talent is simple. It generally refers to someone who possesses certain professional knowledge, skills, and abilities, capable of playing a significant role in a particular field or industry. This is the common understanding of talent. But in this world, things are different. For the Eternal Night Empire, and even other factions, the definition of talent is simple. Those with strong cultivation talent and the ability to fight are considered talented. The Eternal Night Empire has indeed established many academies and improved its educational system, but these academies are generally designed to cultivate combat talents. Take the Eternal Night Empire, for example. The academies can be divided into two categories: military and liberal arts, with the military occupying over 90% of the resources. If the empire had not specifically adjusted its policies, the liberal arts would never have developed. This is perfectly normal, in a world with extraordinary powers, in an empire steeped in martial virtue and perennially engaged in global conquest. Born with a good talent for cultivation, any normal person would choose the military. In this regard, Su Xingyu must bear some of the blame. After all, it was he who enhanced the cultivation talents of the empire's citizens. The Eternal Night Empire isn't short of capable warriors. What it lacks is management talent capable of governing a region. I originally envisioned developing education to prevent them from becoming reckless warriors, but now they've all become cultured reckless men. Reflecting on his original plan and looking at the reality, Su Xingyu was somewhat speechless. The Eternal Night Empire has now become, so to speak, a self-imposed shackle. Undoing it will be difficult. It's definitely too late to temporarily expand education and cultivate talent. By the time they grow up, the empire might even have conquered the northern continent. After a while, Su Xingyu sighed softly and muttered to himself, "Guess I'll have to ask others for help." Since there aren't enough people and no time to train them, there's only one solution: bring a new talent from outside. He doesn't have any, but his friends do. Su Xingyu isn't alone. He has an organization and friends. If he doesn't have any, he can borrow some from other players. As for whether other players would be willing, would they fall into the same situation as him, with no talent to lend? Su Xingyu thought that unlikely. As for the lack of manpower and inability to lend, that's unlikely too. Under normal circumstances, as long as development is going smoothly, there won't be a shortage of management talent. After all, as you grow and develop, you're actually also cultivating talent. Unlike cultivation, management skills can be improved through accumulating sutras. A normally developing faction will definitely have a surplus of management talent. The Eternal Night Empire's development was simply abnormal, expanding too quickly, leading to a shortage of management talent. Other players, developing normally, would never encounter this situation. Or, to put it bluntly, their strength simply wouldn't allow them to face this situation. The normal player's development path should be to develop and strengthen themselves, then expand their territory, manage and develop, and when their territory is insufficient, expand again. This cycle repeats until they reach their development ceiling. How did Su Xingyu's Eternal Night Empire develop? They expanded their territory while managing their business, often expanding into new territory before they had fully digested the previous conquest. A typical example of someone who eats from their own bowl and sets their sights on the pot. The former development path is more stable. After all, the player's clan growth coefficient is higher than that of the plains natives. Time is on their side, and the gap in strength between the two sides will only widen over time. Later, they might even achieve victory without fighting. Without expending a single soldier, they could simply flex their muscles, drive their opponents into despair, and then gently annex them. The latter development path, to be honest, is a bit risky. The larger the territory, the harder it is to govern, and the more vulnerable it is to invasion. If they haven't even properly managed the empire's homeland, and then venture out to attack others thousands of miles away, they could easily face disaster. However, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. It only takes a few decades of suppressing these areas to achieve near complete control. By then, the entire empire's territory will have doubled. Borrowing talent, or managing talent, it's neither easy nor difficult. There are many powerful players in Blood Dawn, but not many meet the requirements. Forget about it, the orc players can be eliminated outright. Expecting orcs to manage is like expecting a sow to climb a tree. Even for the most strict and rule-abiding martial master, being able to manage their own forces is already quite impressive. As for external support, forget it. Even if they were willing to give it, Su Xingyu wouldn't dare accept it. After eliminating the orc players, there aren't many who meet the requirements in Blood Dawn. After all, the Martial Master, Elephant Lord, Storm, Poseidon, and others can all be considered orc players. There are only 10 of them in total, and that eliminates 4 immediately. After that, Blood God and Glory could be eliminated. Their strength was inferior to his own, but judging by their initial choices, they would, if nothing unexpected happened, choose the path of rapid expansion. Perhaps due to their strength, they wouldn't be short of manpower for the time being, but if they wanted to expand, a shortage would only be a matter of time, so borrowing from outside was out of the question. This left only 3 candidates, the Black Marketeer, the Teacher, and the Pharmacist. Well, there was no need to choose. The Eternal Night Empire was short on talent, and Su Xingyu had no problem with having too many people. So, he contacted the 3 directly, and sent them the same message. A reply arrived quickly. After reading the message, Su Xingyu frowned slightly and stroked his chin. Crimson Dawn. Glorious, everyone, it's been a while. Would you like to get together and catch up? Lord of the Elephants, get together? How? I miss you all, after all, it's been a while since we last saw each other. But right now, we don't have stable plane coordinates, and we're so far away. We can't fly there, can we? Storm, if we talked about the get-together a while ago, I definitely wouldn't have been able to go. But now that the situation has stabilized, it's possible. But how would we get there? Pharmacist, it seems there are no plane fragments left in the intermediate realms, and even if there were, they probably wouldn't be able to accommodate us. We'd have to find a plane that can accommodate demigods. Blood God Glorious, since you proposed to get together, you should have already figured out the location. Don't tell me you just impulsively suggested it. Glorious, don't worry, since I proposed it, I'll definitely take care of it. The location has already been chosen, and I'll send you the coordinates later. Teacher, should we get others together, or just the 10 of us? Glorious, I think either is fine. You decide. Blood God, call them all. It's rare for us to get together, and with more people, any trouble can be easily resolved. Black Trader, how about 2 meetings? The 10 of us will get together once, and then we'll call them over for the second meeting. What do you think? Teacher, that's a good idea. I agree. Storm, I agree. See God, I agree. Eternal Night, both are fine. Glorious, then it's settled. Let's set the time 2 standard hours later. Since the flow of time varies across different planes, we can only make the appointment based on main world time. According to Su Xingyu's time scale, 2 hours equals over 700 hours, which translates to a month. That's a bit outrageous. Ever since arriving in the intermediate realm, time has become increasingly worthless. But a month was just the right amount of time, giving him ample time to sort out the situation on this plane. Kingdom of Saint San, capital of Bordelais. Inner city. Axe walked home with a beaming smile. For years had passed since Su Xingyu rescued him, and he had grown from a boy to a young man. With Su Xingyu's help, the Thunder God bloodline with an axe had fully awakened. After awakening his bloodline, Axe's cultivation talent was incredibly high. In just 4 years, Axe had made rapid progress from an ordinary person to a transcendent 6th level warrior, with a solid foundation and no superficiality in his cultivation. Brother Yu, I'm back. Having lived with Su Xingyu for 4 years, Axe, originally an orphan, had long since come to regard him as a family member, and his words and actions were no longer as restrained as before. But today the courtyard was quiet, devoid of any sound, which struck Axe as odd. Normally, Brother Yu would have slapped him into the ground at this moment. He's not home. Where have you been? Axe was puzzled. From what he knew, Su Xingyu wasn't one to go out. He usually didn't leave the house more than once a month. They crossed the courtyard and arrived at the backyard. Suddenly, a voice called from the side, "You're back." Axe was startled. Until the other person spoke, he hadn't noticed anyone was there. Turning around, he saw Sebastian, dressed in a black suit, standing there with a calm expression and a solemn gaze. He seemed to have been waiting for some time. "Mr. Butler, don't you know that scaring someone can kill them?" Axe sighed in relief when he saw it was Sebastian, then complained. "Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Also, I'm not human, I'm a puppet." "According to your classification, I'm an alchemical artifact," Sebastian replied. "You're waiting here for me. Is there something you want to tell me? Also, where's Brother Yu? I called him just now, but he didn't respond. Is he out?" Axe asked curiously, looking around. "The master has already left the kingdom of Saint San. I'm staying here to discuss some matters with you, and to guide your future cultivation." Chapter 181. Ah! Upon hearing this, Axe's face flickered with surprise, a hint of confusion. Leaving the kingdom of Saint San, then where did he go? Having lived here his entire life, Axe had never left the royal city of Bordelais, let alone other kingdoms. Therefore, Sebastian's talk of leaving Saint San was completely unfamiliar to him, and he lacked a proper understanding of the concept. "You've lived with us for so long, and the master hasn't intentionally concealed it. You should have noticed that neither the master nor I are citizens of the kingdom of Saint San," Sebastian said, looking at him. "Yes," Axe nodded. Su Xingyu hadn't mentioned the fact that they weren't citizens of the kingdom of Saint San, but he hadn't hidden it from him either. Although Axe hadn't proactively inquired or investigated, he could still detect a difference in their daily habits. So, when Sebastian revealed that they weren't citizens of the kingdom, Axe wasn't surprised at all. But Sebastian's next words completely shocked him. "We're not from the northern continent either." Ignoring Axe, whose jaw was about to drop, Sebastian slowly said, "We're from the Eternal Night Empire of the Eastern Continent, the same force currently at war with the 100 Nations Alliance. The Eternal Night Empire, that incredibly powerful barbarian empire that has conquered over a dozen kingdoms? I didn't expect you were from that empire. I thought you and Brother Yu were nobles, forced to seek refuge here after your kingdom was conquered." After a moment, the receptive Axe quickly regained his composure and chuckled. Sebas glanced at him. "Your reaction was a little muted. It wasn't what I expected. Butler, how did you expect me to react? Anger, hatred, or fear?" Axe said nonchalantly, "To me, where you come from is irrelevant. All I need to know is that you helped me, transformed me from an ordinary person struggling to make ends meet into a transcendent being who controls my own destiny. You've done me a great favor, and that's all. Although I was born in the kingdom of Saint San, to be honest, I don't have much affection for this country. I lost my parents early, and lived on the streets. If I hadn't been so lucky, I would have starved to death long ago." Axe was smart. When Sebas revealed his identity to him, he immediately made his position clear. Sebastian stared at him for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. "You're quite interesting and clever. Thank you for the compliment." Axe chuckled, then his expression turned slightly more serious. "So what should we do next? I heard that members of our Eternal Night cult have infiltrated. Should we go and join them?" Sebastian was silent for a moment. Even though he had met many people, seeing Axe change his identity so quickly left him speechless. "No, since you've followed the master, you don't need to pay attention to them. Just follow the plan the master laid out before he left and cultivate steadily." Sebastian shook his head and replied. "What's the difference?" "It's boring," Axe said, somewhat disappointed. As his strength grew and his life became better, he gradually began to feel somewhat bored. "I used to think Bordeaux was so vast, I'd never be able to explore it all in a lifetime. Now, it's just a city, really too small." He wanted to explore wider lands, more prosperous cities, see more, capture more beautiful scenery, and experience more interesting things. "Pack your things, it's time to go," Sebastian said. "Go? Where are we going?" Axe asked, surprised. Sebastian replied, "Back to the East Continent, to the Eternal Night Empire." Axe looked at the butler. He had never been to school before, but he had learned some basic geography over the years. The kingdom of Saint San was located in the central region of the northern continent, while the Eternal Night Empire was located slightly south of the eastern continent. The straight-line distance between the two was nearly 10,000 miles. "How do we get there?" Axe said, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Sebastian looked at him and grinned. "Walk there. That's the master's arrangement." Oh no! This was finally going on a journey. In the void, within a demi-plane, a great battle erupted. A massive black dragon soared through the sky, locked in combat with three equally massive beasts. Despite facing three, it far from being at a disadvantage, it firmly held the upper hand. The black dragon's roar echoed through the sky, shaking the entire battlefield. Its inky black scales gleamed with a cold luster in the sunlight, as if condensed from countless stars, beautiful and majestic. The black dragon spread its massive wings, each flap stirring a gust of wind that tossed the enemies below. Not far below, a three-headed Barghest, as massive as a mountain, its body covered in dark red stripes, wriggling constantly. Its body seemed composed of rock, bulging and ridged, a scene of immense beauty and power. Each of its three heads resembled a flaming boulder of lava, emanating an aura of destruction. Outnumbered, the three Barghests held their own, overwhelming the enemy. A headless corpse lay at their feet. They were both 9th-level Sanctuary-level super creatures, a testament to their formidable strength. These two terrifying monsters were, of course, the Eternal Night Empire's Black Dragon Nidhogg and the Barghest leader, Harper. They hadn't yet reached the demigod realm and remained at the 9th level. However, after nearly a decade of battle in this demi-plane, their strength had grown considerably. Even outnumbered, facing multiple monsters of the same level, they still held a commanding advantage in this battle. Below, the Argonian warriors and Barghest warriors also engaged the ferocious beast hordes, the fighting between the two sides exceedingly ferocious. If Nidhogg and Harper had merely grown stronger, then these two legions had significantly strengthened. The abundant blood and energy resources, coupled with the bloody and brutal battles, had accelerated the transformation of the two legions. Though they had not yet been promoted to high-ranking legions, the number of high-ranking transcendent warriors among them was increasing, reaching nearly a quarter. After the expansion of the Empire's legions, each legion consisted of 10,000 men, with 10,000 forming a core. Even a quarter of a single legion would still have 2,500 high-ranking warriors. Even if these legion warriors had certain flaws, and might not be as strong as their self-propelled peers in individual combat, in legionary combat, they were undeniably equal to high-ranking warriors. However, such a huge harvest came at a heavy price. They had almost completely devoured the high-level creatures of this demi-plane. Using unconventional methods of advancement, the resources consumed were truly outrageous. Thankfully, they didn't have to pay this price. Yes, the harvest belonged to the Eternal Night Legion, but the cost was borne by this demi-plane. The accumulation of countless years of this demi-plane had all become sustenance for the Eternal Night Legion. The war in this demi-plane had reached its final stage. Under the deliberate promotion of the world consciousness, more and more ferocious beasts were being promoted, but they were of little use. Compared to the vast base of creatures across the demi-plane, these legions of the Eternal Night Empire were indeed pitifully small. However, if we truly consider the number of people who had advanced to high levels on both sides over the years, the Eternal Night Empire had more. After all, cultivation talent is crucial for advancing to high levels. Even though the Eternal Night Empire had developed a stable promotion path, it had only lowered the barrier to entry, not completely eliminated it. When selecting warriors, they still prioritized cultivation talent. The warriors of these Eternal Night Legions are themselves geniuses hand-picked from the best. To put it simply, every warrior in these legions, including the reserve warriors, possesses a cultivation talent that would make them 1 in 10,000 in this demi-plane. So despite the significant numerical disparity between the two sides, the number of those promoted to higher ranks is actually far less than that of the Eternal Night Legion. The world consciousness is ultimately merely an amplifier. It can help the world's creatures gain adventures and provide insights, but it cannot help them cross the threshold. As more and more native 9th-tier beasts were slain, the battlefield completely tilted in favor of the monster army, and the battle that would determine the fate of the plane gradually drew to a close. Ayo! Nidhogg's long arms grasped the neck of the final 9th-tier beast king. Dark dragon flames erupted from the beast's maw, piercing its body directly. The 9th-tier beast, possessing immense vitality, fell. Nidhogg held the beast king's corpse aloft and let out a terrifying, earth-shaking roar, as if declaring to the creatures of this world who reigned supreme. Roar! Ayo! The warriors of the monster army roared along, their roars echoing through the air. The remaining beasts immediately regained consciousness, prostrating themselves on the ground and neighing softly. They bowed their heads in submission to the victor of the war, the future ruler of this world. "Please come, king. We will offer this world to our lord." Seeing the time was ripe, the priests, who had followed the expedition, immediately began the sacrificial ceremony. No elaborate procedures were followed. The battle had just ended, and the warriors were still drenched in blood, with the corpses of the enemy lying at their feet. But this did not dampen the warriors' high spirits. Led by the priests, they held a grand sacrifice on the spot. No gifts were prepared. After all, what sacrificial offering could be more precious than the carcasses of ferocious beasts scattered across the mountains? Under the prayers of a vast and high-quality group of believers, the power of darkness began to emanate, spreading in all directions. The sky suddenly darkened, and an oppressive atmosphere rose in the air. The severely damaged world consciousness, following its instincts, subconsciously began to resist this situation. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder and lightning roared. Super bolts of lightning continuously struck downward, but before they could solidify, they were dispersed by a burst of dragon flame from the black dragon below. A vast force of faith gathered, coalescing into a formidable force. A dark figure shifted from phantom to reality. Its face was invisible, but its immensity stretched across heaven and earth, towering over the grassland like a pillar supporting the heavens. All creatures in the world sensed its presence. Even those far away, unable to see what was happening here, could vaguely sense a powerful being descending from this direction. Compared to it, even the black dragon, with its 100-meter-long body, seemed insignificant. The ferocious beasts crawling on the ground trembled, hissing in fear. If they had previously faced the monster hordes, even if they were defeated, they would have dared to resist. But facing this vast dark figure, they could not even think of resisting. Even in death, they dared not resist. "Welcome, Lord. Welcome, Lord. Welcome, Lord." The warriors of the monster army, sensing the gaze of the great being, shouted fervently, their hearts fluttering with madness. As the dark figure descended, the world's consciousness also grew frantic, but it was to no avail. All its attacks were easily neutralized. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed. A dark beam of light pierced the heavens and earth. Sky and earth were completely shrouded in darkness, without a trace of light. The darkness painted the entire world like ink, and in the blink of an eye, it covered hundreds of miles in radius. If this trend continued, it wouldn't be long before this demi-plane was completely shrouded in darkness. Dark power seeped into the world's interior and began to move toward its core, steadily squeezing the world consciousness's living space. After losing many high-level beings, the world consciousness grew increasingly fragile. When the dark power expanded to 1/5, it could no longer hide. "I finally found you. You hid yourself so well." Su Xingyu smiled, reaching forward and grasping. Suddenly, a dazzling ball of light appeared before him. This was the world consciousness, a being condensed from all the beings in the planes. This was not Su Xingyu's first encounter with the world consciousness. He had previously controlled 3 world consciousnesses, and now this was the 4th. With familiarity, his vast spiritual consciousness quickly examined the ball of light before him, inside and out. After confirming that there was no problem, Su Xingyu placed his mark within it. The disparity in power between the two was so great that the world consciousness was unable to resist, and could only allow Su Xingyu to unleash his power. In a short while, Su Xingyu completed the contract. The world consciousness of this demi-plane was completely blackened by him, taking on his shape. Another one. Feeling the connection with the world consciousness, Su Xingyu nodded with satisfaction. Then, using the world consciousness, he began to explore the rare resources within this demi-plane. Having mastered the world consciousness, he became the master of this demi-plane. Even if his control was only rudimentary, he still possessed some basic abilities. Time flew by. The agreed time soon arrived. He entered the coordinates, opened the portal to another world, and stepped into it. Chapter 182. In the void, planes are as numerous as the stars. In a demiplane. This demiplane is a massive continent, encompassing tens of millions of square kilometers. Its environment is relatively normal, ideal for the reproduction and growth of normal life. At the center of the world, in the heart of the continent, stands a towering and majestic mountain. Its height seems to pierce the heavens, soaring into the clouds, abruptly separating the two lands. The peak, perpetually capped with ice and snow, shimmers with dazzling light, like a pearl in the night sky. At the foot of this mountain lies a vast forest, its towering trees and lush foliage blotting out the sky. Within this forest dwells a diverse array of creatures, from insects as tiny as dust to beasts as massive as mountains. They live in harmony and peace. Beyond the forest, this continent boasts vast grasslands, deep lakes, and rolling mountain ranges. The grasslands were lush and green, the lakes shimmered, and the mountains, with their steep cliffs and winding paths, intertwined to form a beautiful and magnificent scene. It was a scene of profound harmony, a scene of profound tranquility. So tranquil, so utterly horrifying, its harmony was too profound. In this void, battle reigned supreme. While tranquility and harmony existed, they were not to be taken so far. The creatures here seemed soothed by a mysterious force, even the most ferocious becoming docile. On the peaks of the snow-capped mountains, where hurricanes and blizzards should have been unsuitable for ordinary life, a magnificent golden palace now stood. The land was flat, as if it had been razor-sharply leveled. The entire palace was enveloped in a pure white energy shield, impervious to the outside world. Long time no see, old Mo Wang Dong, the black marketeer, greeted Mo Kan Wu, who had just entered. It's been a while indeed. Mo Kan Wu still looked human, but his stature was unusually tall, and he sported two sharp, powerful horns on his head, brimming with a powerful beauty. Seeing his old friend, he couldn't help but sigh. The last time we met was back in the elementary realm. I can't believe decades have already flown by. Back then, I'd never have imagined living alone for such a long time. Who says it's not true? The time-flow ratio in the intermediate realm is normally 1 to 100. Add in the system support, and it's even more outrageous. Wang Dong, having a deep understanding of this, sighed and laughed. A day in heaven is a year on earth. I'm afraid the life of an immortal is just like this. If, in the elementary realm, players could clearly feel the urgency of time passing due to the initial stages of their business, the sheer volume of tasks, and the pressure of the system, they no longer felt it after reaching the intermediate realm. At least, that was the case for most players. The players who were able to advance back then were mostly quite powerful. Therefore, after decades of development in the elementary realm, their factions were relatively stable, and their various frameworks were relatively well established. Simply put, they no longer had to constantly monitor their factions. After getting rid of their power, they would sometimes go into seclusion for several years, or even more than 10 years. Under these circumstances, they gradually lost track of time. What about the others? Haven't they arrived yet? Mo Kan Wu asked curiously. Not yet. You're the first one, but they should be here soon. They're all pretty punctual, Wang Dong replied. Due to the varying speeds of time, even with a set time standard, there were still significant discrepancies between everyone's arrivals. How have you been doing lately? Mo Kan Wu's eyes flickered as he glanced at Wang Dong in front of him, a hint of curiosity. Not bad. Wang Dong smiled. The intermediate realm is much more dangerous than the elementary realm. If I were alone, I'd probably be in a tough spot. But with all ye protecting me, I'm doing okay. Among all the ascended players, Wang Dong's strength wasn't weak, but it wasn't strong either. He was at the lower middle level. If he were alone, it would be difficult for him to advance rapidly in the intermediate realm. However, when choosing his playing location, he chose to be next to his good brother Lin Yi. Needless to say, Lin Yi's strength was among the best, even among all players. Over the years, Wang Dong had followed Lin Yi closely, and even if he only received a small share of the profits, it was enough to keep him well fed and allow him to thrive. The two chatted while eating the food on the table. Suddenly, Mo Kan Wu turned his head and looked up into the distant sky. A spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, and a scarlet blood-red figure leaped out of it. Here it comes, Mo Kan Wu chuckled. A distant figure quickly approached, its blurry form gradually becoming clearer. It was the image of a young man, his handsome face exuding a sense of nobility. A member of the Blood Dawn, the Blood God. I'm not late, am I? Why are there only the two of you? Haven't the others arrived yet? A hint of laughter lingered in his voice, and a figure appeared on the stone bench in the pavilion at the Momenta house. No. Wang Dong shook his head, rising and pouring him a glass of wine. Why are you here alone? Where's Guanghui? Thanks. The Blood God nodded slightly, took a sip, and then said, that guy ran halfway and went to pick up the others. It seems to be eternal night. As he spoke, he looked at Black Merchant with a hint of surprise, as if he hadn't expected his rapid progress. You become a demigod? So fast. Lucky luck. Unlike you guys, I wasn't promoted until everyone reached their peak. I think I was promoted straight away. Black Merchant nodded, confirming his guess, and explained the reasoning. The requirements for becoming a demigod aren't difficult for players. They can easily be met. Therefore, for them, becoming a demigod is effortless. In that sense, they were indeed quite lucky. But becoming a demigod is one thing. Becoming what kind of demigod is another. A demigod promoted by the most basic level of a single law of authority is still a demigod. A demigod promoted by refining all 5 laws of authority to their full potential is still a demigod. The gap between demigods can sometimes be even greater than that between a human and a dog. Any player with even a passing ambition wouldn't rush into promotion, which is why the Blood God was surprised to see Black Merchant promoted to demigod. Black Merchant's strength isn't bad, but given his situation, he should wait a little longer. That way, the road ahead will be smoother. Have you forgotten who this guy is associated with? The martial artist chuckled as the Blood God frowned. The Blood God suddenly understood, indeed. With the support of a top powerhouse like Guangwei, the Black Merchant shouldn't lack faith, and their understanding of authority shouldn't be too poor. Naturally, there's no reason for him to destroy his own future. A moment later, the spatial rift reappeared, and 2 figures emerged. Both were young men, looking quite youthful. They chatted and laughed along the way, seemingly on good terms. They were Guangwei and Yongye. After the 2 took their seats, Guangwei didn't bother to greet the others. He remained in the courtyard, radiating his presence and providing guidance. Soon, the remaining members arrived. Guangwei, Blood God, Yongye, Martial Artist, Black Merchant, Storm, Sea God, Teacher, Elephant Lord, and Pharmacist. The 10 members of the Bloody Dawn gathered once more. Glancing around at the crowd, the Elephant Master sighed with a hint of emotion. As the old saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 years. We haven't seen each other for decades, and it feels like not much has changed. Judging solely by appearance, everyone is practically unchanged since we first met, still looking the same. While their appearance remains unchanged, their temperaments have changed significantly, almost drastically. Back then, everyone hadn't fully adapted to the status of gods, nor did they have the confidence to do so, so they seemed a bit out of place. Now, everyone is at the demigod level. Contrary to their boasting back then, this is real power, completely under their control. With power comes confidence. The confidence that towers over billions of beings, the ability to decide the life and death of countless beings with a single word, makes their aura particularly outstanding. Some things can't be faked, while others don't need to be. Aura is one of them. According to the definition of race lifespan, we are all immortal. Let alone decades, even hundreds of years are nothing to us, the teacher said with a chuckle. Demigods generally possess lifespans of tens of thousands of years. To them, decades or even hundreds of years are not that long. The members of the Bloody Dawn present ranged in strength, but without exception, all had achieved demigod status. Even the Black Merchant and the Pharmacist, whose strength initially lagged far behind the others, were no longer the same. Both were religious players, significantly inferior to other leading players. However, with the current development, the initial definitions of player types, individual, religious, and leading, are no longer applicable. Because the further a faction develops, the more complete it becomes. Take Su Xingyu, for example. In terms of individual strength, he's undoubtedly at the top of the heap among all players. In terms of power, the Eternal Night Empire fears no power. In terms of religion, the Eternal Night cult's faith has spread throughout this plane, spawning numerous related transcendental beings. The same is true for other leading players. The same is true for religious players. Once their power reaches a certain level, they'll naturally clear all obstacles and fully control power. Many hands make things easier. Even individual players, who have merged with godhood and are unable to absorb the power of faith, will conquer other forces and enlist their services. It could be said that different paths led to the same destination. No matter how the divisions were made, they ultimately converged on the same path. Back then, we didn't even have many high-ranking members, and now we're all demigods. It's almost magical to think about it. Storm also laughed. Haha, demigods are nothing. Just a starting point. There's still a long way to go. Becoming a true god is our beginning, the Elephant Lord said with a hearty laugh. Well said, becoming a true god is just the beginning, everyone laughed. After a while of casual chat, everyone officially got to the main topic of the gathering. Trading talent. Since it was Su Xingyu who first proposed the deal, the Black Merchants turned to him first. Eternal Night, how many people do you need? Due to the size of their territory and their power, the Black Merchants have always had an excess of management personnel. This is normal. Not every faction is as brimming with martial virtue as the Eternal Night Empire. Spending on management personnel benefits both parties, and the Black Merchants had no reason to refuse. Lenders not only gain access to resources, but also benefit from this opportunity, providing a platform for them to develop their strengths and accumulate experience. Borrowers, on the other hand, can alleviate management pressure, acquire more land, and cultivate their own talent. All they have to pay is a few external resources. The more the better. Su Xingyu, facing a shortage of personnel, naturally wouldn't be polite. The black businessman was speechless. You're really not polite at all. Let's discuss this privately, the black businessman suggested. Okay. The martial artist looked at the crowd and said, I'm in need of a management team too. Does anyone have any spares? I. The teacher and the pharmacist raised their hands simultaneously. Let's discuss this in detail, the martial artist said, looking at the teacher. Okay, the teacher nodded. After getting down to business, everyone quickly began trading, from talent to resources, from items to knowledge. Everything was available, each filling in for their own shortcomings. Just as the Eternal Night Empire lacked management talent, the other players' forces also had shortcomings to varying degrees. The pharmacists and the black marketeers lacked combat core, the storm and the sea god lacked powerful ground core, and the elephant lord lacked a magic core. Of course, this wasn't to say their strength was lacking. After all, the so-called shortcomings were relative. Sometimes, even their shortcomings could crush most players. Trading talent carried considerable risk, especially with combat personnel. If the sending party had ulterior motives and engaged in collusion, it could directly and severely damage the force. And even if they didn't cause trouble, the leakage of information about the forces was inevitable. This is why, in the past, few people would trade talent, or even trade them permanently. It was to avoid this situation. Everyone had naturally considered the risks of letting people in, but they chose this option primarily because they had no other choice. Or perhaps, they believed the benefits outweighed the risks, so despite the risks, they insisted on doing so. Everyone compiled a list for the others to choose from. Eternal Knight, Shadow Hunter, Death Summoner, Curse Mage, Death Lord, Sky-Splitting Eagle, Glory, Holy Monk, Healing Priest, Purification Angel, Blood God, Bloodhound, Heart Manipulator, Life Healer, Filth Giant. Specialized transcendents derived from authority possessed various unique abilities. Based on their needs, the other members began trading, well, in layman's terms, hiring them. Hiring these transcendents with special abilities to help them clear obstacles in their own plane. Chapter 183. No one would dare to deploy a large number of combat legions to their own plane unless they had absolute trust. The members of Blood Dawn had known each other for decades and had a good relationship, but they would never do so, as it would be a joke with their lives. Although they couldn't hire legions, they could still employ some special transcendents to help them achieve their goals. Glory, Blood God, and Eternal Night were the most powerful, and their subordinates were significantly stronger than the others, making them more popular. Of course, the others were not bad either, each with their own strengths. For example, the transcendent followers of the teacher and the pharmacist were indeed inferior in combat power to those of the three, but that was simply due to their misplacement. If they were placed in the field of education, they would be even more effective. After all, this was their area of expertise. Even Su Xingyu and the other two were not as good as them. Even Su Xingyu had hired a number of skilled individuals, intending to use this opportunity to rectify some of the Empire's educational issues and, incidentally, integrate the Navy and Air Force. Storm's Air Force and Poseidon's Navy are their specialties, and there's much we can learn from them. Everyone generously contributed their own resources, ready to use this opportunity to consolidate their internal structures and optimize their systems. I've suddenly realized that each of our forces has both shortcomings and strengths, and we can complement each other, Storm said with a smile. Different powers require different optimization directions, and naturally, different power structures, the teacher said softly. After looking at your situation, I feel like my internal structure is a bit too crude. Oh, what a headache. I should have trained more people earlier, the Elephant Lord said distressfully. The orcs have always been known for their crude and unsophisticated approach, lacking any technical expertise. In simpler terms, they're indifferent to life and death, and will fight if they're not convinced. This is why, in the past few years, the Elephant Lord paid little attention to developments in this area. Previously, there weren't any major problems. After all, they were strong enough, and their population wasn't particularly large, so they could rely on force and faith in the gods to maintain stability. But now, with the expansion of their territory, and comparing themselves to others, the Elephant Lord realized that his social structure seemed to be failing. Who told you to be lazy? You enjoyed it early on, but now you're definitely suffering, Storm said sullenly, rolling his eyes. The Elephant Lord ignored him, and instead looked at the teacher across from him, asking, Teacher, you're an expert in this area. Is there anything you can do to remedy this? The teacher looked at him, his lips twitching as he said helplessly, "This requires accumulation, just like studying. You have to take it one step at a time. In your case." In the teacher's opinion, with the Elephant Lord in his situation, there was no point in developing education. The only option was to go all the way to combat. The Elephant Lord looked somewhat helpless. "Even you can't solve this problem. Education doesn't even require intelligence. At least they have to be willing to accept and learn." The teacher shook his head, thought for a moment, and then said, "If you don't mind, you can select a group of followers and I'll try to help you train them. Most orcs aren't suited to learning. Their brains aren't filled with knowledge, just muscle." "Okay. Wait." Just as the Elephant Master was about to nod in agreement, Guangwei interrupted, and the other members looked at him in confusion. Guangwei smiled, "Everyone, I have an idea." "Tell me about it." The Blood God, who was discussing his thoughts with Su Xingyu, suddenly became interested and asked curiously. Su Xingyu also looked over, ready to hear his thoughts. "Don't you think the current situation in the intermediate realm is very similar to the international situation of the past? Players are like countries of varying sizes, and the void is like an ocean, blocking the prying eyes of other players. But as time passes and we grow stronger, one day, the barrier will disappear, and the competition will likely become even more intense." Guangwei spoke slowly, his face serious. "Just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush." Seeing the other's confusion, the Blood God immediately glanced at him, and said unhappily. Guangwei chuckled. "What I mean is, since we're all united, why can't we go a little deeper?" "What do you mean? What do you think?" Blood God and the others asked simultaneously. "This is the plan I came up with. It's a bit rough, but it has everything you need. You can take a look." Guangwei said nothing more, but simply took out a document and handed it to everyone. With everyone's reading ability, they finished reading the document in a blink of an eye. This was a plan for building a Void Academy. The others pondered, considering the pros and cons. Some were already prepared, having already seen the plan. Guangwei envisioned that Blood Dawn would build an academy at the organization's headquarters. A comprehensive, interdimensional academy open to all. The academy's teachers are provided by various sources, all leading figures in their fields of research, while the students are their followers. In this academy, students can freely choose their major and engage in in-depth study and research under their teachers. As Guangwei said, if players are like nations on isolated islands, then the void is an ocean, blocking communication between nations. Now, they are building an international academy to provide a platform for scholars from all walks of life to exchange ideas. Compared to knowledge learned from books, face-to-face communication is clearly more conducive to progress. "That's a good idea, quite insightful." The martial artist was the first to express his opinion, agreeing. "I think it's a good idea too." "I agree." The teacher nodded second, so enthusiastic that Su Xingyu gave him a second glance. After all, the martial artist's quick agreement was largely due to the fact that they had briefly discussed the matter beforehand. Su Xingyu then nodded. "Agree. Agree. Agree." Soon, everyone expressed their opinions and chose to join. This was especially true for those members with relatively limited educational resources. This was a genuine benefit. They had no reason to refuse. Everyone agreed, and the matter was quickly finalized. From the location, to the size of the academy, to the allocation of resources, everything was clearly laid out, allowing everyone to work together and fulfill their respective responsibilities. Unlike the early days of Bloody Dawn, when resources were scarce, everyone now was incredibly wealthy, and the resources at their disposal were incredibly abundant. After all, even the weakest among them are superpowers with hundreds of millions of followers and tens of millions of square kilometers of territory. Some powerful members have even reached out to other planes in the void. For them, dedicating some resources to building the Void Academy is definitely a proposal with more benefits than disadvantages. Just like building the trading city, it only requires a small initial investment, and the profits will be repaid in a short time. Of course, neither hiring talent nor building the academy are actually major undertakings. The main reason for everyone's gathering this time is the development of the Blood Dawn organization. Back in the elementary realm, everyone enjoyed the benefits of the organization. Even after entering the intermediate realm, they relied on the Blood Dawn to overcome the initial resource shortages. Therefore, they would not abandon the organization unless absolutely necessary. And why only now is the discussion of organizational development? It's because there's no other choice. When they first entered the intermediate realm, everyone's strength was somewhat insufficient. They couldn't even take care of their own families, so how could they afford to care for other areas? Should we continue with the original plan or Since the development of Blood Dawn naturally depended on the two founders, no one else made any suggestions, instead turning to Blood God and Radiance. I think we can expand the construction area, and further refine the functional areas. The one we built in the elementary realm feels a bit too limited and lacks grandeur. Blood God thought for a moment and said, the auction area could also be expanded. Also, since we have enough land, let's eliminate the street stall area. I think it's feasible. How about dividing it into inner and outer cities? The inner city will cater to VIPs, and the outer city will cater to regular customers. This will save them a lot of trouble. Dividing it into different levels isn't a good idea. It feels counterproductive. What are you afraid of? They've been here for so many years. Don't they understand that strength is key? Only with strength can you earn respect. Without it, just listen to instructions. Alright, whatever you decide. After someone took the initiative, the other members quickly began offering various suggestions based on their own ideas. Su Xingyu wasn't interested. Aside from occasionally making a point to assert his presence, he spent the rest of the time in a daze, listening to the others' opinions. After a day of deliberation, a barely passable construction plan was presented, and everyone was very satisfied. Build it first. If there are any problems later, we can adjust it, the teacher said with a smile. It's just a city. It's not a big deal. The elephant leader waved his hand, unconcerned. Does anyone else have any other comments? If not, let's move on to the next item, Guanghui asked. I have no objections. Me neither. Everyone shook their heads and quickly replied. Then let's move on to the next item. You can notify them to come over, Guanghui nodded and said to the group. Okay. Several members with families in the primary realm nodded, then contacted the long-awaited members of the Crimson Dawn's outer circle through the system channel. It wasn't long before, in less than half a day, hundreds of players had gathered in this demiplane. The players ranged in strength, but all were powerful. Aside from a dozen or so demigods, all were at the 9th level of the perfected saint realm. Looking at the 10 leaders seated in the front row, even though they had already reached the demigod realm, they still felt a sense of oppression, like mortals facing a ferocious beast. The fire of ambition that had ignited their demigodhood was instantly extinguished. They realized that even among demigods, there was a vast gap. During this period, not only had they made progress, but the leaders had also been making progress, and their progress was even greater. No need to be so reserved. Sit down, Guanghui said calmly, restraining their auras. Only after the leader spoke did they dare to sit down. The bosses have gotten even stronger. It feels like the gap is even wider than it was back in the elementary realm. We're all demigods, so how could the gap be so huge? It shouldn't be. After becoming demigods, those guys got cocky and thought they could rival the elders. They even teamed up with us to put pressure on us, hoping to gain more benefits. Now it seems like a complete joke. The gap between demigods is too huge. Even though they're all demigods, I'm afraid they won't last more than a few rounds. Let's just be humble underlings and follow the bosses to reap the benefits. After everyone sat down, their eyes flickered, and they exchanged messages with the players around them, sighing deeply. The emotions were mixed. There was the peace of mind that came with having a stronger backer, but also the frustration of having to follow behind them, unable to rise to the top. It's human nature to want to become stronger and gain more benefits. So no one wants to be a boss when they can. After all, how much an underling gets depends entirely on the boss's allocation. To put it bluntly, the underlings were just laborers, doing the most work and receiving the least rewards. After some members of Blood Dawn ascended to demigod status, their mindsets shifted. We're all at the same level, and there are more of us. Why should you give more while we only get the minimum allowance? With this in mind, some ambitious demigods began to ally with others, preparing to secure greater benefits for themselves. However, no matter how much preparation they put in, it was useless when they faced the real boss directly. The power gap was too great. As the patriarchs of the clan, Guanghui and the others naturally had some loyal members, so they were aware of the other's subtle actions. However, they didn't care, acting as if they hadn't noticed their subtle actions. They didn't react and calmly let the matter pass. This is the organization's upcoming development plan, along with some benefits. Everyone can take a look and share any opinions. Guanghui waved his hand, and an information crystal appeared before everyone. Without hesitation, they tapped the crystal, quickly digesting the information within. After receiving the information, everyone resumed their discussion, sharing a heated exchange. They hadn't expected the benefits offered by this organization to be so generous. Your Majesty, can we also hire your transcendence? A demigod asked. The others looked eager. If they could hire transcendents, their development in this plane would be much faster. Yes, but the number is limited, replied Guanghui, nodding. Crimson Dawn had hundreds of players in the mid-level realm. If they hired every one of them, they wouldn't be able to support them. Chapter 184. Including Su Xingyu and the others, a total of 132 members held a grand banquet. The banquet lasted for 3 full days. At the banquet, everyone was able to fully communicate, learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, and gain considerable benefits. As the saying goes, order requires strength to maintain. They had gathered once before and knew each other, but it was only at the level of acquaintance. Mere acquaintance was not enough to build trust and engage in deeper transactions. But now that a leader presided over the meeting and acted as a guarantor, everyone felt more at ease and dared to trade some valuable items directly. After all, disobeying the rules at this time could result in death. Many of them also followed the example of Su Xingyu and the others and hired extraordinary believers, hoping to use this opportunity to strengthen their power structure and achieve their strategic goals. In addition to trading resources and hiring believers, after some consultation, Su Xingyu and the others even made a major move. The rule artifacts were open to the public, allowing other players to use them. Usage was based on a limited number of players, and the price was incredibly high, each one commanding a hefty price tag. Even so, upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but cheer, marveling at the generosity of the leaders. Rule artifacts. You have to understand, these are rule artifacts. Each rule artifact is a rare treasure. Normally, even glancing at it, let alone using it, would be incredibly difficult. They'd almost stuff it away, fearing someone might notice it. And now, someone actually directly opened up the rule instruments for them to use. What generosity and confidence! Not to mention the peripheral members, even the veterans of Storm were shocked upon hearing this news. Opening up the rule instruments would undoubtedly have a huge impact on everyone. Take Su Xingyu's rule instruments, for example. Whether it's the Heavenly Monument, Transcendent Will, or the special Divine Domain Structure Blood Spirit Pool, they are all sufficient to form the foundation of an empire. And what do players lack most today? Resource reserves, the number of believers, or the size of their territory, or perhaps their own strength? None of these, actually. After decades of accumulation, players' strength has reached its peak. There are no shortcuts to self-cultivation, so they must proceed slowly. Simply put, the path has been paved. All they need to do is follow the established procedures. It's not impossible to continue, but trying to move too fast is also not an option. As for resources, believers, and territory, they have long since reached a limit due to the accumulation of time. Their quantity continues to increase, but it's meaningless. If quantitative change can't lead to qualitative change, then no matter how much they increase, it's useless. Currently, players need only one thing: elite believers. For example, high-level transcendence. Although the Eternal Night Empire has produced countless high-level transcendents in recent years, that's because Su Xingyu possesses numerous treasures and abundant resources, allowing him to mass-produce them. For ordinary players without sufficient foundation, the birth of high-level transcendence is truly a matter of luck. Reaching the high level always presents a barrier, at least for current players. Without being able to lower the threshold, the only option is to build small steps in front of the door, allowing people to ascend in steps rather than leap. This is the solution currently being devised by players. But coming up with a solution is one thing, implementing it is another. How can you achieve it without anything? The rule instruments opened by Su Xingyu and several others offer them such an opportunity. All they need to do is invest resources, and they can mass-produce high-level transcendence. Even if the probability remains low, the process is slow, and the resources are very intensive. At least there is a path. Even though this method has many drawbacks, compared to the previous method, which relied entirely on luck to advance, this one is clearly superior because the output is sufficiently stable. This is why everyone is so excited. This is a stable way to reach the high level of transcendence. Su Xingyu offered 1/10 of the quota and then divided it in half, giving half to Guanghui and the others in exchange for quotas, and half to peripheral members in exchange for resources. The other members' foundations weren't as deep as Su Xingyu's, and their possession of treasures wasn't as good, but honestly, they weren't bad either. For example, Guanghui's will purification pool purifies the mind and will and eliminates distracting thoughts. Or the Blood God's Blood Sea Source pool, which can purify ordinary blood into high-grade blood essence. Or the Elephant Lord's Ancient Divine Pillar, which can awaken powerful ancient bloodlines. The Martial Master's Dual Path, the Pharmacist's Pool of all medicines, the Sea God's Trial of the Gods. The players who made it this far might not be as good as those at the top, but they still had something in their arsenal, and even Su Xingyu was interested in what they had. These things also gave them the confidence to not mind spreading knowledge. For example, the Eternal Night Empire's extraordinary inheritance, a path leading directly to the 9th level Holy Land, knowledge that was the Empire's foundation, wasn't an exaggeration, yet he didn't care at all and even made it available to everyone. Why did he dare to do this? It was because of the prerequisites. To follow the inheritance and traverse the Eternal Night Empire's extraordinary path, the prerequisites were too numerous, impossible for other players to meet. Even if it were given to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. The same was true for Guanghui and the others. This kind of extraordinary inheritance was actually quite unreasonable. It had too many restrictions and too little universality. But this was exactly what everyone wanted. Giving you everything for free. How could such a good thing happen? If you follow my path, you must serve me. Of course, if you don't want to serve me, that's fine too, but then you shouldn't follow the rest of the path. This method was primarily targeted at those with the potential to ascend to higher levels. Through this method, they had gathered countless foreign talents. The end of the banquet didn't mean the end of the gathering. I've had enough, so it's time to digest the food. Guanghui stood up, a smile on his face, and said, the final activity of this gathering was to capture a plane and use it as the organization's base in the intermediate realm. This was the unanimous decision. While Guanghui didn't mind offering this demi-plane beneath his feet as the organization's base, Blood God, Yongye, and the others felt it was a bit inappropriate. Not wanting to take advantage was one reason, but another was the issue of world consciousness. Guanghui had completely taken control of this demi-plane. Even the world consciousness had been forced into a contract. Under these circumstances, staying here felt unsettling. So, they had no choice but to choose another location. Coincidentally, there were many other planes near this demi-plane. After much deliberation, they finally settled on a small plane. Since they were so numerous and powerful, and since they were going to fight anyway, they might as well just take down a small plane and save having to switch planes later. Boom! Void. Outside the chosen small plane, a planar barrier appeared before them like a barrier. Attack together! With a roar from Guanghui, Blood God, and Eternal Night took the lead. 1,000-foot-tall fiery sun angel towered above the void, like an immortal god wielding light and judgment. Clad in golden armor, it shone with brilliance, as if composed of countless shining stars. Its wings, broad and sturdy, flapped slowly, and with each flap, the surrounding space rippled. His face was handsome and majestic, his eyes, like two tiny suns, gleaming with a fiery light. In his hand, he held a great sword of judgment, emitting an aura of destruction. The holy sun rose behind him, like a bright flame in the night sky, instantly illuminating the dark void. Beside him, 2,000-foot-tall giants also stood. One was as black as ink, shrouded in a dark aura. From a distance, he felt a dragging sensation, as if even his vision was swallowed and distorted. The other was like a sea of blood, his face indistinct. His body seemed composed of blood, emanating a strong stench of blood. Clad in regal robes, and wielding a scarlet staff, he exuded an aura of both madness and elegance. Open! With a roar, the sun behind him blazed crimson. The holy angel swung his sword, fiercely slashing at the dimensional barrier before him. With a resounding shattering sound, a crack appeared in the barrier, strong enough to withstand spatial storms. The invasion of the powerful alien enemy quickly triggered a reaction from the world consciousness, and the cracks began to rapidly close. Terrifying thunder appeared, intertwining to form a sea of thunder, blocking the crowd from the dimensional world and protecting it behind them. With a casual wave of his hand, the dark torrent beneath his feet surged towards the crack, colliding with the azure sea of thunder. The boundary between blue and black was clear, and the two forces merged and confronted each other. The blood-red giant swung his staff, and the crimson power behind him transformed into countless blood-red giant hands, pressing against the edge of the crack, like an abstract sunflower, looking somewhat terrifying and eerie. Hurry in! The martial artist shouted, and his figure rushed directly into the crack, crashing into the sea of thunder. Seeing this, the others didn't hesitate and immediately rushed in. After everyone entered, the three people holding the dimensional rift roared, unleashing their power, and the rift suddenly expanded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the rift could shrink, three figures instantly shot into it. Boom! Thunder roared, and the sky rumbled. The entire world seemed to come alive, extremely violent. Countless superbolts transformed into thunder spears, piercing the invading evil gods from outside the realm. Gurgle. Is this the world's counterattack from the complete plane? This is terrifying. Fuck. I was thinking of sneaking into other complete planes to see what was happening. Fortunately, I didn't act. Otherwise, with the intensity of the attack, I would have been seriously injured. Could there be true gods in this world? I'm just an incarnation of divine power, so life or death doesn't matter to me. But the glory boss has descended in person. If he were to die here, it would be disastrous. Shit, I'm not good at defense. Come on, brother, give me some help. Facing the overwhelming onslaught of thunder spears, sensing the destructive aura emanating from them, even the players, who were all quite powerful, felt a shudder. It was terrifying. Each thunder spear had the power to kill a high-level transcendent. And if one were to withstand this sky full of thunder spears, even a demigod would suffer a bitter defeat. Silence. Su Xingyu flew ahead, listening to the clamor of the crowd, frowning slightly, and shouted softly. Everyone immediately fell silent, looking at the three men in front of them with curiosity, eager to see the current level of strength of the recognized strongest in the Blood Dawn. Facing the incoming thunder spears, Su Xingyu remained calm. Even though this was a blow powerful enough to kill an ordinary demigod, he took it for granted. With a casual wave of his hand, the dark energy ahead transformed into countless twisting vortexes. As the vortexes spun, pale snakes of death emerged from them, biting at the thunder spears. Crackle! With a series of crisp explosions, the first wave of thunder spears was instantly annihilated, without causing a ripple. But this was not the end. Within the sea of thunder, the lightning element was practically inexhaustible. In a mere instant, the lightning transformed into countless blue dragons hundreds of feet long, emitting terrifying lightning flashes that struck at those beneath the dark shield. The death snakes were instantly shattered, and the dark vortexes were pierced through, completely dissipating. Humph! Su Xingyu snorted, immediately increasing his power output. I'll help you. The blood god swung his staff, and countless gray snakes of foul energy rose upward. Their mutually reinforcing and counteracting properties made the thunder spear even more powerful, as if it had found a mortal enemy. The violent force of thunder was entwined with scarlet, tinging the blue thunder dragon with a hint of red. Each of them is like an evil god, making it impossible for me to even cooperate. Watching the two displaying divine power, feeling the malevolent force, Guangwei shook his head, somewhat helpless, suppressing the urge to purify them. As the deity of purification and the blazing sun, Guangwei's power naturally repelled the two, even more so than the power of thunder. After all, the power of darkness and the power of scarlet were inherently filled with evil, and under the control of eternal night and the blood god, they became even more sinister. Therefore, Guangwei was completely unable to coordinate with them. Once his power surged in, it would be a miracle if it didn't neutralize the opponent's power, let alone 1 + 1 = 2. Since we're going to fight, let's take our time. Guangwei unleashed her full power, forming a holy light shield around them, enveloping them and blocking out the dark giants and scarlet giants. The few thunder spears that managed to break through the two outer layers of protection were able to reach the holy light shield, where they were intercepted. Guangwei was in no hurry to break through the sea of thunder. Even a complete world consciousness doesn't have unlimited power. Such a violent attack would inevitably deplete his power reserves. By using up his strength here, the fight would be much easier. Chapter 185. A few days later. At the center of the plane continent, summoned by the world consciousness, the powerful beings of the entire plane gathered. 9 demigod creatures gathered there, ready for battle. Each exuded a terrifying aura, especially the two at the forefront, whose strength had reached the level of powerful demigods. Under the blessing of the world consciousness, their strength was significantly enhanced. Behind the 9 powerful demigods, tens of thousands of high-level creatures gathered, ferocious beasts, orcs, elemental spirits, and creatures from the entire plane. This was an unprecedented feast. Since the birth of this plane, there had never been such a terrifying gathering of creatures. "Are you all here?" asked a powerful demigod with a dragon head, a human body, 4 arms, and a body covered in dragon scales. "Everyone who can make it has already arrived. Is this really necessary? They're abandoning their territory altogether, gathering directly in the Holy Land. What if those evil gods don't attack the Holy Mountain, but instead plunder our territory?" a demigod asked in confusion. The intrusion of living beings isn't surprising. Throughout their long history, they've encountered countless invasions from outside their domains. Even if it's an intact plane, unless it's a large-scale, forceful invasion, like this one, where over a dozen demigods invaded together and directly cleaved the plane's barrier, the world consciousness wouldn't be able to react quickly. Void beasts often invade through spatial rifts, plundering a few enemies before the world consciousness can react, and then fleeing. This is also common. The world consciousness doesn't pay much attention to ordinary intrusions, and sometimes even assimilates those outsiders. This invasion is different. Their power is immense. If we disperse, we'll be defeated piecemeal. Only by uniting can we stand a chance of victory. Another powerful demigod, in the form of a lion beastman, boasted muscular build, golden hair, and a serrated broadsword in hand, looking rather brutish. Boom! As they chatted, a series of loud explosions echoed from the distant horizon. Then, the sky suddenly exploded, revealing a black hole over 10,000 meters in diameter. A blend of crimson, darkness, and light enveloped the outer surface. Countless thunderbolts struck, eroding the shield. Incoming. The native creatures below, sensing the devastating force, their gazes instantly grew solemn. Go! The powerful demigod with a dragon's head and a human body, without hesitation, swung his spear and slashed through the air at the shield. The blood energy transformed into a crescent-shaped slashing blade, incredibly powerful, slicing through space as it passed. In an instant, slashing blade reached the shield. Bang! With a resounding bang, the slashing mang dissipated, and a massive crack appeared on the shield. Interesting. Su Xingyu felt the slashing mang's power, intrigued. He then said to the others, "Leave the dragon man to me, and divide the others among yourselves." Without waiting for a response, he waved his hand, removing the dark shield before him. He transformed into a dark torrent, charging towards the dragon man. Seeing this, the dragon man, with disdain on his face, fearless, rushed head-on. Two beams of light, one red and one black, collided, their figures constantly crossing in the air. In an instant, they collided dozens of times, each collision accompanied by a deafening sound that shook the very air. "Leave the other one to me, you guys deal with the others." Guangwei also selected her target, flapping her wings and transforming into a stream of light, charging towards the orc, who had reached the powerful demigod realm. Quick battle, quick decision, no delay. As soon as the blood god finished speaking, he transformed into a torrent of blood, charging towards a high-level demigod present. The others also selected suitable opponents according to their strengths, and engaged them in battle. To prevent accidents on this plane, except for Guangwei, who was nearby, all others were not their true forms, but merely avatars of divine power. However, even these avatars were only one level below the true form, and some players had already reached the demigod realm. The most impressive of these were Yonya and Blood God. Their avatars, crafted from special materials, were no different from ordinary demigods. With the added blessing of their divine nature, they had directly reached the level of powerful demigods. The creatures of the native plane had an absolute advantage in numbers, but their quality was far inferior to that of the members of the Blood Dawn. Even at the same 9th level, the players held a crushing advantage against the native creatures, even if it was just an incarnation. A fierce battle erupted here. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, space trembled, and the blood of demigods splattered across the earth. High-level creatures fell one after another, their mutilated bodies tumbling downwards. In some cases, not even a body remained. Death Devourer. Su Xingyu's expression remained calm. He raised his hand and unleashed a divine spell. A terrifying dark tide enveloped the surroundings, leaving the Dragon Man demigod with no escape and trapped within. Vast vortexes of darkness emerged, and countless death snakes emerged, biting at the Dragon Man demigod. Death Devourer, a divine technique Su Xingyu has developed in recent years, blends the two powers of death and devouring, creating a field-based divine technique. Within its radius, the aura of death transforms into a long snake, devouring the opponent, weakening their vitality until it vanishes and dies completely. Even a single epic creature entangled by a single death snake is essentially doomed. Ha! The Dragon Man demigod roared, a violent surge of blood and energy erupting. The surging vitality directly dispersed the attacking death snakes. Dancing with his spear, a dragon of blood and energy circled around him, its eyes wide open as it gazed at the dark giant. It then swiftly flew out, its maw wide open, as if to devour the giant. The space around Su Xingyu was temporarily sealed, preventing him from using teleportation to evade. Lock-on skill? Interesting. The dragon of blood and energy approached at high speed, seemingly closing in on him, but Su Xingyu remained unfazed. Spirit of Death. He muttered softly to himself. In front of the blood dragon, several dark vortices instantly merged, forming a vortex hundreds of meters across, trapping the blood dragon. Then, a roar finally emanated from the vortex, and a massive death skeleton burst forth, colliding head-on with the blood dragon. This was Su Xingyu's personal act, using the power of death to transform the corpse of a high-level demigod into a super skeleton king. Its power wasn't particularly impressive, only at the level of an ordinary demigod. The super skeleton king had many limitations, such as being unable to grow and being controlled solely by Su Xingyu, unable to act independently. Even so, it was still incredibly powerful. After all, it was a demigod-level creature. In an age when many players haven't even reached the demigod realm, some could already control demigods. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The Super Skeleton King and the Blood Dragon engaged in a fierce battle, while Su Xingyu continued to suppress the dragon demigod, unleashing a barrage of divine arts that overwhelmed the dragon demigod. Even though both were powerful demigods, he was completely defeated. This was something the dragon demigod had never encountered in thousands of years. On the other side of the battlefield, the Radiants completely dominated the orcs. Even with the support of world consciousness, the gap in physical strength between the two sides was vast. Like Su Xingyu, after decades of training, the Radiants had also entered the ranks of the most powerful demigods. The combined power of the 5 powerful authorities made him terrifyingly powerful, a force that no powerful demigod-level orc could match. The same was true on the Blood God's side. The powerful demigod Scarlet Incarnation severely defeated the opposing demigod creature. In the demigod battlefield, Bloody Dawn held an absolute advantage, completely dominating the local demigods. However, despite the pressure, it would likely take some time to determine the winner. While demigods might be inferior in other areas, their vitality was truly tenacious, making their demigods extremely difficult to defeat. In terms of demigod numbers, the Blood Dawn side had a clear advantage. Even in a one-on-one fight, many demigods remained. They led their 9th rank members in a siege against the other native creatures. With each strike, one or more high-level creatures perished. The normally precious blood of high-level creatures now resembled garbage, carelessly spilling across the land, staining it completely red. If the native demigods were defeated but could still hold on for a while, then the high-level creatures were a one-sided massacre. Not only did they face the encirclement and attack of the Blood Dawn members, but the power that occasionally overflowed from the demigod battlefield would also inflict immense damage. The Blood God and Eternal Night were the most vulnerable. Their power was not only immense, but also incredibly difficult to defend against. Even with careful precautions, a single mistake could still succumb. Impossible defenses would be enough. The contamination of their power was also extremely severe. Once afflicted, ordinary beings would be unable to recover and would suffer mortal torture. The war raged for 3 full days. Even fighting on home turf, aided by world consciousness, their superior numbers, and the favorable timing and location, the local army of creatures was unable to withstand the attack of the outsider evil gods. The demigod battlefield was the first to determine the outcome. After the Radiants slew the orc demigods to the ground, the Radiants, free to intervene in other battlefields, cooperating to siege and kill the local demigods. Already at the brink of death, the local demigods, now at the brink of death, completely lost their chance to fight back after the intervention of the others. Their wounds worsened, and they gradually began to fall. When the last demigod fell, the high-level battlefield ceased to exist. Watching the fallen native demigods and facing the terrifying alien evil gods, the surviving native creatures, even with the interference of the world consciousness, instantly regained consciousness and lost their will to resist. Seeing that the leader did not take action, the others did not continue the slaughter. Instead, they surrounded the native creatures. Sensing the terrifying aura of the crowd, they crouched on the ground like ordinary beasts, trembling in fear. "We are willing to submit and honor you as our king." Seeing the situation was hopeless, a powerful figure from the 9th level Saint Realm stepped forward and spoke out, directly choosing surrender. "How should we deal with it? Kill them outright?" Su Xingyu looked at Guangwei and asked softly. "Kill them. I just need some blood to replenish my body." The blood god's eyes were bloodshot, and he licked his lips, speaking with murderous intent. "Forget it. High-level creatures aren't easy to create. It would be a shame to just kill them. How about everyone take some and take them back?" Guangwei shook his head, disagreeing with the two's point of view and offering a different idea. Demigods are difficult to subdue and extremely challenging to control. Killing them is one thing, but high-level creatures are different. While they're powerful, they're relatively manageable. At least the current players have the means to punish them. 1, 2, 3 high-level creatures aren't much to them, but little by little, they add up. With time, they'll eventually have enough. Don't just stand there and listen. Share your opinions and see how best to handle this. Looking at the silent group, the blood god was somewhat speechless. The martial artists and the others exchanged glances, quickly conversing before saying, "Give each of you some. Those who want to take it back can take it, and those who don't can keep it here." Seeing that several people expressed their opinions, and that they favored him, Guangwei smiled slightly, and looked at Su Xingyu and the others. "What do you think?" "Whatever." Su Xingyu didn't care. Such a few high-level transcendents were nothing to him. He could handle them any way he wanted. "Whatever you want." Seeing this, the blood god gave up his insistence and, adhering to the principle of majority rule, agreed. "Then everyone will get a share based on their contributions," Guangwei said to the group. Soon, the remaining 6,000 or so high-level creatures were completely divided up. Then, everyone joined forces to force the plane's world consciousness out, each leaving their mark within it, jointly ruling this plane. With the center of the plane, known as the Holy Mountain by the native creatures, as their center, everyone began a new construction. Of course, as supreme gods, they naturally couldn't personally carry bricks and build houses. They mobilized a group of architects from their respective planes, and then recruited a large number of laborers from this plane. The recent invasion had wiped out the entire plane's high-end combat power, making recruiting labor a breeze. Giant beasts, as big as mountains, carried huge stones from afar, marching with heavy steps towards the city under construction. Ferocious beasts, their wings wide enough to block out the sun and sky, transported high-end materials from the polar regions. Under the architect's command, each strong orc placed the materials in the appropriate locations. The glory of magic enveloped the land. Powers of strength, levitation, and freezing winds were employed in the construction of the city. After years of development, they had already integrated magic into every aspect of their lives. The light shone eternally upon the earth, 24/7. Any method that could speed up construction was employed, and the cost of resources was of no concern to the people. A city of unimaginable scale was erected at a frantic pace. While the city was being built, the people, in accordance with their original agreement, dispatched their followers en masse to other planes. Chapter 186. The spatial portal opened, and believers, each dressed in their own unique style and representing a diverse ethnicity, emerged in a perfectly orderly fashion. To facilitate travel, the group used the newly conquered Bloody Dawn encampment as a transit point, sending everyone there before collectively transporting them to their final destination. This way, they could save a lot of trouble. Is this the sacred place that the divine spirit spoke of? Such a rich spiritual energy, more than twice as dense as our own plane. This is too much. Upon entering and sensing the astonishing concentration of spiritual energy, the group couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Before this, they had rarely left their own plane, so their only reference point was their own. The spiritual energy concentration of their own plane, at the primary level, was naturally far inferior to that of the intermediate level. For this reason, they had always believed that their own plane was incredibly powerful, a true divinely gifted place. But today, upon arriving in the Eternal Night Plane, they discovered that their own plane was nothing. This was the true God-given land. Subconsciously, some of the young people began to survey their surroundings with a curious gaze, eager to make a move. From nothing to something, their development paths had been largely similar, resulting in a relatively rough and barbaric upbringing. Grab whatever you need. Conquer everything with force. Fists can't solve every problem, but with a strong enough fist, 99% of the world's problems will be no problem. So, upon seeing this land, their first thought was how to conquer it and make it their own. With such a dense concentration of spiritual energy, what kind of creatures will be born? It's terrifying to even think about it. Some were more sober and noticed this. It's well known that the denser the spiritual energy, the easier it is to cultivate, and the more powerful individuals will be born. Ahem, be careful. These are allies of His Majesty the gods, not our enemies. Don't cause any diplomatic disputes. An elder noticed their glances, and quickly whispered a warning. The members arriving this time were either very old or very young, with very few in between. In the words of many, it was a question of value. Older age signified a deep knowledge base, while younger age signified high growth potential. The tickets to the Eternal Night Plane were extremely valuable, and there was a limit on the number of such tickets, so they naturally had to be used in the best possible places. Outside the spatial gate, the Eternal Night Empire had already arranged for a diplomatic team to await them. As everyone entered, a sturdy, upright man approached them. He smiled and said, "Welcome, everyone. I'm Hua Dong, a diplomat from the Eternal Night Empire. The High Priest has assigned me the relevant matters, and I will be responsible for your itinerary." "Hello, I'm." Representatives from all parties hurried forward, shaking hands and exchanging a few pleasantries. Glancing at the hundreds of members standing behind Hua Dong, without exception, All were high-level beings at least at the epic realm, with the leading commander having even reached the 9th Saint realm. Everyone was somewhat shocked. Even within their own plane, a 9th Saint realm being was considered a formidable force, yet they had actually sent one specifically to greet them. Is this foundation a bit too profound? The Eternal Night Empire's arrangements made everyone feel their importance, and they also felt a heavy pressure within them. Of course, some teams were indifferent and unconcerned. It's just a 9th level sanctuary. We have plenty of them, so who are we trying to scare? After a brief exchange with a few people, Hua Dong asked directly, who is His Majesty's follower of trade? I am, a slightly plump, not very tall, middle-aged man, with a shrewd look quickly replied. Hua Dong nodded, then asked, who is His Majesty's follower of wisdom? I am, a calm-looking old man replied softly. Before we came, His Majesty's trade and wisdom should have informed you that your destination is not here. The priest has already told us. I'll trouble you from now on. The two nodded, indicating that they would cooperate. In addition to the members, who came here to exchange ideas and learn how to use the rule instruments, there was also a group of hired personnel helping to manage the occupied areas. Thank you. Hua Dong looked at the two and smiled. I'll arrange for an adjutant to send your teams to the front lines as soon as possible. After chatting for a while, Hua Dong led the group towards Eternal Night City. What a magnificent city! Even more majestic than the capital of the Empire. The soldiers guarding the city gates are all level 6 transcendent guards. So powerful. Their aura is so fierce. As a level 6 transcendent, I feel like I wouldn't last more than 10 rounds against them. Sitting in the carriage, they slowly entered Eternal Night City. The newly expanded and improved Eternal Night City loomed before them like a colossus. Its walls were carved with ancient inscriptions, emanating a terrifying power. On either side of the city gates stood a team of black-armored warriors, all at the 6th level. As the carriages entered, inscriptions on the walls flanking the gates illuminated, and an invisible beam of light swept across the crowd, their bodies shimmering with a black glow. Who are those people? To the point where the Empire attaches so much importance to them, even sending a special guard to greet them. Are they foreign nobles? The citizens of Eternal Night City gathered around, curious at the lively scene. Foreign nobles don't get this kind of treatment. They just need a small carriage and a few people to greet them. Unlike now, even the temple guards are being sent. Someone scoffed at the words of the people next to them. If they're not foreign nobles, then who is they, worthy of such a grand reception from the Empire? The citizen who had spoken earlier remained calm, unperturbed by anger, genuinely curious. I've never seen anything like this in my life. The Empire actually welcomed another power with such grandeur. Even when those kingdoms declared their submission and sent representatives to sign vassal agreements, it wasn't on this scale. Could it be someone from the Blood Empire? Only they are qualified and deserve such treatment from the Empire. After some basic education, the citizens of the Eternal Night Empire, while not necessarily knowledgeable, at least possess a modicum of common sense. They have a vague understanding of the Blood Empire, the Western continent's sole dominant power, and the current enemy of the Eternal Night Empire's unification of the planes. In recent years, the Eternal Night Empire's sweep across the northern continent has become increasingly powerful, causing the distant Blood Empire to become uneasy. They have been forced to secretly intervene, fearing the 100 Nations alliance would be overthrown in a moment of carelessness. Thus, the two citizens of the Empire, who should have had no interaction at all, gradually began to interact. You're foolish. The people of the Blood Empire are all vampires. Their characteristics are so obvious that they can be seen at a glance. While there are vampires among these people, they're few in number and clearly not the main force. As soon as the man finished speaking, someone quickly refuted him. That's right, haha. An older, more knowledgeable member of the Eternal Night community shook their heads and said helplessly, I told you to study more, but instead you're all training your muscles. They're clearly from outside the realm. If nothing goes wrong, they're followers of other gods. Ah! Other gods? You're stunned. I told you not to study hard. Remember to check your history textbook later. I remember it was mentioned in the first few chapters. Followers of other gods? Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like they're not very powerful? Someone asked in confusion. Nonsense. You know, even among the countless great gods, the King of Eternal Night is the most powerful being. As a follower of the King, it's only natural that you're more powerful than them. Upon hearing this, someone immediately cursed. Under the spiritual energy of Eternal Night City, and the education in the basic martial arts of the Empire, even the most ordinary people possess considerable transcendental strength. Therefore, they naturally looked down upon the strength of these outer god followers. Holy crap! What am I seeing? At first glance, they're all mid-level transcendents. Am I seeing something, or am I still half asleep? Someone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, only to find they still saw the same thing. Mid-level transcendents are not uncommon for players these days. They're even quite common. It wasn't the mid-level transcendents that shocked everyone. It was the faction that had all its warriors reach the mid-level. But those were warriors, not the civilians. It could be said that seeing the average civilian population of mid-level transcendents was even more shocking than seeing a full complement of level 6 warriors. This is terrifying. Even the followers of Guanghui and the Blood God were deeply shocked. Even their faction hadn't yet achieved this level of achievement. Such rich spiritual energy, practically condensing into dew. Is that a spirit gathering tree? How did it grow so large? Has it reached the Saint Realm? They hadn't realized it before entering. But once they truly entered Eternal Night City, the delegation members realized that the city and the outside world were two completely different worlds. The spiritual energy outside the city was already dense enough, but the intensity inside Eternal Night City was even more outrageous. This wasn't just energy, it was about to transform into water. Good vision. The divine tree surpassed the legendary realm and achieved the Holy Land many years ago. Hua Dong didn't hide it from him. Seeing everyone talking, he was quite proud and chuckled. If it weren't for the divine tree's manipulation, with the concentration of spiritual energy in Eternal Night City, it would have turned to rain long ago. But if you want to see the spiritual water pool, there's one right next to the divine tree, filled with spiritual water. I was just saying it. It really can transform into water. The member who had been mumbling to himself was shocked. Hua Dong glanced at him, smiled, and said nothing. Mr. Fang, among the group just now, I actually saw 2 4th-level cultivators. They look even younger than me. Are everyone here so powerful? That's too strong. One young man, horrified and as if struck by a blow, looked at the old man next to him and asked. The old man fell silent at his question. The young man beside him wasn't considered the most elite genius in their plane, but he wasn't far behind, promising to reach the 8th level. However, such geniuses seemed to be quite common here. The carriage continued forward, heading towards the recently constructed residence. Passing by the city center, a massive stone monument towered into the sky, surrounded by a dense crowd. Seeing the bustling scene in front of the heavenly monument, someone in the carriage immediately asked curiously, "It's so lively over there, are they having an event? Have you ever seen an event that gathers so many powerful people, and they're just sitting there doing nothing?" His companion rolled his eyes, and said unhappily, "That's the God-given heavenly monument. Practicing next to it can directly enhance a transcendent's understanding, making cultivation more effective." Hua Dong casually glanced at it, and explained. Just then, several people near the heavenly monument broke through their limits and ascended directly. Without disturbing anyone else, they quietly left the training group. Soon, the long-awaited crowd filled up, filling the remaining spots. This That's the Bloody Arena, a favorite activity among the people of the Empire. If you're interested, you can go and try it, but it's best not to play in bloody mode. That's the Tower of Knowledge. If you're confident in your learning ability, you can try it. If you pass the final trial, I can't say for sure, but achieving high levels in the future is a sure thing. That's the arena, where the younger generation competes. With experts watching, there's no need to worry about casualties. That's the steps of will. No matter how strong the climber, once they ascend the steps, they will be suppressed, thus tempering their will. Each unique building represents the essence of the empire. With Su Xingyu's deliberate indulgence, Hua Dong shared information about the buildings with everyone. After traversing the entire city, they finally arrived at the rest area. Chapter 187. Council of Elders. A messenger reported the situation to Yi San. Your Excellency, the diplomatic corps from the friendly foreign nations has arrived in Eternal Night City, and has been assigned to the academy by Hua Dong. Do you have any other plans? They arrived so quickly. I thought it would take several days. Yi San paused, then thought for a moment before casually saying, since they are foreign friends, and have a close relationship with our Lord, we must not neglect them. Order that the diplomatic corps members receive the same treatment as imperial citizens. Yes. The messenger nodded in response, then asked, how will the quotas and order for access to the imperial treasures be arranged? The quotas are a bit tight lately. If we queue normally, we'll probably have to wait a long time. Although these imperial treasures can be used by many people simultaneously, the sheer number of eligible applicants forces the Empire to limit the amount of time each person can use them. Therefore, securing a specific quota for the foreign diplomatic corps members is not so simple. However, since His Majesty the God has already reached an agreement with the other party, as a believer, I can only find a way to resolve it. Since it's a deal, we must abide by the rules. A separate group of quotas will be allocated to them exclusively, and they won't have to queue up with the Empire's citizens. After much deliberation, Yi San still felt that allocating a group of quotas would be a better option. Although this would likely lead to some discussion, it didn't matter. Any other questions? No, Your Excellency, the Archon. Okay. Yi San nodded. After finishing his business, he asked curiously, what do you think of our foreign friends? As one of the earliest members of the Yi tribe, and someone who had always been by Su Xingyu's side, helping with government affairs, Yi San naturally had some experience with the affairs of other players. But that was decades ago. After so many years of development, Yi San was still very interested in the changes in foreign countries. Even if this was just one delegation and couldn't fully represent the enemy's strength, a glimpse of the whole picture was enough. Through the delegation's performance, one could roughly guess at the general situation of the enemy's power. The question was a bit vague, so the envoy didn't answer immediately and fell silent. Yi San didn't press him, quietly waiting for his answer. After a while, the envoy replied, Your Excellency, Archon, in my opinion, our foreign friends each have their own strengths. The older generation has a deep knowledge base, and is considered a first-class scholar even within the entire empire. As for the younger generation, most of them are transcendents with considerable talent. According to the Empire's classification, most of them fall between the lower B grade and the lower A grade. To facilitate classification and cultivate talent, the Eternal Night Empire divides cultivation talent into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, and each level is further divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Among them, B grade represents those with the potential to reach the epic realm, while A grade is certain to succeed and have the potential to achieve the legendary realm. As always, don't be fooled by the ubiquity of high-level transcendence in the demi-plane and the void realm, and assume that high-level transcendents are common. The strong are always the minority, and the weak are the majority. Is that so? Yi San stroked his chin, a hint of a smile on his face, quite satisfied with this answer. Thanks to various blessings, the people of the Eternal Night Empire have now reached, at the very least, the upper C grade. Breaking through to the mid-grade transcendent is a breeze, without any barriers. They also have no shortage of B-grade geniuses. Even within the Eternal Night Empire, B-grade cultivation talent is not considered genius. To be called a genius, one must be at least of the top rank. So, after hearing about his foreign friend's situation, Yi San couldn't help but feel a little complacent. After all, he had contributed in part to the current prosperity of the Eternal Night Empire. He was proud of it. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that the Archon didn't ask any further questions, the envoy didn't linger and immediately withdrew. Although we have sent quite a few people to study, necessary exchanges are still necessary. Dean, please arrange a suitable time for our young men to interact with the young people from the foreign countries. Okay. Now that the hired personnel from the foreign countries have arrived, there's no need to waste time. Let's accelerate the progress on the front lines. Don't delay any further, and break through the 100 Nations Alliance as soon as possible. Understood. The arrival of the foreign delegation, especially the arrival of the management team hired by Su Xingyu from the black market traders and teachers, gave the Eternal Night Empire a shot in the arm. As I said, while the Eternal Night Empire may be lacking in other areas, its combat power is absolutely sufficient, even far exceeding it. It was slow to attack before, not because it couldn't win, but because it couldn't govern. Now that its manpower is in place, and its rearguard is relieved, the Empire's armies can unleash their full might and launch a fierce offensive against the 100 Nations Alliance. Even with the Blood Empire's assistance, the 100 Nations Alliance was unable to withstand the pressure and suffered repeated defeats. Its territory steadily shrank, while the Eternal Night Empire gained control of more and more land on the northern continent. Furthermore, after decades of development, the previously occupied areas have returned to normal, fully integrated into the Empire's territory and becoming part of it. In another dimension, on the boundless grassland, a diplomat led hundreds of men, braving the scorching sun, waiting. To show their respect, the player even sent an avatar of divine power to greet them. They didn't have to wait long before a vast spatial portal suddenly arose, 100 meters long and wide, nearly filling everyone's field of vision. Behind the massive spatial portal, a cavalry regiment of 3,000 men slowly emerged, their steps steady and uniform, as if they were machines. The first creature to emerge wasn't a human, but a hideous skull, its eye sockets gleaming with the soul fire of the undead. At shoulder height and shaped like a horse, its body devoid of any trace of flesh and blood, its bones glistening white and gleaming with a faint, cold light. Gazing at it from afar, it evoked a chilling feeling. The undead commander, riding a towering undead steed and clad in heavy black armor, wielded a slender, sharp spear, seemingly capable of piercing any obstacle. His face was obscured by the armor, but a cold, eerie light shone in his eyes. He was an undead commander at the 8th level legendary realm. Behind him stood a small army of undead creatures. Each warrior had reached the 6th level, and when combined, the army's strength reached the epic level of the 6th level. As the undead army marched forward, a deathly aura began to gather and spread, affecting the surrounding environment and all living things. The lush green grass beneath their feet gradually turned gray and lifeless. Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel a bit cold? Now that you mention it, I feel it too. It's strange. How can I feel cold with the sun so bright in the sky? The undead aura that assaulted them penetrated their very bones, chilling them to the bone. This chill, so piercing the soul, could not be warded off by a few layers of clothing. This is the Undead Legion. Such a terrifying aura. Far more powerful than any undead legion I've ever seen. This is the reinforcements His Majesty has summoned. So powerful. With their help, we'll have no problem wiping out the Perlman Kingdom. It's even stronger than the First Legion. How did they manage to stack the power of the undead to this degree? It's terrifying. Even though the Divine Messenger had warned everyone in advance, and everyone was prepared, they were still startled by this small undead legion. This was the base of a Blood Dawn peripheral member, a player named Wang Feng. After the entire undead legion emerged, Wang Feng's divine incarnation immediately approached with a smile. As the saying goes, don't judge by appearances, judge by Buddhas. Setting aside the fact that the legion before him was inherently powerful, even if it weren't, he had to show it respect for the sake of the leader behind it. I, Ramos, the undead commander of the Eternal Night Empire, greet you, Your Excellency. Before Wang Feng could speak, the undead commander dismounted and greeted him respectfully. Our Lord has issued a divine decree. In the meantime, we will obey your orders and be at your disposal. The undead warriors behind him dismounted and stood in a neat row beside their horses, their eyes cold and expressionless, showing no trace of emotion. The undead have a strict hierarchy. You're welcome, Wang Feng smiled, secretly relieved. He had been worried that his hired warriors might disobey his orders, but he was surprised by their obedience, showing his respect. After a few brief pleasantries, Ramos declined the welcoming banquet Wang Feng had prepared for them. As undead creatures, they had no interest in normal food, so he simply offered to lead the undead legion to the battlefield. Wang Feng didn't refuse, nor did he have any reason to. After all, he had spent a fortune hiring other legions to help break the deadlock on the battlefield. Of course, with Wang Feng's strength, a fight wouldn't be impossible, as he possessed his own level 6 epic legion. However, the opponent was no match for them. If they relied solely on their own strength, casualties would undoubtedly be substantial. So, after much deliberation, Wang Feng decided it would be better to call an external aid. Compared to resources, the elite warriors he had trained were more valuable. If it could reduce casualties, what would a few resources mean? Wang Feng dispatched a cavalry squad to lead the undead legion to the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Upon arrival, they encountered a rebel force numbering over 10,000. It was a mixed, composite legion with a haphazard array of equipment, some soldiers even lacking armor. An army of undead. Are there other monstrous armies on the other side? Never mind. Since they're under the same banner, they're the enemy. Brothers, follow me and slaughter them. The Pearlman Kingdom was a powerful kingdom, boasting a population of over 10 million. By analogy, it was a notch weaker than the 3 top kingdoms currently under attack by the Eternal Night Empire. After nearly 20 years of fierce attacks, Wang Feng finally pushed the front line to the kingdom's capital, occupying over half of the territory. However, due to management issues and the Pearlman Kingdom's continued resistance, rebellions would occasionally emerge. These rebels, primarily led by the kingdom army, weren't particularly strong, at best just ordinary troops of the same rank, and couldn't even be compared to their regular troops. However, these very rebels caused them considerable trouble. Are these enemies? Amos asked coldly, observing the chaotically advancing ragtag army. Yes, Sir Amos, these are rebels from the Pearlman Kingdom, our enemies. The guide remained unfazed. Even if the rebels outnumbered him, he didn't believe they could harm him. After all, he was well aware of the strength of the undead army beside him. Please, sir, take action and defeat them. Okay. Amos nodded. Having confirmed they were enemies, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He rode forward, swiftly charging forward, shouting at the top of his lungs, for the glory of the god of death. The undead knights behind him followed suit with hoarse cries, their emotions rising. The soul fire in their eyes suddenly swelled, threatening to burst forth. There was no elaborate military formation. With the undead commander at the forefront, the undead legion, united in a cone-shaped formation, charged towards the rebels. A mere lowly creature, you dare challenge us? The rebel commander was no timid creature, his transcendental cultivation having reached the epic realm. Seeing the undead legion's arrogance, he expressed a hint of disdain. Follow me! With a loud cry, the rebel commander led hundreds of his personal guards and charged forward, choosing a head-on confrontation. Die! Within 100 steps, the two sides were within a rage. The rebel commander roared, and the legion's warriors converged with their might. A terrifying crimson blade slashed out, bearing down on Amos. The force of this strike reached the pinnacle of the 8th level legendary realm. You're overestimating yourself. Amos thrust his spear forward, the aura of death coalescing into a mighty spear, blasting forward. Bang! The power of death, representing the decay of the undead. The power of blood, representing the vitality of the living. The two nearly opposing forces collided, instantly triggering a massive explosion. Red and gray covered the sky, radiating outward. Death. The soldiers of the two legions remained unaffected and continued their charge. When the two sides drew close, the rebel warriors, sensing the strength of the undead legion, suddenly changed their expressions. 6th level legion. How could there be a 6th level legion here? The two armies collided, and Amos thrust his spear forward. A final thought flashed through the rebel leader's mind, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. On his chest, a bloody hole the size of a bowl remained. Death, death, death. The undead knights shouted hoarsely, brandishing their long swords and slashing at the enemy, completely unconcerned with the incoming blows. One rebel warrior after another fell to the ground, their scalding blood spilling onto the ground. The rebels, having only experienced a few battles, and barely possessing even a mid-level transcendent, were no match for the epic-level undead legion. This couldn't be called a battle, but a massacre. A single charge, and the rebels collapsed. Surrender, we surrender, don't kill us. I surrender, it was all their fault. Spare my life. Faced with the undead knights, the rebels couldn't even flee. They could only lay down their weapons and surrender. Chapter 188. A hint of hesitation crossed Amos's face. The other undead knights subconsciously stopped their actions and stopped killing. They surrounded the rebels, awaiting the undead leader's orders. Seeing this, the rebels breathed a sigh of relief, believing they could survive this time. The cavalry captain leading the undead knights stood aside, silent, awaiting Amos's decision. Before setting off, the divine messenger had instructed him to leave. He was merely a guide, not to offer advice. Amos glanced at him, and seeing he remained silent, he said coldly, "Kill them all." Before coming here, the Archon had sent someone to talk to him about fighting in other planes, saying that fighting in other planes didn't require strict adherence to the rules of the Eternal Night Empire. One's own life was paramount. Some killing was permitted when necessary. This was very different from their conquests of the northern continent. Fighting there required them to adhere to numerous regulations of war, such as prohibiting further killing after a soldier surrender and arbitrarily converting corpses into undead creatures. For Amos and his companions, in the absence of any news from the temple's high priest, the Archon's words were supreme command. So, he hesitated only briefly, and after seeing that his foreign friends had no objections, he proceeded according to what he deemed the best course of action. The undead knights, without hesitation, followed Amos's command and launched a massacre upon the rebels. Even though they had been in constant war and witnessed much bloodshed, and could barely be considered simple-minded, the rebels, lacking formal training, were still terrified by the slaughter of the undead knights. Some wailed, uttering vicious curses, cursing the undead legion, the Roman kingdom, and the invaders. Others knelt and begged for mercy, hoping this ruthless army would spare their lives. The undead knights remained unfazed, coldly carrying out their superiors' orders. Swords drawn, slashing. The rebels, seeing their fate threatened, launched a ruthless counterattack, charging at the undead knights, only to be crushed, their entire force lying in a pool of blood. This is the undead legion. Truly ruthless. Even those on the same side, the Longyao Empire, Wang Feng's faction, could not help but sigh inwardly upon seeing this scene. They marveled at the undead legion's ruthlessness. Even after their opponents had surrendered, they still refused to let them go. But despite their lament, he didn't see anything wrong with it. Not to mention the numerous troubles the rebels had caused the empire over the years, earning them a deep hatred throughout the empire. Even without this factor, he didn't think Amos's actions were wrong. This world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. The strong have the right to make the rules. And it was clear that, right now, at this moment, Amos was the stronger, so he could decide everything. The undead knights were highly efficient, and they adhered to the imperial principle of killing without torturing. They would never strike again if they could finish the job with a single blow. So, in a short while, all the rebels were dead. The corpses piled up like a small mountain, a bloody white mass beneath their feet, and the rich smell of blood was nauseating. Amos dismounted from his towering undead horse, and approached the pile of corpses. His gaze turned reverent as he gazed upon the bodies. In the name of the god of death, you corpses unwilling to decay, abandon your flesh and blood and accept death's embrace. After a brief incantation, the death power of the undead knights behind him converged, and a massive hexagram emerged, covering the entire mountain of corpses. Ugh, ugh, ugh! Following a series of hoarse sounds, the mountain of corpses soon began to stir. The corpses began to stir. The weaker warriors were the first to complete the transformation. Their flesh and blood dried up, and their blood condensed and flowed to their chests, eventually forming a beating blood-red heart. Heart of the undead. Ah! 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 The warriors who had completed the transformation let out hoarse roars and emerged from the mountain of corpses. They gathered neatly and silently watched the birth of their companions. In a short while, all the rebels, from the 2nd level to the 7th level, had completed the transformation. With the exception of a few, most of these undead warriors had actually improved in combat compared to their life. This is perfectly normal, after all, as they are undead creatures condensed with chi and blood energy. Before reaching a high level, the level and quality of their energy can directly determine their strength. To put it bluntly, could these rebel warriors truly unleash the full potential of their bodies and life? Clearly not. What weaklings! Even so, Amos still held these newly born companions in a certain disdain, feeling they were too weak. In reality, they weren't weak at all. In life, the rebels' overall strength was roughly equivalent to 1/3 of a 4th-tier legion, but after transforming into undead creatures, it had increased to 2/3. But everything has to be considered in context. In the Eternal Night Empire, even the outermost vassal soldiers possessed rank 4 strength. Under such circumstances, how could Amos possibly be interested in these minor troops? But there was no other way. He could only make do with them for now. After the battle, not a single soldier was lost, and even tens of thousands of undead warriors were added. It must be said that the undead legion was indeed quite suitable for defeating minor troops. After gearing up, the group continued their advance, with the undead knights leading the way, followed by a large number of undead warriors. The mighty column headed towards the main battlefield. As they advanced, the undead legion made no secret of their presence. Under the banner of the Dragon's Glory Empire, they brazenly announced their presence to all. A few days later, Amos, leading the undead legion, which had expanded to 23,000, reunited with the commander of the main battlefield. The commander of the Dragon's Glory Empire didn't hesitate to greet Amos, immediately assigning him several tasks. These missions were not easy, especially the task of wiping out the main armies of the Roman kingdom and capturing the main city, which seemed almost impossible. Even so, Amos gladly accepted the mission. After a brief exchange with the commander, the resolute Amos led the undead legion and charged directly into the flesh-grinding mill before them, joining the bloody battle. The strong survive, the weak perish. On a battlefield of hundreds of thousands, an undead legion comprised of only a few thousand core troops could not reverse the tide. After all, while powerful, They were still at the 6th level, not yet a truly epic legion. A legion of this caliber could still be surrounded and attacked. Fortunately, they didn't need to overturn the battlefield situation. While the Dragon Glory Empire certainly struggled, they still held a firm advantage. The intensity of the conflict between the Dragon Glory Empire and the Pearlman Kingdom wasn't high, even compared to the battlefields of the northern continent, let alone the Void Plain. This was unavoidable. Due to the concentration of spiritual energy, the Eternal Night Plane had long been ahead of other planes. This gap referred not only to the strength of the players, but also to the gap in the indigenous forces. In terms of foundation, the indigenous forces of each plane were roughly equivalent, so their only difference was their environment. Early in life, Su Xingyu had received the world blessing through the system ranking competition, directly increasing the plane's spiritual energy by 2 times. Later, when he was promoted to the intermediate realm, he also chose a favorable position. The combined effect of these 2 factors had widened the gap between the spiritual energy concentration of the Eternal Night Plane and that of other players. This also led to a problem. The indigenous forces of the Eternal Night Plane were particularly powerful. Some outrageous indigenous factions are even more formidable than some players. For example, the Blood Empire. Although there hasn't been widespread contact, the intelligence gathered from reconnaissance has already established that the Eternal Night Empire is an extremely powerful empire. If it weren't for the rise of the Eternal Night Empire, the Blood Empire would undoubtedly have the potential to unify the entire plane. Let's put it this way, even the mighty Blood Dawn has only a few players who can surpass the Blood Empire. In terms of growth potential, the Blood Empire naturally can't compare. But at the moment, they absolutely cannot defeat the Blood Empire. Their profound foundations allowed these indigenous forces to rapidly grow, until they reached a bottleneck. Thus, for the Undead Legion, which had participated in the Northern Continent campaign and swept through the Void Demi-Plane, this current battlefield was merely a minor event. Drawing on his vast experience, Amos led the Undead Legion with unparalleled ease, sweeping away the Pearlman Kingdom's legions. Amos's ruthless fighting style, coupled with the Undead Legion's unique characteristics, quickly attracted the Pearlman Kingdom's attention. When they realized the enemy had reinforced a small, 6th-tier epic legion, they were filled with both anger and shock. They hadn't expected the enemy to still have a trump card even at this point. They sought to annihilate this incomplete legion, but the Dragon Glory Empire gave them no chance. Taking advantage of Amos's muddying the waters, the Empire's regular army launched a fierce offensive. The Empire's offensive left the Pearlman Kingdom with no time to spare, let alone mobilize its elite forces to encircle and destroy the Undead Legion. Without interference from the kingdom, and without the constraints of imperial rules, Amos led the Undead Legion on a relentless charge, completely unconcerned about casualties. It must be said that this battlefield suited them perfectly. The Undead Legion had obvious weaknesses, such as being easily targeted. But their strengths were equally clear. As long as they couldn't be quickly eliminated, a constant stream of undead warriors would pour forth. The Undead Knights led the charge, launching a first-strike self-destruction. No fancy tactics, just head-on confrontation. After each battle, the Undead Legion's size grew, not diminished. A month and a half later, the Undead Legion seized the opportunity and, on the plains, annihilated an elite 6th-tier unit of the Pearlman Kingdom, dealing a crushing blow to the Pearlman Kingdom. The already critical battlefield situation was now exacerbated. After all, this wasn't just a single elite 6th-tier legion, it also served as a reserve for other top-tier legions. Unlike the Eternal Night Empire, which was teeming with 6th-tier warriors, the Pearlman Kingdom possessed fewer 6th-tier warriors, and their reserves for the 6th-tier epic legion were extremely limited. And now, with an entire legion annihilated, the Pearlman Kingdom's legionary system had practically collapsed. This raised a question. The survival of a top-tier legion was a matter of much more than just a single legion for a given faction. It involved many other aspects. Take the Eternal Night Empire, for example. To ensure the long-term succession of its top-tier legions, they equipped each legion with at least twice as many dedicated reserve troops. This meant that, as long as the entire legion wasn't completely destroyed, no matter how severe the losses, they could recover without having to endure the pain. Generally speaking, reserve troops were 1 or 2 minor realms below regular soldiers. For example, a 6th-tier epic legion required at least 6th-tier elite warriors to replenish it. The Pearlman Kingdom currently finds itself in a precarious situation. While years of war have certainly honed the kingdom's warriors, they have also eroded their wartime potential. The lack of territory has reduced the number of citizens they can recruit, and as a result, the number of promoted warriors has steadily decreased. To the point where the once powerful core of 3 reserve legions now only has 1.5. Previously, the Perlman Kingdom's military strength came primarily from two sources: the territory it still controls, and the occupied territories. Because the Longyao Empire neglected its management of the occupied territories, and could only barely maintain stability, the Perlman Kingdom needed only to stir up unrest, and thereby gain a large number of suitable troops. However, now, with the Longyao Empire's intensified offensive and shifted policies regarding the occupied territories, the Perlman Kingdom's situation has become increasingly difficult, with replenishment gradually failing to keep pace with losses. Overall, the destruction of this elite 6th-tier legion has inflicted immense losses on the Perlman Kingdom, arguably directly impacting the entire war situation. Even the Longyao Empire's commander hadn't anticipated that a mere 3,000 reinforcements could accomplish this feat. Even if they wanted to annihilate a 6th-tier legion, they would have had to plan step by step, leveraging the terrain to achieve their goal. Golden Light Divine Realm. Through the feedback from his followers, Wang Feng quickly learned about the situation on the front lines. Even a 6th-tier epic legion, with only 3,000 men, could actually annihilate an entire 6th-tier legion? That's a bit too much. Although the Undead Legion had transformed a number of vassal soldiers, Wang Feng believed that those undead warriors, who had barely reached the mid-level transcendent level, were completely useless. Even Wang Feng was shocked by the Undead Legion's strength. This money was well spent. Wang Feng immediately realized that he had made a fortune in this deal. He had originally intended to hire only the Big Boss's Legion to help relieve the pressure on the top legions. He hadn't expected the Big Boss's Legion to be so powerful. Within moments of arriving, they had already eliminated an elite 6th-tier legion. Looks like I can start preparing to take on the Perlman Kingdom. I've wasted too long here. It's finally time for me to reap the rewards. Due to a previous strategic miscalculation and underestimation of the Perlman Kingdom's strength, he had been unable to capture it. This was the reason for the previous stalemate. The situation is now improving. Thinking of this, Wang Feng couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 189. After confirming that the Undead Legion hadn't slacked off, and was diligently carrying out its mission, the Longyao Empire intensified its offensive, mobilizing the entire Empire's forces to completely annihilate the Perlman Kingdom. This strategy differed significantly from their previous strategy, indeed two completely different ones. After a brief engagement that failed to capture the Perlman Kingdom, Wang Feng's strategy was to rely on logistical means to wear down the Perlman Kingdom's forces, then gradually conquer their territory until complete capture. This was also the winning strategy for most players. As long as a stalemate ensued, they would generally prevail. The only difference was the duration and the amount of damage done. This was, in other words, one of the benefits for players. Backed by the system, their logistical resources were virtually unlimited, making it impossible for normal forces to outlast them. Not to mention, Wang Feng had a player organization behind him. If the indigenous forces dared to engage in a war of attrition against him, they would essentially be courting death. Of course, the main reason for achieving this is the player's development and deep foundation. While this method of relying on logistics to wear down the opponent is reliable, it also has obvious drawbacks. It consumes too much resources for too little reward. Relying on logistics to kill the opponent, gradually conquering one area at a time, even if you finally take it, all you'll gain is a shattered ruin. For this reason, while most players are aware of this method, they won't use it unless absolutely necessary. A quick victory is preferable, even if it comes at a high short-term cost. Therefore, after assessing the Undead Legion's strength and attitude, Wang Feng hesitated only for a moment before quickly making up his mind. He went all in, assembling the entire Longyao Empire's might, ready to seize this opportunity and overthrow the Perlman Kingdom in one fell swoop. He had been stuck here for too long. It was time to finish off this old rival and have a good meal. The battlefield situation unfolded just as Wang Feng had anticipated. Less than 6 months after the Undead Legion's full intervention, the entire battlefield underwent a drastic transformation. Leveraging the Undead Legion's unique characteristics, Ramos's Undead Legion grew in strength, expanding from an initial 3,000 members to nearly 40,000. Furthermore, due to the thick aura of death on the battlefield, not only did the Undead Legion grow in numbers, but the Undead Warriors also grew considerably in strength. Now, Ramos's Undead Warriors, including the weakest of his servants, all reached the minimum standard of the Eternal Night Empire, the mid-level Transcendent Realm. Just barely acceptable, I suppose. On the battlefield between the Dragon Glory Empire and the Perlman Kingdom, mid-level Transcendents were the true regular troops. Well, in today's mid-level realms, with the exception of a very small number of players, most players don't have high-level legions. Whether it's the regular army or the main legion, they're all essentially mid-level Transcendents. However, the definition of mid-level transcendence is very broad, spanning 3 levels from level 4 to level 6. And if we translate this to the Legion level, the breakdown becomes even more significant. So, even if everyone is a mid-level transcendent legionary, when a real fight breaks out, the actual gap between them can be ridiculously large. Even between legions of the same rank, due to their varying qualities, a crushing defeat could occur in a battle. The regular armies of the Longao Empire and the Perlman Kingdom, strictly speaking, ranged from 4th tier to 5th tier royal guards, while the undead legions Ramos had temporarily summoned were of varying strength, ranging from 4th tier scabby to 5th tier royal guards. So, despite the undead legion's plausible slogans, like raise the undead scourge, a sea of corpses and born intermediate, choose right, 3 days to overcome 10 years of hard work, they were truly on a different level. It might scare outsiders, but if they encountered someone with more inside knowledge, they'd be slapped in the face. This also proves that shortcuts aren't always easy. However, Ramos didn't take these vassal soldiers seriously. They were just cannon fodder, their weakness is irrelevant. Under Ramos's relentless bombardment, the Perlman Kingdom's vulnerability widened, and they needed manpower everywhere, gradually straining to the limit. If the Undead Legion initially served only as a distraction, unable to influence the battlefield, then now, after its expansion, its every move was influencing the battlefield. To put it bluntly, if they so desired, they could even help drive the Dragon Glory Empire out. Of course, this was just a hypothesis. Another 6 months later, facing the Dragon Glory Empire, the Undead Legion attacked from both sides, and this kingdom, which had existed for hundreds of years, was ultimately conquered. Though the king escaped, it was meaningless. With the capital captured, the Ace Legion was disbanded. Even if it were to recover, it would take considerable time to advance back to a Tier 6 Epic Legion. The mercenary corps was only a small part of the overall trade. Blood Dawn's dealings continued. Not only Su Xingyu, but other members like Guangwei, Blood God, Martial Master, and Sea God had actually hired out some of their warriors to help weaker members expand their territory. For them, this was a good training opportunity. After years of expansion, they had defeated every force they could find on the map. The remaining forces were tough nut to crack and extremely difficult to deal with. So finding a suitable training ground was a real challenge. Of course, these weren't the main factors. The most important point was that they didn't lack a few core on the battlefield. Too many wouldn't be of much use. Too few would be just SOSO. Take the Eternal Night Empire for example. Despite the formidable undead core they sent out, after only 6 months of development, they had already directly altered the entire battlefield situation. But that was because Wang Feng was relatively weak. In reality, the current Northern Continent battlefield couldn't have needed this undead legion. It wouldn't have made a difference with or without it, and it wouldn't have had any impact on the war. After the initial large-scale battle, the Northern Continent battlefield had now devolved into a battle of conquest, with the 100 Nations Alliance essentially giving up resistance. This situation left many of the Eternal Knights' legions idle. Yes, even with a two-front war waged simultaneously on the Northern Continent and the Void Plain, the Eternal Night Empire still had a significant number of its legions idle. So much so that when Su Xingyu heard someone wanted to hire a legion, he agreed without a second thought. The same was true for the other members. Since they're idle anyway, why not send them out for some training and earn some resources along the way? With this in mind, they began vigorously supporting other members of their organizations, helping them deal with tough opponents and expand their territory. The hired members were also very satisfied with this. Honestly, it was unrealistic for them to rapidly expand their territory in a short period of time on their own. Their growth rate was indeed higher than that of the indigenous forces, but their foundation was too shallow and their time was too short. Let's put it this way, if any player, with the will and patience, continued steady development, they could at best unify the planes, become plane masters, and ascend to the realm of true God. But after witnessing the rapid growth of others, they simply couldn't settle down and develop. This kind of development was far too slow. Just like in a game, normal players would expand their territory whenever possible, even occupying it even if they didn't need it. In many cases, the size of a territory represents productivity. The larger the territory, the greater the production capacity. For a faction, territory and population are the foundation. Everything else is just expansion coefficient. Whether it's the rule artifacts, divine domain buildings, or world blessings, all are built on a foundation of territory and population. They're like an exponential function. The former is a constant, the latter an exponent. To expand the overall situation, both must be addressed. Especially when the latter changes slowly, the former should be improved even more. Players all see clearly that, rather than blindly developing, it's better to expand territory and population. Over the years, they have been expanding, but their strength doesn't allow them to do so rapidly. Previously, they had considered asking other players for help, but it wasn't feasible. First, it wasn't safe. Even though they were part of the same organization, they worried about being set up and backstabbed. Second, no one was willing to help. Previously, players were busy with their own affairs and had no time to help others. Now, after a group meeting, these concerns have been eliminated. Both issues have been effectively resolved. First, with someone to guarantee them, they no longer have to worry about backstabbing. Their safety is guaranteed. Second, after decades of accumulation, most players have grown and have sufficient strength to intervene outside. Relying on powerful legions hired from powerful individuals, the members of Bloody Dawn rapidly expanded their territory, soon reaching the limits of their control. After expanding their territory, they immediately launched a second round of construction and development. Relying on the extraordinary believers supported by other players, they quickly completed their own social system, making it even more comprehensive. The biggest beneficiaries of this transaction were undoubtedly the lower-level peripheral members of the Bloody Dawn. If they had continued their expansion under normal circumstances, relying solely on their own strength without external assistance, it would have taken them decades, if not longer, to expand their territory to the limit of their control. Now, with the help of the Lord's army, although they had paid a considerable price, they had, in just a few years, completed a journey that would have taken decades. It could be said that they had made a huge profit. Such a large base was enough for them to keep busy for a while. In addition to mercenaries, trading extraordinary believers, rule artifacts, and special buildings also had a significant impact on players. The first two items had a greater impact on weaker members, while the third, on the contrary, had a greater impact on stronger members. This imperial artifact, which influenced the nation's destiny, was extremely powerful and could even mass-produce geniuses. They selected believers with talents in various areas and sent them to the corresponding player planes, where they could draw on the power of those planes to further awaken their talents. For example, if a believer was an alchemist, they would be sent to the alchemist's plane, a true alchemy paradise with the most comprehensive alchemy system and corresponding means of advancement. Even though they could not convert to other gods and enjoy the divine favor, their talents had been significantly enhanced after experiencing the baptism of the imperial artifact. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty. The delegations were dispatched to other player planes both to visit and to learn. To have reached this point, the players' development paths must have had merit. Therefore, whether for reference or to avoid mistakes, these things are worth learning. Mistakes are common. Correcting them is the real challenge. Only through mutual exchange and learning, referencing and drawing upon each other's strengths to overcome their weaknesses, can they go further. History has taught them that working in isolation is not the way to go. The scholars on both sides seized this rare opportunity to engage in intense discussions. Even then, with resources expended, the Bloody Dawn's headquarters quickly took shape, with the construction of the first main city complete. This also marked the birth of the first Void International Academy. According to the original plan, everyone sent their followers to the academy, becoming its first teachers. As for the dean, no one was particularly interested in the position. The original plan was to rotate the position, with whoever was stationed at the organization's headquarters becoming dean. However, a veteran teacher volunteered for the position. To demonstrate his sincerity, he even left an avatar of divine power with demigod strength at the academy. Seeing the teacher's enthusiasm, and considering his authority, some naturally speculated that he might profit from this. But no one paid much attention. As long as the academy could operate smoothly and achieve its goals, what the teacher gained from it didn't matter. As usual, the resources were there. Obtaining them was a matter of skill. As for stopping them, why bother? There was no grudge against each other, so why engage in such a thankless task? If you have time to dwell on these things, you'd be better off thinking about how to strengthen yourself. The teacher was somewhat surprised by the unanimous approval. After all, this was the academy they had all co-founded, and it was somewhat strange that he was the dean. To be honest, the teacher was prepared for a heavy price to fall, but surprisingly, no one gave him a hard time. This was actually quite normal. After all, the Bloody Dawn wasn't a big deal, and while everyone contributed during the attack on the base, the real decision-making and the final say within the organization remained with a few individuals. The rules of this world are simple: strength prevails. Eternal Night didn't intervene, Blood God didn't care, and Radiant Ones were amicable. With no objections from the three, the others naturally wouldn't give him a hard time over such a small matter, so the decision passed without a hitch. Chapter 190. Inside the Divine Realm. Interesting. The dark deity sat on the throne, one hand resting on his cheek, gazing into the distance. His eyes were deep and cold, as if he could see through all illusions and directly perceive the truth of the world. After receiving the information brought by the believer, Su Xingyu's calm face couldn't help but smile, as if he had seen something interesting. How weak! Compared to the delegation, the information the mercenaries saw and collected was more representative and more intuitive. After all, no matter how powerful the delegation was, they couldn't personally participate in the battle. They traveled to other player planes more to exchange and learn. The mercenaries, on the other hand, were different. They went there with a single purpose, to fight and kill. Through their powerful combat capabilities, they could help players break the deadlock, or even worse, directly reverse the course of the battlefield. No matter how much they saw, or how much intelligence they gathered, nothing could compare to personally participating in the battle. Of course, this isn't to say that other aspects aren't important, but rather that strength is incredibly crucial, so crucial that it can overturn any disadvantage. This is ultimately a world of the strong. Powerful transcendence can overturn any failure. All social order, cultural institutions, financial economies, and so on, are built on strength. Without sufficient strength, these are empty promises. No matter how brilliant your other achievements, without the corresponding strength, they are nothing but castles in the air. It may appear magnificent, but in reality, it can crumble and shatter at any moment. Through what the various legions have seen and heard in other planes, Su Xingyu has gained a wealth of information, and a sense of deep emotion wells up in his heart. He seemed to be developing too quickly, becoming somewhat out of touch. When Su Xingyu first convened the Bloody Dawn meeting and saw that every member was at the 9th rank, he assumed that even if there were some differences, they wouldn't be that significant. Unexpectedly, after a deeper dive, he discovered the truth. The player's true strength wasn't very different, ranging between the 9th rank and demigod. However, the power of their followers was quite outrageous. Let's put it this way. Some of these players' power was even less than that of the Eternal Night Empire, which hadn't yet reached the intermediate realm a few decades ago. This was truly outrageous. After all, the Eternal Night Empire's overall strength had increased at least 100-fold compared to before its advancement. Yes, that's ridiculous. 100-fold difference. What did this mean? It meant that Su Xingyu could destroy a player at any time if he chose. It seems I underestimated the power of followers over the gods. Su Xingyu quickly realized the problem. Followers. The power of a deity comes from faith, so the number and quality of its followers directly impacts the growth of its power. So why is there such a huge disparity between the deity's followers? While the power gap between players is relatively small, there's only one explanation: overflow. The number of followers has overflowed. Currently, players have too many followers, far too many for their level. They can't absorb them, and so they have to accumulate. This is illogical. According to the normal development path, followers are directly linked to deities. With so many followers, your power should have risen to the corresponding level. However, this isn't the case. Thanks to the system's assistance, most players have gained followers far exceeding their own strength. At high levels of strength, they acquire the kind of followers only worthy of a true god. This makes the difference in player strength less noticeable. To use a simple analogy, imagine a test with a maximum score of 100. No matter how skilled you are, you can only get 100 points, while other candidates, while not bad at all, might score 80 or 90 points. This way, the gap between players isn't apparent, because the maximum score is there. This is how players are today. While the gap may seem small, over time, the maximum score continues to rise, widening the gap. Some players have already begun their sprint, while others are still just getting started. Even more frightening, the one who started out has already run further. Forget it. It's none of my business. After pondering for a moment, Su Xingyu compiled the information and transmitted it directly to the temple, then put the matter behind him. He closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. A terrifying aura spread in all directions, and multiple divine artifacts surrounded him. The atmosphere in the divine realm once again grew solemn. Time passed swiftly amidst the slow pace of social change. Eternal Night Plain, Northern Continent. As the Eternal Night Empire's armies advanced, more and more territory fell into their hands. After resolving administrative issues in the occupied areas, the Eternal Night Empire unleashed a formidable fighting force. Some time ago, due to various problems, they had slightly slowed their offensive, which gave the 100 Nations Alliance some hope, believing that this mad empire had finally reached its limit. But within a few days, the Eternal Night Empire's armies returned, their offensive even more fierce than before. The surging black armored warriors, like a tidal wave, filled all the warriors of the 100 Nations Alliance with a shudder of fear. What a formidable force! In all their recorded history, they had never encountered such a formidable force. It was as if this force was born for battle. Tel Plains. Another large grain-producing area in the northern continent. A legion of young warriors arrived. Seeing the beautiful surroundings, one soldier exclaimed, "This is the Tel Plains. It's truly a beautiful land. It's a shame it'll soon be engulfed in war." "Haha, what do you mean by engulfed in war? This is a gift from our Lord. It's an honor for this land to bathe in divine light." His companion laughed, his face lit up with excitement at the thought of the impending battle. "Don't be careless. By now, there are no weaklings left in the 100 Nations Alliance. I don't want to be the one collecting your corpses," another soldier teased. Upon hearing this, the warrior, far from being angry, laughed heartily. "Why collect corpses? If I truly die in battle, pray to the king for a breath of death so I can rise and continue fighting. You're so damn awesome." Haha. This was the elite legion of the Eternal Night Empire, all members reaching the 6th level, complete with a complete legionary configuration. It was incredibly powerful. The most surprising thing was that both the soldiers and officers were remarkably young, most around 20 years old. Even in the Eternal Night Empire, reaching the 6th level at 20 was considered exceptional. Sometimes, youth is an advantage. In other factions, a 20-year-old at the 6th level would be considered a reserve 7th level, with a high probability of future advancement. But in the Eternal Night Empire, reaching the 7th level was a sure thing, with a reasonable chance of reaching the legendary 8th level. In other words, based on talent, they could all be classified as top-tier geniuses. Having all top-tier geniuses would be an extreme luxury, even for the Eternal Night Empire. It's no exaggeration to say that this legion has the potential to become a high-ranking legion. Due to the vastness of the northern continent, in order to better consolidate its occupied territory, the Eternal Night Empire has enacted a new policy, allowing Imperial citizens to travel to the northern continent on their own to assist the Empire in combat. As a result, the current battlefield on the northern continent is truly chaotic. Besides the Imperial Regular Army, there is also a multitude of miscellaneous legions. The Imperial Citizens' Freedom Army, the Imperial Auxiliary Army, the Imperial Servant Army. And the legion before them belongs to the Imperial Citizens' Freedom Army. Yes, while they are formidable, even stronger than the average Imperial Regular Army, they are certainly not part of the regular army. Citizens' Freedom Army is inappropriate. A more appropriate term would be the Imperial Nobles' Freedom Army. Yes, this legion is entirely of the aristocracy. This is a truly aristocratic legion, and every member's family owns a considerable estate. Let's go and fight the elite of the 100 Nations Alliance, and see just how formidable they truly are. This noble army was led by no great noble, but rather by Axe Su, a little fellow who had journeyed from the kingdom of Saint San, almost across the northern continent, to the Eternal Night Empire. Thanks to Su Xingyu, Axe enjoyed a special status within the Eternal Night Empire, receiving much favor and unconditional access to precious resources. And possessing divine blood, Axe was considered one of the most gifted individuals in the entire Eternal Night Empire. After these years of training, Axe has fully matured, his transcendent realm soaring. Some time ago, he officially broke through to the 9th level of the Holy Domain. Leading his legion, Axe entered the Tel Plains and launched an offensive against the kingdom forces there. At the same time, legions from other directions also entered, advancing with a clear target, the city itself. 8 days later, aware of the invasion, the kingdom forces, instead of retreating to the city, assembled their forces and charged forth. The entire battlefield instantly became a chaotic mess, with both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Fight! The battlefield was so vast that Axe hadn't encountered the enemy in the previous few days, but this time, despite his absence, the enemy came to him. A cavalry regiment, reaching the level of the 6th level Royal Guard, approached the noble legion and launched a direct attack. "Ha, you overestimate your abilities." Axe's brows furrowed as he sneered. His spear flashed with blue lightning, and he leaped out on his horse, leading the knights behind him as he charged towards the kingdom guards. The two armies quickly collided. They issued pointless massed attacks, opting for the most brutal close-quarters combat, the kind that best demonstrated their legionary strength. Axe roared, his eyes turning a brilliant blue as lightning flashed. His movements were indistinct. Thunder rumbled in the air, and his spear roared like a dragon, piercing the enemy repeatedly. The shadows of the spears clung thickly, shrouded in murderous intent. Clang, clang, clang. Thunder and fire clashed. In a flash, Basil, the kingdom's legion commander, had engaged him in over 100 rounds of combat. Even the nearby warriors, even those at the 6th level, could not discern their movements. Both were at the 9th Saint realm. Basil was older, and had achieved his breakthrough earlier, so he possessed a deeper foundation and had traveled further on the path. However, although Axe had cultivated for a shorter time, his foundation was more solid, and with the blessing of divine blood, he was no less capable than Basil in combat, and in some respects even held an advantage. For a time, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Violent thunderous fighting spirit danced along their spears, resembling the bite of a thunder dragon, imbued with a destructive aura. As one of the most violent elements in the universe, thunder possesses a formidable advantage in terms of lethality. Coupled with Axe's life-or-death combat strategy, even a high-ranking warrior would be severely damaged if not careful. During the duel between the main generals, the warriors of the two legions clashed, drums thundering, hooves galloping, and fierce fighting ensued on the battlefield. Die! A ferocious, terrifying face lashed out from the Eternal Night Knight, atop a towering, demonic beast. Leveraging the speed afforded by their mounts, they thrust their lances forward, their riders and horses seemingly merging as one, charging towards the enemy ahead. The kingdom's elite cavalry, undeterred, also increased their speed, charging towards the Eternal Night cavalry. They had no other choice. Since ancient times, cavalry has been the battlefield of the brave. The more fearful one is, the more likely they are to die in battle. And at this distance, retreating would only lead to a more horrific death. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two collided. A gap was immediately created in the kingdom's royal guards line, and the powerful impact sent the kingdom's knights in the front row flying backward, plummeting to the ground. Dust flew, and screams echoed. Even elite warriors of the 6th level of Transcendental could only suffer one fate when faced with tons of trampling force. Turn into bloody mud. The kingdom's warriors were equally valiant, their transcendental strength no less, and their fighting spirit resilient enough, yet they simply couldn't withstand the onslaught. The gap in hard power between the two sides was considerable. To say nothing of anything else, the mounts themselves were a stark difference. From a distance, it hadn't been obvious, but as they drew closer, it became clear that the Warcraft steeds of the Eternal Night Cavalry were a head taller than the kingdom's. Especially their muscular build, they were truly the sturdiest of horses. Compared to them, the kingdom's mounts, which had once seemed impressive, looked as skinny as donkeys. "Follow me and slaughter them all," roared an epic-level centurion, a black glow emanating from his body. He discarded his spear, and seized his special long sword. A single swing of his sword, a flash of cold light, sent the heads of the two kingdom warriors in front flying, instantly falling to the ground. "Invaders, you deserve to die." A kingdom captain, enraged as he watched his fellow warriors continue to fall, swung his sword at the Eternal Night Knight before him. Dochi surged forth, transforming into a razor-sharp slash. Die! The Eternal Night Knight was only at the 6th level of the Transcendent Realm, a full realm below the kingdom captain. He was powerless to withstand the furious blow, but his eyes remained icy, unconcerned about the approaching death. He channeled all his Do-Chi and swung his sword forward. Even if it meant death, he would still bite off a piece of flesh. As expected, the dark blade energy was shattered. Just as the slashing slash was about to strike the head, a sword extended from the side of the Eternal Night Knight, easily blocking the incoming slash. He was a black-armored captain. He looked at the kingdom warrior across from him and chuckled. "Your enemy is me. Fight. Die." The kingdom captain didn't hesitate, charging head-on at the enemy. The two epic-level warriors quickly engaged in a fierce battle, their blades surging. Chapter 191. Fight. All of you die. Long swords clashed, neither side showing any sign of retreat, each intent on defeating the other, a fierce display of ferocity. Defense? No need for defense. As long as the opponent was defeated first, preventing them from launching a second attack, there was no need for defense. Taught by the Eternal Night Empire, the Eternal Night warriors were incredibly brave, sometimes taking their own lives for granted. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with an aura of brutality. The Eternal Night Empire Knight slashed at the royal guard, instantly ripping through his armor, then breaking through his chi and blood armor, and finally slicing through his body. The royal guard's face was filled with determination and resolve, and his final blow landed on the Eternal Night Knight. However, the blow that could split mountains and rock, shattering metal armor, now emitted only a dull thud. The black armor glowed with a deep glow, its sharp blade devoured and dissolved. Sparks flew. The fatal attack was silently neutralized. "This is meteorite iron. How is that possible?" As if recognizing the material of his equipment, the royal guard's eyes widened in shock and disbelief before dying. He couldn't understand why such precious meteorite iron would be used on an ordinary warrior. Full of confusion and resentment, the royal guard slowly fell to the ground. "I have to say, you guys are quite capable. It's a shame you ran into me." Glancing down at the narrow white mark on his armor, the Knight of Eternal Night shook his head and grinned, acknowledging the royal guard's prowess. This royal guard is incredibly powerful. Even he wouldn't necessarily win in a fair fight. However, the battlefield is never a place for fairness. On the battlefield, victory or defeat isn't determined solely by the strength of the soldiers. Logistics and equipment also play a role. After years of development, the Eternal Night Empire has long surpassed most players in terms of equipment and technology, leaving even the forces of these native planes far behind. Of all the catalysts, war is the most potent catalyst for technological advancement. Driven by this, the Eternal Night Empire has experienced rapid growth in recent years. The 100 Nations Alliance, in its battles with the Eternal Night Empire, has also gained a wealth of knowledge and experienced rapid development. However, the gap between the two sides has not narrowed, but has widened. As for why this has occurred, ultimately, there's a single reason: the disparity in resources. Let's put it this way: the 100 Nations Alliance only possesses the northern continent. For the Eternal Night Empire, the eastern continent represents only part of the Empire's territory, not all of it. They possess even vaster territories within the void. Although much of that territory is still in the process of being developed, it's undeniable that its resources are indeed abundant. The 100 Nations Alliance and the Eternal Night Empire are not on the same level in terms of resources. Just as with the Azure nations of the past, if they stay on the right track, a nation with vast territories and abundant resources will demonstrate strength beyond the imagination of others. Unstoppable. The same is true now. With the support of numerous void planes, the Eternal Night Empire has no shortage of resources, and they don't care about cost effectiveness at all. As long as it improves combat effectiveness, then go for it. As for the cost, you're kidding. There's no cost at all. The Eternal Night Empire has no shortage of undead creatures, and countless tree people want to work in the void plane. For the Eternal Night Empire, the only cost is probably the mining labor. However, compared to the value of the ore itself, this is nothing. Meteoric iron is a very precious resource in the 100 Nations Alliance, usually only equipped with high-level transcendence. Unlike the Eternal Night Empire, they equip all their warriors. The equipment gap between the two sides is almost a level higher. Beyond the equipment, there are also significant differences in other aspects. The most obvious is the mount. That difference is immediately apparent. The environment of the northern continent is ideal for horse breeding, and the warhorses carefully selected by the kingdom are each extremely majestic, truly the kings of horses. However, compared to the Eternal Night Empire, the gap is enormous. The 100 Nations Alliance cultivates warhorses from the entire steppes, feeding them with fine fodder, while the Eternal Night Empire cultivates warhorses from the entire demi-plane, feeding them with spiritual herbs and ferocious beast meat. After years of cultivation, the Eternal Night Empire now possesses several outstanding horse breeds. For example, the Nightmare Horse, imbued with darkness and hybridized, is perfectly suited for dark believers. Or the Dragon Blood Horse, focused on physical training, boasting well-developed muscles, and emphasizing endurance, strength, and explosive power. Or the Swift Wind Horse, swift as the wind, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day and possessing extreme speed. There are many more besides. And the mounts of this noble legion are the Nightmare Horses. To be frank, without the knights, relying solely on these Nightmare Horses, they could defeat many mid-level legions. Ha ha ha, all of you die. A mere kingdom warrior, you think you can stop us? You're truly overestimating yourself. Under my lord's watch, I grant you death. Roaring, one black-armored knight after another broke through the kingdom guards' defenses. Swinging their long swords, they slew the kingdom guards before them. No matter how the kingdom guards resisted, it was futile. At this point, there was no point in arguing about anything else. After all, everyone possessed the same transcendental realm and the same unwavering will, so the only thing left to compete on was physical strength. And in this respect, the Eternal Night Knights had a clear advantage. Besides equipment and other external factors, there was another crucial gap between the two legions: age. Compared to this kingdom guard, the Eternal Night Empire's noble legions were truly too young, generally a generation younger. Sometimes, youth is the greatest asset. For youth implies passion, drive, and room for improvement. This isn't to say the royal guards are too old. According to their lifespan, they're in their prime, their bodily functions at their peak. If they don't achieve breakthroughs in the future, then this period is their peak combat effectiveness. Yes, peak. Your peak, my starting point. A clash between the prime and the young. You've reached the end, and I'm just getting started. This leads to a rather absurd phenomenon. It's easy for the enemy to improve during a fight. This is precisely the situation on the battlefield right now. As time passes, this young legion, under the pressure of the royal guards, begins to improve. Things that had previously been incomprehensible were now gradually becoming clearer in their minds. Feeling this change, the royal guards felt a sense of powerlessness. The young warriors on the opposite side were constantly exasperated, and they too wanted to be, but reality was cruel, and they were powerless. They had become fixed. They had lost the courage of their youth. They had lost the confidence that, even if this path is wrong, I can always try again. They could no longer do it. Youth is the greatest confidence. Ha ha ha, keep going, let's fight to our heart's content. Thunder rumbled in the center of the battlefield. Axe's face was grim, and his body was covered with wounds, but his aura grew stronger. Thunder clung to his body, crackling with light. The spear swung continuously, each swing bringing a gust of wind. The lightning flashed, making it difficult to see the spear's shadow. Whoosh, whoosh. Basil panted heavily, his wounds worsening as he struggled to block the spear's attack. Sensing Axe's growing momentum, Basil also felt a sense of powerlessness. He had clearly injured Axe, yet the enemy's fighting power had increased instead of decreased. General, we can't win. Let's retreat. We can still escape now, but in a moment, it'll all be over. Seeing the situation worsening, his adjutant hurriedly suggested. We can't retreat. The enemy's horses are superior to ours. Retreating would mean death. Basil was silent for a moment, then quickly replied. As a qualified general, Basil didn't consider retreat shameful. But the problem now was that they couldn't escape. From the moment they engaged, Basil realized that either they would completely defeat this imperial cavalry, or they would all be buried here. As for retreat, sorry, that's not an option. The warhorse disparity was too great. They couldn't escape. For now, relying solely on their resolve, they could still fight the Knights of the Eternal Night. If they chose to retreat, their resolve would have been lost, and they would be doomed. How brave! You're not even running. The black-armored centurion beheaded the warrior before him with a single blow, unable to resist a sigh of admiration. As time passed, the Eternal Night Knights grew stronger, while the royal guards, on the other hand, grew increasingly uncertain. No matter how resolute their resolve, when their own warriors continued to fall while their opponents suffered few losses and grew stronger, they couldn't help but feel a wave of despair and began to doubt themselves. And once their faith wavered, it was like a chain reaction, affecting the entire situation. Finally, after a day of fierce fighting, the fighting on this battlefield finally ceased. Axe looked ahead, and as far as the naked eye could see, no one was left standing. The royal guards had been completely annihilated. General, the casualties have been tallied. Speak. We lost 1,372 men, and killed over 10,000. The officer who came to report the situation was excited and laughed. General, a great victory. Even for the regular imperial army, against the royal guards, only those legions mentioned above could achieve such a high casualty ratio. Yes. Axe nodded silently, his expression remaining calm, without any trace of joy. There were many legions within the Eternal Night Empire capable of defeating the 6th-rank royal guards. However, only a few could annihilate an entire legion. Having led this newly formed noble legion to such an achievement, Axe's ability was undoubtedly exceptional. Gather their bodies and burn them, Axe said after a moment. As ordered, General, the officer shouted back immediately. As adherents of the Eternal Night, they naturally mastered the art of summoning the undead, but no one suggested doing so. After a brief rest, Axe led his army back into the grasslands, searching for other opponents. Both sides deployed hundreds of thousands of troops, and the battle was fierce, but the overall situation was clear. The Eternal Night Empire held the upper hand, advancing steadily towards the kingdom's capital. Faced with the formidable Eternal Night army, the kingdom was powerless and suffered repeated defeats. Compared to the initial battle, the Eternal Night Empire's warriors had become significantly stronger. Meanwhile, in a sea near the northern continent. Across this turbulent sea, the northern continent's coastline was faintly visible, and a massive naval battle was unfolding. Hundreds of warships, like steel behemoths, dotted the seas. Their hulls gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and their flags fluttered in the wind, signaling their respective factions. Artillery fire intertwined, flames shot skyward, and the roar of cannonballs continued. The mingled scent of gunpowder and seawater filled the air, revealing the intensity of the battle. Aim, fire, and destroy their ships for me. In this naval battle, the Eternal Night Empire held a commanding advantage. Even during their expedition to the northern continent, on their home turf, they still held the Alliance Navy in check. Atop warships spanning hundreds of meters, magical cannons roared deeply, their muzzles beaming with dazzling light. Then, streaks of light streaked across the sky, plummeting like meteors towards the enemy fleet. Explosions echoed one after another, flames shot skyward, and enemy ships shattered and sank under these powerful attacks. Each of the Eternal Night Empire's warships stretched over 100 meters in length, like impenetrable castles on the sea. Before these behemoths, the Alliance Navy's ships seemed dwarfed and fragile. Despite their best efforts, their resistance seemed powerless under the fierce bombardment of the Eternal Night Empire's magical artillery. In addition to the naval warships, the Empire also had sea warriors and superb sea beasts to assist in the battle. Agile Naga warriors, led by their Murloc servants, leaped from the sea and landed on the deck of the warships. These half-human, half-snake creatures with serpentine bodies were renowned for their agility and strength. Their bodies were covered in black scales, offering both protection from swords and the ability to swim freely in the water. Damn monster! Get off! As the sea warriors disembarked, the battle intensified. The long-awaited Alliance warriors from the 100 Nations Alliance's warships charged forward and engaged the enemy. The 100 Nation Alliance, having witnessed the sea warriors in their past, had already taken precautions against their landing and was not as panicked as before. These Alliance warriors, unlike those of the past, were equally capable in close combat. At least this time, the situation wasn't one-sided. You overestimate your abilities, the massive Naga warrior sneered, raising his hand and stabbing with his spear. His speed was so extreme that the charging Alliance warrior didn't even see the spear's impact. He only felt a pain in his body, and a bloody wound the size of a bowl appeared on his chest. The Alliance Navy's close combat capabilities had indeed increased. But for the Naga warriors, it meant little. After numerous transformations, they could even be called the top overlords of the ocean. Chapter 192. It wasn't just the Alliance warriors who were making progress. The Naga Kingdom's warriors weren't standing still either. They were also making progress. And compared to the Alliance warriors, their progress was even greater. As a result, the gap between the two sides, far from narrowing, widened. Sea warriors continued to land on the Alliance warships, charging towards the Navy soldiers and engaging them in fierce combat. But the Naga Kingdom lacked everything except brave warriors. Every time a warrior was knocked off a ship, more would fill the gap. Damn monsters, die! Forbidden water spell, Maelstrom. Seeing more and more monsters approach, a powerful magician grew enraged and pulled out a blue scroll emanating a powerful aura. With a ripping sound, the scroll ripped apart. A massive hexagram immediately emerged from the sea. A vortex instantly formed and began to spin, like a gulping abyss, sucking in the surrounding water. Under the vortex's immense suction, the incoming monster warriors were drawn inextricably, their armor and bodies twisted, and they let out shrill screams. Crimson blood filled the ocean. Dakuin, destroy it! The Naga leader, commanding, roared upon seeing this. As Nagas whose talents are entirely focused on physical strength, while they possess powerful close combat abilities, their magical weaknesses are also starkly apparent. Thus, even a 9th-level Saint Realm warrior was unable to effectively manage this maelstrom. He himself was not afraid of such damage, but even if he wanted to break through it, he was unable to do so. However, amid the Naga leader's roar, the superb sea beast, the deep-sea giant Kun, which had been ramming the warship, quickly responded. Abandoning the vessel it threatened to sink, it turned and charged towards the maelstrom. Possessing ancient blood and baptized by the power of creation, the deep-sea giant Kun's talent rivaled those of mythical creatures. Over the years, having followed the Naga Kingdom through countless campaigns, both large and small, it had matured profoundly. It had reached the 9th level of the Holy Realm, and its combat power was even comparable to that of the demigod Void Beast. Its massive body, nearly 300 meters long, tore through the ocean like a moving fortress. Entering the vortex, the deep-sea giant Kun opened its maw and roared, mobilizing a vast amount of elemental power. Then, a beam of light shot from bottom to top through the maelstrom, dispersing and breaking it with a powerful gesture. The sea warriors in the vortex were flung outward, some even transformed into a bloody mist by the pull of the two forces. You idiot! You can't even tell friend from foe? Seeing this, the Naga commander couldn't help but curse. This wave of destruction had inflicted even greater losses than the previous vortex's continuous rotation. Moo! The deep-sea giant Kun cried out in grievance. Get out of the way! The Naga commander, helpless, summoned the deep-sea giant Kuan back. The naval battle continued. Both sides had long prepared for this battle, each showcasing their unique abilities. After numerous defeats, the Northern Continent's 100 Nations Alliance had come to terms with reality, realizing that stopping the Eternal Night Empire's army on land was unlikely. The gap in combat power between the two sides was stark. So, if they wanted to stop the Eternal Night Empire, they had to rely on other means. Take the Navy, for example. Before the war broke out, the Alliance Navy was stronger than the Eternal Night Empire's, and even afterward, even in the face of surprise attacks, it remained stronger than the Imperial Navy. But as the Imperial Navy grew, its warships upgraded, and coupled with the vast numbers of Sea Clan warriors, they completely lost the ability to fight head-on. At least relying solely on the Navy, fighting at sea, they could no longer achieve victory. So, they had to seize this opportunity, taking advantage of the Eternal Night Empire's expedition, and leveraging their coastal forces to severely damage, or even destroy, the naval fleet. If they lost the Imperial Navy, with only the Sea Clan armies left, they would have many options for resolving the situation. The 100-Nation Alliance had prepared for this naval battle for a long time, gathering water and ice magicians from various nations, and deploying several powerful sanctuary-level warriors. Their goal was to destroy the Imperial Navy, and buy the Alliance some breathing space. However, when the battle actually took place, they realized how naive they had been. They prepared many tactics, but when faced with the Imperial Navy, they all seemed laughable. Compared to the last naval battle, the Eternal Night Empire's navy had grown significantly. This rate of growth far exceeded the expectations of the 100 Nations Alliance's think tank. They couldn't understand it. How could an empire, founded on an army, develop its navy from nothing to a point where it surpassed its own in just a few decades? It was utterly illogical. Actually, under normal circumstances, the Eternal Night Empire wouldn't have been able to reach its current level. The Empire certainly has no shortage of resources, and is willing to invest in this area. But sometimes, resources and money can't solve all problems. After all, no matter how many resources you have, you still need technology. Without the corresponding technology, all your resources are useless. A few years ago, the Bloody Dawn held a meeting, after which everyone shared their knowledge, and sent delegations to learn from each other. From other players, the Eternal Night Empire acquired a great deal of technology, naturally including naval technology. And with the Empire's strong support, its warships were upgraded at an incredible rate. One Alliance warship after another was destroyed, reduced to scrap metal, and sank to the seabed. Under the bombardment of the magic energy cannon, even the protective magic shields were of no use. The terrifying magic energy cannons, equipped with specially designed energy-piercing shells, could often penetrate the energy shields with just a few hits, damaging the ships. Without the protection of the energy shield, the warship sank rapidly in the face of the attacks of the sea warriors. Boom, boom, boom. This largest naval battle in the plane's history lasted for several days, before slowly drawing to a close. With such a huge advantage, the outcome was self-evident. The Eternal Night Empire achieved a resounding victory, annihilating the entire Alliance Navy at the cost of 30% casualties. Yes, annihilation. Including the powerful reinforcements, the entire naval fleet was buried in this sea. Naval warfare is brutal. Once defeated, there's no escape. Sometimes, centuries of accumulation can be reversed in a single day. The destruction of this fleet also meant the complete loss of hope for the Alliance Navy, extinguished along with the spark of hope. They still had the technology and the resources. But it was meaningless. According to current trends, the Eternal Night Empire wouldn't be able to rebuild a powerful navy until it destroyed the 100 Nations Alliance. The 100 Nations Alliance's naval history ended here. After annihilating the Alliance's navy, the Eternal Night Empire, without further ado, stormed the northern continent, occupying the coast and establishing defensive camps in preparation for subsequent attacks. At the same time, a massive army was assembled and transported to this location via warships. A new battlefield had opened up. Meanwhile, in another sea, deep within the ocean, the Naga Kingdom's capital, the City of Fear, was a vast and magnificent underwater city. This city seemed a masterpiece of nature, harmoniously coexisting with the surrounding marine environment and exuding a captivating charm. The city's main structure was composed of massive corals, incredibly strong after eons of growth. They intertwined to form vast domes and towers, resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by nature. Sunlight filtered through the sea, illuminating the corals with a dazzling array of colors, resembling a dreamlike castle and palace. To be honest, the city's style somewhat mismatched the Naga Kingdom, given their barbaric ways. The combination of the two styles was as odd as a 2-meter-tall, muscular man enjoying playing with dolls. For a royal city, the architecture here was relatively complete, and in the center stood a magnificent statue. It was the Naga Kingdom's ultimate deity, the ancestral god of fear. As a vassal of the Eternal Night Empire, the Naga Kingdom also maintains a history record. They are well aware of how their current situation came to be. Back in the day, the Naga were merely a common marine race, not weak, but not particularly strong either. The Murlocs, on the other hand, were the lowest of the marine species, fit only to be used as slaves and food. Then one day, they received a summons from a great being, allowing them to enter the divine realm and pay homage to the great god. There, all beings underwent a test of life and death. In that divine test, the cowardly perished, the brave survived. The warriors who survived underwent a transformation, their strength growing. They were then sent to Haikau, where they established the Naga tribe, the prototype of the present-day Naga kingdom. Then, they conquered countless sea tribes, and ultimately growing to their current size. For this reason, the Naga kingdom held a god in both reverence and fear. The Naga could be seen everywhere on the streets, each exuding a powerful aura. As the royal city, it had a more defined hierarchy. Ordinary sea creatures weren't even eligible to enter. Only those valiant sea creatures recognized by the temple, and who had passed the test were eligible to enter the royal city. Royal Palace? Inside a massive palace. Dozens of towering figures gathered there. They were of various races, including Naga and merfolk. They were all over 10 meters tall, covered in scales, muscular, and with crimson eyes filled with brutality and murder. At the top, a massive Naga, nearly 20 meters tall, sat in the main seat. His aura overwhelmed all present. Fellow 9th level sanctuary, he was almost at the end of his rope. He was the king of the Naga kingdom, and also the first Naga lord. The Naga kingdom system was rather strange. Initially, they followed the Eternal Night Empire, and adopted its system, but later found it inadequate. The Sea Tribe's brains didn't allow them to manage so many people. So, with the help of the Imperial think tank, after numerous experiments, they ultimately adopted a rather unusual system, the Lord system. The Naga kingdom was divided into multiple territories, with each 9th level Saint level expert in charge of a territory, acting as the lord of a region, without even being responsible for the kingdom itself. This greatly reduced their administrative burden. Of course, this approach had both advantages and disadvantages. Decentralization did make it easier to manage and develop. But such a fragmented system made it easy to be defeated one by one if a problem arose. It was even possible for both sides to deny each other's recognition, leading to the division of the entire Naga kingdom. Under normal circumstances, this possibility existed. After all, under a high degree of autonomy, sovereignty over a territory belongs to the lord, not the kingdom. How could the people within the territory recognize the kingdom? Thankfully, the Naga kingdom situation is unusual. They don't rely on the kingdom to unite their will. Faith is fundamental. The kingdom is merely a guise. Unlike the empire's subjects, who unite the empire with the gods, the Naga kingdom was originally established solely to emulate the Eternal Night Empire. This faction can be a kingdom, a territory, or even an alliance. It's up to you. But one thing remains constant: faith in the gods. All beings who do not believe in and fear the ancestral god are enemies. As long as one believes in the ancestral god, it doesn't matter what territory or race one belongs to. They will all be considered one. Maybe they are of different classes, but they belong to the same faction. Mocha, what is the matter with you summoning us here? A Naga lord below asked, not particularly respectful of the Naga king above. This is normal. After all, they are all 9th rank, all lords, all Naga. Strictly speaking, there is no distinction between superiors and subordinates. The tall figure above glanced at him, and the Naga lord, unfazed, met his gaze. Humph. The Naga king retracted his gaze, snorted softly, and glanced down. Seeing that everyone had gathered, he spoke. The ancestral god has spoken a divine oracle, declaring the time has come. He commands us to embark on our conquest, and unify the sea plane. The many sea creatures below were stunned, and then an uproar erupted. The expedition has finally arrived. Ha ha ha. War! 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 Sacrifice blood to our god. Giant Shark Court, Whale Tyrant Alliance, we've waited so many years, and now we can finally take action. Ha ha ha, kill, kill, annihilate them all. Let our Lord's divine light cover the entire ocean, and let all sea creatures bow down before the god. The sea creatures did not resist war. They even rejoiced. For only war could they feel the passion in their hearts. and only life could make them sacrifice and please the god. The Naga King's words were not a negotiation, but a notification and a message. Silence. After letting the sea creatures below clamor for a while and calming down, the Naga King continued, I know you're excited, but now, everyone be quiet. We'll arrange the work. Each lord will be responsible for a region, and logistics must be ensured. Chapter 193. Regarding the war, the lords of the Naga Kingdom were unanimous in their support, determined to carry it forward no matter the cost. Su Xingyu didn't lay out any grand strategy for them. He simply issued an oracle, telling them it was time to begin unifying the sea. He was no longer the man he once was. His profound foundation allowed him to withstand numerous defeats. As long as he wasn't completely wiped out, he would have the ability to make a comeback. With the current power of the Naga Kingdom, even if all the sea creatures in this plane united, they couldn't wipe them out overnight. If they truly had the power to do so, then Su Xingyu's strategy wouldn't matter. At this point, conspiracy wasn't particularly effective. No matter how many tricks you employ, in the end, you'll ultimately return to the front lines. The principle is simple. If we can defeat them, we win. If we can't, we lose. Thus, Su Xingyu didn't even send the Imperial think tank to participate, leaving the matter entirely to the Naga Kingdom, allowing them to make their own arrangements. After consultation among the few sea tribe sages, a very simple strategic plan was quickly formulated. This plan can be simply divided into 3 parts: the front line, support, and logistics. Each lord has his own territorial army, selecting their own opponents and conducting subsequent attacks. The Naga Kingdom will select elite regiments from all sides as support forces, and will directly dispatch reinforcements in the event of an unfavorable situation. Logistics will primarily fall under the responsibility of each territory, with the kingdom responsible for identifying and addressing any gaps. This operation lacked unified command. Decades of warfare had long since honed their understanding of a reality. They were ill-suited to command. Compared to the human race's extremely rigorous combat style, chaotic warfare suited them better. Therefore, despite the Naga Kingdom's massive army, they remained unassembled. Each lord led their own armies and launched a multi-front campaign. This approach was unanimously approved by the lords. The ratio of land to sea in this plane was 4 to 6, with the ocean slightly smaller than the land. However, the land was divided into multiple continents, and much of it was uninhabited, leaving many areas devoid of fully established forces. The ocean, however, was different. Sea tribes existed almost throughout the sea, and wherever seaweed grew, they were found. Under these circumstances, a multi-front attack was more efficient. Under the divine oracle, the entire Naga Kingdom once again achieved a high degree of unity and mobilized rapidly, with remarkable enthusiasm. Officials, previously prone to procrastination, now seemed possessed by AI, their processing speed increasing tenfold. At this moment, the lords realized that their previous incompetence wasn't due to incompetence, but rather to laziness, a complete lack of effort. A vast number of sea warriors surged outward, and the entire ocean began to stir. Every sea creature inhabiting it sensed the threat. A sense of impending storm hung heavy over every sea clan faction. They quickly assembled their forces, preparing to meet this sudden challenge. The once peaceful underwater world suddenly erupted in turmoil, the sea surging as if to swallow everything. As one of the 3 dominant powers in this sea, the Naga Kingdom's habits were well understood. This force was mad, tyrannical, and possessed a strong tendency toward expansion. They worshipped a great being called the God of Fear. Their warriors feared no death and fought bravely, enjoying blood sacrifices after battle. Even more ardently, rumors circulated that the Naga Kingdom was connected to a superpower on land. Of course, the authenticity of these rumors remained unverified. One thing was true, however: the Naga Kingdom's rise to power took less than a century. Other sea clans were deeply reluctant to coexist with such a power. Although competition among sea clans was fierce, and annihilation was common, the number of sea clans annihilated by the Naga Kingdom was still a bit exaggerated. Since their rise to power, they had undoubtedly destroyed and conquered hundreds of sea clans. And now, such a mad force began to deploy its warriors on a large scale, sending shockwaves through all factions. There are many aquatic forces in this plane, but only 2 truly pose a threat to the Naga Kingdom: the Giant Shark King's Court and the Whale Tyrant Alliance. One is a force established by the giant sharks, a leading marine species. Before the rise of the Naga Kingdom, they were the most violent overlords of the sea, commanding countless vassal forces. The other is a force led by the whales, a leading marine species, and includes many lesser marine forces. In terms of overall strength, the Whale Tyrant Alliance and the Giant Shark King's Court are on par, with no clear difference in strength. The giant shark royal court is more aggressive, fond of fighting, and renowned for its power, while the whale domination alliance is more moderate and less prominent. The ocean is now divided into three parts: the Naga Kingdom, the giant shark royal court, and the whale domination alliance, each controlling a separate area. Any faction seeking to unify the ocean must first defeat the other two enemies, a significant challenge. The Naga Kingdom's think tank, though often idle, understands some simple principles. Compared to the whale domination alliance, they consider the giant shark royal court a greater threat. Thus, they chose the giant shark royal court as their first opponent. Within the giant shark royal court lies Tianyuan City, one of the main cities of the giant shark royal court. As the main city, Tianyuan City is not only a political and economic center, but also a key military strategic point, serving as the royal court's frontline defense against the Naga Kingdom. The city is nestled in a fertile sea, surrounded by steep coral reefs, forming a natural barrier that not only protects the city, but also facilitates control of the surrounding sea. The city's main structure is constructed from hard obsidian, specially treated to be both corrosion-resistant and resilient, capable of withstanding the intense pressures of the deep sea. The city walls are tall and thick, carved with the symbol of the Great Shark King's court. A massive shark with bared fangs and claws, symbolizing the court's power and majesty. Tianyuan City's interior is neatly laid out, with spacious streets lined with rows of tall buildings, most of which are constructed of coral and pearls, creating a visually appealing and functional experience. Thanks to abundant local resources and the royal court's supportive policies, the area is extremely prosperous, with nearly 10 million sea creatures living within its control. Among the monster races, the strength of their power is often tied to the number of their subjects. This is because their policy is universal military service. Anyone who can bear arms, regardless of age or gender, can be armed as a warrior and sent into battle when necessary. Something seems off about Tianyuan City today. A tense atmosphere permeates the city, like the calm before a storm. The sea creatures of the city hurried about, their faces filled with worry and uneasiness. The usually bustling market has become deserted. The goods on the stalls are unsold, and the vendors, with worried faces, whisper to each other. I heard the Naga army has gone to war with the giant shark king's court. They're on their way, aiming to capture Tianyuan City. That newly emerged lunatic force? They're finished. The king's court has fought them several times before, but never gained the upper hand. The Naga kingdom had no intention of taking things slow. Their goal was clear: to unify the entire ocean world and become the sole dominant force in the planar sea. To achieve this, a slow approach wouldn't work. Ruthlessness was required. Targeting the giant shark king's capital, they chose a multi-pronged attack, simultaneously attacking multiple cities. Such a large-scale mobilization couldn't be concealed from other forces, and the Naga kingdom had no intention of hiding it, nor did they believe they could. The army marched directly to their destination, effectively telling the giant shark king, I'm going to take the city. If you can, come and stop me. Nearly 100,000 Naga warriors, led by hundreds of thousands of dark fishmen, arrived outside Tianyuan City under the leadership of the Naga Lord Kettle. When the Naga army appeared in the sight of Tianyuan City, the entire city seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. The guards on the city walls nervously watched the distant army, their heartbeats quickening as the enemy approached. The residents of Tianyuan City also gathered on the walls, their faces etched with fear and anxiety. Naga Lord Kettle stood at the forefront of the army, his figure towering with impressive proportions, his gaze cold and resolute, as if he had already witnessed the fall of Tianyuan City. He brandished his scepter with a chilling sound, as if announcing his victory. SMOD, I give you a chance. Open the gates, surrender, and submit to my lord. The Naga Lord's voice, like icy waves, echoed over Tianyuan City. SMOD stood at the highest point of the city wall. He and Naga Lord Kettle were old acquaintances, having fought each other for decades. Even afterward, even as the Naga kingdom began to stabilize and develop, refraining from expansion and paving the way for major battles, the two still frequently led their armies into battle. Smoder's gaze pierced the water, gazing at the distant Naga army, his heart filled with rage. As the lord of the Great Shark Royal Court, he had never dared to speak to him like that. But he also knew that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for Tianyuan City. Kettle, do you think you can capture Tianyuan City with your strength? Smoder felt a little uneasy, but at this moment, he couldn't afford to say soft words. That would be tantamount to cutting off his own lifeline. Tianyuan City has hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, millions of the royal court citizens, and countless defensive facilities. If you're not afraid of death, Then come and give it a try. In that case, let's meet on the battlefield. Kettle sneered, ending the conversation. He turned to face the Naga army, holding high the scepter that represented the Lord's will. Brave warriors, the ancestral god of fear is watching you. Conquer this city, offer a blood sacrifice to our Lord, and bathe in the divine light. Blood sacrifice to my Lord, bathe in the divine light. Blood sacrifice to my Lord, bathe in the divine light. Blood sacrifice to my Lord, bathe in the divine light. The warriors responded enthusiastically to the Naga Lord's call, as if they were about to sacrifice their lives for the gods in the next second, with utter fervor. Attack! Swept their scepters, the warriors launched their offensive charge. The distinctive sound of conch shells resonated throughout the sky, and the Naga army surged towards Tianyuan City like a tide. The guards on the city walls stood ready, their arrows raining down like a torrential rain, water elementalized into cannonballs, hurling them at the enemy, attempting to stop the army's advance. However, the Naga warriors were simply too numerous, and their arrows were quickly shot down, forming no effective barrier. The few arrows that struck the Naga warriors were ineffective. Their armor glowed with a black glow, and the powerful magical arrows were quickly neutralized. For the glory of our Lord! The Naga warriors in the front row drew their short spears from behind and hurled them fiercely. The spears pierced the water and, with fierce momentum, charged towards the walls of Tianyuan City. Bang! The spears slammed into the wall with a deafening resounding sound, shattering the masonry and exposing the dirt and rubble beneath. Charge! The Naga warriors roared, brandishing their weapons and charging the walls. Their steps were firm and powerful, as if they were determined to crush any obstacle in their path. This ferocious momentum immediately frightened a group of the royal court warriors. The Lord of Tianyuan City, upon seeing this, roared, "Stop them! Kill one and you'll be rewarded with 10 magic stones. Kill a centurion, and you'll be rewarded with a set of epic equipment. Kill 1,000 and you'll be granted land." The words of the Lord of Tianyuan City were like a stream of fresh air, instantly dispelling the fear in the hearts of the royal court warriors. Their eyes grew firm and fiery, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. For Tianyuan City, for our homeland, kill! The warriors of Tianyuan City roared, brandishing their weapons and launching a counterattack against the Naga warriors. Among the Sea Tribe's forces, most cities can only serve as auxiliary forces and cannot be relied upon. There was no other way, after all, the Sea Tribe could attack from above. The warriors of both sides engaged each other. A bloody battle ensued. Die! The towering giant shark warrior swung his shark-toothed steel blade, slashing the dark murloc in front of him with a single blow. The ingenious equipment proved useless. Seeking death? The nearby Naga warrior, seeing this, was instantly enraged. He leaped forward, thrusting his spear straight into the giant shark warrior's chest. However, the giant shark warrior reacted incredibly quickly, dodging the spear's attack with a sideways movement. Then, he swung his sword back, striking the Naga warrior's spear. The Naga warrior's spear, forged from meteorite iron, clashed with the shark-toothed blade. Dang, dang, dang. For a moment, the two engaged in a fierce battle. But the Naga kingdom still held the upper hand. Break through their defenses. Chapter 194. It's undeniable that these giant shark warriors are indeed powerful, capable of facing Naga warriors head-on, and holding their own. However, on the battlefield, such warriors are ultimately a minority. Not all of the people of the giant shark royal court are giant sharks. Sharks are just a broad category, subdivided into several subcategories. Just like the Naga kingdom, the dark Naga are the majority, but not the only species. They also have races like the dark murlocs. The top giant shark warriors possess strength comparable to that of the Naga warriors, while other royal court warriors lack such prowess. They were completely outmatched against the Naga warriors. Led by the Naga warriors, the Naga kingdom's army firmly suppressed the Tianyuan City garrison. There were no other factors. This single factor alone was sufficient. The number of Naga warriors on the battlefield was more than double that of the giant sharks. They could only hold back half of the Naga warriors. The garrison was powerless to withstand the attacks of the remaining Naga warriors. Come with me, and finish them off. A Naga warrior swung his spear, its tip flashing with a cold light. A bloody streak appeared on the necks of two black-horned shark warriors, and their heads floated upward, instantly killed. The murloc warriors behind him roared in anger, quickly advancing to engage the other shark guards. Kill! 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 The two valiant sea warriors engaged in a fierce battle, their cries of killing blending into a heart-stirring war song. The clash of long swords, the specially crafted weapons unimpeded by the seawater, unleashing immense power. They clashed in a chaotic tangle, each one within the other, inseparable. This was the unique fighting style of the monster race, melee. A battlefield caught in a melee was many times more brutal than any other battlefield. Within this battlefield, warriors could hardly distinguish friend from foe. Enemies surrounded them on all sides, and you had no idea whether the sudden appearance behind you was an enemy's long sword or a comrade's shield. Melee was the stage for the brave, the graveyard for the cowardly. Only the most elite warriors could survive this brutal grind. Warriors from both sides fell continuously, their bodies either lying on the ground or floating. Blood dyed the sea red, and the strong smell of blood filled the ocean, stimulating the warriors' nerves. Even when their comrades died, they remained undaunted. They rushed forward, filling the vacant positions, and continuing to clash with their enemies. Fight to the death. Spurred by the blood, the warriors grew increasingly frenzied, the savagery inherited in their blood awakening, quickly overcoming their rationality. They began to go mad. The fighting quickly became a life-for-life struggle. Sweeping his weapon across, the Naga warrior pierced the sharkman's chest with a single blow. Facing the enemy attacking from the side, he swung his thick tail. With a snap, the sharkman's body caved in, its bones shattered, and it flew backwards in an instant. Puff, puff. Two blue tridents stabbed from behind with incredible swiftness. The Naga warrior, enraged, reacted significantly slower, unable to avoid the attack. The incredibly sharp tridents pierced the Naga's heavy armor, but failed to penetrate its flesh. With a ding, they were blocked by the dense scales. Even so, the piercing pain still awoke the Naga. The Naga warrior whirled, his bloody mouth roaring, his eyes flashing with cold fury, his spear slashing across. The two shark men didn't even have time to defend themselves. They felt their bodies flutter before they were severed in half. The Naga warrior's long, thick tail darted out, scooping up the sharkman's remains. The Naga warrior quickly bit down, swallowing the flesh and blood, which quickly transformed into a stream of vital energy that flowed throughout his body. The surging energy melted into the heavy armor, repairing the breach. The damaged breach in the armor began to mend at a visible speed. After years of battle with them, coupled with the unique characteristics of their equipment, these growth-oriented pieces of equipment had already acquired a subtle spirituality. While they didn't meet the standards of weapon spirits, unable to communicate, and even facing significant limitations, they could indeed perform some things in the company of their masters that would seem unimaginable to ordinary people. For example, self-repair capabilities. Strictly speaking, they're no longer considered conventional weaponry. Kill! The Naga warriors didn't pause, gliding their tails as they charged forward once more. Their spears swung, a cold light flashing, and in an instant, several shark warriors were slain. The Naga warriors' massive bodies stood out even on the entire Sea Clan battlefield, and their individual combat capabilities overwhelmed the entire field. It's no exaggeration to say that among all the Sea Clan warriors present, they were the strongest of their rank. Even the giant shark warriors were only slightly inferior to them. Otherwise, how could they have risen despite the suppression of the giant shark king's court to become one of the three overlords of the Sea Clan? To put it bluntly, it's because they can fight. As Su Xingyu's strength rose, the divine grace he can bestow becomes increasingly powerful. Additionally, with the blessing of the rule instrument and other aspects, the Naga people's cultivation talent becomes even more terrifying. Not to mention the various acquired aids. Su Xingyu said he would not care about the Naga kingdom, but he still arranged for them to have all kinds of basic training facilities. Some outstanding warriors were even allowed to go to the Eternal Night Empire for further training. Otherwise, with their abilities, how could they have reached this level in just a few decades? Naga warriors wreaked havoc on the battlefield, their spears, like the scythes of the Grim Reaper, constantly slashing the enemy. The Tianyuan city defenders died in a horrific manner, with either a hole in their chests, their heads exploded, or their bodies severed. Their armor was of no use. There was a significant gap in the weaponry between the two sides. After obtaining the smelting furnace, the price of weapons and equipment dropped further. Almost all warriors who reached rank 6 possessed a set of progressive weapons and equipment. These weapons and equipment grew with them, becoming their own exclusive equipment, exceedingly adaptable and, on them, as effective as those of epic tiers. The disparity between weapons and equipment was compounded by disparity between warriors. The combined effect was self-evident. A single Naga warrior's strike could slay the Sea Guards. Led by the Naga warriors, the entire battlefield unfolded before everyone's eyes. Like children in kindergarten, the Naga warriors swept across the battlefield, unstoppable. Damn it! These guys didn't even use their full strength when they fought us before. Lord Smoter, perched atop the city wall, had a grim expression, both because of the poor battlefield situation and because he felt underestimated. Before now, Giant Shark Lord Smoter and Naga Lord Kettle had clashed regularly due to their close territories. Although the scale was small, only a few tens of thousands of people were involved. However, Smoter remembered well that during their initial encounter, the Naga warriors weren't as powerful as they are now. It often took 2 Naga warriors to intercept the Giant Shark warriors. After upgrading their equipment, they could barely hold off the attacks. But most of the time, they were still passively on the receiving end. And now, the Naga warriors had actually turned the tables, suppressing the Giant Shark warriors. What's more, the Naga warriors were even more numerous than the Giant Shark warriors. This dramatic change made Smoter conclude that Kettle hadn't used his full strength when he fought him before. Smoter's conjecture was reasonable. After all, for a race, a few decades is truly too short. Weapons and equipment can be upgraded, but warriors can't always be upgraded as well. So, there's only one possibility. The enemy concealed some of their strength in the previous battle. But that wasn't the case. The real reason was that the Naga warriors were truly transforming. Yes, they were still growing stronger. With the help of the gods, as long as they fought hard enough, their bloodline would grow stronger and stronger. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the combat power. And there's another point. Bloodlines can be passed down. Theoretically, the bloodline of today's new generation of Naga is at least twice as strong as that of the original Naga. If this continues from generation to generation, sooner or later, they will completely transform into Dark Naga. Lord, what should we do? Our defenses are about to be breached. Watching the increasingly dire situation on the battlefield, the general on the wall looked to Smoter, hoping the Lord would make a decision. Lord, should we call for help? There are too many Naga warriors arriving this time, and their combat effectiveness is even greater than that of the Giant Shark warriors. Unless the royal court sends more Giant Shark warriors, we won't be able to stop them, another general suggested. As a close confidant of Smoter, he had also fought against Naga armies, and had some understanding of the Naga. Compared to the current batch of Naga warriors, those we'd fought before felt like a ragtag army. Impossible. Other areas of the royal court are also under attack, and the situation might be even worse than ours. The royal court can't count on us anytime soon. SMOD shook his head, rejecting his subordinate's suggestion. Tianyuan City was indeed important, but it had relied heavily on various aids over the years. You've consumed so many resources, and now, as soon as something happens, you're already asking for help. What was the point of supporting you before then? What's more, the entire royal court is now at war, and there's simply no force to support you. Then we'll just have to hold on. General Giant Shark's face darkened. As the order came, the royal court soldiers began to shift from offense to defense. Want a war of attrition? Come with me and crush them. The commander of the 6th level Naga Legion, an 8th level Great Naga, sneered and, leading his personal guard, began to assault the defensive line. This was a royal guard corps, boasting immense combat power. Even within the entire Naga kingdom, it was considered one of the top corps. Level 6 warriors were not uncommon within the Naga kingdom, and numerous could be found among both the Naga and Murloc tribes. However, true level 6 legions were rare, and royal guard corps were even rarer. After all, the Naga were also a monster race. Forming a legion from the largely unorganized sea warriors was incredibly difficult. There were many warriors who met the requirements, but when they were gathered together to form a legion, the fit seemed off. Compared to fighting in a coordinated group, Naga warriors preferred to mingle with Murloc warriors, one leading several Murloc warriors and charging forward. Thankfully, after much effort, the Naga kingdom finally found its own method for training its soldiers, and successfully formed a legion. The surrounding seawater was already stained red with blood, but the Naga warriors within the legion remained unfazed. Their eyes, crimson, gazed at the royal court warriors with an indifferent expression. Like a predator gazing down upon its prey. The great Naga roared, swung his massive spear, and slashed down. The spear instantly emanated a terrifying black aura, as if condensed with an endless force of darkness. A suffocating sense of oppression permeated the seawater. Wherever the spear pointed, the enemy's defenses were easily sliced through like paper, sending blood and limbs flying everywhere. The great Naga wielded his spear with the force of a violent storm, each swing accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. The spear danced in his hand, like a living being, possessing a will of its own, madly devouring the enemy's life. The enemy was vulnerable to the great Naga's attack, their resistance, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, seemingly insignificant. Led by the great Naga, the elite Naga warriors unleashed a terrifying force, instantly shattering the defensive line formed by the royal guards. Weak creatures, feel fear before the glory of our lord. Kill, kill, kill! Die! The Naga warrior shifted its tail, its body swiftly leaping, piercing the enemy formation like a spear, its speed astonishing, and the spear thrust even faster. Puff! Before the giant shark warrior could react, a crisp sound was heard, and its massive head shattered like a watermelon. The giant shark warrior, who had previously been able to hold its own against the Naga warriors, was temporarily overwhelmed by these elite warriors assembled into a legion. The coordination among the legion's warriors transformed their combat effectiveness. Even if they managed to dodge one round of attacks, a second and a third would follow. Though the legion's numbers were small, their coordinated efforts gave the royal guards the illusion that they were surrounded by enemies. Such a fierce attack completely overwhelmed the royal guards. The Naga warriors grew increasingly frantic. Kill! 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 To terrify the ancestral god, slay all enemies. Their minds were filled with tyrannical thoughts, yet their eyes remained icy, like a merciless killing machine. A mere raging wreck. You think you can stop my ace legion? Truly wishful thinking. Kettle, observing the Naga legion's performance, smiled with satisfaction. The effort he had put into building the Naga legion was well worth it. Its combat effectiveness was undeniable and exceptionally strong. Retreat! Activate the defensive magic circle and stop them. The generals of Tianyuan City, seeing the situation was dire, immediately retreated. At the same time, an immense energy shield rose, enveloping the entire city. Chapter 195. The royal court warriors retreated to Tianyuan City, completely abandoning the idea of leaving the city and engaging the Naga army head-on. Instead, they relied on the city's various defensive installations and magic arrays for a counterattack. This caused considerable trouble for the Naga army. But for the time being, the Naga army, lacking siege equipment, had no real way to deal with them. After all, this was deep sea, and many land-based siege equipment couldn't be used directly. Furthermore, Tianyuan City's defenses were too sophisticated. The various magic arrays worked together, unleashing boundless power. The entire Tianyuan City was like an iron hedgehog, resilient and untouchable to outsiders. To be honest, Tianyuan City's defenses somewhat exceeded Kettle's expectations. He had attacked Tianyuan City before, but his army was insufficient at the time, and they hadn't forced the deployment of this defense system. Kettle didn't know that this system was only recently developed, not from the beginning. After all, difficulties breed need. Before the rise of the Naga Kingdom, no other faction in the ocean world, aside from the Whale Tyrant Alliance, was powerful enough to threaten the Great Shark King's court. The Whale Tyrant Alliance disdained expansion, focusing solely on their own territory. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't attack the king's capital, so there was no need to improve the city's defenses. Building them would be useless, as no other faction dared to attack them. So, instead of wasting resources, they would be better off training more extraordinary warriors and continuing to expand their territory. However, with the rise of the Naga Kingdom, and considering their habits, the Great Shark King's court had no confidence that they could coexist peacefully with them. War was inevitable. Thus, the city defense plan, long since discarded, was dug up again, and with significant investment, a successful defense system was established. Previously, Smoter had thought the royal court was overdoing it. They didn't need any external help to deal with the Naga army. They could simply engage head-on. The current situation on the battlefield slapped him in the face. The defense system proved effective. However, while powerful, it also had obvious drawbacks. The energy consumption was excessive. So much so that even Tianyuan City couldn't afford it. Looking at the frantically burning energy crystals, Smoter's face grimaced. This system's energy consumption was excessive. At this rate, Tianyuan City's crystal reserves wouldn't last much longer. This is truly troublesome. They're even hiding a turtle shell. Kettle looked at the energy shield above the city, feeling a bit daunting. Then he sneered, "Continue the attack. I want to see how long they can hold up such a massive shield. Naga warriors, switch to shield-breaking spears. Don't hold back. Unleash all your might. Shoot through this turtle shell." The Naga warrior paused, took the specially crafted short spear from behind him, his arm muscles bulging, and then suddenly launched forward. As the short spear pierced through, the elements were rapidly released, transforming into a thick, long elemental cannon. Tens of thousands of terrifying cannonballs slammed into the energy shield. Bang, bang, bang. Block them. Terrible explosions echoed, and the energy shield began to shake violently amidst the continuous blasts, as if it would collapse at any moment. The warriors of the royal court nervously watched the shield's changes, shouting loudly, their heartbeats accelerating. Fortunately, after a period of violent shaking, the energy shield glowed once again, completely renewed and stable. The royal court warriors breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a war of attrition ensued. The Naga army, employing various methods, began to attack the energy shield, attempting to breach Tianyuan City's defenses. Legions launched concentrated attacks, specialized weapons launched blanket strikes, and powerful warriors launched coordinated attacks. However, even a concentrated attack reaching the demigod realm was unable to breach Tianyuan City's defenses. After all, this was a strategic location chosen by the giant shark royal court to resist the Naga kingdom's attack. If they couldn't even do this, they would be underestimating them. Kettle, the regional lord and commander of the army, observed this situation with some irritation, but he remained steadfast and acted swiftly. 10,000 Naga warriors, led by 30,000 Murloc warriors, and the subsequent arrival of 100,000 vassal warriors, began to clear the area surrounding Tianyuan City from the giant shark royal court's forces. Even though the Naga kingdom made no secret of its intentions and marched openly, the time left for Tianyuan City was still too short. With such a short time, they could only reduce their influence in the core area. As for the rest of the city, they could only leave it to fate. If there were cities nearby, they could hide inside. If there were no cities, they could die. They were just a few servants, insignificant. This ocean world lacked everything except the sea creatures. As long as they could preserve the foundation of the royal court, they could have as many sea creature servants as they wanted. Tianyuan City's laissez-faire policy, coupled with their short resistance time, meant that when the Naga army arrived, the other affiliated forces of the royal court were completely unable to stop it. They were crushed in a single blow. Even worse, some, even leading their entire tribes, surrendered directly when the Naga army arrived. If the Tianyuan City defenders were slightly weaker than the Naga army, but still capable of fighting, then these auxiliary troops, with their tattered equipment, were essentially rubbish. They weren't even worthy of being a match for the Naga army. Although Tianyuan City had dispatched a Naga army, the pressure on the city remained unabated. Other elite warriors, especially the Naga legions, continued to besiege Tianyuan City, launching continuous long-range attacks and depleting its energy reserves. Kettle wasn't anxious. He was prepared for a protracted war. He had complete confidence in the Naga kingdom's logistical capabilities. In terms of logistics, no other sea tribe could match them. Behind them was the Eternal Night Empire, a superpower empire spanning 2 continents and reaching into the void plane. With their support, Kettle had no concerns about the Naga kingdom's logistics. Indeed, his thinking was that naive. Logically, as a superpower, they should develop internal sustenance and achieve self-sufficiency. Relying on other powers for support is simply inappropriate. However, one's own affairs are known to one's own people. The rulers of the Naga kingdom are well aware of the habits of their own people. They're simply not cut out for this kind of work. You could have them fight, and if you train them into a legion, they'd be able to do just fine. Managing logistics, building equipment, and developing the system, forget about it. As the saying goes, it's important for a person to know his own limitations. The same goes for monsters. Take weapons and equipment, for example. Look at the giant shark court. After so many years of development, the results are still the same. The strength of weapons and equipment depends entirely on the materials used. The Naga kingdom doesn't consider itself inferior to the giant shark court. If it chooses to develop independently, it should also be able to forge weapons and equipment. But what's the point? Compared to the Eternal Night Empire, it's still garbage. Instead of wasting time forging, it's better to directly provide materials to the Eternal Night Empire and exchange them for high-quality weapons and equipment. It is precisely this mentality that has led to the Naga kingdom's high dependence on the Eternal Night Empire. If it were to break away, the entire kingdom could collapse. Thankfully, both belong to the dark gods, so this possibility is impossible. Relying on logistics to wear down the enemy is not a good method, but it's not bad either. Whenever possible, Kettle still prefers fighting on the battlefield, winning through war. Even if this results in increased casualties on his side, but it's so satisfying. Why do they become powerful? Isn't it just for their own pleasure? To die for the ancestral god, to return to the embrace of death, isn't that the ideal fate for these believers? Unfortunately, Tianyuan City didn't want that. They didn't want to fight the Naga warriors to the death. Beyond Tianyuan City, fighting was also raging in other regions. All the Naga kingdom lords mobilized almost simultaneously, personally leading their armies, to attack the nearest royal court capital. The defenses of these royal court capitals varied, but even the weakest ones were beyond the imagination of other sea tribes. Thankfully, the Naga kingdom was no ordinary force. After years of development, their strength had long surpassed that of the giant shark royal court. Some of these border cities held out, while others fell, falling directly into the hands of the Naga kingdom. Unlike the good deeds of the Eternal Night Empire in the northern continent, the Naga kingdom's policies were simple and brutal. Those who submitted lived, those who resisted died. Management? What the hell? If you don't want to die, then just be obedient, or you'll all be fed to the sea beasts. The Naga kingdom still adheres to the law of the jungle. Here, weakness is the original sin. To gain status and respect, one must become strong. If one is strong enough and has achieved sufficient merit, even a former slave can become a high-ranking lord. The Naga kingdom does not discriminate against other races. Not all lords of the kingdom are Naga. There are also many outsiders, such as the dark murlocs, the wild sharks, and the dragon whales. As long as one believes in the dark gods, the Naga kingdom is very inclusive, and any race can be integrated. Even former enemies are accepted. The Naga kingdom and the giant shark king court launched an all-out war, mobilizing over 2 million troops. The scale of the war was unprecedented and shocked the entire ocean world. They realized that the Naga kingdom was no mere skirmish, but was serious business. The sea was stained with blood, and corpses sank to the bottom of the ocean. As the two sides clashed, the entire ocean world erupted in turmoil. The flames of war spread far and wide, and war was everywhere. In this war, no force could remain aloof. This was not because either side was targeting them, but a matter of faction. The two forces were so vast that when they clashed, it naturally affected surrounding forces. Just like a storm, when two storms collide, the impact will be far greater than the previous one, sweeping everything into the mix and shattering it to pieces. So, the other sea creatures have only two choices: either join the Naga kingdom or the giant shark king's court. As for sitting back and watching, what a joke. To sit back and watch, you must first be strong enough. Unfortunately, in this plains oceans, only the Whale Tyrant Alliance barely meets this standard. If the other sea creatures want to sit back and watch, they will only become fuel for these two war machines. Warfare among the sea creatures is brutal, sometimes costing hundreds of thousands of soldiers a day. Sieges are also easier than on land, so progress is relatively swift. Even so, given the sheer size of both sides, ending this war will take at least decades. In a remote sea area lies an archipelago. In this remote sea, the archipelago resembles sparkling pearls, dotted against the azure waters. The sunlight shimmers on the water, creating a dazzling spectacle that blends beautifully with the blue sky and white clouds. The archipelago is blanketed in dense tropical rainforest, lush and verdant. Tall, upright trees, their luxuriant branches and leaves, shade the sky, bringing life and vitality to the land. Beyond the rainforest, the archipelago boasts vast grasslands and sandy beaches. The grasslands are carpeted with verdant grass, where herds of cattle and sheep leisurely graze. Alongside the golden beaches, the crystal-clear waters offer a perfect backdrop for swimming and diving. Here, nature's gifts are vividly displayed, allowing one to clearly experience its wonder and beauty. Several fishing boats slowly approach from the distant coastline. The fishermen aboard were dark-skinned, sturdy, and clad in animal skins, brimming with a wild and natural beauty. Their faces were painted with strange patterns, resembling the insignia of a certain tribe. "We've had a good catch this time, enough to last us a while," a man on the fishing boat said happily. "It's been a good catch indeed. When I was a kid, my dad and I would go out for days, sometimes returning empty-handed. Now, every time we go out, we're rewarded. It's much better than before. I don't know what's going on lately, but there seem to be so many more fish around here." The fishermen chatted, their faces filled with joy. Although they hadn't gone hungry in a long time with the tribe's development, no one complained about having more food. Besides, the food granted by the temple was only enough to keep their family fed and well-fed. If they wanted to cultivate and become stronger, to become extraordinary warriors, they still had to work hard on their own. Returning to the archipelago, the solid feel of their feet on the sand brought peace of mind to all the fishermen. Although they were all adept swimmers, even capable of battling sea creatures in the ocean, as humans, their home turf was still land. "Thanks to the spirit of creation, I'm back alive." The fishermen didn't rush to unload their catch. Instead, they gathered in a circle and devoutly prayed to their deity, the spirit of creation, thanking it for its protection and for their survival. Their voices echoed in the sea breeze, syncing with the rhythm of the waves, sounding particularly solemn and sacred. Chapter 196. On the largest island. At the center of the island lies a lush green grassland, dotted with wooden houses, staggered across the grassland and blending seamlessly into the surrounding natural environment. Constructed of local wood, these houses retain the original color and texture, giving them a rustic and warm feel. Thick thatched roofs offer protection from wind and rain. This island, along with the rest of the archipelago, belongs to a large tribe called Apocalypse. This tribe boasts a population exceeding 1 million. The grasslands are its core, home to hundreds of thousands of people, while other tribesmen are scattered across the various islands. At the center of the tribe stands a towering tree, reaching straight into the sky. Its broad branches and lush, verdant leaves act like a giant umbrella, shading the surrounding houses. Beneath the tree lies a spacious open space, where the tribe gathers, rests, and performs sacrificial rituals. This is a spirit-gathering tree, and it appears to be the same species as the one in Eternal Night City. In fact, the two are not only of the same species, but also closely related. This spirit-gathering tree, strictly speaking, is a descendant of the mother spirit-gathering tree in Eternal Night City. When the spirit-gathering tree bore fruit and preserved seeds, Su Xingyu saved one. He then used the power of creation to continuously cultivate it, improving its inherent quality, and finally planted it in the Apocalypse tribe. After years of meticulous care by the Apocalypse tribe, and the assistance of the creation spirit, this spirit-gathering tree has grown far faster than its siblings. While other second-generation offspring were still struggling to reach the 7th rank, it had already surpassed the 8th rank. The spirit-gathering tree has undoubtedly played an invaluable role in the rapid development of the Apocalypse tribe over the years. The surrounding spiritual energy is gathered and concentrated on the archipelago, providing a superior environment for the tribe's cultivation. To show respect for the spirit-gathering tree, the Apocalypse tribe designated it a sacred tree and holds annual pilgrimages to it. Several large ranches have been built around the core area of the tribe, housing numerous large ferocious beasts. These beasts, in appearance, appear quite out of place in the local environment. They don't resemble native beasts, but rather seem transported from far away. However, these large beasts were indeed captured by the Apocalypse tribe from the Void Demi-Plane during their training trips. They possess numerous advantages, such as high meat quality and a gentle nature, making them easy for ordinary tribesmen to absorb and consume. After years of domestication by the Apocalypse tribe, they have long since transformed from ferocious beasts into competent farm animals, providing a large amount of meat for the local tribe. At the edge of the grassland lies a dense forest, providing a natural barrier. The forest, home to a variety of exotic trees and plants, creates a lush greenery that adds a touch of mystery and beauty to the land. If you ignore the living conditions, this place is undoubtedly a worthy tourist destination. Chief, I'm back. A sturdy man, over 2 meters tall, arrived at the center of the tribe, shouting as he pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. The sturdy man's name was Li Qiong, the foremost warrior of the Apocalypse tribe, possessing a transcendent realm of the 9th order. You're back, so what are you yelling about? The middle-aged man inside looked up at Li Qiong, a look of helplessness on his face. The middle-aged man's name was Imochi. He was the current leader of the Apocalypse tribe, and one of the few 9th-level warriors in the tribe, a Saint Realm magician. Mochi paused his work and asked, "How was the expedition this time? Did you gain anything?" Li Qiong chuckled, patted his chest, and said confidently, "I'm personally out there, so what's the problem? We're definitely going to be victorious. This time, we've hunted 3 9th-level beasts and 7 8th-level beasts, enough to last the tribe for a while. It's a good harvest, much better than last time." Mochi was slightly taken aback, as if he hadn't expected such a large harvest. However, he quickly frowned. "What are the casualties? You're not taking everyone on another adventure, are you?" His voice suddenly became stern, and Li Qiong subconsciously shuddered. No, without your order, Chief. How could I dare take such a risk?" Li Qiong hurriedly explained, fearing Mochi might misunderstand. "Only a few young men were injured this time, and they're all minor injuries. They'll be fine after a few days of rest. It's nothing serious." Hearing this, Mochi's tone softened. "Tell me about the details of the hunt." "Okay." Li Qiong nodded. Even if this plane had entered the intermediate realm, with a significantly increased concentration of spiritual energy, given the conditions in the surrounding archipelago, it would be impossible for a 9th-level Saint Realm beast to emerge in such a short period of time without external intervention. So Li Qiong's hunting location wasn't the surrounding islands, and certainly not the ocean. After all, while transcendental experts could mitigate environmental impacts to a certain extent, hunting sea beasts in the deep ocean was still very difficult. Ever since the Apocalypse tribe converted to the gods, they have periodically received gifts from the gods. For example, weapons and equipment, grain and seeds, all gifts bestowed upon believers by the spirit of creation. Of course, there are also passages open to connect to other void planes. Compared to the care afforded to the Eternal Night Empire by the Eternal Night King, and the free-range care afforded to the Naga Kingdom by the ancestor god of fear, the spirit of creation takes a completely different approach to nurturing the Apocalypse tribe. So, believers of other gods often offer sacrifices and prayers to gain the gods' attention. Sometimes, the gods even grant them direct favor. So, while the gods may not necessarily respond to their believers' prayers, all believers can intuitively sense their connection to that great being. He is like the sun hanging high in the sky, illuminating everything in the world. No one can ignore his presence. As for the spirit of creation, since accidentally connecting with this great being decades ago, the tribe has witnessed only a handful of miracles, and their daily prayers are often unanswered. The divine favor is only available to a select few. The Apocalypse tribe has a cult, and its status is high, but they don't require every member to believe in the gods. It's entirely up to everyone's will. Except for a very small number of believers, others are unaware of their connection to the spirit of creation. This sometimes causes even novice believers to doubt the very existence of gods. Of course, gods do exist. Without the help of the spirit of creation, the Apocalypse tribe might still be fighting for territory with ferocious beasts. Of course, there's also the possibility of being annihilated by the ferocious beasts. After all, with the increase in spiritual energy concentration, the ferocious beast's strength increases more significantly than that of humans. Given their strength, they might not be able to survive the initial waves of attacks. Even if they did, it would be a pipe dream for them to dominate the archipelago on their own. So, generally speaking, the Apocalypse tribe all recognizes the spirit of creation, but the inability to connect this point makes them very uncomfortable. The spirit of creation has a significant influence on the Apocalypse tribe, but the person is nowhere to be seen. Things will be done, but the person will definitely not be seen. Very mysterious. When will the next trial be? Emochi asked after listening to Li Qiong's story. The high priest said it's in 3 months. Li Qiong thought for a moment and replied. Emochi nodded, then said, "Go inform everyone that the sacrifice will be held tonight. All members of the tribe must attend. Nothing can be delayed." Although the god of creation didn't explicitly require all members of the Apocalypse tribe to believe in him, Emochi believed that whether the god said it or not was one thing, and whether one actually did it was another. One must never forget one's roots. After reading the books that recorded the tribal history, Emochi had a clear understanding of the state of the Apocalypse tribe back then. Without the help of the god of creation, they would never have survived. They would have either been swallowed up by other tribes or completely perished. There was no third possibility. So, to repay the god of creation, putting aside other things for now, at least the full conversion of the tribe to faith was essential. The Apocalypse tribe today truly cannot lose the spirit of creation. Without saying anything else, let me just say one thing. Although the spirit of creation doesn't grant its followers exclusive divine favor, 90% of the high-level transcendents within the Apocalypse tribe are devout believers. Especially those divine beasts enlightened by the gods, all of whom are fervent believers. In this world, the strong hold absolute dominance over the weak. So, no matter the reason, Emochi felt it best to resolve the tribe's religious issues first. Okay, which temple do we need to notify? Li Qiong asked again. What do you think? Emochi gave him a sullen look. I don't know, Li Qiong replied matter-of-factly. Emochi was speechless for a moment, a bit disappointed. Sometimes, I really want to crack your head open and see what's inside. The tribe is holding a grand ceremony to offer sacrifice to the gods, and you didn't notify the temple. Are you expecting me to preside over it? Li Qiong, unconcerned, chuckled. Why shouldn't you have told me earlier? How would I have known what to do if you hadn't told me? Is there anything else you want to ask? If not, I'll go and notify them. Communicating with you is exhausting. Emochi sighed inwardly and waved his hand. Just seeing you gives me a headache. Get out of here. Okay. Li Qiong quickly left the house and scurried towards the other side of the tribe, soon arriving at the temple on the edge. Inside the temple, upon hearing Li Qiong's purpose, the high priest's face was filled with surprise. The chief is holding a grand sacrifice ceremony. Didn't we just do it 2 months ago? Why are we doing it again? Influenced by the spirit of creation, the high priest didn't really care much about the sacrifice. As I said before, as long as you don't slander, even if you're unbeliever, it's fine. Influenced by this, the high priest didn't particularly enjoy holding the sacrificial ceremony. There was no other reason, simply that it was too much trouble. With this time, I'd rather stay in the temple, contemplating the principles left by the spirit of creation, and striving to break through to the demigod realm as soon as possible. Yes, the high priest is also a 9th rank. And quite powerful. I don't know. This was arranged by the clan leader, Li Qiong replied honestly. Please ask the clan leader if we can postpone it this time. The god's descent will be in 2 weeks, so we can hold it together then. After a moment's thought, the high priest offered a tentative tone. No, I already informed everyone on the way here. Li Qiong shook his head. The high priest was speechless. After a while, the high priest sighed, resigned to the reality. All right, go back and tell the tribe leader I know what to do. Li Qiong left, satisfied. That night, the Apocalypse tribe held a grand sacrifice. All manner of inestimably precious offerings were brought up and presented to the great spirit of creation. Unlike the bloody sacrifices of the Eternal Night Empire and the Naga Kingdom, the Apocalypse tribe's offerings, while also including various ferocious beasts, were mostly cooked and presented as normal food. A grand yet ordinary sacrifice. The immense power of faith poured in from all directions, like streams, eventually converging into a mighty river and flowing into the statue of the god. The statue radiated a silvery white glow, covering the archipelago. All beings on the islands were affected, their bloodlines hidden deep within their bodies being pried open. The growth of trees and vegetation accelerated, and the bloodlines of ferocious beasts, descended from ancient times, began to reawaken. Thank you, Lord. Good fortune endures. The transformation of the statue excited all the Apocalypse people. They hadn't expected the deity to respond this time. Inside the mysterious space, a tall figure sat on the throne. He was robed in white, and his features were handsome, like a preeminent deity from ancient mythology. A pair of silver eyes, deep and luminous, seemed to penetrate the essence of all things. A prismatic crystal nestled between his brows, now radiating a faint glow, as if connecting to the source of mystical power. In his hand, he held a scepter, inlaid with gemstones, gleaming with dazzling light, symbolizing his boundless power and majesty. The man's face was gentle, like a teacher in a private school, refined and easygoing. Yet, he possessed an inherent nobility. This wasn't the cultivated nobility of a young nobleman, but rather an innate, divine aura of nobility. What happened again? Why has the power of faith suddenly increased so much? Su Xingyu opened his eyes, puzzled, feeling the surge of faith. Soon, he discovered the specific source of his faith. The Apocalypse tribe. Although he had other sources of faith besides the Apocalypse tribe, those places either lacked the number of believers to create a surge of faith, or were too far away to affect him. After a brief inspection of the situation, Su Xingyu was speechless. This is the first time I've encountered this. The gods and high priests aren't anxious, yet the tribal leader is rushing to convert his people. Given the Apocalypse tribe's actions, Su Xingyu was forced to interrupt his cultivation to resolve the sudden surge of faith. The spirit of creation, now a demigod, possessed considerable power. The power of faith is divided into 3 parts. Part is stored in the pool of faith, part is absorbed and transformed, and part is fed back to all living beings. Chapter 197. Su Xingyu's followers can now be divided into 2 main groups: the Dark followers, led by the Eternal Night Empire, and the Creation followers, led by the Apocalypse tribe. These 2 groups of followers had no contact with each other, and were completely unaware of each other's existence. The 2 faiths were also completely unrelated. As for why there were 2 groups of followers, we need to start from the beginning. Unlike other players, Su Xingyu possessed 2 godheads. One was the dark godhead granted by the system, and the other was his own creation godhead. Both godheads were of great assistance to him. The former was his foundation, the latter his golden finger. Neither was indispensable. Without either, he would not be in his current situation. The creation godhead was extremely powerful, especially its ability to trace bloodlines back to their origins. This allowed Su Xingyu to avoid worrying about lack of resources for a long time. It also created a large number of powerful individuals for him, allowing him to quickly establish a foothold in the primary realm. Of all the players, Su Xingyu's group of followers was the least distinctive, yet also the most solidly rooted. During the second qualifying round, seeing the players who made it to the end, most spectators in the eastern region had 2 questions in mind. How has Yongya managed to hold on this long? And where did this guy get so many extraordinary and powerful individuals? Even the war followers, who specialized in the martial arts path, couldn't match his quality. Just thinking about it, one can imagine how terrifying he was. The reason for this was the creation godhead. Relying on the creation energy it condensed, Su Xingyu laid a solid foundation for the Yi tribe, which subsequently grew and prospered, a snowball's rise that ultimately led to the current situation. However, the pace of change was too rapid, and over time, the impact of this golden finger gradually diminished. It wasn't that its power had diminished. The creation energy remained as potent as when it first arrived, extremely powerful. The problem wasn't the creation godhead, but Su Xingyu himself. He grew stronger too quickly, and the Eternal Night Empire also developed too rapidly. How fast? So fast that the two were completely on different levels. The developed Eternal Night Empire could easily destroy the former Night Tribe with a single blow. However, while the Eternal Night Empire grew and prospered, the creation godhead remained virtually unchanged. It still needed a long time to accumulate sufficient creation energy. The disparity in size between the two was so great that the creation godhead's influence was extremely limited. Not wanting to waste his golden finger, Su Xingyu considered splitting the godhead, using the creation godhead as the foundation to develop the creation cult. Later, during a period of seclusion, he sought out several primitive tribes far from the Eternal Night Empire, establishing their faith as anchor points and beginning to develop. One of these was the Apocalypse tribe. After decades of development, they had grown from a small tribe to the current lords of the archipelago, a vast power with millions of members. Su Xingyu's perspective on the followers of good fortune was completely different from that of the followers of Eternal Night. The followers of Eternal Night pursued the path of overlords, striving for comprehensive development and conquering the world. The followers of good fortune, on the other hand, were completely different. They pursued an elite path, regarding the tribe as merely a vehicle. The cult was the essence. If the Eternal Night Empire's transcendent structure is like a pyramid, with a stable structure, with each layer increasing in strength and decreasing in number, then the number of transcendent believers in the Apocalypse tribe, from low level to high level, has no direct correlation. Their transcendent system lacks a vast transcendent foundation, and the emergence of ninth-rank powerhouses is due to a single reason: sufficient talent. This is a tribe with a distorted development. Their members are not numerous, but they include saint-level powerhouses and those who, despite diligent training, have only reached the third rank. The strong do not enslave the weak, nor are the weak eliminated. Relying on the divine faith, the tribe maintains a delicate balance and order, without even a noticeable hierarchy. Despite having millions of members and ninth-rank powerhouses, their social system remains the same as it was decades ago. They live a daily life of farming, breeding, and hunting. Essentially, their lives are no different from those of decades ago, only their scale has expanded many times over. With Su Xingyu's help, the Apocalypse tribe's hunting teams frequently travel to other demi-planes for training, conducting missionary activities, and imparting simple evangelism to all living creatures. From ferocious beasts and plants to monster races, all could believe in the cult of creation. Through the spread of faith, the cult of creation now had a foothold in many demi-planes, even entire planes, though on a relatively small scale. Nevertheless, the power of the spirit of creation had grown by leaps and bounds, and the Godhead of creation was no longer a rootless source of water. With the support of faith, its power was greatly enhanced. This golden finger that had accompanied him for so many years had a second life, once again becoming a vital aid. In his hands, ferocious beast eggs traced their origins, awakening their ancient bloodlines. Nourished by the divine power of creation, each spiritual herb rapidly grew and mutated, becoming a superplant. It could be said that the foundation of his power continued to expand, becoming even more solid. The entire plane was plunged into chaos. From land to sea, no place was safe. Unfortunately, Su Xingyu was the driving force behind this turmoil in the plane, more accurately the leader. Without his presence, the various factions would never have been plunged into war at this moment. Under his command, millions of warriors from the Eternal Night Empire poured into the northern continent, sweeping across the continent like a black storm. Their iron hooves trampled over mountains and rivers, unstoppable, crushing everything beneath their feet. Capturing cities and territories, they expanded their territory. Under the onslaught of the Empire, the 100 Nations Alliance had long since collapsed in name only, its current territory less than a third of its pre-war status. The so-called 100 Nations of the North were either destroyed or surrendered. While this was true on land, the ocean was no better. The entire ocean world plunged into chaos as the two dominant powers engaged in war. Nagas and giant sharks were everywhere, and war became the dominant theme of the ocean. This was an unprecedented war, its scale, and the sheer number of forces involved exceeding all expectations. Until now, no one had witnessed the effects of a clash of two superpowers. But now they had. It could only be described in 4 words: utterly terrifying. The entire ocean world was filled with the smell of blood, the water dyed red. The corpses of sea creatures floated in piles on the surface. Even the most frantic and rational sea beasts were horrified by the sight of the two armies fighting. From the perspective of beings in other worlds, the world was undoubtedly in chaos, with war raging and life annihilated. The entire plane was at its most critical stage. But from the perspective of the Eternal Night Empire, things were much more normal. They were completing another expansion, just as they had expanded from the Red River region to the Black Earth Plains, then from the Black Earth Plains to the Four Corners, and finally conquering the entire eastern continent. The current war in the northern continent was just another ordinary expansion. Aside from the long duration of the war, there was nothing surprising. From Su Xingyu's perspective, it was even less interesting. Unifying the plains was an idea he had harbored since his early years, and now he was slowly realizing it. Everything was done to become stronger. The Eternal Night Empire, the Naga Kingdom, and the Apocalypse Tribe were merely cards in his hand. Eternal Night City. The first United Academy. As the Eternal Night Empire's first comprehensive academy opened to the outside world, the United Academy is not only the Eternal Night Empire's current academic center, but also a platform for multicultural exchange. Here, students from different planes and backgrounds gather to learn, exchange ideas, and jointly pursue truth and progress. This academy offers a wide variety of disciplines and majors, ranging from basic scientific research to advanced magical techniques, from practical technological applications to abstract philosophical reflections. A comprehensive approach is emphasized. Not only the Eternal Night Empire, but other players' faiths have also built corresponding academies within their own ranks to connect with students from outside. During the initial exchange, the members of Bloody Dawn were tentatively involved, hoping for success, but otherwise, nothing would happen. However, after the return of the first delegation, everyone, having tasted the sweetness of the experience, immediately realized that this plan was highly feasible. They therefore increased their resources in this area, not only expanding the size of the delegation sent for each exchange, but also accelerating the construction of their own academies, striving to provide students with better learning opportunities. Of all the academies, the most popular were undoubtedly those built by Eternal Night and Glorious. These two had the strongest overall strength, the fastest growing faiths, and their primary race, the human race, was the most universally adaptable. No matter what race, as long as they came through, they could learn something. The only difference was the amount. Furthermore, their progress was quite advanced, serving as a reference for their future development, or even direct imitation. The two were naturally aware of everyone's thoughts, but they didn't take them to heart. Aside from a few core secrets, everything else is open to everyone. Martial Arts Arena. On the arena, students of all appearances were engaging in their semi-annual competition. These students were very young, mostly around 18 years old, but their transcendental realm had already reached the mid-level transcendental realm. Some had even reached the peak of the 6th level, nearing the 7th. The stands were filled with onlookers, all students from this academy. Not only students from the combat department, but also students from other departments had rushed over to watch this once-a-year martial arts competition. Watching the players fighting on the stage, they cheered loudly, rooting for their favorites. Above the podium, the dean and numerous instructors sat in their seats, looking down at the students with smiles on their faces, as if they were seeing their past selves. Those who could serve as combat instructors within the United Academy were, without exception, at least 8th-level Legendary Realm experts. As for the dean, he was a supremely powerful 9th-level Saint Realm expert. In their view, the students competing below, while their moves might seem immature, were full of promise and had limitless potential. Instructor Roland, would you like to make a bet? One instructor suddenly asked, smiling at another. The female instructor named Roland didn't want to talk to her, but she was curious. What's the bet? It's about which of our two classes will rank highest in this year's annual competition. The instructor smiled and said, it's just a casual bet. If I remember correctly, you have a holy water crystal core, and I just happened to find a piece of dragon pattern fine iron. The two items are about the same value, making them perfect for a bet. What do you think? Okay. Then we'll see. For the two, who came from noble families, this wasn't a valuable bet, so they quickly reached an agreement. Their conversation attracted the attention of the other instructors. Looking at the two young teachers, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly, how wonderful it is to be young. The academy leader, seated in the main seat, overheard their conversation and glanced over, but didn't try to stop them. In fact, he encouraged them. Since everyone seems interested, I'll add some fuel to the fire and make this exam more exciting. The dean stroked his beard and pulled out a blood-red fruit. This is the dragon heart fruit. Whoever gets first place in this assessment will get it. Dragon heart fruit? What kind of fruit is this? It smells so rich of blood. An instructor asked curiously, sensing the scent emanating from the fruit. You're so ignorant. You don't even know this. A colleague nearby laughed. You're amazing. Tell me. The instructor said irritably. It's said that when a dragon reaches the end of its lifespan, it seeks an enclosed space as its final resting place. After its death, its vital energy and blood converge, eventually nurturing a tree. The dragon heart fruit is the fruit of this tree. A colleague explained confidently, this tree is very special. It only bears fruit once in its lifetime, and once the fruit is plucked, the tree withers immediately. This makes the dragon heart fruit extremely rare. Whether consumed directly or used to refine potions, it's a truly precious treasure. I was surprised that the dean actually has one and is willing to share it. For everyone present, anything with a clear path to acquisition isn't considered a treasure. The truly valuable are those that can only be obtained through luck. And the dragon heart fruit was clearly one of those items. After the dean took out the dragon heart fruit, the leaders around him followed suit and took out a number of valuable items as extra rewards for this assessment. The already intense battle among the students below intensified. Chapter 198. As all sides steadily advanced, a decade flew by. As time passed, the Eternal Night Empire's forces in the northern continent grew stronger, and more warriors journeyed thousands of miles to join the war. For these warriors, this presented both danger and a rare opportunity. The main forces of the 100 Nations Alliance had been pinned down by the Imperial Army. The remaining forces were either rebels or ragtag armies, vastly inferior in strength to them, and utterly untouchable. If they didn't fight and gain military merit at this moment, would they wait to participate directly in the final decisive battle? The northern continent was now an untapped treasure trove for the people of the Empire. Anyone with a bit of skill, who could recruit a group of people, could easily seize a piece of land and ascend to membership in the aristocracy. This cross-class allure was irresistible. At this moment, both the people of the Empire and the people of the northern continent clearly understood that the 100 Nations Alliance was doomed, and the northern continent was about to change hands. Compared to before the war, the number of factions within the 100 Nations Alliance has been drastically reduced. Some were completely annihilated under the Empire's iron hoof, becoming nothing more than dust in the dust of history, while others, intimidated by the Empire's military might, chose to submit. The 100 Nations Alliance is no longer truly a thing. At best, only 10 remain. However, they are commendable for achieving internal unity. Under the oppression of the Imperial Army, they have been forced to achieve a high degree of unity, and the previous situation of fighting each other will no longer occur. If they can withstand this wave of attacks, perhaps a superpower rivaling the Blood Empire will emerge in the northern continent in the future. Perhaps smaller in size than the 100 Nations Alliance, it's undoubtedly stronger. A snake without a head can't survive. The 100 Nations Alliance's previous disastrous defeats were partly due to the strength of the Eternal Night Empire's military, but the primary reason was their lack of internal unity. Forget about helping each other. It's good enough if they avoid causing trouble. Each nation has its own agenda. Winning a favorable battle, collecting merits, and sharing the spoils is fine, but facing tough opponents, their weakness has become apparent. The ability to unite internally is their only gain from this war. It lays the foundation for a future unification of the northern continent. If they still have a future. From every perspective, the Northern Continent Alliance has no future. This isn't just because of the loss of territory, the rebellion of nations, and the enemy's imminent arrival. The most crucial point is that the people of their kingdoms have begun to disapprove of their rule. The territories previously occupied by the Empire have now been completely assimilated. The people of the land accepted the rule of the Eternal Night Empire. Classes still existed, but compared to the bleak future of the 100 Nations Alliance, under the rule of the Eternal Night Empire, they still had some hope. So they threw themselves into the arms of the Eternal Night Empire, much to the chagrin of the kingdom's nobles. Land and people were the primary reasons the 100 Nations Alliance could wage a war of attrition against the Eternal Night Empire. Now, with their territory lost and their people betrayed, they could not resist for much longer with their existing army. Once they were destroyed, there would be no chance of restoration, and all the kingdom's leaders realized this. They did not want their kingdom to be destroyed, a mere chapter in history books, a stepping stone for other nations to ascend to the pinnacle. Under this oppression, the remaining high-ranking officials of the kingdom began to go mad. They would resort to any means necessary to resist the armies of the Eternal Night Empire, whether it was blood sacrifices, prayers to evil gods, or accepting the Blood Empire's harsh conditions. They would use any means necessary to ensure the survival of the kingdom, regardless of the cost. The remaining young and strong men were conscripted and inoculated with secret methods, accelerating their growth at the cost of destroying their foundations, and then sent to fight the Eternal Night Legion. The Alliance, already on the verge of collapse, lost its composure. Like drowning creatures, they would grasp at any straw that might hold them alive, even if it was so thin it could barely support their weight and would be of no use. Such frenzied actions naturally caused unrest among the people of the kingdom. However, the remaining nobles of the kingdom ignored all this and suppressed the situation with force. This also made all the kingdom's citizens realize that the noble lords, armed with armies and high-level transcendence, were the kingdom's true masters. In times of crisis, the civilization and order they had previously forged were shattered, and they were once again regressing to a primitive age. In an era where strength rules, it must be said that the 100 Nations Alliance, driven to madness, still had some qualities. Their reckless behavior did cause some trouble for the Eternal Night Empire. If they had been aware of this from the beginning, Su Xingyu would have personally intervened, without any delay, allowing the Eternal Night Empire to slowly consume them. Even if he personally intervened, it would cause numerous complications, such as unstable foundations and inadequate management, but none of these would be as daunting as a completely insane continental power. Fortunately, the situation was now settled, and their actual territorial control was far less than that of the 100 Nations Alliance before the war. Even if they went completely mad, they wouldn't be able to leverage much power. However, seeing this situation, the Eternal Night Empire didn't want to cause any more trouble. After all, given the 100 Nations Alliance's current state, even if they recovered, it would still be very troublesome. If they continued to struggle, even if they conquered it, they would likely only end up with a deadly situation. These were the Empire's future territories. They couldn't be wasted like this. So, the Empire began a massive military mobilization, bringing back several top legions that had been honing their skills in the demi-plane, preparing for the final decisive battle. Other cults also infiltrated from all sides, sowing chaos and undermining the Alliance. In reality, the Empire didn't need to deliberately create chaos. The Alliance was already in turmoil, relying solely on the strength of the top nobles to hold it together. If this were an ordinary world, devoid of supernatural powers, there would undoubtedly be rebellions within the Alliance by now. Alas, there are no ifs. With the strength of the kingdom's people, even united, they could not overthrow the nobles above. Western Continent. This is a unique land. Unlike the usual yellow and black soils, most of the soil on the Western Continent is blood red, as if the entire continent were drenched in blood. In the heart of the continent lies a vast, magnificent blood-red palace. The magnificent palace is adorned with exquisite murals and sculptures, all dominated by red, complementing the palace's crimson walls. Atop the hall sits a massive throne, covered in soft red cushions crafted from the fur of high-ranking ferocious beasts. The armrests and backrests are intricately carved, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. On either side of the hall stood 2 rows of tall stone pillars, each adorned with vivid relief carvings depicting the history and myths of the Western Continent. The hall's floor was covered with a red carpet embroidered with exquisite golden patterns. Another visitor from the Northern Continent. Tell us what you think. Should we participate this time? A noble young man, seemingly no more than 20 years old, sat on the throne. He was the supreme ruler of the Blood Empire, the sole dominant power in the Western Continent. The Blood Emperor, Angel. Because vampires live much longer than humans, despite his youth, the Blood Emperor has actually reigned for nearly 200 years. Under his rule, the Blood Empire exhibited no overt aggression, but the changes within it were extraordinary. Over these 200 years, he not only unified the vampires' internal forces, but also reclaimed the scattered power from the Blood Clan. He also studied the human social system of the Northern Continent and implemented a series of reform policies. Whether it was improving people's livelihoods or other areas of development, he had reached the pinnacle of the Blood Empire's history. For this reason, he was revered by the Blood Clan as the wise king. Your Majesty, I believe we should send troops to support the Northern Continent, and we must provide substantial assistance. Ideally, we can help them contain the Eternal Night Empire's elite legions and relieve their pressure. Everyone had gathered here today to discuss whether to support the 100 Nations Alliance. Seeing that the leader on the throne had spoken, a Blood Clan elder immediately spoke up. It sounds nice, and you talk about substantial assistance, but you truly don't take our warriors seriously. Do you know how powerful the Eternal Night Empire's elite legions are? Do you know how many warriors we've lost supporting the 100 Nations Alliance over the years? Some supported, others opposed. Another Blood Clan elder, completely disregarding the occasion, shouted a direct rebuke. At the beginning of the war between the Eternal Night Empire and the 100 Nations Alliance, the Blood Empire waited and watched, even planning to trade resources to both sides once both sides were exhausted. The 100 Nations Alliance, despite facing early setbacks, didn't take it too seriously, believing it was just a mediocre war, just like the Blood Empire's invasion. After a decade or so of fighting, the other side would give in. Thus, the 100 Nations Alliance deployed a considerable number of troops to garrison the strait connecting the two sides to prevent an invasion by the Blood Empire. Gradually, as the Eternal Night army advanced, both sides realized the situation was not going well. The Eternal Night Empire's strength had exceeded their expectations. The 100 Nations Alliance was forced to relax its policies and strengthen exchanges with the Blood Empire. For the first time, the Blood Empire offered support without making things difficult for them or imposing harsh conditions. At first, it provided only material support, followed by a small number of strong troops, but eventually, it dispatched its entire army to the northern continent to fight the Eternal Night Empire. The Eternal Night Empire was naturally well aware of this, but hesitated to point it out. Since the Blood Empire hadn't fully intervened, and only a few legions were involved, they could let them do what they wanted. But not pointing it out didn't mean they wouldn't react. All the Blood Legions in the northern continent were being carefully guarded. Thus, the Blood Legions that had come to support them over the years had suffered considerable losses. Not to mention the vassal armies, the regular troops alone, numbering over 100,000, had been scattered around. Among them was a fully staffed 6th-tier epic legion, and another top-tier legion that had converted 1/5 of its troops to high-tier status, and was expected to advance to high-tier status in the future. This loss is significant, even for the Blood Empire. Elder Decola, you can't say that. The situation today is different. The Eternal Night Empire is expanding. If left unchecked, it will sooner or later become a threat to us. We still have the 100 Nations Alliance as a buffer zone. Once the 100 Nations Alliance collapses, the Blood Empire will face them head-on, and the losses will be even greater. That's quite true. While the 100 Nations Alliance is still around, we can still hide behind it. Once it disappears, the pressure on us will be even greater. I agree with support, and it must be strong support, even if it means an outright declaration of war. I also agree with Elder Comer's proposal to support the 100 Nations Alliance. I agree. Gradually, more and more elders voted in favor, and a smile appeared on the young emperor's face on the throne. I object. At this moment, a sudden voice rang out. A younger elder, looking at the crowd, said softly, "As you all say, the Eternal Night Empire is indeed powerful, but to say it poses a direct threat to us is a bit of an exaggeration. Before you speak, at least take a look at the map. This is the Eternal Night Empire, located in the southern part of the eastern continent, while we are in the western continent, with the northern continent in between. They are tens of thousands of miles away from us. At such a distance, even high-level warriors, let alone ordinary legions, would take months to arrive." Pulling out a newly drawn world map, the young elder began to point at it, outlining his reasons for not supporting the proposal. Even if they truly destroy the 100 Nations Alliance, they won't be able to control the northern continent unless they relocate their capital. We don't need to fight them now. After they destroy the 100 Nations Alliance and retreat, we can then support a new alliance. Wouldn't that be better? After hearing his words, the elder's expressions varied. Some were indifferent, some frowned, and some closed their eyes in deep thought. So the east and north continents are so far apart? This is the first I've heard. That makes sense. Since the Eternal Night Empire intends to destroy the 100 Nations Alliance, they must have already made preparations. Even if we send troops, it might not be effective, and we might even suffer heavy losses. Don't forget how the 17th Legion was destroyed. Your idea is not sound. I think we should send troops. Even if it can't change the outcome, we can't let the Eternal Night Empire take over the North Continent so easily. An elder with a stern face said coldly, "Besides, who told you that going to the North Continent means we have to support the 100 Nations Alliance?" "You mean," an elder hesitated, "that's not good." "There's nothing wrong with that. The 100 Nations Alliance has accumulated wealth over hundreds of years." TSK. Chapter 199. The elders of the Blood Empire debated furiously, each expressing their own opinions and presenting their own viewpoints. However, the number of supporters on each side was nearly identical, so they could never reach a consensus. Ultimately, the supreme ruler, the master of this empire, made the final decision. And Angel's opinion was clear: strong support. Strong support. Judging solely from internal development and external wars, Angel was undoubtedly an emperor who valued development and disliked war. However, the reality was different, or rather, quite the opposite. Angel was an emperor with immense ambition. His ambitions were enormous. So great that even with the Blood Empire's current strength, they could not be achieved. Everything he did, unifying the Blood Empire's internal forces, centralizing power, implementing reforms, and improving people's livelihoods, was all for one purpose: unifying the planes. While other vampires were still basking in the glory of the Empire, and content with the status quo, Angel had different ideas. He wanted to conquer all forces across the entire plane, turning them into vassal states of the Blood Empire. Then, with the power of the entire plane, he would surpass the Blood Empire's ancestor, the long-fallen god. Originally, Angel's plan envisioned the Blood Empire developing for a while, and once it had sufficient strength, he would launch a full-scale invasion of the northern continent, attacking both from within and without, colliding with internal rebellious forces. Unfortunately, the emergence of the Eternal Night Empire disrupted his plans. When they began fighting, Angel had assumed the battle would last at least 100 years, perhaps even longer. However, the Eternal Night Empire's speed of conquest far exceeded the Blood Empire's expectations, and their management and governance of the conquered areas was also exceptionally effective. By the time Angel realized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. In just a few decades, the 100 Nations Alliance was on the verge of collapse, and to a foreign invasion. 100 years ago, no one would have dared to believe such a thing. But now the facts were stark. The 100 Nations Alliance was on the brink of extinction. If left unchecked, perhaps it wouldn't be long before the 100 Nations Alliance vanished from this world. Since the situation was irreversible, let's take advantage of the moment to cause further trouble for the Eternal Night Empire before the 100 Nations Alliance was annihilated. After the Supreme Ruler made his decision, even if some elders still objected, it was of no use. The Blood Empire quickly responded to the 100 Nations Alliance, and began mobilizing its legions to provide massive reinforcements to the northern continent. They made no attempt to conceal their intentions, completely unafraid of the Eternal Night Empire's discovery. The Empire's capital, Eternal Night City. As the 100 Nations Alliance again appealed to the Blood Empire for assistance, the eastern continent also began its final mobilization. Top-tier legions, returning from the Void Demi-Plane, began to prepare for battle. After years of training, some had ascended to the 7th rank, becoming truly epic legions. Some remained in the 6th rank, but had made significant strides, possessing combat power comparable to that of ordinary 7th rank legions. The luxurious training environment, inexhaustible precious resources, and a resolute heart committed to the pursuit of strength enabled them to forge ahead, growing ever stronger. The time has finally arrived to destroy the 100 Nations Alliance. It's been a long battle. In all these years, since the King's arrival, this seems like the first time we've encountered such a formidable opponent. It's taken almost 40 years. I have to say, he's quite capable. After all, they are the overlords of the northern continent. With such a vast territory and a huge population, it's normal for them to hold out for so long. But it's useless. Victory will surely belong to the Eternal Night. Well said. Victory belongs to the King of Eternal Night. Victory belongs to the Eternal Night Empire. Victory belongs to us. Ha ha! Looking at the uniform and majestic army, all the citizens of the Empire were filled with heartfelt admiration. We're probably the only ones in the entire world who possess such a powerful army. Brother, be more confident. Let alone the entire world, even in other worlds, there aren't many forces with such a formidable army. Of course. Warriors who have fought in other worlds say that the forces there aren't that powerful either. Even though we're all divinely favored forces, we're still far behind in development. Some divinely favored forces don't even have a handful of 6th-tier legions. How can they compare to us? Ah! No way. Is the gap that huge? Nonsense. Who do you think we follow? He's the Eternal Night King, at the pinnacle of all gods. As a divinely favored force of the King, it's only natural that we're stronger than them. Those unsophisticated people in the 100 Nations Alliance thought our previous legion was the strongest. Now let them see what a truly invincible army truly is. The citizens of Eternal Night City were discussing enthusiastically. The knowledgeable citizens of the Empire proudly displayed their knowledge to their companions, drawing cheers and beaming with pride. As players send delegations into each other's worlds, and students exchange and learn from each other, this also brings some effects that are hard to say whether they are good or bad. That's the expansion of their information horizons. They began to absorb a variety of complex information. The original world of the gods' followers was actually quite limited. It encompassed only their own faction's territories, and, at a larger scale, their own planes. Whether it was their territories or their own planes, they all shared a common characteristic: the uniqueness and individuality of the gods. Simply put, all other beliefs besides their own were evil gods. When they began to interact with other player factions, especially when multiple factions came into contact, some information exchange inevitably occurred, leading to consequences. The initial training had gone slightly awry. If they were pragmatic, it would be fine. But if they were prone to boasting, the situation could be embarrassing. If it went too far, it could even lead to a direct breakdown of the believer's faith. Thankfully, both Su Xingyu and the other members of Bloody Dawn were prepared for this. Or rather, almost all the players were prepared. It wasn't that they had foreseen the current situation, but rather that they had suffered losses in this way before. Back in the elementary realm, when players battled each other, faith collapsed. Although faith relies primarily on deception, you can't go too far. You boast about your invincibility, only to be easily beaten to the ground. It's no wonder your faith doesn't collapse. The people of the Eternal Night Empire have always been pragmatic, and Su Xingyu, aside from a brief moment of deception at the beginning, hasn't boasted much. After all, when your abilities reach a certain level, many seemingly unrealistic abilities are actually attainable. Therefore, the impact of information exchange on the Empire was practically negligible. It even made them more confident. Compared to them, the followers of other players were less affected. After all, learning that the deity they worshipped wasn't the only one, and wasn't even the strongest, was bound to cause some hesitation. But this was normal. They would adapt over time. What a powerful legion. I wonder when we'll finally have one like this. The Eternal Night Empire is truly powerful. Not only in its various construction and technological developments, but also in its legions. These legions probably have the power to destroy nations. The legions about to be promoted to the 7th rank are composed of high-level warriors. In combat, their soldiers' combat effectiveness is no less than that of high-level warriors. What kingdom could withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands of high-level warriors? Hiss, hearing you say that, I suddenly feel a sense of terror. The onlookers, besides the citizens of the Eternal Night Empire, also included friends from foreign lands, who watched with curiosity. Opportunities to observe the top legions were rare, and everyone watched intently, whispering to each other. Looking at the incredibly powerful Eternal Night legions, they intuitively felt the gap between themselves and the enemy. Their own, top-tier legion seemed insignificant compared to the other side. Such a profound foundation. No wonder the supporting armies are so humble. As expected of an empire capable of supporting a 6th-tier legion at will. Truly powerful. The foreign friends marveled, but only in awe. They weren't frightened, and their faith remained unshaken. Members who are allowed to travel to other worlds for exchange are carefully selected by players, truly 1 in a million believers. They possess an incredibly steadfast faith. They are not devout believers who subscribe to the Bible, nor are they fanatical devotees who prioritize the gods. Instead, they are true believers who truly understand the core of faith and remain willing to follow the God's footsteps. Before reaching the 7th level, such believers are called saints in reserve. Once they reach the 7th level, they become saints. They are agents capable of carrying the will of the gods and acting on their behalf in the mortal realm. For such believers, nothing can sway their resolve. Thus, they may sigh, be shocked, and feel envy, but their faith will never waver. The Imperial Hall. The Empire's elders, counselors, and great nobles gathered here for the final deliberations regarding the conquest of the 100 Nations Alliance. Reporting to the Archon, the Eternal Night Paladin Corps, the Temple Guard Corps, the Silver Armored Heavy Corps, the Dog Demon Corps, the Asian Dragon Corps, and other top legions have returned. The main force is stationed outside Eternal Night City, awaiting further instructions from the Empire. The current Imperial Archon is still Yu San. Yu San's cultivation talent is not top-notch. Even with the entire nation's efforts and Su Xingyu's secret assistance, he has only just reached the legendary realm. After listening to the report, he nodded, "Okay, I understand." Then Yu San looked at the elders and nobles and said softly, "Everyone, there is only one step left to conquer the northern continent. The army is ready, and can march to our destination at any time. If you have any ideas, please speak up. Everything is ready. Why would we have any ideas? We will just fight, and it will be over," a new generation of nobles said with a smile. "That's right. It's come to this. There's nothing more to discuss. Let's deal with the 100 Nations Alliance first." Another elder nodded in agreement. "We must also be wary of the Blood Empire's involvement. Ever since we started the war with the 100 Nations Alliance, those guys haven't been quiet. This is the final showdown, and I don't think they'll sit idly by and allow us to destroy the 100 Nations Alliance. The older, more stable middle-aged elder said softly. We should indeed be wary. While the Eternal Night Empire is powerful, the Blood Empire, as the overlord of the Western continent, has a profound heritage, and its strength should not be underestimated. Another middle-aged elder also nodded in agreement, his tone rather serious. Strength is secondary. Distance is the main issue. We're simply too far from the northern continent. A middle-aged elder, who had ascended to the grand nobility through military exploits, spoke with resignation. It's tens of thousands of miles away. If it weren't for the interspatial ring, which greatly reduced the logistical burden on the army, I don't know how we'd ever conquer the 100 Nations Alliance. Even at the speed of a top-tier cavalry regiment, it would take over a month to get there. The distance is truly absurd. The Eternal Night Empire's top-tier cavalry regiments were naturally equipped with top-tier mounts, boasting exceptional endurance. Traveling 1,000 miles a day is, to be honest, a bit of an understatement. Even so, it would still take a considerable amount of time for them to reach the northern continent from the Eternal Night Empire. And that's only because of the logistical issues solved by the interspatial ring. Otherwise, the journey would have taken several times longer. Don't look at me. This is a problem at the Research Institute. I don't have any good solutions. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yi-Sen waved his hand helplessly. The director of the Research Institute, seated in a corner, was lost in thought when an accusation suddenly struck him. He hurriedly explained, space teleportation technology currently only allows short-range teleportation, a maximum of 300 kilometers. Any further is unsafe. Furthermore, this teleportation technology places high demands on the user's physical fitness. I understand what you're thinking, but there's really nothing I can do. Currently, the Eternal Night Empire's expansion is limited not by combat power or resources, but by distance. Even if they were powerful enough, with millions of troops, a single legion could intimidate a kingdom. But when they encounter a tough opponent, their weaknesses will be exposed. The distance prevents them from deploying troops in a timely manner and exercising effective control. Alright, enough of this nonsense. Let's talk about how this battle should be fought. Seeing that the conversation had veered off again, an elder quickly brought the subject back. It's easy to fight them. We surrounded them now, so we can just storm them. All those resource-producing areas are in our control now. We can bombard them with magical artillery for 10 days, half a month. I don't think they can hold out for long. We old men shouldn't worry about this. The battlefield is ever-changing. No matter how many plans we have, we still have to adapt to the situation. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Leave battlefield matters to the commander. We only need to manage the rear. Chapter 200. Tamassari, the capital of the Kingdom of Lanisa, one of the 3 most powerful kingdoms in the former Northern Continent's 100 Kingdoms Alliance. After the fall of the entire Kingdom of St. Anza, the fall of the capital of the Kingdom of Cohorn, and the exile of the royal family, the Kingdom of Lanisa became the last remaining pillar of the 100 Kingdoms Alliance's resistance. Naturally, the capital of the Kingdom of Lanisa became the final refuge for the elites of each kingdom. It's absurd that with hundreds of millions of square kilometers of land in the entire world, there's not much room for them. After all, the entire landmass can be simply divided into 3 continents, East, West, and North. The East continent belongs to the Eternal Night Empire, the West continent to the Blood Empire, and the North continent, now almost to the Eternal Night Empire as well. There really aren't many places in the world suitable for them. Back to the point, as the Eternal Night Empire's army began to gather, the people of the entire northern continent, whether they belonged to the Empire or the Alliance, felt a sense of impending danger. The final decisive battle was approaching. A few months later, the sky was thick with dark clouds, as if foreshadowing a coming storm. Outside the city walls, an endless line of black-armored warriors, like a wall of steel, encircled the entire city. Their armor reflected a cold luster in the dim light, bringing a chilling atmosphere to this tranquil land. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and dust. Occasionally, a breeze blew, carrying bursts of low, long-drawn trumpets, like the mockery of death, echoing in the ears. Atop the towering city walls, the defenders stared nervously at the enemy outside, their weapons tightly gripped, ready to fight at any moment. The general stood at the highest point of the wall, his gaze piercing the thick clouds to the approaching shadow in the distance, his heart filled with worry and determination. The entire city seemed shrouded in a gloomy cloud, as the people silently awaited the coming storm. They knew this war would change their fate and determine the future of this land. The combined forces of the Eternal Night Empire's regular and vassal armies numbered over 1 million. Their marches were in unison, their hooves hammering the ground with a deafening roar. Banners fluttered, drums roared, and it seemed as if they were about to rend the earth apart. From their aura alone, it was clear that this was an elite force, seasoned in battle and blood, not just some random, ragtag army gathered to make up the numbers. Such a large-scale elite force had never been seen before in this plane. Even the Eternal Night Empire wouldn't normally gather them together. The last time they did so was during the second qualifying round. Back then, facing the endless stream of trial monsters, the Eternal Night Empire threw everything at it. However, that time, in the Shadow World, even death would not have mattered. But this time was different. This time was happening in reality. Seeing such a mighty army under his command, Han Ming, the commander of the Eternal Night Army, felt an indescribable excitement and pride. His heart was filled with lofty ambition, as if he could already see the Imperial Army conquering the city before him and destroying the 100 Nations Alliance. The thought of accomplishing such a feat himself filled Han Ming with a surge of passion, unable to suppress his emotions. The foreign friends, who had come to observe the battle, were also deeply shocked by the sight of such a powerful army. Even though they had lived in the Eternal Night Empire for many years, they knew it was an incredibly powerful superpower, with many top-tier legions. They had even seen several of the most elite Eternal Night legions from afar some time ago. But compared to others' oral accounts and descriptions in books, seeing it with one's own eyes was even more shocking. If the sight of those invincible legions in Eternal Night City had filled everyone with envy, yet still left them feeling they could catch up. Then when they saw this elite army of over 1 million soldiers before them, all the foreign friends, anyone with a modicum of common sense, felt a sense of powerlessness. The entire force was rank 6, whether regular soldiers or retainers, all meeting the standards of a rank 6 legion. How is this possible? How on earth did they do it? Over 1 million elite warriors of at least level 6. Even with the Eternal Night Empire's vast population, this number is outrageous. How could they have accumulated so many level 6 warriors in less than 100 years? Is there no threshold for their training? If we were to encounter such a powerful army, we'd probably be doomed. This isn't even their full strength. Given the size of the Eternal Night Empire, 1 million-strong army is probably too much of an understatement. Foreign friends from other worlds communicated through telepathic channels. Everyone, today is the day to capture Tamisari and destroy the 100 Nations Alliance. Commander Han Ming's voice, transmitted through a special amplification technique, echoed throughout the army, stirring the excitement of the soldiers. Destroy the 100 Nations Alliance and unify the Northern Continent. Destroy the 100 Nations Alliance and unify the Northern Continent. Destroy the 100 Nations Alliance and unify the Northern Continent. The black-armored warriors roared loudly, their voices echoing across the empty plains, seemingly ripping the sky apart. They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed and blazing. Every warrior knew that a brutal battle was about to begin, and even they could die in it. But what's the big deal? It's just death, nothing to fear. It's our honor to die for the Eternal Night. Their faith is unwavering even in death. The kingdom's warriors atop the city walls gazed at the majestic black-armored warriors below, listening to their fervent shouts, their faces turning pale. Even after countless battles and encounters with the Eternal Night Army, they couldn't help but tremble with fear every time they saw this fervent army. Fight! With Han Ming's command, the battle erupted. Thousands of magical cannons stood silently, like sleeping dragons, awaiting their moment to awaken. Each cannon was tall and majestic, its surface sleek and shiny, imbued with the texture of metal, as if it were tended and maintained daily. With Han Ming's command, these dormant dragons instantly awoke. They roared with a deep, deafening roar, like the roar of death, making one's heart tremble. As the inscriptions on the thick barrels began to illuminate, streams of icy air poured out from the muzzles, freezing the surrounding air. The next second, countless energy cannons erupted, weaving in a dazzling web of light in the air, like brilliant galaxies stretching across the sky. With destructive force, these energy cannons blasted towards the city walls at lightning speed, leaving dazzling trails in the air like the most beautiful meteors in the sky. Activate the defensive magic circle. The defending general acted decisively, instantly activating the massive magic circle covering the entire city. A dazzling light rose, and the incoming energy cannons exploded in the air before they even reached the city walls. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed in succession, threatening to shatter the entire city. A massive wave of energy spread through the air, swirling like a black hole, engulfing everything around it. Fight back, fight back. Smash their cannons. Death to you, you bastards of the Eternal Night Empire. Aim your cannons, fire now. The kingdom's defenders, unwilling to passively take the blow, quickly launched a counterattack. Blows equivalent to those of the Sanctuary Realm rained down upon the enemy, a deluge of magical and forbidden spells, combined with combined fighting spirit, and a continuous stream of space-shattering attacks. The sky seemed to be ripped apart by these powerful attacks, with vast cracks appearing, poised to collapse at any moment. Eternal Night Empire, gathering your forces here is the worst decision you've ever made. Even if we're destroyed, you won't have an easy life. Atop the Star Tower, the old magician gazed upon the vast mass of the Eternal Night army, his face grim and ferocious, like a demon returning from the graveyard, utterly deranged. He wasn't from the kingdom of Lenisar, but from another, now destroyed kingdom. In other words, everything he once possessed had been destroyed. Family, friends, students, family, kingdom, everything he possessed had been annihilated by the Eternal Night Empire. So, at this moment, he was fearless. Under the kingdom's secret magic, countless bloody spirits and wrong souls surged into the old man's body, and his aura began to rise, quickly breaking through the 9th level and reaching the realm of demigod. Holding up the magic wand, the old man's body began to burn, and his spirit emerged into the world. Unlike the pure and flawless spirits of normal creatures, the old man's spirit was mixed with countless bloody fragments, and one could even hear the painful wails of living creatures. Ha ha ha, the power of a demigod, this is the power of a demigod, what a formidable force. Feeling the power he had longed for, the old man laughed wildly. Seeing he hesitated to act, the middle-aged man behind him had no choice but to warn him, Elder Eli, we're running out of time. The old man frowned, looking back in dissatisfaction. A surge of pressure washed over him, and the middle-aged man immediately knelt, even breathing becoming labored. Elder. Humph, I know what to do. You don't need to teach me. The old man snorted softly, regaining his composure, and releasing the pressure he had exerted on the man. He turned and once again faced the black-armored army. He swung his staff vigorously, his eyes gleaming with brutality, as he roared, Great Lord of the Stars, I sacrifice this broken body to bring the stars here to their doom. Instantly, the sky vibrated, and the entire space trembled. With the old man's furious roar, the earth trembled, and an illusory magic circle emerged, expanding far into the distance, encompassing the entire battlefield. The next second, the old man's spirit transformed into light, and soared into the sky. Dozens of blood-red spirits from across the city followed, merging into the magic circle above. If you wish to destroy us, you will also pay in blood. The king of Lenisar observed the unfolding events with icy eyes. The two magic legions unleashed their combined power. 10,000 stars fall. Boom! 10,000 meters above, a massive dark rift appeared, followed by countless small, flaming meteorites, raining down upon the Eternal Night Empire's forces. Gurgle. Is this the strength expected of an indigenous force? Holy crap! Damn it! Did I see it wrong? A demigod and dozens of Saint Realm powerhouses, just sacrificed. Amazing! It seems this high spiritual energy isn't always a good thing. These indigenous forces have deep roots and terrifying potential for rapid growth. In a space between the void and reality, 10 figures composed of radiant light, emitting a terrifying aura, stood in midair. They watched the action below with shock. The faces were familiar, Radiance, the Blood God, the Martial Master, all veterans of the Bloody Dawn. After learning that the Eternal Night Empire was about to annihilate the 100 Nations Alliance, those interested approached Su Xingyu, requesting to observe the battle from the sidelines. Of course, to avoid misunderstandings, they only sent a divine incarnation, a mere 9th-level incarnation. A 9th-level Saint Realm powerhouse, and a divine incarnation at that, was already quite powerful. But on Su Xingyu's home turf, a single thought could almost do the trick. So Su Xingyu didn't refuse everyone's request. If you want to see, then go ahead. It's no big deal. As long as he's alive, the Empire will continue to advance, and the current intelligence will soon become outdated. Eternal Night, aren't you going to take action? If you wait any longer, it'll be too late. The pharmacist warned, his face solemn, as he watched the meteorite begin to plummet towards the Eternal Night Legion. In his opinion, even if the army below could withstand such a terrifying meteorite strike, the losses would be substantial. After all, this was a catastrophic blow. No ordinary person could stop it. It's okay, just watch. Su Xingyu shook his head, unconcerned. Seeing the pharmacist about to speak, the black marketeer beside him patted his shoulder and said with a smile, The master isn't worried. Why are you so bothered? Just watch quietly. Though everyone spoke a lot, it actually only lasted a moment. On the battlefield below, Han Ming looked up at the sky, beholding countless massive fireballs sweeping in. Even a demigod, faced with such a terrifying blow, would be severely injured if he withstood it head-on. Of course, under normal circumstances, a blow like this, let alone a demigod, could likely be avoided by even a high-level transcendent with some preparation. But it was clear that the army was absolutely unable to avoid it. Interesting. Han Ming chuckled softly, and immediately mobilized the legions. One legion after another began to link up, and countless high-level transcendents took flight. Go! The legion commander roared, gathering the combined slashes of the warriors behind him, and slashing towards the sky. Boom, boom, boom! A series of thunderstorm-like roars echoed, and the sky began to explode in a series of explosions. The meteorite exploded into fragments, scattering like dust.